Chapter 95, Eggs and Milk. Heavenly Down Notification. The Lord of I Am a Tough Girl. The fifth profession to be transferred in the world. Rewards the Lord with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, 1 skill point, and 1 draw for professional skills. Heavenly Down Notification. The Lord of Unmatched in the world. The sixth profession to be transferred in the world. Rewards the Lord with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, 1 skill point, and 1 draw for professional skills. This night was destined to be one of insomnia for everyone, as the sheer number of recipients of the Heavenly Dow rewards was overwhelming, stirring envy in each heart. The fact that these individuals were all lords of the Dragon Rising Nation only exacerbated the sleeplessness of lords from other nations. The feeling of being on television is exhilarating. The Lord of Unmatched in the world finally savored the taste of being hailed as a big shot. How annoying, a bunch of unworthy souls daring to add me as a friend. If it were you, I'd willingly pay the price. JPG, the Lord of I Am a Tough Girl sent another photo to Su Fang. After a brief exchange with them, Su Fang concluded the conversation and approached Xiangyu, handing him the blue professional certificate he held. Initially, Su Fang had intended to use it himself, but he deemed it unnecessary and chose to bestow it upon Xiangyu instead. A professional certificate, and of blue quality. Xiangyu exclaimed in surprise, asking, "Doesn't the Lord require it?" "Rest assured, I already possess one, also of blue quality, hence it is no longer needed," Su Fang replied. "Thank you, my lord." Xiangyu nodded and proceeded to utilize the professional certificate. The blue professional certificate, a rare treasure, would never be sold by Su Fang. It was meant for a trusted ally. The blue professional certificate transformed into a radiant beam, entering Xiangyu's body. The Heavenly Down Notification. The hero under the Lord of Huaxia City achieves the 7th profession transfer in the world, rewarding the Lord with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, 1 skill point, and 1 draw for professional skills. World Chat Channel on the Lord's continent. Damn it, that bastard again. I seriously suspect that the professional certificates of others were sold by him. The Lord of Huaxia City has monopolized all the rewards. It is utterly unfair. Ha, you foreign fools can only envy, while the capable, like the Lord of Huaxia City, strike you down with successive Heavenly Down notifications. Curse it, we will eventually surpass him. Just wait and see. Don't let me encounter your Dragon Rising territory, or I shall annihilate you all. Come at us if you dare. Seek us out. Due to Su Fang's actions, an international verbal battle ensued, but Su Fang remained utterly disinterested, having not even glanced at the World Chat Channel. After completing these tasks, Su Fang took out the chicken coop and barn buildings, successfully constructed the chicken coop building. Successfully constructed the barn building. After erecting both structures, Su Fang examined their details. Building, chicken coop quality, white level, LV1, next level requires 100 gold, 100 wood. Description, consumes 10 gold to purchase a chick. Current capacity is 0/10. Building, barn quality, white level, LV1, next level requires 200 gold, 200 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold to purchase a calf. Current capacity is 0/10. Both buildings were quite satisfactory, prompting Su Fang to begin upgrading the chicken coop. Gold -100, wood -100, chicken coop level 1, current level LV2. Gold -550, wood -550, chicken coop level 1, current level LV10. After upgrading both buildings to LV10, Su Fang commenced the purchase of chicks for rearing. Gold -10, rearing 1 chick. Building, chicken coop quality white. Level, LV10. Next level requires 600 gold, 600 wood. Description, consumes 10 gold to purchase a chick. Current capacity is 100/100. Building, barn quality, white level, LV10. Next level requires 1200 gold, 1200 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold to purchase a calf. Current capacity is 100/100. Both chicks and calves require nourishment to grow. Calves are relatively easy, as the farmland contains ample food suitable for them. As for the chicks, whether they be roosters or hens, the hens can lay eggs, allowing the soldiers in the territory to enjoy them once reared. Concerning the calves, it remains uncertain whether they are dairy cows. Should they be, Su Fang may soon relish fresh milk. Upon visiting the farmland, Su Fang inquired about the vegetables sown in the morning. He discovered a stash of green produce. Name, green vegetable quality, golden. Description, consuming it restores 150 of health for the next 4 hours. The properties of this green vegetable are akin to those of cabbage, rendering it quite valuable. Injured soldiers would benefit from consuming these vegetables. Reviewing today's harvest, Su Fang noted that the soldiers had acquired a new type of seed, an orange seed. After fusion, he obtained only 6 golden seeds. Each packet of fruit seeds contained 100 seeds, but after fusion into golden seeds, he was left with merely 6. Having previously purchased numerous seeds, the stock was dwindling as the fusion of seeds continued. as Su Fang initiated a buyback in his shop, acquiring each packet of seeds at a price of 100 gold. The elite camp barracks had upgraded to LV-35, and the blacksmith market had risen to LV-30, summoning all the necessary individuals. The tile workshop had also produced a considerable number of tiles, which Su Fang chose to retain in stock for future use, as their day would inevitably come. With all matters of the territory arranged, Su Fang returned to the Hall of Souls. 12 hours had passed since the morning summons, allowing him to summon heroes once more. Upon checking his soul points, which had reached 16,485, he noted that numerous monsters lay within a 2-kilometer radius of the territory. At this rate, Su Fang could essentially summon a golden quality hero daily. Pushing open the grand doors of the Hall of Souls once more, Su Fang approached the altar, placing his hand upon it to commence the summoning of heroes. Chapter 96, The Commander of the Three Armies. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a Hall of Fame hero? Yes. The Hall of Souls shimmered with countless luminous orbs, coalescing into a celestial bridge that connected to a long-forgotten realm, beckoning forth a legendary figure. Within Su Fang's mind, a powerful silhouette emerged, one who commanded the four corners of the world, undefeated in countless battles throughout his life. Congratulations on summoning the Golden Quality Hall of Fame hero, Yu Fei. Indeed, Su Fang was elated as he gazed upon the man emerging from the altar. Upon laying eyes on Yu Fei, Su Fang was immediately captivated by the depth of his gaze, profound, resolute, wise, and tenacious. It evoked memories of Yu Fei's fervent desire to reclaim his homeland, to restore the territories lost to enemies. He was an unparalleled paragon of loyalty and righteousness, renowned far and wide for his unwavering dedication to his country. Ultimately falling victim to false accusations that led to his demise, leaving countless hearts heavy with sorrow, Yu Fei pays his respects to the Lord. Yu Fei intoned powerfully and respectfully to Su Fang. Come, let me show you around the territory, Su Fang said with great enthusiasm, leading Yu Fei away from the Hall of Souls. With Yu Fei at his side, the soldiers of the territory now had a commander of exceptional prowess. Su Fang harbored no doubts regarding Yu Fei's leadership capabilities and martial prowess. Such a hero, steadfast and valiant, would surely bring glory to the entire lordly continent. Su Fang perused Yu Fei's attributes. Name, Yu Fei. Talent, unawakened. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the Hall of Souls possess maximum loyalty. Level, 0. Experience 0 100. Strength, 35. Constitution, 28. Stamina, 30. Agility, 32. Spirit, 30. Magic defense, 15. Physical defense, 15. Luck, 15. Talent, 30. Combat skills, unawakened. Life skills, none. Like Zhao Yun, Yu Fei's talent remained dormant, and it was uncertain what conditions were required for its awakening. His base attributes surpassed Zhao Yun's by 5 points, yet fell short of Xiang Yu's by the same margin, amounting to a total of 155 points. Yu Fei was a hero of remarkable balance and development, and coupled with his innate command abilities, he was a hero both brave and astute. Su Fang escorted Yu Fei throughout the territory, eventually bringing him to the two barracks. I wish for you to command all the soldiers of this territory. Do you possess the confidence to lead them well? Yu Fei was taken aback by Su Fang's trust in him, yet he had unwavering faith in his own capabilities, asserting, Yu Fei shall not disappoint the Lord. Excellent. From this day forth, the soldiers of the territory shall be entrusted to your command, Su Fang declared. Thank you for your trust, my lord, Yu Fei replied earnestly. Come, let me introduce you to a formidable general. Su Fang mused that Xiang Yu's martial prowess must surely place him at the pinnacle of figures in Chinese history. The saying, Xiang Yu's valor is unmatched through the ages, is a testament to his extraordinary martial foundation. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the Siyuan, they found Xiang Yu engaged in training with a spear. Greetings, my lord, Xiang Yu exclaimed, promptly sheathing his weapon upon noticing Su Fang. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Fei. He will soon command the territory's army, and I have brought him to meet you. Here, heroes from different eras could encounter one another, not only to fight side by side but also to forge friendships and brotherhoods, a delightful prospect indeed. I am Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu observed Yu Fei, and from the latter's demeanor, he discerned that Yu Fei was no ordinary warrior. The specifics of his abilities would soon be revealed through deeds. Yu Fei. The pressure of Xiang Yu's presence weighed heavily on Yu Fei. Even if he were to exert his utmost effort, he might not be a match for this formidable opponent. Their meeting was brief, as Zhao Yun remained immersed in training and would have to wait until the following day to meet Yu Fei. Su Fang arranged for some sustenance for Yu Fei and proceeded to discuss the current state of the territory. Yu Fei listened intently, clearly contemplating strategies for training the soldiers and fortifying the territory. After their conversation, Su Fang retired for the night while Yu Fei began to rest as well. The following day marked the 5th day of a 100-fold explosion rate. Rising early, Su Fang resolved matters of commerce and discovered Yu Fei already present in the barracks. Engaging in lively conversation with Zhao Yun, Su Fang summoned the soldiers to assemble, announcing, the The primary purpose of today's gathering is to declare several positions within the territory. Subsequently, Su Fang called Yu Fei forth before the assembly, stating, "This is Yu Fei. From now on, the soldiers of the territory will be unified under his command. You are all to obey his orders without question. Is that clear?" "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. Su Fang nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Yu Fei shall henceforth be your commander, while Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun will serve as his lieutenants." "Yes." Both Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu affirmed. "Thank you for your trust, my lord." Yu Fei stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Su Fang nodded and instructed the soldiers to divide into groups and position themselves at the 4 cardinal points to prepare for the impending monster onslaught. Xiang Yu would lead a contingent to defend the north gate. Zhao Yun would command the south gate. Yu Fei would take charge of the west gate, while Su Fang himself would face the monster threat at the east gate. However, prior to this, Su Fang had prepared a set of equipment for Yu Fei, green quality gear befitting a commander of the 3 armies. "Thank you for the generous gift, my lord." Yu Fei expressed his delight. "Go forth. The territory will require your training efforts," Su Fang instructed. "Understood." Once Yu Fei donned the equipment, he proceeded to the west gate to set traps. Su Fang also dispatched Zhang San to establish traps at the east gate, and upon witnessing the sale of provisions, he began upgrading the trap camp. After reaching level 40, Su Fang summoned the remaining soldiers and directed them toward the 4 directions. "Let us go, Mao Qiu." Glancing at the time, Su Fang began his journey towards the east gate. "Roar!" Mao Qiu bellowed, now exuding the majesty of a tiger king, sporting a pair of wings, though still unable to fly. Upon reaching the east gate, Su Fang observed the soldiers, led by Zhang San, already hard at work digging various traps. Standing atop the watchtower, Su Fang took out his binoculars to survey the distance. In the live broadcast room of the 9 Provinces Star, another new day dawns. It remains to be seen how many lords will be eliminated today. Many have learned to set traps in advance. Perhaps not too many will face elimination. What abilities does the hero summoned by Su Fang possess that warrants such significant trust, entrusting him with command of the army? Who can say? Nevertheless, Su Fang's discerning eye remains sharp, and we ought to place our faith in him. With half an hour remaining, one wonders how many monsters will emerge today. Chapter 97, The Catapult Blueprint. With half an hour to spare, Su Fang returned to the territory after assessing the situation outside, entering the black market. He perused the new offerings of the day. Before him lay a blueprint. The specifics of the blueprint required further inspection. Item: Catapult Blueprint. Quality: white. Description: requires 100 units of wood, 10 units of hemp rope, and 10 units of copper ore, and can only be crafted by a carpenter. Selling price: 1,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the news, Su Fang was momentarily taken aback. The object in question was, astonishingly, a catapult. Numerous individuals had been transported to the Lord's continent, many of whom were adept in various skills. However, if they wished to construct anything without blueprints and the requisite vocational skills, their creations would merely resemble toys, utterly impractical for use. The principles of a catapult were well known, and many could even build rudimentary versions. Yet, lacking blueprints and professional expertise rendered their efforts futile. No matter how skillfully crafted, Su Fang had previously witnessed individuals attempting to manufacture gunpowder. They understood the formulas and materials involved. Yet the gunpowder they produced was incapable of igniting, let alone exploding. After hearing the lamentations of one such individual, everyone abandoned the notion of creating gunpowder, cannons, or even firearms, recognizing the futility of such endeavors. Su Fang had long noted the grievances expressed in the chat channels and was acutely aware of the immense value of this blueprint. He would have purchased it for 1,000 gold coins without hesitation. Even for 10,000 gold coins, he would have acquired it without a second thought. Without delay, Su Fang procured the blueprint and summoned a soldier of golden quality from his territory, instructing him to learn the carpentry skill. He then entrusted the blueprint to him, assigning several others with carpentry skills as assistants to expedite the construction of the catapult. In a world devoid of cannons, a catapult represented the pinnacle of weaponry for this era. The rarity of this blueprint justified Su Fang's decision to have a golden quality soldier learn its intricacies. Though he was uncertain how long the construction of the catapult would take, he knew that once it was completed, the safety of his territory would be significantly enhanced. In the live broadcast of the JoJo Star, viewers gasped in astonishment at the revelation of the catapult blueprint, pondering what other wonders the black market store might hold. Thankfully, only one item appeared each day. Had multiple items surfaced, the potential strength of Su Fang's territory would have been unfathomable. This was indeed a catapult, an undeniably strategic weapon. Yet, even with a catapult, if the strength of the territory was lacking, it would all be in vain. Su Fang could almost envision the devastation the catapult would unleash upon the monsters. He eagerly anticipated the moment of its construction. Half an hour swiftly passed, and at precisely 8 o'clock, all the lords of the Lord's continent beheld the monstrous horde advancing towards their territories. After instructing the golden soldier to commence construction on the catapult, Su Fang returned to the eastern gate. Today, his confidence swelled, as he felt better prepared. bolstered by an abundance of arrows which amplified his ranged attack capabilities. Here they come. Through his telescope, Su Fang observed a vast throng of monsters approaching the territory. Although the exact number was indeterminate, it was undoubtedly far greater than the previous day. The JoJo Star viewers were equally taken aback, witnessing the dense swarm of monsters outside Su Fang's territory. The disparity between his horde and those of others became increasingly evident. The number of monsters surrounding Su Fang's territory consistently outnumbered those of his peers by several times. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Su Fang remained resolute. The foremost monsters were all of level 10 or lower, steadily advancing towards the territory, falling into various traps, only to be trampled to death by their brethren. The monsters filled the traps in droves, yet their sheer quantity was staggering. Su Fang had meticulously marked the maximum range of his archers. As the monsters entered the designated firing zone, he commanded, "Fire!" Whoosh! Arrows rained down as soldiers unleashed their volleys, drawing their bows repeatedly without the need for precise aim. As the density of the monsters rendered stray shots inconsequential, a torrential downpour of arrows claimed countless lives among the monsters, who were swiftly crushed underfoot by the advancing horde. The supply of arrows remained ample. The abundant bamboo in the territory facilitated considerable production, supplemented by Su Fang's own acquisitions. Each soldier was equipped with no fewer than 20 arrows, and once they had exhausted their ammunition, the number of monsters outside would dwindle significantly. Each meter the monsters advanced exacted a heavy toll. Through his telescope, Su Fang noted that the number of monsters had approximately doubled since the previous day, at least 10,000 in total. With 4 directions combined, that amounted to a staggering 40,000 monsters. Other territories would likely face utter despair under such circumstances. Moreover, Su Fang spotted a level 15 green boss among the throng, a creature that posed no threat to him whatsoever. The viewers of JoJo Star were left in shock, unable to fathom that the number of monsters surrounding Su Fang's territory had increased by an entire magnitude. 10,000 monsters was an alarming figure. This was merely the count from one direction. The other 3 were likely to present similar numbers. Could Su Fang withstand 40,000 monsters? Yet, he had prepared thoroughly. Faith in him was paramount. Su Fang's territory boasted a far greater monster count than others. Most territories faced only a few thousand, with some lords contending with fewer than 1,000. Prepare, Su Fang commanded, observing the monsters closing in. He instructed the frontline soldiers, armed with shields, to brace themselves. Then turned to the rear ranks, declaring, "Throw." The soldiers, ready with sharpened bamboo poles, hurled them at the approaching monsters. A deluge of bamboo rained down, inflicting significant casualties upon the forefront of the horde, with many monsters impaled and nailed to the ground. Countless creatures fell under the onslaught, yet they pressed forward. As the monsters neared the territory, the death toll had reached staggering heights. Charge! Su Fang was the first to engage. His valor unmatched as he pierced a monster's body with a single thrust of his spear, swiftly withdrawing it. The spear danced like a dragon, striking with relentless ferocity at the surrounding foes. Behind him, the formidable Mao Chio leaped into action, pouncing upon the monsters and delivering a crushing blow that obliterated their heads. Its strength was formidable as it barreled through the horde, mercilessly dispatching one monster after another. The might of the tiger was unstoppable. A fearsome roar echoed through the air as Mao Chio unleashed its inherent regal power, joining forces with Su Fang to vanquish the monsters before them. Chapter 98. The Healer. The soldiers behind Su Fang surged forward along the path he had carved, tearing through the monsters and eliminating them one by one. The enemy's numbers dwindled. Though casualties were inevitable, war was a brutal affair, and survival was not guaranteed. The sheer volume of monsters outside Su Fang's territory was overwhelming, with at least 10,000 in each direction. While many had fallen to traps, arrows, and hurled bamboo, the remaining monsters still required their personal engagement. Each direction boasted only around 400 soldiers, tasked with slaying foes that vastly outnumbered them. Yet, each direction also had a powerful individual leading the charge. Whether it be Su Fang, Zhao Yun, Xiang Yu, or Yu Fei, they were all formidable warriors, their attributes formidable, and under their command, the monsters continued to fall. As the monsters assaulted the territory, many lords found their domains ravaged, their crystals shattered. At this moment, individuals are being transported back to the 9 provinces planet incessantly. Although these lords harbor deep reluctance and are loath to depart from the Lord's continent, they have ultimately succumbed to failure and been eliminated, unable to continue acquiring various resources on the continent. Despite being sent back to the 9 provinces, the enhancements gained from their leveling up still remain. However, having left the Lord's continent, their ability to grow stronger has been effectively curtailed. The chat channel is abuzz with many celebrating their successful elimination of monsters and the completion of yet another day. Yet countless monsters still roam outside Su Fang's territory. Su Fang and his soldiers are still embroiled in a bloody battle. A multitude of online spectators are rallying behind Su Fang, firmly believing in his capacity to vanquish these creatures. It is merely a matter of time. At long last, Su Fang confronted the formidable boss, the fluffy companion. Faster than Su Fang, let out a furious roar and lunged at the boss with determination. Trusting in the capability of his companion, Su Fang chose not to intervene. Having reached level 20, the companion, both in quality and level, far surpassed the boss, which stood no chance against it. The boss was swiftly subdued, crushed to the ground by the companion, and after a few moments, was dispatched. Su Fang was rewarded with 30 points of reputation. Though the experience gained from slaying monsters was to be shared with his companion, the latter also received an additional 20 experience points upon the kill. Thus, Su Fang's accrued experience was substantial, and he leveled up once more in a short span. Level has increased to 24, granting 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Upon leveling up, Su Fang promptly allocated his attribute points and fused 2 white Baroque buildings, depleting some of his mental energy. Having completed these tasks, he charged once again into battle against the monsters. The number of foes dwindled, and although the soldiers had expended considerable stamina, they had consumed various golden quality foods, enabling a swift recovery. Many of these soldiers belonged to the ambush camp, possessing strong attributes that allowed them to endure intense combat. As they vanquished monsters, they also leveled up, restoring their bodies to peak condition with each advancement, making the ongoing battle manageable despite the multitude of foes. After more than 2 hours of relentless fighting, the monsters were finally eradicated. Su Fang instructed his soldiers to tidy the battleground and casually surveyed the area, discovering a plethora of equipment scattered about, though there were few skill books. Once the soldiers completed their cleanup, Su Fang amassed over 1 million gold coins. More than 500 pieces of equipment, dozens of life skill books, 6 combat skill books, 3 equipment blueprints, and 2 building blueprints. To Su Fang's surprise, in addition to these items, a wealth of resources had been dropped. These monsters yielded various materials such as wood, stone, and iron ore. This must be a special drop rate reward for the day. The total amount of resources collected exceeded several tens of thousands of units, a mere fraction of his haul from this location. Su Fang gathered everything and returned to his territory. Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Yu Fei had also concluded their battles, organizing the spoils for Su Fang's review. Despite the sheer number of monsters they faced, their gains were equally significant. A rough tally revealed that they secured over 2,000 pieces of assorted equipment, including more than 50 green quality items. They also acquired over 100 life skill books, 32 combat skill books, 15 equipment blueprints, and 10 building blueprints. Notably, among the green combat skill books was one for Fireball, a skill exclusive to spellcasting professions. Furthermore, they discovered the life profession of physician. Su Fang had previously collected a unique life skill, that of alchemist. The roles of physician and alchemist differ. Though Su Fang remains unclear on the specifics, he has already instructed the soldiers in its study. The alchemist requires potion recipe blueprints to concoct various potions, but Su Fang has yet to secure any such recipes. In contrast, the physician can identify basic herbs and provide first aid to injured soldiers. This skill is undeniably useful. Though Su Fang has only obtained one such role, the gold coins collected were substantial, totaling over 450,000, allowing Su Fang to procure numerous items, particularly for the repair of damaged equipment. In addition to the gold, the gathered resources such as wood, stone, and iron ore amounted to approximately 100,000 units. Su Fang distributed the equipment among his soldiers, ensuring that each received at least 3 pieces, with many obtaining 4. However, assembling a complete set of equipment will still require considerable time. A complete set consists of 6 pieces: weapon, helmet, armor, gauntlets, trousers, and boots. Other types of equipment are not currently on Su Fang's radar. Even Su Fang has only acquired a single additional ring, making the scarcity of such jewelry evident. Even the boss had not dropped any, leaving the source of such items a mystery. Upon inspecting the soul hall, Su Fang noted that the soul points had accumulated to over 45,000. Unfortunately, he can only summon 2 souls per day, with a requisite interval of 12 hours between each summoning. Su Fang upgraded this building to level 20, extending the range for soul point absorption by an additional kilometer. He still has 653 soul points remaining. Yu Fei has already organized the soldiers to continue hunting monsters for leveling purposes, causing the quantity of soul points to fluctuate continuously. With the potential for extra resource rewards from monster hunting today, Su Fang hopes to gather even more materials. He continues to acquire various buildings, with a particular desire for Baroque building blueprints to fuse into a golden quality Baroque. Unfortunately, no one is selling such blueprints. After addressing matters within his territory, Su Fang set out with his men to hunt monsters. Heavenly Dao notification, Tianshan Tong Lao Lord. The second individual worldwide to upgrade a building to level 40. Reward: 6,000 gold coins, 60 reputation points, 30 free attribute points, and a lucky draw opportunity. Chapter 99. Su Fang the Biologist. Congratulations, Su Fang. Upon witnessing Tianshan Tong Lao receive a Heavenly Dao reward, felt a surge of joy for his friend. He promptly sent a message, knowing he could procure more resource rewards from these individuals at considerably lower prices. This was a prearranged agreement, as the benefits derived from these buildings were immensely advantageous for them. making them willing to sell at prices beneath market value. Such an arrangement constitutes a fair trade. Otherwise, Su Fang would not have sold them the buildings. Though the buildings themselves may lack significant utility, they serve excellently for obtaining heavenly Dao rewards. Tianshan Tonglao was indeed pleased. The purchase of this building was unquestionably worthwhile. Although she must also make considerable sacrifices, the additional attribute point rewards are invaluable and cannot be bought. Hurry and level up to claim the remaining rewards. One can never be sure if others might also receive similar rewards, Su Fang advised. I understand. I am already gathering materials and believe I can reach level 50 today, Tianshan Tonglao responded, fully aware of her own limitations compared to Su Fang's financial prowess, relying instead on her soldiers to gather resources. After exchanging pleasantries, several friends inquired when Su Fang might next eliminate a wild camp, expressing their eagerness to purchase such buildings. However, Su Fang was unaware of the location of the next campsite. It was not something one could stumble upon like a common cabbage. They could only hope that Su Fang would encounter the subsequent wilderness camp sooner rather than later. As for them, even if they did come across one, they lacked the strength to mount an attack. Zhao Yun had already tasked dozens of soldiers to replace the frontline soldiers at yesterday's orc encampment, where the soil resources were of utmost importance and required daily excavation. After all, such resource-rich locations refresh daily, so there was no fear of exhausting them. However, only 20 individuals could work there at once. Any more would be unmanageable. Su Fang estimated that they could extract over 10,000 units of soil resources in a single day. While that sounded substantial, it would only elevate their current farmland by a single level. Nevertheless, he would gather additional resources from others, managing to upgrade it by 2 levels daily, which was not too shabby, considering their current farmland structure was of blue quality, yielding 4 plots of land per level gained. If they could elevate the quality of the farmland to purple, they would acquire 8 plots per level. Yet, obtaining farmland structures was no easy feat. They were exceedingly rare and could only be acquired through specific means, one of which was eliminating wilderness encampments, with lotteries also offering a chance. Su Fang, accompanied by his soldiers, set out once more to clear new land. Zhao Yun, Yu Fei, Xiangyu, and Su Fang all had clear goals for their endeavors, each heading in a different direction, expanding outward from their territory. Su Fang continued eastward, swiftly dispatching minor creatures encountered along the way until they arrived at a new area. This region had yet to be explored, as evidenced by the numerous treasure chests they encountered, which yielded a wealth of resources, including various types of wood and stone, all presenting in units of 100. The monsters here were around levels 16 to 20. After a prolonged hunt, Su Fang discovered a white boss at level 18, whose strength was rather lacking and was swiftly defeated by Mao Xiao. This encounter yielded a green-quality pet chest piece, bringing great joy to Mao Xiao, who now possessed 4 claws, 3 leg guards, and 1 chest piece. As for the other equipment slots for pet gear, Su Fang remained uncertain, but speculated that at least a helmet was among them. Thus far, Su Fang had only encountered blue-quality bosses, and it appeared that a higher level was required to see those of purple quality. Level increased to 25, awarded 10 free attribute points, and 1 skill point. He leveled up once more. Su Fang immediately allocated his attribute points and resumed merging structures. His mental energy seemed perpetually insufficient, as an abundance of items awaited his fusion. The essential corn seeds could not be neglected. Golden food was the principal source for resource exchanges, and the rapid upgrades of various structures within the territory were entirely due to this golden food. After vanquishing the monsters in this area, Su Fang commenced the search for creatures in the next zone. Indeed, he soon stumbled upon a new type of monster, level 25. Monster, piercing beast. Quality, green. Level, 25. Skill, burrowing. Description, enjoys digging, loves to excavate, and prefers to hide underground. These monsters seemed quite promising. Upon witnessing them, Su Fang suddenly conceived an idea and instructed his soldiers, do not kill them, merely injure them. I have grand designs. Glancing at his tame skill, he felt confident of success, especially since his level now matched that of the piercing beasts. With their high levels and green quality, Su Fang took the initiative, attacking one of the beasts, sending it flying with a spear thrust, followed by a powerful punch. Bam! The piercing beast was slammed against a tree. Su Fang's strength was overwhelming, rendering these creatures no match for him. He swiftly approached and began employing his taming technique. Taming failed. After expending a bit of mental energy and failing to tame the creature, he persisted, ultimately succeeding on the 3rd attempt. Taming successful. You have successfully tamed a piercing beast. At last, he succeeded. The tamed piercing beast was not a pet, but he could only tame one due to skill restrictions, unless he upgraded his tame skill. It was reasonable to think that if this skill allowed unlimited taming, one could potentially assemble a massive army of monsters, akin to a summoner. However, Su Fang's ambitions extended beyond mere taming. He harbored grander aspirations. Thus, he approached another piercing beast that had been surrounded and struck it hard, rendering it unconscious. He then commanded his tamed piercing beast, come here. The tamed creature eagerly scampered over to Su Fang's side. Observing his ample mental energy, He began the fusion process with the unconscious piercing beast. As Su Fang's mental energy waned, a radiant glow enveloped both creatures. Viewers in the JoJo Star Planet livestream were captivated. Could it be? Su Fang was attempting to fuse even this. Was this considered a legal fusion? If Su Fang were to become a biologist, he could probably resurrect prehistoric dinosaurs. Would he succeed? If he could complete the fusion, wouldn't the quality of this piercing beast elevate to blue? This was a live demonstration of biological research on the Lord's continent, and everyone was keenly watching, eager to see if he would succeed. If so, could Su Fang continuously upgrade the quality of this piercing beast? Fortunately, this ability required mental energy. Without such a limitation, Su Fang might truly become invincible. The thought of such a terrifying capability left everyone amazed and filled with anticipation as they longed to witness his success. As the brilliance intensified, Su Fang's mental energy continued to deplete. Chapter 100, Fusion, Purple Quality. As the two beams of light converged, all eyes in the live stream fixated on the figure of the piercing beast. Fusion resulted in a blue-quality piercing beast. Success! Su Fang exclaimed in astonishment. He then gazed at the piercing beast, now radiating a blue aura and significantly larger than before, with its armor now reinforced. Eagerly, Su Fang examined the details of this piercing beast. Monster, piercing beast. Quality, blue. Level, 25. Skill, burrowing. Description, enjoys digging, loves to excavate, and prefers to hide underground. This is a tamed piercing beast that has undergone mutation, evolving into blue quality. Specific details were not visible, as it was not a pet. However, Su Fang had successfully demonstrated that his fusion ability could apply even to living monsters. He then turned his gaze toward Mao Qiu, a smile gracing his face. Mao Qiu, merely a purple quality pet, could become a golden quality creature through fusion, greatly enhancing its power. Mao Qiu adorably smiled back at Su Fang, blissfully unaware of his thoughts. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Witnessing the successful fusion of the blue quality piercing beast, they marveled at Su Fang's extraordinary talent. Could he truly fuse all monsters into higher qualities? My goodness, if monsters could fuse, could soldiers be fused as well? The fusion process demands a considerable expenditure of mental energy. One must ponder how much mental fortitude Su Fang possesses to merge those soldiers. Even if he were capable of fusion, he still needs to integrate various golden seeds and architectural blueprints daily, leaving him with scant mental resources to dedicate to the merging of soldiers. Nonetheless, Su Fang's innate talent is undeniably formidable. I harbor suspicions that he might intend to manipulate the adorable Fluffball. Alas, my poor Fluffball is destined to be transformed by its master. Woe is me. Su Fang, please spare my beloved Fluffball. Even if Su Fang wishes to enhance the Fluffball's quality, he must first elevate the caliber of the piercing beast to purple before that can occur. Merging two green quality monsters demands a significant amount of mental energy, specifically, a full 100 points. Su Fang simply does not possess such reserves for extravagant expenditure and must proceed with caution. However, Su Fang managed to incapacitate another green quality piercing beast, expending 100 mental points to fuse it with a blue quality piercing beast. Although the quality of this beast did not improve, its size increased considerably, and its strength augmented as well, with a more pronounced blue aura enveloping it. Upon checking his mental energy, Su Fang found it had dwindled to below 100 points. He awaited the restoration of his mental energy, resolved to enhance the Fluffball's quality today. There remained a plethora of piercing beasts in this area. So Su Fang commanded the Fluffball and the tamed piercing beast, go forth and slay the monsters. Together, the Fluffball and the piercing beast charged into the throng of monsters. The blue quality piercing beast boasted a power level 1 to 2 times that of its green counterparts, and with the Fluffball in tow, these creatures had no hope of escape. Should any piercing beast attempt to flee, the blue quality beast would burrow underground to drag them out and dispatch them. With such a formidable ally, the remaining piercing beasts could only resign themselves to their fate, especially since one among them had betrayed their ranks. Su Fang led his soldiers in a thorough cleansing of the nearby monsters, uncovering numerous treasure chests and accumulating abundant resources, along with several pieces of equipment. He then spotted a level 25 blue quality piercing beast boss, accompanied by a bronze treasure chest, and surrounded by over 100 green quality ordinary piercing beasts. Monster, piercing beast leader boss. Quality, blue. Level, 25. Skills, burrowing, iron armor spike. Description, the leader of the piercing beasts, possessing formidable combat prowess. In terms of size, Su Fang's tamed piercing beast was comparable to the boss, yet he discerned that its combat strength fell short of the boss's. Perfectly timed. If he were to fuse with this boss, it could potentially transform into a purple quality piercing beast, allowing the Fluffball to evolve once more. Su Fang instructed the Fluffball and his tamed piercing beast, charge forth and bring down that boss. With a roar, they complied. With the Fluffball in their ranks, the boss stood no chance against them. As for the multitude of lesser monsters, Su Fang remained unconcerned. His hundreds of soldiers could easily handle them. He advanced himself, engaging the piercing beasts directly. With a sweep of his lance, he sent 2 flying, and with a thrust, he pierced one through with his immense strength. Su Fang's might was overwhelming. These creatures had no hope of matching him. As the number of monsters dwindled, Su Fang's experience steadily increased. The fluffball and the piercing beast soon found themselves before the boss, launching their assault. The battle commenced, and from the onset, the boss was swiftly dominated by the fluffball, with the piercing beast providing support, leading to the boss being overwhelmed and suffering significant damage. As the surrounding lesser monsters sought to assist, Su Fang had already reached them, dispatching them one by one, ensuring no interruptions to the fluffball's fight until the boss was thoroughly subdued, ultimately being bitten on the neck by the fluffball. On the verge of defeat, Fluffball, step aside. The fluffball obediently released its grip, allowing Su Fang to advance and deliver a decisive punch to the boss's head. The boss succumbed to unconsciousness, having been unjustly bullied by these foes. Su Fang commenced the fusion of the boss with the piercing beast. 2 beams of light enveloped them once more, and as they merged into one, the piercing beast underwent a transformation. It grew even larger than the previous boss, and its strength significantly increased, now radiating a purple aura. Upon inspection, Su Fang discovered that this piercing beast had indeed become a boss. Monster, piercing beast boss. Quality, purple. Level, 28. Skills, burrowing, iron armor spike. Description, fond of digging. Enjoys excavating, and prefers to hide underground. This is a tamed piercing beast that has mutated and evolved into a purple quality. Excellent, what a splendid surprise. Su Fang noted that his mental energy had dwindled to a mere 10 points, necessitating a wait for recovery before proceeding. The fusion of the blue quality piercing beast boss had consumed 120 points of his mental energy. To merge 2 purple quality pets, he believed he must fully restore his mental energy to avoid the risk of failure due to insufficient reserves. Chapter 101, Ancient White Tiger. The monsters hunted by the piercing beasts also granted Su Fang half of the experience, creating a reluctance within him to dissolve the piercing beast. However, should he wish to do so in the future, he could still fuse it into another. To enhance the fluffball's strength, sacrificing this piercing beast was entirely worthwhile. Heavenly Tao Prompt. Lonely Cigarette Lord, the 3rd person in the world to upgrade a building to level 40. Rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 50 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and 1 lucky draw opportunity. Lonely Cigarette successfully upgraded their building to level 40, albeit at a slower pace than Tianshan Tonglao, which pleased Su Fang, who sent his blessings, delighting the recipient. Su Fang continued to hunt monsters, and with the assistance of the piercing beast and fluffball, his experience points soared, leading to another swift level up. Level increased to 26, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Surprised by the unexpected level up, Su Fang quickly allocated his attribute points and turned his attention to the fluffball and piercing beast, ready to initiate their fusion. Observing Su Fang finally turning his attention to the fluffball, the viewers in the livestream eagerly anticipated the new attributes that would emerge post-fusion. 2 beams of light enveloped the piercing beast and the fluffball. Su Fang's mental energy was rapidly depleting as he opted to fuse the piercing beast while preserving the fluffball. After expending over 200 points of mental energy, the 2 beams finally merged into one. Fusion resulted in the golden quality pet, Ancient White Tiger Fluffball. The radiance surrounding the fluffball began to shift, indicating its evolution to golden quality. Not only had its quality transformed, but its species and appearance had also changed. Its fur had become as white as snow, exuding a majestic and striking presence. Its wings had grown larger, and the stripes more pronounced, while its body had increased significantly in size. Ancient White Tiger. Su Fang was taken aback upon receiving the notification and immediately inspected the fluffball's attributes. Pet, Ancient White Tiger. Name, Fluffball. Quality, Golden. Level, 28. Strength, 21841. Constitution, 15215. Stamina, 15210. Agility, 18625. Mental, 55. Magic Defense, 3010. Physical Defense, 5016. Fortune, 30. Talent, 50. Skills, Blue Heavy Claw Strike LV20, White Iron Armor Spike LV1. Remarkable. After the quality of the fur ball transformed into a golden hue, Su Fang took a glance and noted substantial changes in its fundamental attributes, which had improved significantly. It had indeed grown considerably stronger, even rising 2 levels above Su Fang. Furball. Upon calling its name, the furball dashed towards Su Fang with an impressive speed, much faster than before, and now fully capable of serving as a mount. The furball nuzzled its head affectionately against Su Fang, who stroked its head, delighted to see its strength enhanced with the quality upgrade. Su Fang, feeling satisfied, glanced at the time and sought out a group of monsters, instructing the furball. Let us see how much your strength has increased. With a roar, the furball flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind as it sprinted swiftly into the midst of the monsters, its claws relentlessly attacking them. In less than a minute, the furball had hunted down over a dozen monsters, each above level 20. Indeed, its power had significantly amplified, and Su Fang was quite pleased. Can you fly now? Su Fang inquired. The furball nodded and took to the air, only to collide with a tree the next moment. Everyone, although it had gained the ability to fly, its control was lacking, necessitating further practice. The furball shook its head and flashed an embarrassed grin towards Su Fang, as if acknowledging its own folly. This endearing scene elicited laughter from everyone in the live stream. No worries, take your time. There's no rush, Su Fang reassured. He continued leading the soldiers and slaying monsters while the furball practiced flying, occasionally crashing into trees but remaining determined to learn. Observing his soldiers. Most had reached around level 22, with some attaining level 24. The day had been fruitful, and as night approached, Su Fang began the journey back. However, this time, he rode atop the furball's back, no longer needing to walk. The furball navigated through the jungle with impressive speed, though it had yet to master flying. Its ground speed was remarkably swift. As Su Fang sat upon the furball, soaring past obstacles and leaping over pits, countless viewers felt envious. They longed for a pet as powerful and adorable, but alas, only Su Fang possessed such a creature. None could rival even the pet of Tianshan Tonglao in cuteness. Upon reaching the outskirts of his territory, Su Fang found the soldiers had amassed a considerable amount of materials, all piled together for him to collect. He gathered these resources and, after returning to his territory, commenced upgrading the ambush camp. Gold 10, 500, wood 10, 500, ambush camp level 1, current level LV 41. Gold 15, 000, wood 15, 000, ambush camp level 1, current level LV 50. With the upgrade complete, Su Fang began summoning soldiers, calling forth every available one. Building, ambush camp. Quality, golden unique. Level, LV 50. Next level requires 16,000 gold, 16,000 wood. Special attributes, all soldier attributes 20. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon one soldier. Currently able to summon 150,000. Following this, he began selling equipment and golden food while casually checking the chat channel for any valuable items for sale. There were indeed materials available, but the prices exceeded those in the marketplace. It was more prudent for Su Fang to purchase from the trading channel. A considerable amount of materials had surfaced today, with many sellers on the trading channel, and even Su Fang's store had acquired a significant amount, though still insufficient to meet his consumption needs. After a while, Zhao Yun, Yu Fei, and Xiang Yu returned, sharing their experiences along the way and bringing back an abundance of equipment, resources, blueprints, and more. Most importantly, Yu Fei had discovered a stone quarry. Excellent. Another resource site uncovered. We must send people to excavate it. Su Fang promptly summoned dozens of soldiers, equipping them with pickaxes, and set off toward the quarry Yu Fei had found. Upon arrival, Su Fang constructed a stone fence and a wooden house to facilitate the soldiers' material excavation. From now on, Su Fang would only need to collect stone from this location. With the fur ball as his mount, Su Fang moved swiftly, and before night fully enveloped the land. He visited the soil materials site, delivering ample food to the soldiers and transporting the excavated soil back to his territory. Chapter 102, A Step Closer to Friendship. After transporting the soil materials back to the territory, Su Fang indulged in a delicious meal. The fur ball had developed a fondness for roasted meat ever since tasting it. It had become insatiable for meat, boasting a hearty appetite. The territory had an abundance of meat, as many soldiers had learned the gathering skill, enabling them to procure substantial meat daily. However, they had ceased collecting from low-level monsters, focusing solely on the meat of higher-tier creatures. Carefully considering the type of monster before gathering, Su Fang engaged in another transaction with Tianshan Tonglao, acquiring a substantial amount of soil, and received additional soil materials from other friends. Coupled with over 10,000 soil resources recovered by his shop today, he now possessed a significant stockpile. Arriving at the farmland, Su Fang initiated an upgrade. Gold 9, 600, soil 9, 600, farmland level 1, current level LV 39. Gold 9, 600, soil 9, 600, farmland level 1, current level LV 45. Building, farmland. Quality, blue. Level, LV 45. Next level requires 13,000 gold, 13,000 soil. Description, land suitable for cultivating crops. Su Fang's territory now boasted 180 plots of land for cultivating various crops. After completing the upgrade of the farmland, he distributed the fused golden quality banana seeds to the soldiers for planting. Visiting the hen house and cow shed, Su Fang discovered the hens were indeed female and capable of laying eggs, but they would require a day's time to do so. As for the cows in the cow shed, they were indeed dairy cows. If they were not, their utility would be limited, as there were monster variants outside from which they could gather beef. However, dairy cows were invaluable as they could produce milk, providing nourishment for the soldiers. Su Fang contemplated upgrading this building with other structures to enhance its efficacy. Checking his mental energy, Su Fang still had plenty. He took out a white-quality wooden house to fuse with the hen house. As the two lights merged, Su Fang was delighted to discover it was indeed possible. Had he known this, he would not have needed to acquire more barracks buildings. My abilities are extraordinary, akin to cheating, Su Fang exclaimed. Not only did he believe this, but the inhabitants of the Jojo planet had long regarded Su Fang's talent as excessively potent, bordering on cheating. The ability to fuse different types of buildings rendered it nearly impossible for other lords to compete. Regrettably, the other lords remain oblivious to Su Fang's formidable talents. Even if they were aware, what could they possibly do? Would they willingly choose to depart from the Lord's continent? The Lord's continent brims with infinite possibilities. None of them wish to leave, as ambition courses through each of their veins. Many aspire to transform their territories into empires, to forge powerful nations. How could they ever contemplate leaving this land so easily? Fusion into a green quality chicken coop. If only my mental power were in the tens of thousands. Su Fang increasingly realized that his mental power was woefully insufficient. Upon discovering his ability to fuse two distinct structures, he resolved to further merge into a higher quality barracks. The number of soldiers within his territory was indeed too few, and faced with an ever-increasing tide of monsters and dangers, Su Fang required more soldiers to confront the impending crises. For a territory to flourish, a substantial population is essential. Only with a large populace can one pursue various ambitions. Su Fang consumed surplus buildings to initiate the fusion of higher quality structures. Once his mental power was depleted, he cast a gaze towards the chat channel to see if any valuable opportunities awaited him. Heavenly Dao prompt, Tianshan Tonglao Lord. You are the second person in the world to upgrade a building to level 50, earning a reward of 10,000 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and 30 free attribute points, along with a lucky draw opportunity. Tianshan Tonglao once again received a reward from the Heavenly Dao, prompting Su Fang to extend his congratulations. Yet it was Su Fang who garnered her gratitude. If it weren't for you selling me this building, I would not have received these rewards, remarked Tianshan Tonglao. As a condition of our exchange, your soil materials are priced at 70 of the market rate, and you supply no less than 10,000 units daily. In the long run, I am not at a loss either, Su Fang replied. The first reward had already been claimed by Su Fang. The second and third rewards would eventually be claimed by others, so it was prudent to trade this building for benefits that would serve him well. This was indeed a lucrative arrangement, and Su Fang had no reason to refuse. Regardless, these Heavenly Dao rewards are due to your influence. I shall send you a photo of myself, Tianshan Tonglao declared before promptly sending Su Fang a photograph. Curiosity piqued. Su Fang opened the image to behold Tianshan Tonglao's appearance. To his surprise, she was exceptionally beautiful, particularly when she smiled, exuding an ethereal charm. A small dimple graced her left cheek, and her dark, mesmerizing eyes conveyed a sense of cool elegance without arrogance. She appeared joyful, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, clad in leather armor that lent her an air of gallant grace. She possessed a refined demeanor, reminiscent of a female general. Su Fang replied, I too am curious about your appearance. Why not send me a photo? Tianshan Tonglao suddenly suggested. Neither of them knew how far apart they were, perhaps thousands of kilometers, or even millions, or billions. It was merely a photograph, and Su Fang had no reason to decline. They had known each other for over 10 days, and had become friends. Thus, Su Fang responded, all right. He then called out to his pet, Mao Qiu, come here. The fluffy creature trotted over to Su Fang, who squatted down to take a photo together, which he sent to Tianshan Tonglao. She promptly clicked to view it. Su Fang was not the kind of person who struck one as exceptionally handsome at first glance. Rather, he had a unique charm that made one want to look closer. Is this your pet? What is its name? It appears to be a tiger, Tianshan Tonglao inquired. Its name is Mao Qiu, an ancient white tiger, Su Fang replied. An ancient white tiger? It must be a powerful pet. You are truly fortunate to have acquired such a companion. Tianshan Tonglao expressed her envy. It is merely luck. Su Fang answered modestly. Now that we have seen each other, let me formally introduce myself. I am Leng Qingyue, Tianshan Tonglao said proactively. Su Fang, he replied, adding her true name to his contacts. This was the first friend with whom he shared his real name. They conversed extensively that day, delving into topics unrelated to the world of lords. Previously, their exchanges were limited to trading materials, but today, their friendship had deepened significantly. Chapter 103, The Equipment Repository. Su Fang soon noticed someone selling a blueprint of blue quality in the world chat, and promptly added the individual as a friend. You have become friends with Do Not Slap My Face. What a fearful name. Hello, my dear tycoon. I presume you are quite interested in this blueprint. Do Not Slap My Face cheerfully declared. Please share the details of the blueprint with me, Su Fang requested. I am delighted that you find this blueprint appealing. Do Not Slap My Face responded, sending the information for Su Fang to review. Su Fang opened the blueprint's details. Item, Silver Moon Spear Blueprint. Quality, blue. Description, requires 100 silver ores, 10 gold ores, and 10 fine iron, and must be forged by someone possessing forging skills at a blacksmith's workshop. This weapon's primary material is silver ore. In addition to silver, it requires 10 units each of gold, ore, and fine iron. Su Fang possessed a considerable amount of silver ore, having previously acquired a substantial supply, with several lords as his suppliers. He also had some gold ore, though not in great quantity, leading Su Fang to realize the necessity of finding additional suppliers for gold ore. As for fine iron, it was relatively manageable, being derived from refining iron ore. However, producing 10 units of fine iron required a minimum of 100 units of iron ore. Regardless, this spear was essential for Su Fang and several martial generals, as the willow leaf spear, with its wooden shaft, was simply too lightweight. The materials for crafting the silver moon spear were challenging to gather, and it was unlikely that many lords could forge such a heavy weapon. Consequently, the demand for this blueprint was minimal, and Su Fang was unperturbed by competition. He inquired, "What price do you seek for it?" 50,000 gold coins. Do Not Slap My Face proposed a relatively reasonable price. However, Su Fang was adamant that he would not engage in a transaction at that rate and promptly countered. 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins? This is a blueprint of blue quality. You are offering such a low price. There are hardly any blue quality blueprints available at this stage. Do Not Slap My Face exclaimed. Su Fang, having his own rationale, responded after hearing the other's objections. You must have reviewed this blueprint. It primarily consists of silver ore. This weapon is a heavy weapon. Who do you think can wield such a piece of equipment? The other party grasped the situation. It was precisely because the equipment crafted from this blueprint was too heavy that it garnered little interest. Do Not Slap My Face would not have only set the price at 50,000 gold coins otherwise. If it were a standard weapon blueprint, the price would have been no less than 100,000 gold coins. How about this? Half price, 25,000 gold coins. After all, it is a blueprint of blue quality, Do Not Slap My Face proposed. Keeping the blueprint would serve no purpose for Do Not Slap My Face. It was far more practical to sell it for gold coins. 12,000 gold coins, Su Fang countered. Add a bit more, Do Not Slap My Face replied. That would be 12,001 gold coins, Su Fang replied. Don't slap my face. Oh, you actually added a bit more when I asked you to. Ultimately, after negotiations between both parties, Su Fang purchased the blueprint of blue quality for 15,000 gold coins. With the blueprint in hand, Su Fang approached Zhang Shi at the blacksmith shop and instructed, have someone study this blueprint and forge 6 weapons as soon as possible. 1 each for me, Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Yu Fei, while the remaining 2 will serve as backups. Upon examining the blueprint, Zhang Shi exclaimed in astonishment. A blueprint for the blue quality silver moon spear. Recovering from his shock, he promptly assured Su Fang, rest assured, my lord, I will forge this weapon for you as swiftly as possible. Yes, I only require 6 for now. I will inform you if I need more in the future. Su Fang concluded before departing. He considered that gold ore could also be utilized for equipping, and thus announced in the world chat, Huaxia Treasure Shop is purchasing gold ore. Friends can directly throw it in for recycling. Those with large quantities can engage in long-term trade. Feel free to leave a message. After sending the message, Su Fang glanced at the chat channel. Gold ore? Has the wealthy magnate begun to acquire this commodity? Surely he does not intend to refine gold coins. Do you believe the heavenly path would permit others to refine gold coins? Such notions are utterly preposterous. It is likely that some equipment requires gold ore. In the Lord's continent, refining gold ore is solely for crafting purposes. I opened a treasure chest today and exchanged for 100 units of gold coins, which is quite decent. The wealthy magnate added me. There are 100,000 gold mines near my territory. I possess 10 million gold mines in my domain. You should add me too. As Su Fang perused the world messages, he noticed that the shop had acquired a considerable amount of gold ore. Currently, gold ore was not being collected by anyone, and many held onto it without knowing when they might use it. Seeing Su Fang's acquisition, they flocked to his shop. Noticing that Su Fang's price was 20 gold coins per unit, which seemed reasonable, they proceeded to sell their ore to him. Wood and stone remained rather scarce, with market prices stabilizing around 15 gold coins per unit. However, silver ore had no buyers, currently priced at 10 gold coins per unit, prompting Su Fang to begin collecting it in his shop as well. Gold ore was exceedingly rare and difficult to mine. If the price were too low, certainly no one would sell it. Su Fang's set price of 20 gold coins was within a reasonable range, leading many to sell to him. In a short while, Su Fang successfully acquired tens of thousands of units of gold ore. With an increasing stockpile of materials in his territory, Su Fang felt compelled to construct a dedicated warehouse for resource storage. Gold coins, 100, wood, 50, stone, 50, successfully constructed the warehouse. This warehouse was of blue quality, so Su Fang deemed it sufficient to upgrade it to level 20. The prior warehouse he constructed was merely of green quality, so he decided to merge it into a blue one. Merged into a blue quality equipment warehouse. Surprised by the mutation that had occurred, Su Fang promptly upgraded this warehouse's level to 20 and then examined the details of the equipment warehouse. Building, equipment warehouse. Quality, blue. Level, LV20. Next level requires 3,300 gold coins, 1650 wood, 1650 stone. Description: this is a place for storing equipment, effectively preventing rust and corrosion, with designated areas for various types of equipment. Having a dedicated place for storing equipment was indeed advantageous. However, This also meant that he needed to construct a warehouse for food storage. Considering the expansion of his territory, Su Fang recognized that various resources would eventually need to be stored separately, prompting him to initiate the fusion of a high-quality warehouse, merged into a green-quality warehouse blueprint, merged into a blue-quality preservation warehouse blueprint. Upon seeing this blueprint, Su Fang smiled once more and began to review its information. Chapter 104. The Emergence of the Greatest Hero of the Sui and Tang Dynasties. Item: Preservation Warehouse Blueprint. Quality: Blue. Description: Requires 100 gold coins, 50 wood, 50 stone. Similar to the standard warehouse blueprint, specific information can only be revealed upon construction. Gold coins: 100, wood, 50, stone, 50. Successfully constructed the preservation warehouse. After completion, Su Fang immediately examined the detailed information of this building. Building: Preservation Warehouse. Quality: Blue. Level: LV1. Next level requires 200 gold coins, 100 wood, 100 stone. Description: A warehouse capable of storing food, effectively preventing spoilage, dampness, mold, and deterioration, ensuring that food storage lasts longer. This building was quite impressive. Thus, the 3 warehouse constructions in the territory were fully completed, with 2 buildings undergoing transformations. 1. Equipment warehouse, for storing equipment. 1. Preservation warehouse, for various food items. And 1. Warehouse, for storing assorted materials of the territory. Moreover, all 3 warehouse buildings were of blue quality, effectively protecting these resources and equipment for an extended period. Gold coins: 200, wood: 100, stone: 100, preservation warehouse level 1, current level LV2. Gold coins: 3,000, wood: 1,500, stone: 1,500, preservation warehouse level 1, current level LV20. The soldiers of the territory gathered a substantial amount of meat daily, which Su Fang had already instructed to be processed into various jerky, now ready to be stored in the preservation warehouse. In the event of long-term expeditions, this jerky would prove invaluable. Thus, Su Fang must plan ahead for future contingencies. As the saying goes, preparation prevents difficulties, for no one can predict future events, but having ample food is always advantageous. In a territory, the most vital resource is food. With sufficient provisions, many more people can be sustained. Next is equipment. Having ample quality equipment enhances the strength of soldiers, thereby safeguarding the territory's security. Following that are resources. With an abundance of resources, the territory can be developed further and made safer, providing its inhabitants with a comfortable and pleasant living environment, fostering a sense of belonging. Once these 3 conditions are met, the next step is territory management. A territory with clear rewards and punishments can gain the hearts of its people. My lord, the golden bananas have ripened. The soldiers hurriedly reported. Excellent. Su Fang promptly proceeded to the farmland to inspect the golden bananas. Name: banana. Quality: golden. Description: upon consumption, agility increases by an additional 50 for the next 4 hours. This is a food that enhances agility. Su Fang was immensely pleased. This food would be crucial at critical moments. However, he did not intend to merge the seeds just yet, as he wished to first elevate the quality of the farmland. Currently, the farmland was of blue quality, and since Su Fang possessed a blue building for fusion, he immediately began the process with the farmland. The building in his hand transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the farmland structure before merging with it. Merged into a purple quality farmland of black soil. Another mutation occurred. Su Fang quickly observed the black soil beneath him. The previous red hue of the farmland had now turned entirely black. Furthermore, the area of the entire structure had doubled from its original size. Previously, there existed a mere 180 parcels of land. Yet now the expanse has remarkably doubled to 360. This significant increase allows Su Fang to cultivate a greater abundance of food, yielding even more bountiful harvests, and enables the acquisition of considerable profits from these golden crops. With the expansion of agricultural land, Su Fang must also deploy additional soldiers for cultivation. But every effort is undoubtedly worthwhile. Field area has increased, and the building, black soil, now boasts a quality, purple status. Level, LV45, requires 13,000 gold and 13,000 soil for the next tier. Special attributes: accelerates crop maturation time and enhances yield. Description: extremely fertile black soil, optimal cultivation significantly boosts output. The purple quality, black soil, has manifested special attributes, which are indeed quite advantageous. Su Fang produced several skill books pertaining to agricultural techniques, all of white quality, and entrusted these tomes to his soldiers. He then began the process of merging one of the farming skills. Merging green quality skill, cultivation. Due to a limited mental capacity, even after consuming a golden quality apple, it remained insufficient. Su Fang proceeded to the Soul Hall, where 12 hours had elapsed since his last summoning. Upon re-entering the Radiant Soul Hall, he approached the altar, contemplating for a considerable time before deciding upon a formidable figure to summon. As Su Fang placed his hand upon the altar, an imposing warrior materialized in his mind. A figure daring enough to challenge the world's mightiest. In that era, few could withstand a single blow from him. Congratulations. You have summoned the Golden Quality Hall hero, Li Yuanba. The preeminent hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties has now been summoned. Who is truly the mightier, the renowned Xiang Yu or the awe-inspiring Li Yuanba? From the altar emerged a remarkably handsome man, though he appeared rather gaunt overall. However, his physique was undeniably imposing. With lengthy limbs and a robust build that instilled a sense of trepidation, Li Yuanba possessed astonishing strength, likely on par with that of Xiang Yu, prompting Su Fang's curiosity regarding the superiority of these two legendary figures. Upon his emergence, Li Yuanba bowed respectfully to the Lord and inquired, "Lord, is there something to eat? I am famished." "Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Rest assured, you shall be well fed here." Su Fang observed Li Yuanba, who, despite his seemingly naive demeanor, was ill-suited for leading troops into battle. However, as a fierce warrior, he was exceptionally well-suited to serve as a bodyguard. Su Fang escorted Li Yuanba away, instructing the staff to prepare additional food to satiate his appetite. Following this, Su Fang curiously examined Li Yuanba's attributes. Name, Li Yuanba. Talent, divine strength. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the Soul Hall always possess maximum loyalty. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Strength, 45. Constitution, 44. Stamina, 44. Agility, 21. Spirit, 4. Magic defense, 10. Physical defense, 35. Luck, 5. Talent, 48. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. Li Yuanba's foundational attributes were astonishingly only 2 points less than those of Xiang Yu. Yet his spirit attribute appeared comically low at a mere 3 points. Moreover, Li Yuanba possessed a divine strength attribute, akin to Xiang Yu's celestial power, suggesting that their strengths were roughly equivalent. Chapter 105, Spirit Appleseed. Li Yuanba's strength was remarkable, wielding a rather extraordinary hammer. However, such a weapon was not readily available. Nevertheless, Su Fang recalled a wolf-toothed club obtained from defeating a previous boss, which, although inferior to the drum hammer, was suitable for Li Yuanba's use at present. Soon, the meal was prepared, and soldiers presented dish after dish, predominantly consisting of meat. Li Yuanba wasted no time, diving into the feast with gusto. Su Fang had underestimated Li Yuanba's appetite, watching in silence as the entirety of the table's bounty was consumed. Even the little fur ball fell silent, having once believed itself a hearty eater, only to discover today that there existed someone with an even greater capacity for consumption. The viewers in the live stream were astounded. Having never encountered someone with such an insatiable appetite, Li Yuanba appeared to have a modest belly, yet how could he possibly accommodate so much food? It was a question worth pondering. "Shall I prepare another table?" Su Fang inquired. "No need, my lord. This is sufficient. I am already about 80% full." Li Yuanba chuckled. Su Fang, taken aback, led Li Yuanba to the equipment library, retrieving the wolf-toothed club and stating, "For now, this is the only weapon available. Make do with it until I can procure something superior." "All right," Li Yuanba exclaimed, wielding the club with ease, remarking, "It feels too light." For someone endowed with innate divine strength like Li Yuanba, such a weapon felt akin to a mere toy. Su Fang then outfitted Li Yuanba with a complete set of green quality gear. "Thank you, my lord," Li Yuanba beamed with a smile. Subsequently, Su Fang introduced Li Yuanba to Yu Fei, Xiang Yu, and Zhao Yun. Witnessing Li Yuanba handle the wolf-toothed club with such ease, they too recognized his extraordinary prowess and deemed him remarkable. After conversing for a time, Su Fang found a room in the courtyard for Li Yuanba to reside in. As the number of military generals continued to rise, Su Fang realized it was time to upgrade the courtyard. The tile workshop had produced an ample supply of tiles, sufficient for Su Fang's upgrading needs. Gold, 200, wood, 200, stone, 200, tiles, 200, courtyard level, 1, current level, LV2. Gold, 1100, wood, 1100, stone, 1100, tiles, 1100. Courtyard level, 1, current level, LV10. Building, courtyard. Quality, purple. Level, LV10, requires 1200 gold, 1200 wood, 1200 stone, 1200 tiles for the next tier. Special attributes, significantly alleviates fatigue, enhances stamina, accelerates mental recovery, and hastens wound healing. Description: this is an exceptionally comfortable courtyard, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, exquisitely designed, with automatic moisture-proofing and pest-repelling features. With the elevation of the courtyard, S level, the entire structure expanded considerably, and the buildings became increasingly ornate, with additional rooms created, including a spacious courtyard sufficient for the generals to practice their martial skills. Su Fang then perused the world information, contacting several individuals to procure various items. Upon inspecting his shop and checking the messages, he noticed one individual had repeatedly reached out, claiming to have gold mines for sale. Su Fang promptly added the individual as a friend, and after a brief wait, the request was accepted. You have become friends with Xiao Xian selling crayons. Finally, you reached out. I thought you had temporarily ceased checking messages. Xiao Xian selling crayons messaged. I've been quite busy. Do you have gold mines? How many do you possess? Su Fang inquired. Gold mines are more challenging to extract than wood and similar resources. Currently, I can extract a maximum of 1,000 units per day. I was unaware anyone was interested, so I've only managed to extract 3,000 units over the past few days. In response, I shall claim all your future gold mines, and the price will be set at 20 gold coins. Should market prices rise, I will adjust accordingly, Su Fang remarked. I need to exchange for the golden food you possess, said Little Shin selling crayons. Only a portion can be exchanged, not the entirety, Su Fang countered. That is acceptable. As long as you can provide me with a portion each day, replied Little Shin selling crayons. The reason for their communication was indeed the golden food. After they successfully negotiated the terms of their transaction, they commenced the exchange. Su Fang managed to locate his first gold mine supplier. Although this individual was not from the Dragon Soaring Nation, Su Fang paid little heed to such matters. Among his friends, there were several foreigners, some of whom had vanished, presumably eliminated from the Lord's continent. Many lords were ousted today, though the precise number remained unknown. It was certainly no less than 100 million. With such a vast population globally, the elimination of 100 million lords did not significantly impact the overall landscape. Everyone was acutely aware that the challenges awaiting them tomorrow would be even greater, prompting Su Fang to procure a considerable amount of timber, exchanging the remaining golden food for a substantial quantity of wood. Upon reviewing his mental strength, Su Fang began to merge the green quality farming skill, merged into blue quality farming skill, merged into purple quality farming skill, merged into gold quality farming skill. Su Fang examined the specific effects of this golden quality farming skill. Skill, farming. Quality, gold. Description, accelerates crop growth and significantly increases yield, with a minuscule chance of cultivating special crops. Special crops? Su Fang felt a flicker of curiosity regarding these extraordinary plants. Given the skill's golden quality, he ultimately decided to have a blue quality soldier with high base attributes learn it, assigning him the task of cultivating these crops. The golden seeds themselves only required 2 hours to mature, but with the acquired farming skill, the growth rate could be expedited. Coupled with the black soil, which further accelerated seed growth, the time from planting a golden seed to its maturation was reduced to less than an hour. This necessitated Su Fang to merge a significant number of golden seeds to satisfy the cultivation of this black soil. At present, Su Fang had no need to upgrade the black soil, as it was already sufficiently capable of yielding a plethora of crops. What he lacked now were seeds, an abundance of seeds. He merged 2 golden quality apple seeds, and then proceeded to fuse these 2 golden apple seeds once again. Fusion successful, golden quality apple seed. Name, apple seed. Quality, gold. Description, maturation time, 1 hour. With proficient farming, it can accelerate maturation time. Su Fang continued to fuse a second-generation golden apple seed, preparing for a third fusion to assess any potential effects. Fusion successful, golden quality spirit apple seed. Name, spirit apple seed. Quality, gold. Description, maturation time, 1 hour. This is a mutated seed with remarkably unique effects. Chapter 106, Spirit Mold Fruit. After 3 fusions, this apple seed had finally mutated into the spirit apple seed. Yet, the maturation time remained unchanged, likely the shortest maturation time of all foods. This seed radiated a brilliant golden light and exuded a peculiar aura, a testament to its transformation through 3 fusions. Su Fang promptly entrusted this spirit apple seed to the soldier endowed with the golden farming skill, Zhang Qian, appointing him as the captain of the farming team, thereby delegating all farming responsibilities to him. Su Fang eagerly anticipated the surprises this seed would yield, but all that remained was to wait approximately an hour. While waiting for the spirit apple seed to mature, Su Fang browsed the trading channel in search of exceptional items. To his delight, he discovered a rather unique blueprint, a green quality hammer blueprint, which was being sold for 1,200 gold coins. Naturally, Su Fang purchased it. He intended to fuse and upgrade this blueprint further. However, his mental strength was now entirely depleted, compelling him to procure other items instead. With over 100 billion people remaining in the Lord's continent, there was an abundance of goods available for sale. Su Fang primarily sought out any particularly remarkable blueprints. And fortunately, the trading channel included a filtering system, proving to be quite user-friendly. After an extensive search, he found no extraordinary blueprints, especially among architectural blueprints, which had become increasingly scarce. Rare architectural blueprints were often hoarded, while those available for sale were merely common blueprints, each priced exorbitantly, purchases he was certainly unwilling to make. My lord, the spirit apple has matured, Zhang Qian exclaimed after a considerable time. Su Fang checked the elapsed time. Merely half an hour had passed. To his astonishment, Zhang Qian's golden farming skill had halved the maturation time of these seeds. Let us take a look, Su Fang replied, eager to discover the unique properties of the spirit apple. Upon arriving at the black soil, Su Fang beheld an apple tree unlike any other. The tree bore an abundance of glistening apples, each radiating a golden hue, and the quantity was remarkably greater, approximately double that of a standard golden apple tree. Su Fang scrutinized the attributes of these apples. Name, spirit apple. Quality, gold. Description, consuming this restores 500 mental strength within the subsequent 4 hours. Incredible. The mental strength recovery is 5-fold. Su Fang exclaimed, genuinely astounded by the formidable properties of this spirit apple. He plucked one and began to savor it. Crunch. The spirit apple was delicious, and upon consumption, it transformed into a warm surge that flooded his mind, rapidly restoring his mental strength. Indeed, the effects of this spirit apple are remarkable. I wonder what will become of it after 4 fusions. Su Fang contemplated, preparing for his next attempt. With an abundance of items awaiting fusion. Nearby, the adorable fluffball drooled at the sight, wagging its tail and gazing at Su Fang with pleading eyes. Su Fang plucked another apple and offered it to the fluffball. You little glutton, he chuckled, stroking the fluffball's silky fur. The fluffball eagerly devoured it, then cast its gaze upon the entire tree. You can't consume too many. I have great plans for these, Su Fang replied. The fluffball obediently nodded, exhibiting commendable restraint despite its evident desire. My lord, there is an extraordinary apple here. Zhang Qian promptly pointed to a particular apple, which evidently differed in color from the surrounding spirit apples. Upon approaching, Su Fang noticed that this apple's hue was significantly brighter than the others, and its appearance was distinct as well. With a leap, he plucked the extraordinary apple and examined its attributes. Name, golden spirit fruit. Quality, gold. Description, this is a mutation derived from the spirit apple. Consuming it permanently increases mental strength by 1 point. Upon reading the attributes of the golden spirit fruit, Su Fang was utterly astonished. This apple could permanently enhance mental strength. Quickly, gather all the apples and see if there are more like this. Su Fang urged fervently. Zhang Qian meticulously began his search, yet despite their thorough examination, neither of them could locate a second golden spirit fruit. Perhaps it is true that a single tree bears only one such fruit. Su Fang could not demand too much. The appearance of one golden spirit fruit was already a remarkable find. He consumed it. Mental power 1. If an apple can mutate into a golden spirit fruit, it stands to reason that other fruits could also undergo such transformations. However, fusing all the seeds 3 times would deplete an excessive amount of mental energy, making it an impractical endeavor for the long term. To merge into a 3-star quality apple seed, not only is a considerable quantity of seeds required, but also several hundred points of mental power. The fruits resulting from such fusion would not only yield abundantly, but also possess formidable attributes, significantly enhancing Su Fang's returns. Moreover, this would alleviate the burden on many soldiers tasked with cultivating crops here. Su Fang needed to conduct further experiments. Upon inspecting his mental energy, he noted that the 5-fold recovery rate was indeed impressive. If that were the case, the consumption of seeds would be even greater, necessitating the acquisition of additional seeds. Nonetheless, Su Fang still required 1-star quality golden corn to satisfy market demands. After all, exceptional items should not be exposed to the outside world and should be reserved for personal use. As he procured seeds, he awaited the restoration of his mental power, and when it was sufficiently replenished, he commenced the fusion of golden quality strawberries. Fusing into golden quality strawberry seeds. Fusing into golden quality strawberry seeds. Fusing into golden quality spirit strawberry seeds. 1 golden strawberry seed necessitated 16 white quality strawberry seeds for a successful fusion. A 2-star strawberry seed required 32 white strawberry seeds, while a 3-star strawberry seed demanded 64. A single pack of seeds contained 100 seeds. Thus 2 packs could yield 3 3-star seeds, consuming several hundred points of mental energy in the process. Currently, Su Fang possessed 4 packs of strawberry seeds and began fusing them into 4-star strawberry seeds to observe the outcome. Fusing into golden quality spirit mold fruit seeds. After fusing the strawberries into 4-star quality, even the name transformed, leaving Su Fang astonished at the potential surprises the spirit mold fruit seed could bring him. Name, spirit mold fruit seed. Quality, golden. Description, maturation time 1 hour. This seed has mutated from strawberries and can yield unexpected fruits. Su Fang handed it to Zhang Qian, instructing, plant this immediately and let us see what effects this seed can produce. Yes, my lord. Zhang Qian promptly set about planting it. Chapter 107, Qi Refining Technique. Su Fang directed others to harvest all the spirit apples. Once picked, they presented all the spirit apples to Su Fang. Upon inspecting the quantity, he noted a total of 3,006 spirit apples, approximately 3 times the amount of golden apples, confirming Su Fang's earlier hypothesis that fusing high-quality seeds was indeed more advantageous. However, such potent items could only be reserved for his own use. Anything sold to outsiders would be limited to the lowest grade of golden food. While fusing seeds, Su Fang awaited the maturation of the 4-star quality, spirit mold fruit. After about half an hour, Zhang Qian approached Su Fang to announce, the spirit mold fruit has matured. Su Fang hurried over to inspect it. The entire spirit mold fruit plant exuded an alluring fragrance, shimmering with golden radiance. It had mutated from strawberries, yet its appearance bore no resemblance to them. The fruit's hue was even more vibrant than that of strawberries, resembling a rich crimson. However, Su Fang was somewhat taken aback to find that the plant bore only 4 fruits, a stark contrast to his expectations. He quickly examined the attributes of the spirit mold fruit. Name, spirit mold fruit. Quality, golden. Description, a unique spirit fruit formed through the mutation of strawberries. Consumption permanently increases physique by 1. Another fruit capable of permanently enhancing physique. Su Fang was astonished and subsequently elated. This meant he could fuse more of these fruits that offered permanent attribute enhancements. Yet, he shook his head. There were too many items he needed to fuse, and it was impossible to exhaust all his mental power on these seeds. Crucially, where would he procure such an abundance of seeds? The seeds of the spirit mold fruit could only be obtained through fusion and not by ordinary means, compelling Su Fang to purchase more seeds for continuous fusion. Nevertheless, he could still derive seeds from the golden quality strawberries, and if he wished to continue fusing spirit mold fruit, he must collect seeds before the strawberries mutated. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, all of this was worth the effort. For now, Su Fang could only plant the golden quality strawberries, and, after harvesting more seeds, he could proceed to fuse the spirit mold fruit seeds. While it was improbable to elevate his attributes in the short term, in the long run, Su Fang would be able to enhance his attribute points without leveling up, a feat unmatched by others. After consuming the 4 spirit mold fruits, his physique increased by 4 points. Presently, Su Fang's primary desire was still to cultivate apples, and after consuming the spirit apple, he found that it still contained seeds. These seeds were the spirit apple seeds. Upon collecting the spirit apples, he obtained 1 seed per apple, meaning from 3,000 spirit apples, he would have 3,000 spirit apple seeds, a considerable quantity. However, fusing a single spirit apple seed required 30 points of mental power. Su Fang attempted several fusions, yet none of the spirit apple seeds exhibited mutations, suggesting that achieving mutation was also a matter of luck. Subsequently, Su Fang fused 2 spirit apple seeds and successfully obtained 1 4-star spirit apple seed. Name, spirit apple seed. Quality, golden. Description, maturation time 1 hour. This seed has undergone mutation and possesses remarkably unique effects. Although the quality had increased by 1 star, the effects would only be revealed post-planting. Su Fang continued to fuse these seeds, ultimately merging several 5-star quality spirit apple seeds, yet he still did not acquire a golden spirit fruit seed. Unfazed, he instructed the soldiers to plant these spirit apple seeds, even if a single spirit apple seed yielded only 1 golden spirit fruit. It was still a boon for Su Fang. As midnight approached, Su Fang resumed his training, a daily ritual that must not be neglected. At just past 6 in the morning, he awoke from his practice. Glancing at his battle energy, he noted it had reached 1,350 points. Today marked the 6th day of the 100-fold explosion rate. Continuing to fuse spirit apple seeds, after depleting his mental power, he consumed another spirit apple. The 5-fold recovery rate of mental power was indeed formidable. Su Fang first arrived at the Black Land, where soldiers informed him that all the spirit apple seeds planted the previous night had been harvested and stored in the preservation chamber. He proceeded to inspect the preservation chamber. Su Fang discovered that the fruits yielded from the 4-star spirit apple seeds were considerably fewer, totaling under 1,000 fruits. Having fused 10 4-star spirit apple seeds the previous night, it seemed each seed produced around 100 fruits. Nonetheless, the results were quite satisfactory. Name, spirit apple. Quality, golden. Description, upon consumption, restores 800 mental power within the next 4 hours. The 5-star spirit apple has reached a remarkable mental recovery of 1,000. However, the quantity of 5-star spirit apples is significantly less than their 4-star counterparts, totaling only a little over 100. Last night, Su Fang fused 2 5-star spirit apple seeds, each yielding only about 50 fruits. This time, Su Fang intends to merge 2 5-star spirit apple seeds to observe any potential changes. Yet, his current mental strength is limited and requires time to recuperate. He first ventured to the black market, hoping to find something of worth today. Upon inspecting the offerings, he came across a skill book, a green quality cultivation technique titled Qi Refining Method. Skill, Qi Refining Method. Quality, green. Description, a technique capable of cultivating battle energy. Available for those who transition into melee professions. Price, 50,000 gold coins. This sum of 50,000 gold coins was indispensable, and after acquiring it, Su Fang approached Xiangyu, stating, Xiangyu, here is a cultivation method for you to study. Xiangyu, after examining the technique in his hands, replied, My lord, this method may not be suitable for me. I believe it would be more beneficial for Yu Fei to learn first, as he, being the commander of the 3 armies, requires it more than I do. Taken aback by Xiang Yu's refusal, Su Fang acknowledged the wisdom behind his decision. Very well. I shall offer you any special techniques I encounter in the future, he assured. Thank you, my lord, Xiang Yu expressed with a respectful gesture. Su Fang then sought out Yu Fei, presenting him with the cultivation method. Gratefully, Yu Fei accepted it and exclaimed, Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. The soldiers of our territory still require your rigorous training. We have another tough battle ahead, and their combat prowess depends on your guidance. This is the duty of a subordinate. I shall exert every effort to enhance the strength of our soldiers and safeguard our territory from monstrous incursions, Yu Fei declared earnestly. Work diligently. I have other matters to attend to, Su Fang replied, satisfied as he departed to list the surplus golden food and equipment of the territory. Chapter 108. The Ruthless Su Fang's Audacious Resource Grab. The equipment sold remarkably well, disappearing shortly after being listed. With an impending fierce battle on the horizon, all the lords of the mainland were acutely aware that failure to withstand the monster's onslaught would result in their elimination from the realm. No one wished to depart from the lordly continent. Hence, they all strived to strengthen their soldiers, leading to an immense demand for equipment across the board. Even Su Fang's friends had reached out to him early in the morning, eager to purchase a batch of equipment, seeking hundreds of items at the least. Su Fang negotiated for them to exchange their resources, thus acquiring a substantial amount in return. Each of them required a considerable quantity of golden sweet potatoes, which Su Fang had prepared in abundance. These foods doubled one's strength. His friends, having limited resources, could only buy with gold coins, and Su Fang, being an old acquaintance, had no intention of refusing them, wishing to prevent their elimination from the lordly continent. Having collaborated for a long time, they were well acquainted, and Su Fang was inclined to assist them as much as he could. After exchanging all the golden quality corn for timber, he distributed the remaining sweet potatoes among the soldiers. Noticing a surplus, Su Fang turned his attention to others. He divided the roasted sweet potatoes into segments, which would only affect the duration of strength enhancement without compromising the doubling effect. Each piece would sustain the doubled strength for an hour. A most enticing offer for other lords. Su Fang announced to the world, selling golden quality sweet potatoes, granting a strength boost of 100 for 1 hour, limited quantity, first come, first served. Upon hearing this, lords from across the realm promptly accessed the trade channel to examine the attributes of Su Fang's golden sweet potatoes. Indeed, the attributes were, as he claimed, offering a 1 hour doubling of strength. The asking price was 100 pieces of timber for a segment of sweet potato. Given that one piece of timber cost 15 gold coins, this equated to 1,500 gold coins, a truly exorbitant price. It should be noted that even a slightly inferior green quality piece of equipment would approximate this cost. What a blatant robbery, they exclaimed. This scoundrel is shamelessly exploiting resources. Many lamented. This is akin to plundering the heavens for resources. He is selling segments of a single sweet potato, a most disgraceful act. Su Fang endured a torrent of insults, with many declaring that such segmented sales were nothing short of extortion, aggregating to a total value of 6,000 gold coins for a whole sweet potato. The most astonishing part was that Su Fang required timber, not gold coins, for the transaction. If you don't buy, that's fine. There are over 1 billion lords in the world, someone will purchase them. The efficacy of the sweet potatoes was undeniable, compelling any lord unwilling to be ousted from the continent to procure them. Though countless voices condemned Su Fang's greed, asserting they should refrain from purchasing his sweet potatoes, they were swiftly sold out within minutes. Many even left messages inquiring if more would be available, offering to pay a premium. This situation served to embarrass those who had previously advised against buying from Su Fang, as they had not anticipated the overwhelming demand for the sweet potatoes. Amused, Su Fang paid little mind to the criticisms. His focus was solely on fusing the sweet potatoes and intensively cultivating them. Now was the time to seize resources without hesitation. He subsequently listed numerous golden foods, golden cabbage, golden greens, and golden strawberries. While these items were not their most pressing need, their attributes were commendable, and they too vanished quickly, albeit at prices not comparable to the golden sweet potatoes. With the acquisition of substantial timber, Su Fang resumed upgrading his ambush camp. Gold, 16,000. Timber, 16,000. Ambush camp level, 1. Current level, LV 51. Gold, 35,000. Timber, 35,000. Ambush camp level, 1. Current level, LV 65. Following the upgrade, Su Fang commenced summoning soldiers. Cost, 100 gold. Summon a purple quality ambush camp soldier. Building, ambush camp. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV 65. Next level requires 27,000 gold, 27,000 timber. Special attribute, all attributes of soldiers increased by 20. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon 1 soldier. Currently able to summon 3, 500 out of 3, 500. The territory now boasted a significant increase in soldiers, prompting Su Fang to enlist Yu Fei in strategizing their upcoming battles. Yu Fei first organized the delivery of equipment, subsequently dividing the newly summoned soldiers into 4 teams, integrating them into the higher-level divisions. The territory now possessed over 4,000 soldiers, enabling the dispatch of more than 1,000 for defense in each direction. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, Zhang Shi informed Su Fang, "My lord, we have only just finished forging 2 silver moon spears. The third is still in progress. No worries. I know you all have exerted your utmost effort. Let me see." Su Fang replied. Su Fang recognized Zhang Shi's diligent efforts. Managing to forge 2 weapons in such a short span was indeed a remarkable feat. The silver moon spear was no ordinary bow, requiring significantly more time and skill to craft than its azure counterpart. Holding the 2 silver moon spears in his hands, he noted their reasonable weight, considering they were forged from pure metal, naturally heavier than wooden spears. He was confident that his companions would be quite pleased. Equipment: silver moon spear. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Equipment requirement: strength greater than 40. Attributes: strength 40, stamina 5, critical hit 5. Feeling immensely satisfied, he turned his attention to the attributes of the second silver moon spear. Equipment: silver moon spear. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Equipment requirement: strength greater than 40. Attributes: strength 40. Armor piercing 5. Both silver moon spears possessed unique characteristics. After storing them away, he sought out Yu Fei and the others, inquiring, "I have forged only 2 silver moon spears. Who among you would like to use one first?" Yu Fei stepped forward, asserting, "My lord, as the commander of the 3 armies, I shall take the responsibility of distribution." "Very well, you may distribute them," Su Fang replied with a nod. Yu Fei accepted one of the silver moon spears and then addressed Zhao Yun. "Zhao Yun, Xiang Yu, you each shall take one." Though both initially hesitated, Yu Fei's position as commander left them no choice but to accept, and they stepped forward, saying, "Yes, thank you, General." With Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu each in possession of a silver moon spear, Su Fang glanced at the time and departed, making his way to the Hall of Souls, where he could once again call upon heroes. This time, Su Fang sought to summon another legendary warrior, a figure of unparalleled prowess in Chinese history. Chapter 109. The Emergence of Li Tsunxiao. Placing his hands upon the altar, Su Fang envisioned a formidable general, renowned for his valor on the battlefield, yet whose fate was tragically sorrowful. "Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero?" "Yes." The souls within the hall coalesced into a shimmering bridge of stars, converging upon the altar. A figure gradually materialized within. "Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hall hero, Li Tsunxiao." This individual was none other than the foremost martial general of the late Tang dynasty, Li Tsunxiao. With Su Fang now having summoned both of the Tang dynasty's divine generals, the legendary Li Yuanba and Li Tsunxiao now stood united. When Li Yuanba could shake the heavens, Li Tsunxiao could shake the earth. The convergence of these 2 warriors heralded a force capable of upheaving the very cosmos. Li Tsunxiao pays his respects to the Lord. Li Tsunxiao, towering above even the 2-meter-tall Xiang Yu, exuded an imposing presence. He had once led a mere 18 riders to seize Chang'an, a feat that etched his name into the annals of history. His might was such that he could single-handedly shatter city gates. No other could accomplish such a deed. Su Fang scrutinized Li Tsunxiao's attributes. Name: Li Tsunxiao. Talent: divine martial. Quality: golden. Loyalty: 100. Heroes summoned from the Hall of Souls possess maximum loyalty. Level: 0. Experience: 0-100. Strength: 44. Constitution: 40. Stamina: 40. Agility: 25. Spirit: 8. Magical defense: 5. Physical defense: 50. Luck: 6. Talent: 48. Combat skills: none. Life skills: none. Li Tsunxiao's base attributes were only marginally lower than those of Li Yuanba, yet his physical defense was an astounding 50 points. Such formidable resilience was a testament to his mastery of martial arts. Li Tsunxiao had met a tragic end, subjected to the torturous fate of being drawn and quartered by 5 horses. Yet even in the throes of agony, he exhibited an innate strength, pulling the horses back with sheer will, time and again. Ultimately, he was rendered powerless, his tendons severed and bones shattered, leading to his demise. It was indeed a pity that such a valiant and loyal warrior met such a grim fate. Su Fang was determined to ensure that all summoned generals would shine in this era, to prevent their talents from being obscured, allowing them to unleash even greater brilliance than in their previous lives. Upon acquiring this mighty general, Su Fang felt a profound sense of relief and inquired, "A great battle looms on the horizon. Do you possess the confidence to repel the enemy?" Li Tsunxiao vows to slay the enemy. He responded with fervor. "Excellent." Su Fang led Li Tsunxiao from the Hall of Souls and equipped him with a set of green quality armor before approaching Yu Fei, entrusting Li Tsunxiao to him. "This is a newly summoned warrior. He shall accompany you from now on. His strength is on par with the others." "Understood." Yu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Su Fang then noticed a trebuchet had been set up within the stone walls and promptly examined its attributes. Item: trebuchet. Quality: white. Description: a rudimentary trebuchet capable of attacking targets. Yu Fei addressed Su Fang. My lord, we now possess a trebuchet, which will allow us to inflict greater damage upon the enemy. I have already tested it. It can launch projectiles up to 100 meters. How many trebuchets do we have? Su Fang inquired, uncertain as he had not checked. We have a total of 4, Yu Fei responded. 4, you say? That is fortuitous. We can position one at each of the 4 cardinal points of our territory. The netizens from the Jojo planet, upon witnessing the trebuchets, were filled with curiosity regarding the extent of their destructive power. Though they appeared rudimentary, a trebuchet was still a war machine capable of inflicting significant damage upon foes. Others may desire such an apparatus, but even with an understanding of its mechanics, they would be incapable of constructing one. Realizing this, Su Fang sought out a golden soldier skilled in crafting trebuchets, named Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, can you produce 4 trebuchets in a single day? Yes, my lord. I have done my utmost. I can only produce 4 in a day, Zhang Yuan replied. Su Fang examined Zhang Yuan's information and utilized other blueprints to upgrade the white-quality trebuchet design to green quality. Today, let us construct green-quality trebuchets and assess their power. Yes, my lord. Zhang Yuan promptly began his work following the upgrade. Subsequently, Su Fang made his way to the east gate, observing that the soldiers were still busy setting traps. He continued to merge sweet potatoes, as he needed to acquire a substantial amount of timber from others over the next couple of days. As the clock struck 8, a soldier approached Su Fang, stating, My lord, the monsters have arrived. Very well. Su Fang paused his activities and turned his gaze to the horde outside the territory. The number of monsters had significantly increased compared to the previous day, though he could not ascertain the exact count. Today, they had prepared many more traps than yesterday. And Li Yuanba, eyeing the approaching monsters, remarked, My lord, shall I charge forth and eliminate these monsters? There's no need for haste. You shall have your turn to slay them. Let us wait until they draw closer, Su Fang urged. Despite the increase in monster numbers, Su Fang's forces had also bolstered significantly, with each soldier outfitted with enhanced gear and an abundance of arrows supplied by the archers. Coupled with the presence of a formidable warrior like Li Yuanba, Su Fang felt an overwhelming confidence in their ability to confront the impending threat. Most importantly, Su Fang was eager to ascertain the might of the trebuchet, for its numbers were woefully inadequate. If only there were a dozen or so, it would be splendid. However, Zhang Yuan could only fabricate a maximum of 4 trebuchets in a single day. As the monsters drew nearer, the foremost among them fell into the traps laid out, only for the creatures to begin replenishing their ranks, advancing at a tremendous cost with each step. The traps constructed this time had seen significant improvements, leaving a pathway for the archers to advance several hundred meters and unleash their assaults upon the monsters. Consequently, hundreds of archers made their way towards the corridor left in the center of the traps and began to fire upon the advancing foes. A deluge of arrows rained down, striking countless monsters, and the archers nimbly knocked their arrows once more, continuing their onslaught. After unleashing a dozen volleys, the monsters had closed the distance considerably. The archers retreated a substantial distance before taking aim and firing again. Through this method, they could inflict limited ranged damage upon the monsters. By the time the creatures truly encroached upon their territory, many had already succumbed to their arrows. As Su Fang observed the approaching horde, he turned to the soldiers beside him and declared, Let me witness the prowess of the trebuchet. Yes. With that, the trebuchet was set into action, launching a stone high into the air. Chapter 110, Day 6 of the Monster Assault on the Territory. The projectile soared, hurtling towards the monsters outside. Thud! A single stone struck a monster, crushing its skull completely. Su Fang, witnessing the efficacy of the trebuchet, felt a sense of satisfaction. Though the number of these machines remained too few, had they been able to fill the entire wall with them, the monsters would surely have faced even greater casualties. As the monsters approached, the frontline soldiers braced themselves, shields at the ready to engage the creatures. Su Fang prepared as well, with Li Yuanba grasping his massive wolf-toothed club. His impatience palpable. Had he not been obedient, he would have charged ahead long ago. As for the fluffy creature, it awaited Su Fang's command to launch into battle against the enemy. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Su Fang commanded, kill. At his order, the frontline soldiers surged forward to confront the monsters. Whoosh! Fluffy was the swiftest, being a 4-legged ancient white tiger, far surpassing humans in both speed and strength. It pounced upon a monster, shattering its skull with its claws. Then, it lunged at another creature, dispatching it swiftly. With remarkable speed and immense power, it knocked a monster aside, plunging into the throng of enemies, leaving none able to withstand its onslaught. Kill. Next came Li Yuanba, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity as he charged into the fray, wielding his enormous wolf-toothed club. With powerful swings, he struck the monsters mercilessly. Thud! His strength was formidable, raw and overwhelming. These creatures stood little chance against his blows. He swung his club ceaselessly, reducing monsters to mangled remains, their skulls shattered. Li Yuanba employed no tricks nor needed any. With simple, forceful motions, he dispatched them with ease. In his hands, The wolf-toothed club was as light as a mere stick, showcasing his extraordinary might. He had plunged deep into the throng of monsters, leaving a path strewn with their corpses in his wake. Li Yuanba's level surged rapidly, ascending to level 5 in the blink of an eye, as the monsters could do little to impede his advance, merely providing him with experience for his ascent. Su Fang too began his assault, brandishing his willow leaf spear. Employing his agile skill, he darted forward like a dragon, swiftly reaching the monsters. He raised his spear, channeling immense power, and with a single thrust, pierced the skull of a creature. In the next moment, he retracted his spear and launched an attack on another monster. Su Fang's speed, attack rate, and strength were remarkable. He swept through the horde, his spear striking with the ferocity of a dragon, dispatching monsters one after another. Li Yuanba, Fluffy, and Su Fang transformed into 3 formidable arrows, piercing through the monster ranks, ripping open their defenses and annihilating countless foes. The monsters continued to fall, as Su Fang's experience points rose steadily, with each defeated creature yielding a bounty of gold, and occasionally, items, blueprints, and skill books. Not only were Su Fang and his companions formidable, but the soldiers under his command were equally powerful, charging into the fray and systematically dispatching the monsters before them. Each soldier was remarkably strong, following closely behind Su Fang and his allies, eliminating the advancing creatures. The frontline soldiers held the monsters at bay, preventing any from breaching their defensive perimeter. Behind them, soldiers wielding long spears engaged the creatures, steadfast in their resolve to keep the monsters at bay and away from their territory. Behind the spear wielders were a cadre of soldiers armed with bamboo projectiles, each positioned with stacks of bamboo at their backs. They formed 2 teams, the first launching their bamboo at the monsters. Once the first team had completed their volley, they withdrew, allowing the second team to step forward and continue the barrage. At the rear, archers unleashed a relentless stream of arrows until their quivers were depleted. In this meticulously organized offensive, no matter how many monsters came, they faced certain demise. None posed a threat to the soldiers, all succumbing to the onslaught before them. With each monster slain, the soldiers began to level up, particularly the newly summoned ones, who quickly reached level 10 and continued to rise. The gold on the ground increased in abundance, alongside the multitude of items dropped. Yet, no one paid heed to these matters, as they remained focused on the battle. The soldiers pressed forward against the monsters, their strength overwhelming, outpacing the creature's ability to retaliate. The live broadcast shifted with Su Fang at its center, showcasing his blood-soaked valor as he engaged the monsters head-on, his prowess unmatched. No creature could withstand the force of his strikes. Su Fang was indeed formidable. Among all the lords of the continent, none could rival him. Su Fang is my idol. He is truly powerful. A man should wield divine weapons and charge into battle at the forefront. Su God, vanquish these monsters and annihilate them all. The number of monsters in Su Fang's territory was staggering, an unceasing tide that was overwhelming. More critically, the soldiers of Su Fang's domain were equipped with numerous powerful items, each warrior exhibiting remarkable strength. Many had been eliminated, and today's monster count was double that of yesterday's, with tomorrow marking the final day of a 100-fold increase. One could only surmise that the monster count would also double today. Each territory faced monsters numbering twice that of the previous day. Yesterday, they had to contend with 1,000, and today, 2,000. Su Fang, who had faced over 40,000 monsters yesterday, now had to eradicate over 80,000 today. Such a vast horde was undeniably staggering, yet it was a challenge they must confront and triumph over. However, not all could withstand such an onslaught. In the realm of lords, countless were overwhelmed by the monster attack, their soldiers besieged, their territories laid waste, and their crystals shattered. Increasing numbers of lords were eliminated from the continent, with each passing moment claiming more than the last. In a brief span, over tens of millions of lords have been eliminated, and this figure continues to rise. The netizens of the Jojo planet have witnessed the formidable strength of these monsters. Their numbers so overwhelming that facing them seems insurmountable. Many lords held on for an extended period, yet their fate of elimination remained unchanged. After their expulsion, numerous lords gazed longingly at the familiar Jojo planet, struggling to find peace, for they could never return to the Lord-S continent to reclaim their titles. Chapter 111, The Exorbitant Sweet Potato. The eliminated lords hurried home, promptly opening their phones and computers to peruse the happenings of the world. Many citizens of the Longting Kingdom, upon returning home, immediately launched live-streaming applications, tuning into Su Fang's broadcast. Wow, this person is quite the affluent figure, and he looks so youthful. The wealthy individual was revealed to be Su Fang, and a quick search online unveiled further details about him. It turned out that Su Fang hailed from a lineage of martial artists. Incredible. Su Fang is so valiant. He charged into throngs of monsters, battling them fiercely. Oh, woe is me. I have been eliminated. How pitiful. All I can do is watch the stream for solace. His prowess was astonishing, single-handedly slaying so many monsters. He seemed almost superhuman. Those newly transported back to Jojo planet finally beheld Su Fang's true visage and learned more about his background. Orphaned, Trained in martial arts from a young age, and possessing an extraordinary fusion talent, it was this very gift that enabled Su Fang to continuously assimilate numerous golden quality foods, fortifying his territory immensely. Countless individuals envied Su Fang. His domain was exceptionally powerful, boasting thousands of soldiers and numerous formidable heroes, accompanied by a white tiger pet. They yearned to be like Su Fang, longing for the strength he possessed. Alas, it was no longer possible. They had been eliminated and could never return to the Lord's continent. These individuals also noted the staggering number of monsters today, their strength overwhelming. As each lord's territory faced assaults from level 20 monsters, creatures far beyond the capabilities of ordinary lords to combat. It was precisely these high-level monsters that decimated many soldiers, leading to the destruction of their territories. In the blink of an eye, over 10 billion soldiers dwindled to around 1 million. Many purchased Su Fang's sweet potatoes, which helped them withstand the formidable monsters. With the advantage of doubled strength, they gained considerable power. Such food was undeniably potent, and if available in abundance, it could indeed turn the tide. Numerous lords felt compelled to acquire more, though survival was a prerequisite. 2 hours had elapsed, and some lords had successfully vanquished all monsters outside their territories. They were utterly fatigued, their energy depleted. Yet, in this moment, they still thought of the golden food in Su Fang's possession. Many of them had managed to eliminate monsters thanks to the golden food he provided. In this battle, such nourishment was crucial, and each one resolved to procure additional supplies to avoid elimination. Many left messages in Su Fang's store, hoping to purchase more golden food, some even proposing their own prices. In a flash, the demand for Su Fang's golden food surged, leading to an increase in prices, though Su Fang remained oblivious. He continued to fight, ridding the outside of monsters, and his level had already ascended to 26, now progressing towards level 27. The soldiers' levels saw significant improvement. Although the monsters were numerous, the benefits they reaped were equally substantial, with each individual experiencing considerable growth. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, and Su Fang surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, instructing his soldiers to clean up. Returning to his territory, he checked on his friends, finding them all present. "Are you all well?" Su Fang inquired, broadcasting a message to the group. "We're all right, but the number of monsters today was truly overwhelming. Without the golden food you provided, I fear things would have been dire. Tomorrow brings even more monsters, so please reserve some sweet potatoes for me, along with other golden food." The golden sweet potatoes must be prioritized. The first order of business for his friends was to secure their reservations for golden food, which Su Fang readily accepted, assuring them that as long as they prepared the necessary materials, he would comply. They were all aware of what Su Fang required and pledged to gather it. Upon glancing at his store, Su Fang noticed an abundance of messages requesting the purchase of golden sweet potatoes and other golden food, with many individuals even stating their desired prices. Su Fang observed the sweet potatoes harvested over the past few hours, realizing he had amassed a considerable quantity, as Zhang Qian successfully cultivated a batch every half hour. In just a few hours, several batches had matured, and many had already been cooked. Su Fang directed his team to continue boiling, for he needed to exchange additional materials today. Su Fang proactively reached out to those who had proposed high prices, engaging in transactions. The prices they offered were too tempting for Su Fang to decline. A single golden sweet potato fetched 10,000 gold coins, a figure they themselves proposed, not one dictated by Su Fang. Thus, he began listing the golden sweet potatoes, recognizing the substantial market demand as an opportunity to profit. Su Fang listed them individually. Each sweet potato exchanged for 700 units of wood, equivalent to 500 gold coins each. The denizens of the Lord's world erupted in outrage at Su Fang's perceived greed. "Damn it, this scoundrel has hiked the prices. 700 units of wood equates to 500 gold coins. What outrageous pricing. I want to know if I can lodge a complaint about the exorbitant sweet potatoes. Is there no divine justice? Someone is selling sweet potatoes at inflated prices. Will you intervene?" While they lamented, the astute had already begun to seize the opportunity. Despite the high prices, demand far exceeded supply. Whatever Su Fang listed was quickly purchased. The primary allure of Su Fang's sweet potatoes lay in their capacity to help them withstand the monsters, doubling their power against these foes, rendering any price worthwhile. Su Fang continued to list these sweet potatoes, amassing with resources that left many envious. "Brother, you must save some for me. Don't sell them all." Unrivaled expressed concern over Su Fang's sales, fearful of missing out. "Have you set aside any for me?" The lone sword inquired. "You still have plenty, right?" Cold Moon also asked. "Rest assured, there is ample stock remaining. Your prices will remain unchanged. You can trade as much as your materials allow," Su Fang replied. He only extended this offer to those who had engaged in long-term material exchanges with him. Others would have to adhere to market prices. Upon hearing Su Fang's assurance, his friends felt relieved, fearing that by the time they wished to purchase, everything would be sold out, leaving them in despair. After acquiring a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes, Su Fang proceeded to upgrade his ambush camp. Gold, 37,000. Wood, 37,000. Ambush camp level, 1. Current level, LV 66. Gold, 75,000. Wood, 75,000. Ambush Camp Level 1. Current level, LV80. At level 80, the ambush camp could summon even more soldiers, and Su Fang began the summoning process. Gold, 100. Summoned 1 blue quality ambush camp soldier. Gold, 100. Summoned 1 gold quality ambush camp soldier. Building, ambush camp. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV80. Lower level requires 79,000 gold coins, 79,000 wood. Special attribute, all soldier attributes 20. Description, consumes 100 gold coins to summon a soldier, currently able to summon 500 soldiers. Chapter 112. Over 100 million gold coins. The summoned soldiers of the ambush camp in the territory have now reached 500, along with an additional 250 summoned from another barrack. There are already over 8,000. It is still morning, and there is ample time for Su Fang to gather more wood. Today, Su Fang can also elevate the level of the ambush camp several times, allowing for the summoning of even more soldiers. Su Fang instructed the soldiers to have their meal first, and then asked Zhang San to take them to the equipment repository and blacksmith shop to select suitable gear. Fortunately, Su Fang had previously set aside a considerable amount of equipment, so these soldiers could equip themselves with 2 to 3 pieces each. Weapons were certainly plentiful. Among the recovered gear, 6 out of 10 were weapons. However, armor was relatively scarce, and at this stage, there were not many substantial demands for such equipment. For all lords, having weapons to slay monsters was already sufficient. This was an unavoidable situation. Equipment suffers wear and tear, and ensuring that soldiers have enough weapons for combat is quite commendable. Only Su Fang would consider outfitting soldiers with armor. But given the large number of soldiers in the territory, it would take a considerable amount of time to fully equip them. Once Su Fang had completed these tasks, he glanced at Li Yuanba's level and noted that it had already reached level 13. Such a rapid advancement was impressive. The recent spoils were abundant, and the soldiers required considerable time to clear the battlefield, yet they continuously delivered resources to Su Fang. He collected all the gold coins, while Zhang San was tasked with distributing the equipment. As for the blueprints for equipment and buildings, Su Fang had gathered them all. Currently, he lacked the mental energy to merge these blueprints, and he would only proceed to enhance them once he had surplus mental energy. In addition to these, there were also several skill books. Those pertaining to crafting professions would be allocated to soldiers as deemed appropriate, while combat skill books would be distributed to soldiers who had yet to learn any combat skills. With a plethora of monsters today, the gold acquired was substantial, estimated to be at least 90 million. This was indeed a considerable sum. The monster attacks on the territory inherently had a high drop rate. Those lords who could withstand the onslaught would reap significant rewards. However, such a drop rate could only be sustained for 7 days, with tomorrow marking the final wave. After tomorrow, this generous drop rate would cease to exist. Imagine the difference when 90 million is divided by 100. The final yield would amount to merely 900,000 gold coins. The disparity is striking. Following tomorrow, defeating the same number of monsters would yield less than 1 million gold coins, highlighting the vast difference. The 100-fold drop rate was indeed a boon for all lords, necessitating the maximization of benefits during the remaining time. The more monsters that attacked Su Fang's territory, the greater the rewards he would garner upon successfully repelling them, tenfold compared to others. In contrast, other territories, even those with over 10,000 monsters, had suffered significant losses. Even lords who managed to hold their ground did so at great cost, lacking the confidence to withstand tomorrow's onslaught. This was primarily due to their inability to resist such a multitude of monsters, as they did not possess as many golden quality heroes as Su Fang. Even soldiers of blue quality were scarce, making it exceedingly difficult to fend off such a horde. Only a few powerful lords would manage to endure. Today marks the 6th day. The number of lords remaining on the entire continent has dwindled to approximately 9.2 billion. Around half of the lords have been eliminated. Tomorrow is the final day, the most crucial and perilous one, as everyone prepares to navigate the impending crisis. Many have already begun to reserve valuable items from Su Fang, offering high prices, which he naturally accepted without hesitation. They sought various golden quality foods and equipment to withstand the monster attacks, as the wear on equipment was substantial. Su Fang prioritized the needs of the soldiers in his territory, selling surplus items to them afterward. Lords such as Yu Fei returned to the territory. Su Fang nodded and instructed, "Let the soldiers eat. Afterward, we will proceed as planned in previous days, swiftly hunt the monsters outside the territory, clear the land, and gather various resources." "Understood, my lord." Yu Fei was quick to comprehend the task, immediately organizing the soldiers to prepare the meal. With the increased population in the territory, the kitchens of a few wooden houses were insufficient, necessitating the construction of additional stoves outdoors for cooking. The supply of rice in the territory was limited, but there was an abundance of meat, so the soldiers would have to subsist primarily on meat. Potatoes could only alleviate hunger, not eliminate it entirely. They couldn't go without other food indefinitely. Su Fang's territory was not lacking in food, especially in terms of meat. He also wished to cultivate more rice, but currently, it was imperative to plant more sweet potatoes and gather sufficient wood to upgrade the barracks and enhance the territory's strength for better protection. For now, having food suffices. Future living conditions could be addressed later, with the main focus being the enhancement of the territory's overall strength. Yu Fei and others set out around noon, and by this time, the spoils had been fully collected, with the amount of gold exceeding Su Fang's expectations, surpassing 100 million gold coins, combined with the previous day's earnings. Su Fang now possessed a considerable amount of gold, though he was uncertain of the exact figure, as the shop was continuously recycling various items and upgrading buildings. This gold would soon be utilized for the acquisition of diverse goods. Su Fang's shop consistently recycled damaged equipment, while he was not the only lord engaged in this practice. Others required global announcements to initiate their recycling, unlike Su Fang, who had a shop that allowed for swift transactions. Moreover, given that Su Fang's recycling prices match market rates, others would certainly consider his shop for convenience. Although 100 million gold coins seemed substantial, once put to use, one would quickly realize how rapidly it could be depleted. Gold coins hold no intrinsic value when idle. Only through their expenditure can they be transformed into items of worth, thereby generating even more gold and enhancing the territory's power. Su Fang had consumed the spirit apple, which increased his mental energy recovery speed tenfold. Whenever his mental energy restored, he would immediately consume and merge higher quality sweet potatoes. After addressing matters in the territory, Su Fang then set out with a dozen soldiers to level up. The individuals accompanying Su Fang were few, as he did not require many. These would become his personal guards, responsible for his safety. Chapter 113, Monster Hunter. This arrangement was orchestrated by Yu Fei. The safety of the Lord far outweighed the lives of others. Should the Lord perish, the people of the territory would scatter in disarray. Su Fang did not decline. He could not afford to die, nor did he desire to. The only martial general by his side was the rather simple-minded Li Yuanba, who was obedient and followed instructions without complaint, primarily due to his quiet demeanor. With Li Yuanba serving as a bodyguard, alongside the formidable pet Mao Qiao, and Su Fang's own considerable strength, the likelihood of encountering danger in overly perilous situations was minimal. Accompanied by a retinue of loyal guards, he ventured into an area teeming with monsters around level 30. Their prowess was formidable, effortlessly dispatching creatures of such levels with little to no strain, while also benefiting from experience bonuses. Level increased to 27, awarded 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Upon leveling up once more, Su Fang commenced the distribution of attribute points, swiftly consuming his mental energy. Once depleted, he resumed the hunt for nearby monsters. With their exceptional strength, Su Fang and his companions charged into battle upon encountering foes, shifting into a mode of relentless slaughter, while the soldiers primarily assisted Su Fang, Li Yuanba, and Mao Qiao in collecting the spoils. As the monsters posed little challenge, the trio was entirely capable of handling them alone. Today's drop rates were unremarkable, with items appearing in a rather balanced fashion, which was advantageous as it allowed them to acquire a variety of goods. After a considerable time, a divine notification took Su Fang by surprise. Divine notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to cumulatively slay 10,000 monsters, rewarded with 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 reputation points, 100 free attribute points, and bestowed with the title Monster Hunter. Su Fang was astonished by this announcement. He had never anticipated receiving such a divine reward so fortuitously. Nevertheless, he promptly allocated the awarded free attribute points and turned his attention to the title Monster Hunter. Title, Monster Hunter. Quality, White. To enhance quality, a cumulative slaying of 50,000 monsters is required. Current total, 10,003,000. Attributes, all attributes 10, experience 10, damage to monsters 10. Description, this title is automatically awarded to those who have cumulatively slain 10,000 monsters. Su Fang discovered that he could utilize both titles simultaneously, which was a pleasant surprise. He had previously assumed that only one could be active at a time. Furthermore, he realized that the monsters hunted by Mao Qiao were also counted towards his total, explaining how he had managed to achieve such a high kill count. Upon the revelation of this divine notification, the live broadcast rooms of the Jojo planet and the Lords of the Lord's Continent were momentarily taken aback. Lord's Continent, chat channel. Huaxia City Lord is impressive, having slain 10,000 monsters. I just noticed that we can see our own monster kill counts. Let us all check how many we've slain. Really, I've only managed to kill 354 monsters. Wow, I haven't even hit 100. Please share the attributes of the Monster Hunter title. Likewise, Su Fang's friends, upon hearing this news, immediately bombarded him with messages. You're a freak. But I absolutely love it. This message came from Little Butterfly. Brother, can I take a look at the attributes of the Monster Hunter title? I'm quite curious. Unmatched eagerly inquired. Big Spender, how in the world did you kill so many monsters? Are you even human? I have a lollipop exclaimed in shock. Could you share the attributes of that title? I'm very curious, asked Ling Qinghua. Since this title was not a secret, Su Fang promptly disseminated the information to the group. I'll post it on the World Channel. Soon after, the World Channel displayed the title information that Su Fang had sent. Upon seeing this title, everyone was thoroughly astonished. They hadn't realized that such a title was attainable by all. 10,000 monsters. I'm no big spender. I have no idea when I'll be able to amass such a kill count. No wonder his level has risen so swiftly. He has slain 10,000 monsters. With this title, the pace of his level advancement would accelerate even further. Big spender, I want to be your wife. Oh, 3. Oh, JPG. Wow, the lady above. Please be my wife. You're so beautiful. Indeed, she was quite striking. Su Fang's friends, upon witnessing the attributes of this title, marveled at Su Fang's speed in slaying monsters, each one expressing admiration for his power and efficiency. You're truly remarkable. Lung Qinghua praised. Are you referring to that aspect? Su Fang pondered. Naturally, I mean your strength. In just over 10 days, you've slain 10,000 monsters. While I've only managed a little over 2,000, Lung Qinghua replied. Keep it up, since you have a pet. Its monster kills will also count towards the Lord's total, Su Fang encouraged. Really? There is such a thing? Then I must strive to become the second person to acquire the title and earn divine rewards. Lung Qinghua exclaimed eagerly. After their conversation, she set about diligently hunting monsters. Su Fang, too, continued his search for more creatures to slay. Accumulating 50,000 monster kills should certainly yield another divine reward. Mao Qiu sought out a cluster of level 35 monsters. Unfortunately, they were not of green quality, merely white, which posed little threat to the trio. After dispatching 10 groups, they encountered the boss of this monster cluster, a level 35 blue quality creature, guarded by a bronze chest. The boss was surrounded by hundreds of smaller green quality monsters, but even these were no match for the trio. Like a pack of ancient behemoths, they charged at the monsters, with Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu racing ahead, racking up numerous kills as the monsters were swiftly dispatched. Their strength was overwhelming, and these creatures stood no chance against their onslaught. Li Yuanba's power was so immense that even without consuming golden quality sweet potatoes, he could crush the skulls of these monsters with a single blow. Enhanced by his divine power talent, Li Yuanba resembled a humanoid colossus. With a single swing of his wolf fang club, the monsters were obliterated. Each creature he felled met a gruesome fate. As for Mao Qiu, while lacking a talent, its foundational strength was formidable, perhaps even exceeding that of all heroes. Such was the advantage of being a pet. Li Yuanba reached the boss first. Obediently knowing that such a creature should be left for Su Fang to slay, he sent the boss flying towards Su Fang, landing just a short distance away. Su Fang approached and swiftly dealt with the boss. Experience, 510. Reputation, 105. The boss dropped several valuable items, and Su Fang examined the loot. One piece of equipment caught his eye, a hammer radiating blue quality. While it did not possess the sheer might of the thunderous golden hammer, it would undoubtedly be suitable for Li Yuanba, who favored heavy weaponry. Su Fang first perused the hammer's information. Equipment, Falling Star Hammer. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 50. Attributes, strength 45, critical hit 5. This was indeed a hammer of tremendous destructive potential. Su Fang lifted it and deemed it satisfactory. Then called out to Li Yuanba, Li Yuanba, come here. Li Yuanba approached, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the hammer in Su Fang's hands. Is this for me? It looks quite impressive. Let me try it out. Su Fang handed the Falling Star Hammer to Li Yuanba, grasping it in one hand. While still wielding the Wolf Fang Club in the other, Li Yuanba remarked, though it's still a bit light, it's far better than the Wolf Fang Club. If only I could have another one. Indeed, Li Yuanba was immensely powerful and preferred wielding dual hammers, but for now, Su Fang could only provide him with one. We'll see about finding you a suitable hammer another day, Su Fang replied. Lord, you promised, you can't deceive me. Upon hearing the news, Li Yuanba immediately burst into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a joyful child. Su Fang, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words. Despite Li Yuanba's imposing stature and strength, his temperament was akin to that of a carefree youth. It was perplexing, to say the least. Heaven had bestowed upon Li Yuanba immense power, yet withheld profound wisdom. However, Li Yuanba was not foolish. Rather, his disposition reflected a certain innocence. As he progressed in levels, his intellect had indeed seen considerable growth. Su Fang turned his gaze to several other items. A green secondary profession book titled Alchemist, and a green combat skill book labeled Mountain Smasher. It was as if these were tailor-made for Li Yuanba. Without hesitation, Su Fang bestowed the combat skill upon Li Yuanba, who, after absorbing the knowledge, elevated the skill to its highest level. With this newfound ability, Li Yuanba's attacks would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Su Fang decided to enhance the quality of Li Yuanba's skills in the future. For the time being, Li Yuanba's current strength was already quite impressive, rendering higher quality skills unnecessary. Approaching the bronze chest, Su Fang opened it, and was astonished to discover a quest scroll nestled within. How intriguing! He examined the scroll, which detailed the following. Item, quest scroll, quality, green, description, upon use, one may enter a quest space, where they must defeat monsters within. The monsters range from levels 20 to 40, and they drop various items. Completing the quest grants a chance to draw from a lottery. Up to 5 individuals may enter together as a party. Upon completion, the scroll will vanish. Should one perish in the quest space, they will die, while the party leader will be transported back to the Jojo planet. Individuals above level may 20th enter, but those exceeding level 45 cannot. It is recommended to enter with levels ranging from 25 to 45. Su Fang was pleasantly surprised by the scroll's existence, having not anticipated such an item. He decided to keep it for later, intending to form a party upon returning to his territory. Since the scroll allowed 5 entrants, he naturally chose 4 heroes from his domain to accompany him, ensuring that ordinary soldiers would not partake in their inaugural venture into such a quest. The day's haul had been satisfactory. Once the soldiers had tidied up, Su Fang resumed his search for monsters to vanquish. During this endeavor, the heavenly Dao notifications appeared twice more, but Su Fang paid them no heed, as they bore little relevance to him. Around 3 o'clock, a soldier approached Su Fang, reporting, "My lord, General Yu Fei has discovered a monster camp. According to reconnaissance, the monsters there are between levels 30 and 40. Another monster camp had been uncovered. Su Fang felt a mix of surprise and expectation. He had speculated that there were likely 10 such camps outside his territory, each differing by 10 levels. This was merely Su Fang's conjecture and not necessarily accurate. Reports from friends indicated they too had encountered wilderness camps. Yet, true to Su Fang's assumptions, they hesitated to act, given the overwhelming number of monsters present. Following Su Fang's strategy, they began by hunting monsters that strayed beyond the camp's borders, then dispatched individuals to lure the monsters inside, initiating a gradual attrition. However, their weaker strength necessitated considerable time, compounded by the daily monster incursions faced by their territory, leaving them reluctant to assault the wilderness camps. For them, the immediate priority was to withstand the monster invasions, rather than expand outward. Currently, only Su Fang felt emboldened enough to venture beyond, given his superior strength and the abundance of soldiers at his command. Su Fang inquired, "Has Yu Fei made any arrangements?" Reporting to the Lord, the soldier replied, "General Yu Fei suggests first clearing the monsters outside the camp before engaging directly. However, he does not recommend initiating an attack today, advising a wait of several days to bolster our strength first, as the number and levels of the monsters within are considerable, and he wishes to avoid excessive losses." The soldier conveyed Yu Fei's counsel to Su Fang, who after discovering the wilderness camp, promptly informed Su Fang. The final decision, however, remained in Su Fang's hands. Nodding, Su Fang said, "Tell Yu Fei to proceed as he deems fit. It is indeed not the right time to strike." "Understood, my lord." The soldier departed along the same route. Half an hour later, another soldier approached Su Fang, reporting, "My lord, General Zhao Yun wishes to inform you that he has located a source of stone and has already dispatched individuals to commence mining." Stone has been discovered. Splendid. This means we can now mine for ourselves, Su Fang mused, feeling pleased with the day's fruitful outcomes. "I understand," he nodded. Su Fang reflected on the cumbersome nature of communication. If only there were telephones, all matters could be resolved instantly, without such lengthy journeys. Yet, such technology was inconceivable in this realm. Even gunpowder was prohibited, let alone the advanced contrivances of modernity like mobile phones. Level increased to 28. Awarded 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After leveling up once more, Su Fang noted the time and remarked to Mao Qiu, "Let us return. Today has been fruitful. We have acquired numerous pieces of equipment, with each of the elite guards now equipped with 4 items, many of which are of green quality." On the return journey, Su Fang and his companions opened a few more chests, yet none contained anything particularly remarkable. Chapter 115, Construction of a Fish Pond. Upon returning to the territory, only Xiang Yu's squad had arrived. Zhao Yun and Yu Fei were yet to return, but their return was certainly imminent. Once back, Su Fang handed the prepared sweet potatoes to Zhang Qian and presented him with the newly acquired golden dragon fruit seeds for cultivation, eager to assess their attributes. Only fruits with favorable effects would be considered for further fusion. "Great Tycoon, have you returned to the territory? My resources are ready and awaiting your trade." Riding an ant to see the sea had messaged several times, anticipating Su Fang's return for the exchange of golden food. "Brother, when will you return to the territory?" Unparalleled in the world was also eager. "Hey there, have you returned? I'm all set." Little Butterfly sent an enticing emoji. Su Fang glanced at the messages and unified his response. "I have returned to the territory. Let us commence trading." "Great. This time I require 100 sweet potatoes, 100 corns, and 100 strawberries." Riding an ant to see the sea quickly stated his demands, not out of greed, but due to limited resources for exchange. Su Fang promptly began calculating before proceeding with the trade. After completing transactions with his friends, he still had a surplus and decided to list the remaining golden food items for exchange. Just after listing, the golden food was snatched up at an astonishing speed. "Great Tycoon, I missed out. Can you please sell another batch? Your speed is too swift. I barely clicked to buy, and it was already gone. I managed to get a few, but alas, it was too few. Great Tycoon, please continue to list. Don't stop." Su Fang shared their eagerness to continue selling. Yet these foods were not as abundant as soil. They could not be produced at will. The cultivation of these foods required time and the fusion process. And Su Fang had not planted excessively. Today, the sales have surpassed previous records by a considerable margin. The recovery of mental energy has indeed reached an astounding tenfold, allowing for significant restoration each minute. However, it still fails to meet the burgeoning market demand. Tomorrow's battle promises to be brutal, and everyone is diligently preparing to face the impending challenge. In such times, the strategic food supplies from Su Fang are undoubtedly of paramount importance. After selling the food, Su Fang glanced at the blacksmith shop and proceeded to repair a substantial number of weapons and equipment. He retained a fair share of these armaments, while the remaining items were listed for sale at market prices. The current demand for equipment has driven prices up considerably, enabling Su Fang to acquire a greater number of gold coins. The public's appetite for gear is insatiable. It was not long before his stock was entirely sold out, with numerous customers leaving messages in the store requesting more listings. Upon reviewing the useful messages, Su Fang noticed one from a user named Sudden Neck Pain. This individual claimed to possess a rather peculiar building blueprint and invited Su Fang to add him as a friend if he was interested. Su Fang accepted the friendship request, and shortly thereafter received a notification. You and Sudden Neck Pain have become friends. Hello, what is that blueprint you mentioned? May I take a look? Su Fang inquired. I've been waiting for your response, Sudden Neck Pain replied, casually sending the blueprint to Su Fang. Su Fang examined the details of the blueprint. Item: Fish Pond Blueprint. Quality: white. Description: requires 100 gold coins, 100 stone, and 10 water elemental essences. Water elemental essence? Su Fang mused, recalling its familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the warehouse to inspect various materials. It didn't take long for him to discover that he indeed possessed a substantial quantity of water elemental essence, having collected it from certain fish species in the lake, though not every fish yielded this material. Since the collection of these fish was not under his purview, he was unaware of the specific probability, yet he found over 10,000 units of water elemental essence in his warehouse. Are you there? Sudden Neck Pain inquired. Yes. How much do you wish to sell it for? Su Fang responded. I don't want gold. I want the food you have, Sudden Neck Pain stated. Given the rarity of the blueprint, it was certain to command a price several times greater than that of ordinary buildings. However, it would not exceed 10,000 gold coins. Since the other party desired golden food, Su Fang decided to offer a single sweet potato, which was currently valued at over 10,000 gold coins apiece. Sudden Neck Pain simply aimed to befriend Su Fang through this trade to acquire golden sweet potatoes. After exchanging for 50 golden sweet potatoes, Su Fang took the blueprint and sought an open area to commence construction. 100 gold coins, 100 stone, 10 water elemental essences consumed. Successfully constructed fish pond. Before him appeared a square fish pond, modest in size, surrounded by stone walls. Su Fang scrutinized the building's details. Building: fish pond. Quality: white. Level: LV1. To upgrade to the next level requires 200 gold coins, 200 stone, and 20 water elemental essences. Description: consumes 10 gold coins to purchase grass carp fry. Consumes 10 gold coins to purchase 1 unit of fish feed. For each level the building is upgraded, a new type of fry is unlocked. Currently, 11 types of fairy are available. Even if the white fish pond were to reach maximum level, it would only unlock 10 types of fry. Su Fang had insufficient mental energy to enhance the quality of this building, nor did he pursue upgrading the fish pond. 10 gold coins. Purchase 1 grass carp fry. Unable to continue purchasing fry, please upgrade the fish pond's building level to proceed. After acquiring around 100 fry, Su Fang found himself unable to purchase any further. For the time being, these fry would suffice. As these fish also required feed, upon purchasing fish feed, he found himself with an additional bag of it. The act of purchasing this feed did not necessitate his personal involvement. He could easily delegate this task to soldiers, scattering the fish feed into the pond. It wasn't long before small fish began to surface, eagerly consuming the feed. These fry, akin to chicks and calves, would require time to mature. Su Fang entrusted the care of the fish to Zhang Qian, who merely needed to send someone to feed them a few times daily, thereby not consuming too much time. Su Fang also wished to use the food from his territory to nourish these fish, but now was not the time for experiments. Everything would have to wait until the territory was operating smoothly and there was an ample supply of golden food. Next, Su Fang inspected the chicken coop and cattle shed, noting that the chicks and calves had grown considerably. However, he anticipated that it would still take a few days before he could harvest eggs and milk. Patience was key. He would eventually reap the rewards. Chapter 116. Initiating the task scroll. Continuing to peruse valuable messages. Su Fang noted several individuals expressing their possession of abundant resources and wishing to befriend him. He added them, but one individual was clearly attempting to deceive him, prompting him to promptly block that user. The other 4, however, genuinely possessed a wealth of resources. One had wood, 2 had iron ore, and another had gold ore. After some discussion, Su Fang encouraged them to mine diligently, assuring them that he would purchase their resources. At that moment, Zhao Yun and Yu Fei returned, bearing a substantial haul of various monster materials, gold coins, and a plethora of weapons. The weapons were the most abundant, and any armor that dropped was immediately equipped onto soldiers. Su Fang primarily focused on the blueprints. Although not numerous, he had obtained several building blueprints, dozens of equipment blueprints, and a fair number of life skill books. As for combat skill books, any that were acquired were promptly distributed to the soldiers for their use. Su Fang instructed some soldiers to learn the sewing skill and provided them with the leather armor blueprints to study and craft. Each blueprint was of green quality. Crafting these leather armors required monster hides along with various fabrics and other materials. Su Fang possessed a considerable amount of animal hides, having hunted countless monsters within his territory daily, and he also had ample fabric. Before Su Fang could complete his inventory, Zhang Qian presented him with one of the dragon fruit seeds. Su Fang examined the properties of the dragon fruit. Name, dragon fruit. Quality, golden. Description, consuming it restores 150 health points within the next 4 hours. Another fruit for healing. Su Fang nodded in approval. This fruit was quite advantageous. Unlike vegetables that required cooking before consumption, he merged the remaining dragon fruit seeds and entrusted them to Zhang Qian for planting. After managing the remaining items, Su Fang gathered Yu Fei, Zhao Yun, and Xiang Yu to inquire, "What is the situation at the wilderness camp?" Yu Fei responded, "The camp is known as the Lizard Man Camp, inhabited by beings with lizard heads and human bodies, their skin of vibrant green. The majority of their soldiers are of green quality. They move swiftly on the ground and possess high agility. Today, we managed to hunt a considerable number of lizard soldiers, acquiring many weapons from them. However, we must be especially cautious of some elite lizard men. They possess the ability to shapeshift, altering their color to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, which caused us some difficulties. The ability to change color is indeed quite extraordinary," Su Fang remarked, taken aback. Yu Fei nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Moreover, their ranks are considerably high. In the short term, it would be unwise for us to launch an assault on this encampment. Instead, we should endeavor to exhaust their living forces." Su Fang concurred with Yu Fei's strategy and produced 2 professional scrolls from within his robes, presenting them to Su Fang. These 2 professional scrolls were obtained from the boss. I had kept them for now. Upon inspection, Su Fang noted that both were white warrior profession scrolls, which brought him great satisfaction, as it meant he could earn a little extra coin. Regrettably, Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun had not acquired any professional scrolls today, though they had secured several pieces of blue-quality equipment, which they had already distributed among themselves. "My lord, why not simply send me in to annihilate the enemy encampment?" Li Yuanba interjected boldly. Su Fang glanced at the brash warrior and replied, "Your might is formidable, yet we must not underestimate our adversaries. We will inevitably penetrate their defenses, but we must do so judiciously, minimizing our casualties. I believe I alone could obliterate that encampment," Li Yuanba insisted, still convinced of his capabilities. Su Fang, weary of his bravado, reflected on their collective strength. Although the 5 of them were indeed powerful, the sheer number of foes, particularly the archers, necessitated the support of soldiers. However, their soldiers were significantly outmatched, with levels far below the enemy's. They needed to ensure their troops reached at least level 30 to mount a viable offensive against the encampment. Su Fang himself had yet to attain level 30, let alone his soldiers, and thus the situation warranted patience. Both Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu agreed with Yu Fei's perspective, acknowledging that they could not afford excessive losses among their ranks and that it was prudent to wait a few days before acting. "Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to eliminate more of those lizard men. With our presence, we should be able to vanquish an even greater number," Su Fang declared. "If the Lord and Li Yuanba join us, we can set up ambushes outside the 3 lizard man encampments, luring the enemy out in waves to deplete their forces." Yu Fei articulated his thoughts. Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun echoed, "My lord, if that is the case, we shall accompany you." Su Fang shook his head and replied, "There is no need for that. The wilderness is teeming with monsters to hunt, and it would be imprudent to concentrate all our elite fighters in one location." Yu Fei agreed with Su Fang's reasoning, recognizing that their combined strength would be squandered in such a manner. After concluding their discussion, Su Fang retrieved a task scroll, stating, "This is the mission scroll I acquired today. Let us 5 venture inside and explore." Zhao Yun expressed surprise at the unexpected find. Yu Fei and Xiang Yu nodded in agreement. Su Fang activated the scroll, transforming it into a radiant portal. "Let us see what lies within," he urged. Stepping first into the shimmering passage, followed closely by Mao Qiu, his loyal pet. Xiang Yu, Yu Fei, Zhao Yun, and Li Yuanba followed suit. In a flash of light, they found themselves in an entirely new realm, a vibrant expanse of blue skies, white clouds, and lush forests. Auto grouping, members, Su Fang, Yu Fei, Li Yuanba, Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun. Group successfully formed, bonus experience, 50. Quest, follow the mission guidelines to eliminate the ultimate demon king. Quest 1, defeat the wolf demon and obtain mission fragments. Once collected, the next quest will unlock. Upon hearing this announcement, the 5 companions were intrigued. having never encountered such a mission before, and they turned their gazes towards Su Fang. Since this task involves hunting wolf demons, and the subsequent quest requires fragments from them, let us first determine where we might find these wolves, Su Fang suggested. They found themselves on a narrow path, and after walking for several minutes, Zhao Yun pointed ahead, exclaiming, "My lord, there is a village up ahead, and smoke is rising. It appears to be on fire. Let us investigate. This may be one of our mission objectives." Su Fang replied. As they approached, they saw a massive stone with the inscription, Stone Village. It seemed the village had suffered a grave misfortune. There are signs of blood, Zhao Yun noted, examining the ground closely before looking towards the village. It appears that lives have been lost. My lord, is it possible that this task space reflects real events? Xiang Yu inquired. I cannot say for certain, regardless of its authenticity. We have arrived and must proceed according to the mission's progression, Su Fang responded, uncertain whether this space was a fabrication or a reflection of reality. If they were to perish here, they would not reappear, and Su Fang would be eliminated from the Lord's continent. Everything felt alarmingly real. As they advanced, they discovered more corpses, the wounds on the bodies resembling those inflicted by monstrous claws. Entering the village, they were met with a gruesome sight. Bodies littered the ground, many dismembered, presenting a horrifying tableau that left viewers in the live stream utterly unsettled. What manner of task is this? It is grotesque, akin to a horror film. If this were genuine warfare, it would be even more distressing, though many have not witnessed it firsthand, they murmured amongst themselves. Surely these atrocities were committed by the wolf demons. Why would they slaughter innocent villagers in such a cruel manner? Is this a manifestation of the heavenly path or something that truly exists? Su Fang pondered aloud, recognizing the need for clues. He urged his companions to search for any survivors. Indeed, they discovered that the slain were predominantly the elderly, the weak, and young men, with no women among the victims. Minutes later, Xiang Yu exclaimed, My lord, there is still a survivor. The others hurried to his side, where they found a trembling old man collapsed on the ground. Upon seeing Su Fang and his companions, the elder pleaded, Please, save the people of our village. They have all been captured by the wolf demons. They are at Tianling Mountain. With that, he pointed in a direction and then passed away. Tianling Mountain, Su Fang noted, glancing towards the indicated path. This must be our clue. Let us proceed. There was nothing of value left in the village. All the buildings had been reduced to ashes. Following the direction the elder had indicated, the astute Yu Fei spotted numerous signs of passage. And they continued along these tracks for a full half-hour until they reached a dense forest. Mao Qiu sniffed the air and began to howl excitedly. There is movement ahead. Su Fang deduced from Mao Qiu's behavior. The forest before them likely held the clues they sought. Armed and ready, each of them now wielded a silver moon spear, while Li Yuanba preferred his trusty hammer and wolf-tooth club. This silver moon spear required considerable strength to wield, yet for them, it was hardly burdensome. Su Fang gripped the spear, its silver sheen gleaming beautifully, and its power formidable. As they entered the forest, several concealed shadows lunged at them from all directions. Xiang Yu swept his spear in a horizontal arc, sending a wolf demon crashing against a tree with a resounding thud, its bones shattered upon impact. The sheer might of Xiang Yu was extraordinary. How could these wolf demons withstand his assault? Zhao Yun too thrust his spear, piercing another wolf demon perched in a tree. Meanwhile, Mao Qiu lunged at a wolf demon, swiftly dispatching it with a vicious bite. Experience points, 100. Experience points, 100. Experience points, 100. Su Fang was taken aback by the notification of experience points, as he had not anticipated that a single wolf demon would bestow upon him a bounty of 100 experience points. These wolf demons were merely of level 20. And although categorized as green quality, the monsters within this quest were indeed rich in experience. Zhao Yun and his companions approached to examine the wolf demons, but found no valuables. Su Fang stepped forward to attempt gathering resources, unable to gather from humanoid monsters. Apart from the ample experience points, these wolf demons yielded no valuable loot. They pressed onward, and Mao Qiu halted, letting out a furious roar. With a resounding howl, a multitude of blood-red eyes emerged, encircling Su Fang and his companions. From the ground, the trees, and the underbrush, numerous wolf demons emerged, their sharp claws and grotesque visages instilling fear. In the next moment, these wolf demons charged at Su Fang and his party. Kill! Su Fang grasped the silver moon spear, undaunted. Upon hearing the command, Li Yuanba let out a roar, swinging his wolf-tooth club with a resounding thud, sending one wolf demon flying, before using his other hand to crush another skull with the falling star hammer. Xiang Yu's spear technique was fierce and formidable, effortlessly dispatching a wolf demon with each strike, his strength rivaling that of Li Yuanba, both being epitomes of innate might. Zhao Yun wielded his spear with a myriad of techniques, swift and decisive, striking down wolf demons with lightning speed. Yu Fei's spear technique was singular in its purpose, to slay enemies, with each thrust finding a fatal spot on the wolf demons. As for Su Fang's technique, it was a synthesis of various styles, sometimes overpowering, other times rapid, occasionally cunning and unpredictable, rendering it hard to defend against. On occasion, Su Fang would seek guidance from the three, acknowledging that his foundational spear skills paled in comparison, yet his innate talent was commendable, and he had begun to refine his abilities. Over 100 wolf demons fell to the combined efforts of the five and their pet, swiftly vanquished. Mao Qiu approached Su Fang, clutching 2 pieces of equipment. Su Fang examined them. Pet equipment, Blood Wolf Claw. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength, 15, bleeding 5. Splendid. Su Fang promptly equipped the 2 Blood Wolf Claws onto Mao Qiu, stowing away the white claws. Mao Qiu's attack power surged, and he gleefully began to search for more spoils. Master, I found a shard, Yu Fei announced, handing a fragment to Su Fang. Su Fang scrutinized the shard's details. Item, Quest Fragment 1. Quality, none. Description, collect 10 shards to obtain a hidden message. Let us continue searching for more fragments, Su Fang suggested. However, after a thorough search, they found no additional shards, yet amassed over a dozen pieces of equipment and 2 battle skill books. The drop rate was indeed quite high. Su Fang gathered all the equipment, noting that only 2 green pieces were of no use to them. The 2 battle skill books were also white quality, thus unsuitable. They forged ahead, soon encountering more wolf demons. Su Fang and his companions commenced a thorough sweep of the forest. The wolf demons ranged from level 20 to 25, with the shards obtainable solely from the wolf demon captains. Even the captains could not withstand a single strike from any of them. Their strength was overwhelming, effortlessly overpowering the monsters within this quest. Unbeknownst to them, the number of slain wolf demons was substantial, and they had acquired over 100 pieces of equipment, donning what they could use. Level increased to 29, earning 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Having leveled up once more, Su Fang quickly expended his mental energy, continuing the search for the remaining wolf demons. He was now only 2 shards away from collecting 10. Chapter 118. The Wolf Demon Chief. They pressed on, continuing their hunt for wolf demons, the count of those defeated by Su Fang and his companions now incalculable. Soon, Su Fang encountered another wolf demon captain, and upon its defeat, he obtained a quest fragment. Just one more to go. After collecting the spoils, Su Fang advanced further, where a mountain loomed ahead, shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with lightning, emanating a palpable sense of dread. The sky was engulfed in dark clouds, thick with an unsettling aura. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Su Fang and his companions beheld a throng of wolf demons guarding the base, blocking the path upward. Master, this should be the last wolf demon captain, Zhao Yun remarked. We are likely to ascend next. A more formidable boss awaits us atop the mountain, Yu Fei added. Let us slay them, Su Fang commanded. They charged forward once more, confronted by an overwhelming number of wolf demons, numbering in the hundreds. Their speed akin to that of a ravenous pack, rushing towards Su Fang and his companions. A horde of wolf demons surged at Su Fang, who unleashed his battle aura, channeling it into his spear and executed a cleaving skill, sending forth a lethal arc of energy. Thud, thud, thud. 5 or 6 wolf demons fell beneath the weight of his skill, augmented by the battle aura, exhibiting immense power akin to the internal force of a martial arts master. The battle aura was indeed potent, yet finite, necessitating a period of recovery after each use, as more formidable foes loomed ahead. The 5, alongside Mao Qiu, engaged in a fierce melee against the wolf demons. Each adversary succumbed to their might, culminating in the last wolf demon captain being mercilessly crushed by Li Yuanba's hammer. After a fierce skirmish lasting several minutes, all the wolf demons lay defeated. Su Fang acquired a plethora of equipment, alongside 2 battle skill books and a substantial amount of gold. Master, here is the final shard. Li Yuanba presented the quest fragment to Su Fang, who took it and placed it alongside the others. The 10 shards coalesced into a radiant light, hovering in the air, transforming into a dagger. Quest 2. Use the crystal dagger to slay the wolf demon chief atop the mountain. Indeed, this quest was to vanquish the boss on the mountain. Su Fang stowed the crystal dagger and led the group upward. After traversing several hundred meters, Mao Qiu roared once more, drawing their attention ahead, where a cadre of even more formidable wolf demons materialized before them. Monster, Wolf Demon Elite. Quality, white. Level, 30. Skill, Blood Wolf Claw. Description, powerful soldiers under the command of the wolf demon chief. This elite cadre of wolf demons was significantly stronger, clad in armor and wielding claw-like weapons, enhancing their attack power considerably. With a howl, the wolf demon elites surged forward, leaping towards Xiangyu, who swept his spear, sending one elite wolf demon flying several dozen meters, crashing against a massive boulder and perishing. Xiangyu advanced with a fierce resolve, dispatching all approaching wolf demons with ruthless efficiency, each one struck down by his overwhelming power. Zhao Yun, Li Yuanba, and Yu Fei followed suit, systematically eliminating the wolf demon elites. After vanquishing these elites, Su Fang acquired a multitude of equipment. Although claw-type gear was not widely favored, it would still find its audience. As Su Fang and his companions ascended the mountain, they encountered even more elite wolf demons, including elite wolf demon captains, who were not only of green quality, but also boasted a level of 32. The monsters possess a wealth of experience, yielding impressive equipment. After an hour of fierce battles and relentless travel, Fang and his companions arrived at a platform, where they finally beheld a wolf demon leader. Brandishing a massive hammer while seated upon a stone chair, flanked by numerous green-quality wolf demon elites. Monster, wolf demon leader boss. Quality, green. Level, 35. Skills, earth-shaking strike. Frenzied sweep. Description, a formidable wolf demon leader, endowed with the power of a demon king, who can only be vanquished with a crystal dagger. The leader, the hammer. Li Yuanba exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he glanced at the wolf Fang club in his hand. If we slay it, that hammer shall be yours. Fang encouraged. Very well, the boss is my responsibility. Li Yuanba declared joyfully as he charged towards the monster. Oh war. There is nothing more to say. We shall simply eliminate them. A horde of wolf demon elites surged forth, prompting Xiang Yu and the others to advance and commence their slaughter. One by one, the wolf demons fell beneath their onslaught, while the wolf demon leader lunged at them, targeting the foremost Li Yuanba. Raising its hammer, the wolf demon leader swung down with a force akin to a raging tempest, unleashing its skill, earth-shaking strike. Clang! Li Yuanba intercepted with his hammer, steadfastly withstanding the boss's furious assault. Endowed with divine strength, he proved his prowess. Li Yuanba retaliated with a sweeping strike towards the wolf demon leader. His wolf Fang club aimed at the creature. Clang! The wolf demon leader staggered back, clearly taken aback by Li Yuanba's formidable might. That hammer is now mine. Li Yuanba bellowed with laughter, advancing to crush several incoming wolf demon elites, before launching another assault on the wolf demon leader. After a brief struggle, Li Yuanba's strikes sent the leader's weapon flying. He then cast aside the wolf Fang club, seizing the wolf demon leader and hurling it towards Fang. The leader's body was flung as though it were a mere stone, only to be struck down by Fang's gunfire. Experience points, 330. Reputation, 70. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord. You have been the first to slay a green quality boss of level 30 or above, earning 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. Having previously defeated white and blue quality monsters, Fang finally fulfilled his wish by vanquishing a green quality foe, thus receiving another reward from the Heavenly Dao. This notification left many lords astounded, as it was nighttime. They had not anticipated Fang would dare to hunt monsters in the dark. Unbeknownst to them, the matter of the quest scroll eluded their understanding, as they had not acquired such an item. Is this wealthy patron truly so diligent, even hunting monsters at night for experience? They pondered. The creatures of the night are fierce. A moment's inattention could spell doom. Only he would dare to face them. I certainly wouldn't. This was precisely why he had gained such strength, having slain over 10,000 monsters. Only the viewers in the JoJo Star livestream knew that these were merely the monsters contained within the scroll, a fact lost on the denizens of the Lord's continent. You still venture forth to hunt monsters in this darkness? Can you see clearly? Cold Qingyue expressed her astonishment. Brother, you are already so powerful. Your relentless efforts leave us in awe, worlds unmatched remarked. You should head back. It isn't safe at night, and I worry for your safety, Little Butterfly added. Other friends sent messages of concern, yet Fang chose to disregard them, focused on the monsters that still required his attention. Chapter 119, A Bountiful Harvest. Once all the wolf demons were vanquished, Fang glanced at the messages, feeling a surge of warmth at the concern shown by so many. Rest assured, I am not hunting monsters. This is a quest, he replied. Their astonishment was palpable. A quest? Why have we not received such a thing? What quest is it? Cold Qingyue inquired curiously. He briefly explained about the quest scroll obtained from a bronze treasure chest. A bronze treasure chest? No wonder. I have only opened 3 thus far. As the monsters guarding them are exceedingly powerful, Cold Qingyue responded. The rarity of bronze treasure chests and the strength of their guardians made acquiring them a formidable challenge. Soon, another Heavenly Dao notification chimed, originating from Lonely Cigarette, though Fang paid it no heed. Lord, I have discovered a scroll, Yufei announced. Approaching Fang with a scroll in hand, Fang accepted the scroll, which transformed into a beam of light as he opened it, revealing a new quest prompt. Ultimate quest. The wolf demon leader has abducted all the women from Stone Village to the wolf demon king's palace, intending to use them for a blood sacrifice. Proceed to the wolf demon king's palace, slay the wolf demon king, and rescue the imprisoned women of Stone Village. An ultimate quest, Lord. The wolf demon king's palace must be atop the mountain, Zhao Yun surmised, catching sight of a dark palace amidst ominous clouds and lightning above. Let us gather our spoils and confront that wolf demon king, Fang suggested, surveying the bounty collected by his comrades. They had acquired over 200 pieces of equipment, 3 combat skill books, several profession skill books, and a blueprint for a green quality piece of equipment. Surely, the most elated among them was Li Yuanba, who now possessed 2 hammers, one of which was a green quality piece, precisely the one wielded by the wolf demon leader. Come here, I shall upgrade your weapon. Fang instructed Li Yuanba. Thank you, Lord. Li Yuanba responded eagerly, approaching Su Fang with a grin and handing over the hammer. Su Fang produced a heavy weapon. The very Wolf Fang club previously utilized by Li Yuanba, and fused it with the hammer. Fusion complete. Blue quality equipment Heavenly Wolf Hammer. After the fusion, Su Fang examined the attributes of the Heavenly Wolf Hammer. Equipment, Heavenly Wolf Hammer. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirements, strength greater than 45. Attributes, strength 40, stamina 3. Constitution 3. While its attributes slightly lagged behind those of the Falling Star Hammer, it was nonetheless commendable. Li Yuanba received the Heavenly Wolf Hammer, effortlessly swinging it and producing a series of piercing sounds through the air. In his hands, this heavy weapon resembled a mere toy, garnering further admiration from the viewers in the live stream for his extraordinary strength. It feels great. It's significantly heavier than before. Thank you, Lord, Li Yuanba said, clearly delighted as he hoisted both hammers onto his shoulder, satisfied. With a bountiful harvest in hand, Su Fang gathered all the equipment before leading the four heroes toward the mountain's peak. The closer they approached, the more they could sense the palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from within. Roar! Mao Qiao emitted a warning sound once more. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed toward them from a distance, prompting Li Yuanba to roar in fury, wielding his two massive hammers and effortlessly swatting the arrow aside. Humph! Li Yuanba is here. Who dares to harm my lord? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The enemies were not inclined to show them mercy. Following Li Yuanba's declaration, a barrage of arrows erupted from the distant thicket. Zhao Yun and the others brandished their spears, stating, Lord, please wait. Allow us to deal with those ruffians first. Be careful, Su Fang cautioned. Zhao Yun, Xiang Yu, and Yu Fei tirelessly swung their silver moon spears, effortlessly deflecting the arrows that could not approach them. Faced with such arrows, the challenge lies not merely in one's eyesight, but also in strength and mindset. A moment's distraction could result in being struck. The three individuals, all of golden quality heroes, wield formidable marksmanship, their combat experience unparalleled, and their prowess astonishing. They swiftly charged toward the enemies ahead, soon spotting the wolf demon soldiers poised to attack them. Look at the gun, Zhao Yun declared, stomping down with such force that a deep imprint was left in the ground. In a single leap, he ascended to a tree, thrusting his spear decisively. Thud! A wolf demon soldier, armed with a bow, plummeted from the tree as Zhao Yun pierced his throat. With several more thrusts, more wolf demon soldiers fell from the branches. Zhao Yun was exceptionally agile, moving rapidly among the trees, causing enemies to drop one after another. Xiang Yu charged forward, sweeping aside several wolf demon soldiers with brutal force. Their bodies shattered upon impact. With another piercing strike, he impaled one soldier, advancing toward the bowman, and with a sweeping motion, the arc of his spear sent a dozen wolf demon soldiers crashing down. The wolf demon soldiers stood no chance against Xiang Yu's overwhelming might. His strength was not only formidable, but also fearsome, and few could withstand his direct assault. Yu Fei targeted the wolf demon soldiers hiding behind the trees, dispatching one with each thrust, his every strike lethal and precise. His spear technique was solely for killing, devoid of any flourish. Each thrust a fatal blow aimed at vital points. The furry companion pounced, clawing down a wolf demon soldier before turning to attack another. Together, the trio and their furry ally proved unstoppable, swiftly annihilating all the ambushing wolf demon soldiers. These soldiers, all at level 35, were armed with knives and bows. The dozens of wolf demon soldiers yielded a treasure trove of equipment, greatly enriching Su Fang. The greatest bounty from hunting these wolf demons lay in the equipment they bore, leaving Su Fang eagerly anticipating the multitude of monsters yet to come. This task scroll promised immense rewards, abundant experience, and plentiful gear. Should more scrolls surface, Su Fang would be thoroughly delighted. Once the spoils were gathered, Su Fang and his companions continued their ascent toward the mountain's peak. After vanquishing waves of wolf demon soldiers, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Wolf King's palace. Outside the ominous palace, a contingent of even more powerful Wolf King guards awaited them. 100 of these guards, each clad in complete sets of armor, helmets, breastplates, gauntlets, trousers, boots, and long blades, stood in stark contrast to the previous rabble. Among the 100 wolf demon guards, only 10 were archers, yet they were formidable foes. Su Fang examined their detailed profiles. Monster, Wolf King Guard. Quality, green. Level, 38. Skills, Demon Wolf Slash, Howling Moonstrike. Description, elite soldiers trained by the Wolf King, possessing tremendous combat prowess. These guards stood 2 rows deep before the palace, resembling statues in their rigid formation. Su Fang drew his bow and unleashed an arrow towards the guards, commanding, attack. Whoosh. The arrow struck one guard's armor, absorbing much of the damage but still embedding itself in the body of the Wolf Demon Guard, though it failed to slay him. The Wolf Demon Guard sprang into action, aligning into 3 rows and charging towards Su Fang and his companions. Chapter 120. Entering the Wolf King's palace. These Wolf Demon Guards were indeed no mere rabble. Their coordinated combat tactics brought satisfaction to Yu Fei, an exceptional commander who understood that only through teamwork could soldiers unleash their full potential. Kill. While these wolf demon guards exhibited coordination, it remained to be seen against whom they would be matched. Confronting top-tier warriors like Xiang Yu and his comrades was no small feat. Su Fang and his allies surged toward the Wolf King guards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 arrows, like venomous serpents, flew from behind the guards, aimed at them, powerful and formidable. Clang, clang, clang. Yu Fei and his companions gripped their weapons, skillfully deflecting the arrows. Though swift and potent, the arrows were ultimately thwarted by their prowess. Yu Fei, Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Li Yuanba led the charge, steadfastly guarding Su Fang from behind. With 4 superlative warriors protecting him, Su Fang faced no mortal threat unless they fell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of 10 arrows descended, faster and more powerful than before. Against ordinary soldiers, they would inflict deadly harm, but against Xiang Yu and his ilk, they paled in comparison. They soon reached the forefront of the Wolf King guards. Xiang Yu brandished his weapon, unleashing a force that swept across the battlefield. Boom! With a sweeping strike. 5 wolf demon guards struck by Xiang Yu's weapon were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, colliding with the soldiers behind them. The tremendous force rendered the rear guards unable to resist, toppling an entire row of soldiers, with over 20 Wolf King guards falling to the ground in agony. Those at the front struck by Xiang Yu were already dead, while the others sustained grievous injuries. Yet, the formation of the Wolf King guards had been partially shattered by Xiang Yu's assault. Meanwhile, Li Yuanba showed no signs of hesitation. From a distance of mere meters from the enemy, he lunged forward, his twin hammers ready to strike. Bang! The 2 Wolf King guards struck head-on by Li Yuanba instantly shattered, their bodies flying backward, resulting in significant casualties among the guards behind them. Li Yuanba had also disrupted part of the Wolf King guards' formation, plunging into their ranks, delivering devastating blows with his hammers. Every guard struck by Li Yuanba succumbed to the overwhelming force of his strikes, a power formidable enough to fell the stoutest of foes. The Wolf King guards' reliance on formation to mount an attack was futile. Facing giants like Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba rendered their numbers insignificant. While Zhao Yun might not possess the same brute force as his companions, his speed was unmatched, and his spearwork electrifying. Upon reaching the Wolf King guards, he deftly evaded their attacks, swiftly slashing the throats of several guards. Charging into the rear ranks of Wolf King guards, Zhao Yun pierced one through, then kicked another guard aside, his spear dancing with lethal precision. Yu Fei too approached the Wolf King guards, exuding the aura of a valiant general, his gaze sharp. With a swift stroke, he severed a guard's throat, then, without hesitation, pierced the heart of another. The furry companion pounced upon one Wolf King guard, sinking its teeth into the guard's neck, killing him, then swiftly swatting away another guard's weapon before delivering a fierce blow that sent him flying. The fluffy creature has unleashed its slaughter mode, wielding formidable power that leaves the Wolf King's guards utterly vanquished. While these guards are undeniably strong, they find themselves no match for a more ferocious hero, succumbing one by one. Su Fang confronts the Wolf King's guards, engaging in fierce combat. Though his strength is formidable and his techniques numerous, supplemented by an array of skills, the guards do not compel him to resort to his battle energy or skills. Most are dispatched by 4 heroes, leaving Su Fang with only a handful to contend with. Under their relentless assault, they advance unabated, forcing the Wolf King's guards into a continuous retreat. Viewers in the live stream are astounded by this turn of events, having expected that the well-equipped Wolf Demon guards would pose some threat to Su Fang and his allies. However, these guards turn out to be mere facades, collapsing with alarming ease. It is a spectacle of utter domination. 5 individuals have routed 100 Wolf King guards, with none able to withstand even a single strike from Su Fang and his companions. Their prowess is breathtaking, leaving all online spectators in disbelief. What manner of beast could possibly stand against such might? After dispatching the last of the Wolf King guards, Su Fang and his comrades swiftly gather their spoils. 100 guards translate to 100 sets of equipment, every weapon and piece of armor intact. Xiang Yu and the others have mastered the art of gathering. They merely need to collect from these fallen foes until no more equipment remains. As long as humanoid monsters possess equipment, they can be collected from until it disappears, signaling the end of the gathering process. The fluffy creature uses its mouth to retrieve the weapons dropped by the soldiers, assembling them for Su Fang to collect. Though it has grown larger, its charm remains undiminished, obedient, and ever eager for a pat. Once everything is gathered, Su Fang and his team finally push open the grand door of the Wolf King's palace. With a creak, the ominous door swings wide, revealing an abyss of darkness within. At that moment, a flash of lightning pierces the stormy sky, momentarily illuminating the shadowy palace. The livestream audience is jolted, finding this scene more shocking than any horror film. They behold countless young maidens bound upon stone pillars, their faces pale and seemingly unconscious. On the ground lies a strange and terrifying altar, and in the center stands a colossal figure, its back turned to them. The Wolf Demon King, clad in blood-red armor that appears to be wrenched from the very essence of blood, is an imposing sight, towering nearly 2 meters even while seated. Should it rise, its height would be even more formidable. Fang and his companions enter the palace, and with a thunderous clang, the massive door slams shut behind them. Flames ignite upon the stone pillars, casting a fiery glow throughout the Wolf King's palace, revealing its grim interior. As the livestream audience takes in their surroundings, gasps of shock erupt. Are the maidens alive? They seem devoid of color. Is this the Wolf Demon King? It appears far from ordinary. Standing at least 2.5 meters tall, this creature is an immense monster. It is the ultimate boss, and its strength is undoubtedly formidable. Level 40 boss. Fang scrutinizes this adversary, noting its 3 skills and high level. This is not a foe to be underestimated. A cruel laughter escapes the Wolf Demon King, chilling to the bone. Turning, its fierce and menacing visage sends shivers down the spines of all who behold it. Many in the live stream feel their hearts race, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror, for the Wolf Demon King's appearance is unsettlingly terrifying. Rising to its full height, the Wolf Demon King brandishes a black blade reminiscent of a halberd, long and menacing, enhancing its intimidating presence. Even Li Xuanxiao, with his imposing stature, appears diminutive in comparison. This Wolf Demon King is clearly a formidable opponent, clad in a complete set of green quality armor. You dare to speak so arrogantly before my grandfather, Li Yuanba? Beware, or I shall crush you with a single blow. Li Yuanba retorts angrily, unable to contain his dissatisfaction at the Wolf Demon King's words. Humph. A mere wolf demon dares to flaunt its prowess before me? Taste my spear. Xiangyu responds with straightforward aggression, unleashing a powerful thrust that cuts through the air. Just a few humans, daring to act recklessly before me. The Wolf Demon King fixates on the group with brutal eyes, raising its black blade for a vicious assault on Xiangyu. Clang. A thunderous clash echoes as their weapons collide, sparks flying. The Wolf Demon King, feeling the tremor in its hands, gazes at Xiangyu in surprise, perhaps not expecting such formidable strength from this human. Feel my spear. Zhao Yun charges forward, enveloping his spear in a radiant crimson glow as he unleashes a powerful skill against the Wolf Demon King. The Wolf Demon King, not to be outdone, summons a surge of black energy, wrapping its weapon in dark power to counter Zhao Yun's attack. Clang. The two energies collide violently, releasing a terrifying force that sends both Zhao Yun and the Wolf Demon King reeling backward. At that moment, Li Yuanba seizes the opportunity, raising his dual hammers high, the sound of air ripping as they descend. Clang. The Wolf Demon King, true to its status as a level 40 boss, reacts swiftly, raising its weapon in defense. However, it underestimates Li Yuanba's might, staggering from the overwhelming force and dropping to its knees. Enraged, the Wolf Demon King unleashes a powerful surge of black energy that envelopes its form, significantly enhancing its strength. Rising from the ground, it swings furiously, forcing Li Yuanba back several paces. Sensing a dangerous aura, Li Yuanba retreats decisively. In this moment, the Wolf Demon King channels its dark energy, unleashing its formidable skill, Moon Slash. With a sweeping motion of its massive blade, it sends a crescent-shaped wave of energy hurtling toward Li Yuanba. As Li Yuanba retreats, he sees the attack approach and instinctively crouches, the black energy slicing overhead, a powerful gust brushing past him. The Wolf Demon King, eager to continue its assault, is met with a burst of pearly white energy from Yu Fei, who thrusts his spear toward the foe. The Wolf Demon King, deftly wielding its massive blade, counters with a howl of moonlight, deflecting Yu Fei's attack. Whoosh! Just as the Wolf Demon King's onslaught concludes, another flash of white light streaks through the air, too swift for the creature to evade, striking it and piercing a hole in its chest. It is an arrow, the work of Fang, though it fails to find the Wolf Demon King's vital point. Curse it! The Wolf Demon King forcefully extracted the arrow, yet before he could react, an overwhelming force brought him crashing to the ground. It was the furry ball that had struck. The Wolf Demon King, caught off guard, found his weapon clattering to the earth as he clutched the creature's sharp claws with all his might, turning his head away from the gaping maw of the beast. The furry ball missed its bite, lunging once more at the Wolf Demon King, but the latter unleashed a surge of dark energy, sending the furry creature flying with a powerful kick. Desiring to reclaim his fallen weapon, the Wolf Demon King was thwarted by the other heroes. Zhao Yun deftly knocked the weapon away with a thrust of his spear, sending it skittering into the distance. Attempting to flee, the Wolf Demon King discovered to his dismay that he was encircled by 5 warriors and a tiger, with no avenue for escape. Xiangyu swept his spear horizontally, but the Wolf Demon King retaliated with another burst of black energy in an effort to seize the spear. Yet, Xiangyu's weapon was not so easily grasped. A tremendous force struck the Wolf Demon King, and had it not been for his energy shield, it would have surely claimed his life. Even so, he staggered back a few steps before being struck in the back by Li Yuanba's hammer. Crack! A howl escaped the Wolf Demon King as he collapsed to the ground. The sheer might of Li Yuanba's strike evident. The fate of the Wolf Demon King was all but sealed. Fortunately, his armor had spared him from death, but the force of the blow left him in a near-death state on the ground. Yu Fei and Zhao Yun sought to continue their assault, when suddenly a powerful energy erupted from the fallen wolf demon king, a surge of blood-black energy emanating from his form. Both Yu Fei and Zhao Yun were pushed back by this sudden force, but their quick reflexes spared them from harm. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf demon king rose, his eyes blood-red and enveloped in a shroud of blood-black energy. The bones shattered by Li Yuanba began to mend themselves before their very eyes. Truly, the wolf demon king was formidable, capable of healing his wounds, yet now disarmed, he posed little threat to us, remarked Su Fang. Deprived of his weapon, the wolf demon king resembled a toothless tiger, easily dispatched. Zhao Yun unleashed a fiery battle aura, leading the charge against the wolf demon king. With a swipe of his claws, bolstered by the blood-black energy, the wolf demon king surprisingly managed to withstand Zhao Yun's strike. Yu Fei also summoned his battle aura and attacked, landing a blow upon the wolf demon king's body, yet the creature seemed impervious to pain, swiftly retaliating with a claw aimed at Yu Fei. However, Xiang Yu intervened, knocking the claw aside with a thrust of his spear, followed by a kick that sent the wolf demon king stumbling back, only to be struck again by Li Yuanba's hammer, shattering several more bones, leaving him unable to stand. Zhao Yun targeted the wolf demon king's ankle with his spear, forcing the beast to kneel. Yu Fei approached, piercing the palm of the creature with a thrust from his spear. Su Fang unleashed his battle aura, gripping the silver moon spear. His speed augmented as he became a streak of light, launching a devastating strike at the wolf demon king. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and the wolf demon king's head fell to the ground, his headless body collapsing beside it. A once mighty boss had been vanquished. Chapter 122, The Lucky Necklace. The wolf demon king was indeed powerful, yet he had encountered a cadre of even stronger heroes, who, in their collaboration, left him with no opportunity to survive, ultimately leading to his demise. Experience points, 680. Reputation, 80. Heavenly Path notification. Huaxia City Lord, first to slay a level 40 green quality boss. Rewarded with 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, and 4 skill points. As these 3 notifications from the Heavenly Path faded, another notification appeared. Heavenly Path notification. Huaxia City Lord, first in the world to reach level 30, rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 1 building lottery ticket. Su Fang had indeed leveled up, albeit unexpectedly at the last moment. He swiftly allocated his attribute points, expending mental energy and merging a considerable amount of golden sweet potatoes. The lords of the continent were once again agitated. In the dead of night, 2 notifications from the Heavenly Path echoed. Was this still human? The wealthy magnate was astonishingly powerful, already hunting level 40 bosses. Having reached level 30, he was now tackling level 40 bosses. Surely he had mobilized a significant number of soldiers. His rapid ascension must stem from his relentless monster hunting, yet venturing out at night was perilous. I would never dare to hunt at night, far too dangerous. Su Fang paid no heed to the chat channel, his attention focused on the spoils dropped by the boss. Lord, excellent treasures. Zhao Yun presented several items before Su Fang. At first glance, Su Fang's eyes fell upon a skill, a martial arts manual. Martial arts skill, Dark Cloud Technique. Quality, green. Description, a technique that cultivates dark battle aura, only learnable by those who transition to close combat professions. Another attribute-laden technique. Su Fang was thoroughly satisfied. Glancing at Li Yuanba and Xiang Yu, he inquired, who desires this technique? I want it, I want it. I too wish to possess battle aura. Li Yuanba exclaimed eagerly. Xiang Yu chuckled, replying, let Li Yuanba have it. I am not in a hurry. Xiang Yu displayed great magnanimity, having declined 2 techniques already. Such artifacts were both precious and rare, difficult for most to refuse. Su Fang too yearned for superior techniques. Yet acquiring them was no easy feat. Nodding, Su Fang handed the manual to Li Yuanba, saying, take it. Thank you, my lord. Now I too possess a technique, haha. Li Yuanba was as straightforward as they come, openly expressing desire and displeasure. There were also 2 skills, both green quality combat skills. Specifically the 2 techniques previously wielded by the Wolf Demon King, Prideful Moonslash and Howling Moonstrike. In addition to these 2 skills and 1 martial arts technique, there was also a green quality warrior class change scroll. Su Fang handed the skills to Xiang Yu, who this time did not refuse and learned Prideful Moonslash. As for the other skill, he deemed unnecessary. Having already acquired 2 skills, additional ones would not enhance his skill level. The Howling Moonstrike was given to Yu Fei, and Su Fang upgraded the green quality warrior class change scroll to blue before presenting it to Yu Fei for his class change. Upon using the scroll, it transformed into a radiant light that surged into Yu Fei's body. Heavenly Path notification. Huaxia City Lord's subordinate hero, the world's 10th to change classes. Rewarded Huaxia City Lord with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, 1 skill point, and 1 class skill lottery. Su Fang had already sold 2 class certificates, making Yu Fei the 10th to change classes. Moreover, these class certificates had all originated from Su Fang, with the 10 reward slots now filled. Any subsequent recipients of class certificates would not be eligible for Heavenly Path rewards. It was not the first time Su Fang had provided his heroes with class certificates, and they were all curious about where he acquired such heroes. Su Fang had first bestowed a class change scroll upon a soldier, followed by 2 heroes. Many lords were intrigued about the source of Su Fang's heroes, yet he offered no response, leaving the other lords in resignation. The Wolf Demon King had only dropped 4 items, yet each was exceedingly valuable. However, the Wolf Demon King left behind a complete set of green equipment, which boasted a set effect. Yet, Su Fang did not take a liking to it, nor did the other heroes. He decided to assign it to Li Tsuanxiao. After the demise of the Wolf Demon King, the altar shattered, unleashing streams of ethereal light that soared towards the young maiden atop the stone pillar. After a considerable time, the maidens gradually awakened, and Su Fang instructed his companions to untie the ropes binding them. Su Fang did not receive any notification regarding the completion of the task. As for the rewards from the heavenly Tao, he would address them after they exited. He turned his gaze towards the maidens, realizing that returning them to Stone Village was likely necessary to fulfill his quest. There were over 100 maidens, all in the bloom of youth, from Stone Village. Su Fang spoke, "Allow me to escort you back to Stone Village. Thank you, noble heroes, for your salvation. Thank you, heroes. Woo, we are finally saved." As they emerged from the Wolf King's palace, Su Fang noticed that the dark clouds had dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky adorned with white clouds, likely a consequence of the boss's demise. Thus, Su Fang escorted the more than 100 maidens down the mountain, all the way back to Stone Village. However, upon witnessing the utter devastation of their village, the maidens burst into tears. "Woo, fathers, you have all perished. What shall we do now? We are left homeless, and our houses have been burned to ashes. Cursed wolf demon, you have destroyed our entire village." At that moment, one maiden named Ling, claiming to be the daughter of the village chief and possessing striking beauty, knelt before Su Fang along with the others, saying, "Benefactor, we are now without a home. Please, take us in. Congratulations on completing the task. Do you wish to lead these maidens away?" Su Fang was taken aback, not anticipating such an outcome. Unable to see the maidens' profiles, he was unaware of their names and attributes, but he naturally could not refuse them. He hurriedly replied, "Do rise. From now on, you shall be part of my domain. I will take you away from here. Thank you, benefactor." The maiden stood up. 10 seconds until return to the outside world. 10, 9, 1. With a flash of light, Su Fang and the maidens reappeared in his territory, where 3 treasure chests awaited them. "Lord, there are 3 treasure chests before me. Which one should I choose?" Li Yuanba inquired. "Any one will suffice," Su Fang responded. He too selected a chest, and upon opening it, a radiant light emerged, revealing a necklace, albeit of white quality. Equipment, lucky necklace. Quality white. Durability, 100. Attribute, luck 5. To his astonishment, it was a necklace that increased luck. Su Fang was somewhat surprised. Though it possessed only this single attribute, the necklace was indeed excellent and rather rare. His curiosity piqued. He turned to see what others had obtained. Chapter 123. Ling with the blessing talent. "Lord, I have drawn a dark ring." Li Yuanba handed the equipment to Su Fang. Observing the ring's attributes, Su Fang noted, "Equipment, ring of strength. Quality white. Durability, 100. Attribute, strength 5. That is decent equipment." Su Fang remarked, "You should keep it for yourself." "Oh," Li Yuanba replied, donning the ring. "Lord, I have a storage bag." Zhao Yun presented his item to Su Fang. A storage bag. Su Fang was taken aback and quickly examined the item. Equipment, storage bag. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Attribute, contains 100 cubic meters of space. This was a genuine storage bag. Aside from the ample space, it conferred no additional attributes, but the 100 cubic meters of capacity was indeed substantial. "Very good. You should keep it." "I have a space pouch," Su Fang said, handing the storage bag to Zhao Yun. Turning his gaze to Xiang Yu, Su Fang noticed him gripping a long spear. Xiang Yu addressed Su Fang, saying, "My lord, I have a request." "Just speak plainly," Su Fang replied. "I would like to ask you to fuse these 2 weapons together," Xiang Yu stated. "You prefer using a spear?" Su Fang had not anticipated this. Xiang Yu nodded, replying, "While the long spear is commendable, it is rather simplistic and lacks sufficient lethality. I intend to forge a more powerful long spear, though I have yet to finalize the design. This spear is more effective than a long lance." After hearing this, Su Fang took the 2 weapons from Xiang Yu and proceeded to fuse them. Inspired by Xiang Yu's words, he suddenly had a brilliant idea and began to modify the long spear. Having practiced martial arts since childhood and having seen many uniquely designed and deadly weapons, he began to merge these memories to refine the weapon. This would require a greater expenditure of mental energy, but Su Fang discovered it was feasible. Thus, he could create tailored weapons for each warrior. As his mental energy waned, the weapon in his hand began to take the form he had envisioned, fusing a blue quality weapon. When Su Fang opened his eyes, he beheld the weapon resembling the one he had imagined, yet it bore no name. He promptly named it the Celestial Dragon's Breaking City Spear. Equipment, Celestial Dragon's Breaking City Spear. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 50. Attributes: Strength 46. Armor Penetration 5, Critical Hit 5. Xiang Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing the unique weapon in Su Fang's hands. My lord, you have managed to transform the weapon in such a way. It is astonishing. The weapon surpassed Xiang Yu's expectations, and he was enamored with it at first sight. Take it. Su Fang joyfully tossed the celestial dragon's breaking city spear to Xiang Yu. After catching it, Xiang Yu swung it with one hand, the sound of slicing air echoing through the heavens, leaving the others astonished. Thank you, my lord. Xiang Yu was genuinely elated. He found the weapon to be remarkably well suited for him. My lord, I also wish to have my weapon modified. Li Yuanba exclaimed upon witnessing this. My mental energy is currently insufficient. I will attend to it once I have recuperated. Rest assured, I will craft powerful weapons tailored for each of you. Su Fang assured them. Thank you, my lord. The others responded eagerly. In the treasure chest opened by Yu Fei lay a cloak. Although it was of white quality, it was quite striking. Yu Fei intended to gift it to Su Fang, but he graciously declined. The cloak's attribute was an increase of 5 points in agility, which was not particularly impressive for white equipment. Poor Mao, witnessing everyone draw rewards while it received nothing, gazed up at Su Fang with its big watery eyes, prompting laughter from the others. Su Fang patted Mao's head, saying, all right, I will fuse a more advanced piece of equipment for you in the future. Upon hearing this, Mao perked up, nuzzling Su Fang affectionately before resuming its flying practice. It had mastered flight, but needed further training to carry Su Fang into battle. After the lottery concluded, Su Fang turned his attention to the more than 100 maidens, whose attributes were now visible to him. He focused on Ling, name, Ling. Talent, blessing. Quality, purple. Loyalty, 50. Level, 0. Experience 10100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 6. Stamina, 13. Agility, 16. Spirit, 40. Magic defense, 11. Physical defense, 2. Luck, 8. Talent, 20. Combat skills, none. Life skills, green embroidery, LV1. The blessing talent is astonishing, especially given its purple quality. Su Fang was utterly astonished, particularly by her mental strength, which had astonishingly reached 40 points, an exceptionally high figure. Su Fang promptly inquired, what is the utility of your blessing talent? It can augment other strength, stamina, constitution, and agility, replied Ling. Upon hearing this, Su Fang was once again taken aback. Was this not akin to a healer capable of providing buffs? What a treasure she had discovered. Determined to elevate this healer's level, Su Fang realized that her presence would significantly enhance their combat prowess. Turning her attention to the other maidens, Su Fang noted that, apart from Ling, most were of white quality, though 2 boasted blue quality and 5 held green quality. Furthermore, they each possessed secondary professions, some in agriculture, others in animal husbandry, and some in weaving, textile arts, and embroidery. These young women were indeed capable of adding value to the territory, and Su Fang felt quite satisfied. However, she pondered whether only this task scroll could summon these individuals, or if every task scroll possessed such a capability. Without delay, Su Fang led them to the territory's warehouse, retrieving several skill books related to their life professions to distribute among them for study. Their prior skills were temporarily unnecessary, so she encouraged them to learn new ones and began assigning them future tasks, which primarily involved sewing garments, washing clothes, and preparing meals. However, Su Fang planned to have them focus on leveling up tomorrow. Today was merely to help them acclimate to their new surroundings. The soldiers, noticing the influx of women into Su Fang's territory, were filled with curiosity, but their discipline kept them in check, allowing mere intrigue without any inappropriate behavior. After familiarizing them with the area, Su Fang said, Ling, you shall oversee their affairs from now on. Should any matters arise, inform Ling first, who will relay the information to me. If you cannot locate her, feel free to contact me directly. Yes, thank you, Lord. Ling expressed her gratitude promptly. Given that they were all women, Su Fang commissioned the construction of a blue-quality wooden house in a different location, and after upgrading it to level 5, she allowed them to reside within. The house was spacious enough to accommodate 500 individuals without issue, and they expressed their heartfelt appreciation to Su Fang. After departing, she ensured that preparations were made for their meals, considering they had yet to eat and must be quite hungry by now. Chapter 124, Dragon's Radiance in the Nine Heavens. Once Su Fang had organized the affairs of Ling and the others, she returned to the courtyard, where the soldiers had already prepared warm water for her bath. Relaxing in the soothing warmth of the tub, Su Fang accessed the system's building lottery. A flash of light revealed 10 chests shimmering with mysterious brilliance, akin to 10 delicate maidens awaiting Su Fang's selection. This building lottery was no trivial matter. It could yield golden unique quality structures. And Su Fang's territory already possessed 2 such buildings, which had provided immense benefits. The lottery could be accessed every 10 levels, provided that the upgrade pace was prioritized. The top 10 lords were eligible for the draw, and while Su Fang was unaware of what others might obtain, she could not dismiss the possibility of them also securing golden unique structures. With excitement coursing through her, Su Fang randomly selected one of the buildings and opened it. A golden light flashed again, and she was overjoyed, for it indicated that she had drawn yet another golden building, though its specifics remained unknown. Upon examining the building in her possession, she discovered it to be a prairie radiating golden light, piquing her curiosity as she checked its details. Building, mounting prairie. Quality, golden unique. Level, LV1. Requires 200 gold, 200 wood, and 2 first-tier crystal cores for upgrade. Description. This is a profoundly mysterious prairie that randomly refreshes various mounts of differing quality each day. The higher the level, the greater the probability of higher quality mounts and increased quantity. Note, taming skills are required to ensure these mounts obey. The higher the mount's quality, the more challenging it is to tame. Su Fang was astounded. This was indeed a prairie capable of refreshing mounts. This would enable her to assemble a cavalry force. However, upgrading this building required crystal cores, which were notoriously difficult to obtain, as they could only be dropped by bosses and could not be swiftly procured. Moreover, the territory's crystal also required first-tier crystal cores for upgrades, and these cores were not available for sale. Even if Su Fang offered 10,000 gold for each, few would be willing to part with them. Crystal cores were exceedingly precious and rare. The bosses outside the territory did not simply appear at will, as it depended on the refresh conditions. Resources like crystal cores would undoubtedly be a scarce strategic asset, both now and in the future. And Su Fang currently had no means to upgrade the mounting prairie. She needed to prioritize upgrading the crystal first. The crystal was of utmost importance, for only by upgrading it could she expand her territory's area, and Su Fang believed that the higher the territory's level, the richer the resources outside would be. This was merely her conjecture, as the refresh conditions were determined by the will of the heavens, which no one could predict. At present, Su Fang's crystal building had only reached LV6, and she had yet to gather enough first-tier crystal cores for the next upgrade. She stored the prairie building and proceeded to claim another skill lottery. Under normal circumstances, even at maximum level, an individual could only acquire 100 skill points. Based on Su Fang's current understanding, white quality skills could only be upgraded to LV10 at most, green quality skills to LV15, blue quality skills to LV20. As for purple skills, Su Fang had yet to obtain any, but they surely exceeded LV20. Su Fang garnered a golden skill, but she did not feel compelled to max it out, as golden quality skills already possessed formidable base power. Thus, she remained uncertain about the maximum potential level for golden skills, nor did she have an abundance of skill points to invest. The higher the skill quality, the more potent the power. Skill points were limited and must not be squandered frivolously. After all, aside from combat skills, there were also life skills and techniques that required leveling up, necessitating judicious use of skill points. Su Fang began the lottery, and once again, 10 skill chests materialized before her. After randomly selecting one, the others vanished. She opened the chosen skill, and another golden light flashed, signifying yet another golden quality skill. Filled with joy, Su Fang noted that her heightened luck indeed seemed to correlate with a greater likelihood of obtaining golden quality items. She picked up the skill Radiating Golden Light and examined it. Skill, Dragon's Radiance in the 9 Heavens. Quality, Golden Unique. Description, requires consumption of battle energy to unleash, condensing a dragon-shaped energy to deliver a devastating strike to the target. Wow, what an impressive skill. Su Fang was thoroughly astonished at the skill's power. It was undeniably formidable. Without hesitation, Su Fang immediately activated the skill. Learning Golden Unique Quality Skill Dragon's Radiance in the 9 Heavens. Upon completion of her learning, Su Fang once again scrutinized the specific details of this skill. Skill, Dragon's Radiance in the 9 Heavens. Quality, Golden Unique. Level, LV1. Introduction. A minimum of 10,000 battle energy is required to conjure a dragon-shaped energy, delivering a devastating strike to the target, inflicting at least 500 points of additional damage. One must possess at least 10,000 battle energy to execute this move. Su Fang glanced at his current battle energy and sighed. At this moment, he lacked the qualifications to utilize such a skill. His battle energy was far too low, and he would have to defer this endeavor to a later time. Su Fang examined his present attributes. Name, Su Fang. Talent, Fusion, Unique. Occupation, Green Warrior. Level, 30. Experience, 200,000. Battle energy, 13, 501, 350. Strength, 37, 690. Constitution, 38, 025. Stamina, 37, 640. Agility, 37, 635. Spirit, 37, 713. Magic defense, 1015. Physical defense, 1040. Luck, 1018. Talent, 10. Reputation, 7, 480. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 19. Combat skills, Golden Unique Dragon Radiance, 9 Heavens LV1. Golden Dragon Glide Technique LV10. Green Strenuous Strike LV10. Green Execution LV10. Green Lethal Arrow LV10. Blue Earth Split / LV7. Life skills, white gathering technique LV1. White taming technique LV1. Cultivation skills, blue chi absorption technique LV20. Though he possessed 19 skill points, Su Fang hesitated to upgrade the Dragon Radiance 9 Heaven skill, fearing that an enhancement would necessitate even more battle energy for its release, rendering him incapable of wielding it. His current battle energy was still insufficient, nevertheless. The skill's potency was already formidable, amplifying damage fivefold. If he consumed a golden sweet potato, his base strength would double, and wielding this skill afterward would allow him to vanquish heaven and earth with ease. Although such a claim might seem hyperbolic, Su Fang harbored immense confidence. Yet, all of this hinged upon his battle energy surpassing the threshold of 10,000 points. Chapter 125, The Dream of Cavalry. After a quick bath, Su Fang emerged from the water bucket, eagerly making his way to an open space within his territory, where he summoned the Mount's Prairie structure. Successfully constructed the Mount's Prairie building. A fenced prairie structure materialized before Su Fang, revealing a grand entrance. Upon opening the gate, he entered alongside his companion, Manhwaedit. The interior was not particularly vast, but was covered in lush green grass. Given that the structure was only at LV1, Su Fang scrutinized the area for any spawned mounts and was delighted to spot a horse grazing nearby. He examined the horse's attributes. Monster, wild horse. Quality, green. Level, 10. Skill, gallop. Description, a grass-loving horse, can be tamed to become a war steed. Though it was of green quality, Su Fang could not be overly demanding. After all, mounts appeared randomly, and obtaining higher quality steeds would require further upgrades. For now, he could only attempt to tame it. Manhwaedit, go. Don't kill it. Subdue it, Su Fang instructed. Roar. Manhwaedit darted forward with remarkable speed toward the wild horse, which, sensing the impending danger, began to flee. However, the area was limited, and with Su Fang positioned nearby, it could not escape far. Together, Su Fang and Manhwaedit cornered the wild horse, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Neighing in protest, the wild horse was driven to a corner, unable to evade capture. Go ahead and cry out. No one will come to your rescue. Su Fang grinned triumphantly, akin to a lecherous uncle about to toy with an innocent little pony. Come here. Su Fang lunged forward, but the wild horse, unwilling to yield, charged at him. Yet, Su Fang's strength was overwhelming. He seized the horse's neck and forcefully brought it down. Bang! The wild horse fell with a cry, and Su Fang proceeded to employ his taming technique. Taming successful. Su Fang was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that easy? He released the now subdued wild horse, which nuzzled against him, confirming its taming. Su Fang stroked the horse, feeling satisfied. His territory could now begin to form a cavalry. Though this process would be lengthy, opportunities would eventually arise. Leading the tamed wild horse out of the Mount's Prairie, Su Fang made his way to the vicinity of the warehouse. From the warehouse, he retrieved reins, saddles, and stirrups, items he had collected previously, amounting to over 1,000 sets, which were finally coming into play. He immediately began to recycle these items within the shop, uncertain if others still possessed similar gear. With the horse in tow, Su Fang approached the training soldiers and found Yufei. Yufei, I have just tamed this horse, and I present it to you. Thank you, my lord. Yufei responded, genuinely surprised. He inquired, my lord, how many can one tame in a day? Do you plan to establish a cavalry? I've only just acquired the Mount's Prairie building, and today a single horse has appeared. Tomorrow is uncertain, though I doubt it will be many, Su Fang explained. A cavalry must indeed be assembled, but it will require considerable time. The building cannot be upgraded hastily. We must proceed gradually. He briefly outlined his plans, fully aware of the strength a cavalry could wield. However, everything necessitated time, particularly with mounts. Su Fang longed to tame a multitude of warhorses immediately. Yet the Mount's Prairie did not spawn an abundance of wild horses. As for the monsters in the wild, the success rate for taming them was abysmally low, making it nearly impossible to capture a large number of them as steeds. Many soldiers within the territory possessed taming skills, and daily endeavors were made to capture mounts. Yet none had succeeded. This illustrated just how low the probability of taming those monsters truly was. Wild monsters only heeded the commands of their respective tamers. Whereas the mounts from the Mount's Prairie differed in that once tamed, they could be utilized by anyone. This delineated a notable contrast between the two. A few books on taming skills remained in the territory, and Su Fang retrieved them, intending to have the generals learn them as well, given their high luck attributes. If they could tame stronger mounts, there would be no need for warhorses. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Fang entrusted the taming skills to Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba for their study, while Zhao Yun and Yu Fei had already acquired the knowledge. With 2 books remaining, Su Fang summoned Li Tsuanxiao. My lord, you called for me. Li Tsuanxiao approached Su Fang. Here, this complete set of equipment is for you. Su Fang handed over an entire set of gear that had belonged to the Wolf Demon King. Upon seeing it, Li Tsuanxiao exclaimed, thank you, my lord. He quickly donned the gear, which fit him perfectly, bringing him great joy. Su Fang then instructed him to learn the taming skill. Subsequently, Su Fang requested, now? Hand me the weapon you are currently using. Oh, Li Tsuanxiao complied, presenting his green weapon. Recalling the design of the weapon Li Tsuanxiao had previously wielded, Su Fang produced several weapons and began to fuse them. As a person of immense strength, Li Tsuanxiao wielded a two-handed weapon. Su Fang commenced the fusion of the first weapon based on his recollection, and upon completion, he named it the Mixed Iron Spear, which was also a piece of blue-quality equipment. Here you go. Su Fang presented it to Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao's eyes lit up as he swung it casually, remarking, "This feels quite fitting. However, I sense one is not enough." "Haha, fret not. I shall fuse a second one for you," Su Fang replied, proceeding to merge another piece of equipment. After a considerable interval, Su Fang once again fused a new weapon, naming it the Bai Yin Chao Tianhua. This weapon possesses a peculiar design, one that Su Fang merely amalgamated based on the shapes he had encountered in his memories. See if this weapon meets your expectations. If not, I shall make further adjustments, Su Fang remarked as he handed the completed Bai Yin Chao Tianhua to Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao received it, wielding it with both hands, and commented, "If the Lord could enhance the weight of the Bai Yin Chao Tianhua, its might would increase substantially. This is a simple matter." Su Fang then produced a piece of green quality equipment and integrated it into the Bai Yin Chao Tianhua. Upon completion, the weapon's weight significantly increased, and its power escalated considerably. After testing it again, Li Tsuanxiao expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Now, let us proceed. A great battle awaits us tomorrow." Indeed, Li Tsuanxiao was elated, having acquired not only two formidable weapons, but also a complete set of green quality gear, thus enhancing his strength considerably. Su Fang retained a tome of taming skills, intending to reserve it for the next hero. He also had the opportunity to summon a general today and return to the Soul Hall. Su Fang had already determined whom he would summon this time, an individual renowned as a formidable warrior of his era, celebrated for his valor on the battlefield. During that dark and tumultuous age, he rallied the brave men of the realm to rise against oppression, preserving the bloodline of Huaxia. This was indeed an extraordinary figure. Chapter 126. The Martial King. Ranmin placing his hand upon the altar, a vision of a person emerged in Su Fang's mind, a hero who rose amidst chaos, vanquishing formidable foes. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. The light of souls began to coalesce upon the altar, ultimately manifesting as a gallant man. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hall hero, Ranmin. Indeed, the individual Su Fang envisioned was none other than Ranmin, later known as the Martial King. Ranmin was tall and robust, exuding the aura of a mighty warrior. "I pay my respects to the Lord." Ranmin's voice resonated with a powerful timbre, imbued with immense presence. "Follow me." Su Fang nodded in approval and then examined Ranmin's attributes. Name, Ranmin. Talent, Dragon Martial Power. Quality, Golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the Soul Hall always possess maximum loyalty. Level, 0. Experience 0 100. Strength, 43. Constitution, 39. Stamina, 30. Agility, 32. Spirit, 12. Magic Defense, 24. Physical Defense, 26. Luck, 19. Talent, 45. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. Ranmin's strength was quite impressive. His base power slightly inferior to Li Tsuanxiao's, yet he had awakened a formidable talent. The Dragon Martial Power appeared to be a potent skill, and Su Fang eagerly anticipated Ranmin's performance on the battlefield. Su Fang departed the Soul Hall with Ranmin, equipping him with a complete set of gear, all green quality armor, except for the weaponry. Subsequently, Su Fang began to fuse weapons once more. Ranmin, being a general who wielded two-handed weapons, inspired Su Fang to base the design of the new weapon on those Ranmin had previously utilized. As a remarkable weapon emerged from the fusion, Su Fang named it the Dragon Snake Double-Edged Spear. Upon handing this weapon to Ranmin, he joyfully tested it and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. Do not rush. There is yet another weapon you will surely appreciate." Su Fang proceeded to fuse two more pieces of green equipment, resulting in another weapon. Observing this new creation, Su Fang named it the Deadly Hook Glaive. Both weapons were of blue quality, and once Ranmin received them, he found them exceptionally easy to wield, as if he had a natural affinity for these two types of weaponry. "Thank you, my lord." Ranmin expressed his gratitude once more. "Go rest. Your strength will be needed for the territory tomorrow," Su Fang instructed. Understood. Ranmin took his leave, carrying the two weapons. As for Li Yuanba's weapon, Su Fang resolved to fuse it the following morning. He chose not to upgrade the assault camp, planning to do so after selling the food the next day. Time swiftly passed, and as dawn approached, Su Fang resumed his training. Upon completion, his battle energy increased by several hundred points. Today marked the final day of the 100-fold drop rate. The monsters would undoubtedly be stronger than those encountered yesterday. Su Fang began selling golden food, retaining a significant portion for himself and only offering half for sale, followed by weapons, as his stock of weaponry far exceeded that of armor. Numerous lords contacted Su Fang early in the morning, eager to purchase equipment at elevated prices, which Su Fang gladly accepted. After adding these individuals as friends, he engaged in a flurry of transactions. Many sought to exchange greater resources for golden sweet potatoes, and after these trades, he continued to exchange wood at the previous day's prices. Once all transactions concluded, Su Fang upgraded the assault camp. Gold, 79,000. Wood, 79,000. Assault camp level, 1. Current level, LV, 81. Gold, 130,000. Wood, 130,000. Assault camp level, 1. Current level, LV, 93. After elevating the assault camp to level 93, Su Fang had exhausted all his wood supplies. He then commenced summoning soldiers, bringing forth all available troops. Building, assault camp. Quality, unique, golden. Level, LV 93. Next upgrade requires 135,000 gold, 135,000 wood. Special attribute, all soldier attributes 20. Description, costs 100 gold to summon 1 soldier. Currently able to summon 300 soldiers. Over 10,000 soldiers were summoned, and Su Fang equipped them with weapons. However, the armor supply was still insufficient to meet the demand of all soldiers. After assigning the troops to Yufei, he instructed them to eat first, providing each soldier with 2 golden sweet potatoes, corn, and strawberries. Finally, he divided all soldiers into 4 groups, sending them towards the 4 directions of the territory to begin crafting traps in advance. Su Fang paired Ran Min with Zhao Yun, while Xiang Yu continued to lead soldiers alone against the monsters. The previous day's late exit from the mission scroll meant that heroes could not be summoned until 10 a.m. today. Otherwise, 2 heroes could have defended Xiang Yu's flank. Nevertheless, Su Fang was confident in Xiang Yu's strength, believing he could handle the situation alone. With the increase in soldiers and the addition of 4 catapults for defense, each direction gained an extra layer of fortification. The territory's archery equipment also saw a substantial increase, significantly enhancing their ranged offensive capabilities. Su Fang felt a surge of confidence today and turned to Li Yuanba, saying, "Hand me your weapons. I shall fuse them." Certainly. Li Yuanba promptly presented 2 dissimilar hammers to Su Fang. Su Fang then retrieved several other green heavy weaponry and began the fusion process, envisioning the design of the drum-worthy golden hammer. As 2 identical hammers materialized, Li Yuanba's eyes widened in astonishment. These hammers, both in appearance and weight, seemed exceedingly impressive. After the fusion was completed, Su Fang named the 2 hammers Drumbeat Gold Hammer and then examined their attributes. Equipment, Drumbeat Gold Hammer. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 100. Attributes, strength 50, critical hit 10. Equipment, Drumbeat Gold Hammer. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 100. Attributes, strength 50. Armor piercing 10. These 2 weapons possessed immense power, bolstered by the fusion of multiple weapons, granting them formidable attributes. One enhanced critical hits, while the other improved armor penetration, undoubtedly elevating Li Yuanba's offensive capabilities. Eager to test them out, Su Fang found Li Yuanba's eagerness quite amusing. "Thank you, Lord," Li Yuanba exclaimed, swiftly grasping the newly fused hammers and began to wield them. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The sound of slicing through the air reverberated as these remarkably heavy weapons felt weightless in his grasp. With a single swing, few could withstand the force. The heroes summoned by Su Fang were all exceptionally formidable. With their presence in the territory, Su Fang felt confident in transforming it into an invincible stronghold. Chapter 127, 200-fold drop rate. Su Fang instructed Li Yuanba to guard the eastern gate of the territory while he ventured into the black market shop to see what treasures awaited him today. Among the offerings was a piece of equipment, a helmet radiating a violet glow, revealing it as a purple quality item. Upon inspecting the helmet's material, it appeared to be crafted from platinum, exquisite and strikingly handsome. Su Fang examined the helmet's attributes. Equipment, white dragon helmet. Quality, purple. Durability, 100. Special attributes, mental recovery 50. Injury recovery 50. Attributes, physical defense 50, magical defense 50, mental power 25, stamina 25. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Astounded by its hefty price tag of 500,000 gold coins, Su Fang recognized the worth of the equipment. With both physical and magical defenses at 50 points, along with an additional 25 points in mental power and stamina, the special attributes were of utmost importance to him. The mental recovery was particularly vital, coupled with a significant injury recovery boost. 500,000 gold coins, purchasing the purple quality equipment white dragon helmet. After acquiring the helmet, Su Fang promptly donned it, replacing his previous mountain leopard helmet, significantly enhancing his attributes. Proceeding to the territory's eastern gate, he produced a telescope to survey the surroundings. Today, there were more soldiers, which meant an increased number of traps to be excavated. "My lord." Upon seeing Su Fang, Li Yuanba hurried over, positioning himself behind Su Fang, embodying the responsibility of a bodyguard. However, once the battle commenced, he would entirely forget about Su Fang, charging headlong towards the enemy. At that moment, a message appeared. prompting Su Fang to take a look. Is there any blue equipment for sale? I can trade you some wood. Cold Qingwei inquired. Wood was a material used to craft blue-quality bows, which Su Fang greatly needed. He quickly asked, how many do you require? Cold Qingwei, slightly exasperated, noted that Su Fang's tone indicated he possessed plenty. She desired blue-quality equipment, yet it seemed as if he had an abundance. Let's start with 5 pieces, ideally. One should be a bow, while the rest can be swords and daggers. Lacking sufficient materials for a more significant exchange, she settled for 5 pieces. All right. Su Fang produced a blue bow, and for the remaining 4 pieces, he began the fusion process. Following this, Cold Qingwei and Su Fang discussed the specifics of the trade, with Cold Qingwei successfully exchanging all her wood for 5 pieces of blue-quality equipment. Checking the time, Su Fang noted there were 45 minutes until 8 o'clock. He began to peruse the chat channel. Today marked the final day of the double drop rate, and he wondered if, after its conclusion, monsters would still launch attacks tomorrow. With only 40 minutes remaining, everything that needed preparation had been arranged. He hoped to withstand the monster onslaught. If they failed, they would have no choice but to abandon the Lord's continent. Is anyone selling blue equipment? I'll pay 30,000 gold coins for one. I'll trade a treasure map for a piece of blue-quality equipment. Interested friends, please message me. Big financier, could you list some more golden sweet potatoes? Buying scrolls. One-time use scrolls. Those who have them, please contact me. Prices start from 1,000 gold coins. What exactly is a one-time use scroll? Is it something like a condom? The chat channel was abuzz with messages, and some had already acquired one-time use scrolls. If any were particularly powerful, they could indeed enhance the territory's defense. However, such scrolls were presumably rare. Su Fang himself possessed only one. He had purchased white one-time use scrolls for 1,000 gold coins each and green quality scrolls for 10,000 gold coins, yet no one had sold any thus far. Su Fang also noticed a treasure map. Out of curiosity, he added the individual. You and tonight's dinner have become friends. Big financier, are you interested in this treasure map? Tonight's dinner quickly inquired. Please send me the specific attributes first. I want to determine if it's worth the price of a blue-quality equipment. Su Fang responded. Sure, no problem. Tonight's dinner promptly shared the details of the treasure map with Su Fang. Item, treasure map. Quality, green. Description, usable at level 20, after use. It guides the user to a target location to search for treasure. The value of this item was difficult to ascertain. The exchange rate for blue-quality equipment had skyrocketed to over 20,000, with some even quoting 30,000 gold coins. However, this treasure map was merely of green quality, and if it yielded nothing, it could result in a significant loss. Nevertheless, Su Fang decided to offer a piece of blue equipment in exchange, asking, are there any specific requirements for the blue equipment? Not at all. Any blue equipment will suffice. Tonight's dinner promptly replied. No matter how inferior the blue equipment, it would still provide a substantial boost to attributes, and he had no further demands. He was simply grateful for the opportunity to trade. Thus, Su Fang fused a piece of blue weaponry for him, to which tonight's dinner expressed, thank you, big financier. Now is not the time to use the treasure map. It would have to wait until the monster attack subsided. As time passed, it swiftly approached 7:55. Su Fang instructed the soldiers to return for defense. The archers had already begun their preparations in front of the traps. The soldiers at the rear had armed themselves with sharpened bamboo, ready to launch against the monsters at a moment's notice. Yu Fei had ensured that many bamboo shoots were harvested yesterday, and several piles were stacked within the walls. This weapon held significant lethality against monsters, rivaling that of arrows. After 8 o'clock, everyone awaited the arrival of the monsters, but the voice of the Heavenly Dao resonated first. Heavenly Dao announcement. The final day of the double drop rate is upon us. The monster assault on the territory will last for 4 hours, during which the drop rate will surge to 200-fold. Successfully defending against the monster attacks will grant the Lord a chance for a lucky draw. During the monster assault, each monster killed will yield corresponding points. The higher the monster's level, the more points earned. The higher the monster's quality, the greater the points awarded. After 4 hours of monstrous assaults, the rankings will be established, and the top 1,000 lords shall receive a variety of rewards. Following the conclusion of the 4-hour monster onslaught, the Heavenly Path will initiate a prestige exchange, remaining open until 8 o'clock in the evening. The monsters are set to appear in 10 minutes. All must prepare for the impending battle, with a countdown of 9:59, 59. Upon the announcement from the Heavenly Path, shock rippled through both the Lord's realm and the online community of the 9 provinces. No one anticipated such a dramatic turn of events today, catching everyone off guard. For hours, each Lord must withstand these monsters for an entire 4 hours. However, during the monster invasion, the drop rate astonishingly surged to 200 times. Yet, many Lords still felt a tremendous weight of pressure. For hours? I fear I can only hold for an hour. I can only hope these monsters do not possess overwhelming strength. If they are too formidable, I doubt I could endure even half an hour. Today's drop rate is indeed heightened to 200 times, but is this 4-hour monster assault serious? Such an extended duration seems excessive. How many Lords will be eliminated today? The principle of survival of the fittest applies universally. Dear Lords, give it your all. Chapter 128. The Celestial Spear of Destruction. For hours. When Su Fang received this news, he too was taken aback. No one expected such a change today. For many lords, this was a calamity, as 4 hours is an exceedingly long duration. Although the rewards are lavish and the drop rate has escalated to 200 times, the pressure remains palpable for many. Su Fang felt this pressure acutely, as the monsters that emerged in his territory often exceeded the numbers faced by other lords, sometimes being tenfold greater. Enduring 4 hours would be no easy feat with 10 minutes remaining. Everyone prepared psychologically and logistically. Su Fang notified all within his domain, urging the soldiers to brace themselves for an extended conflict. As the countdown expired, the monsters began their advance toward the various territories. Su Fang took up his telescope, observing the approaching creatures. The foremost monsters were of a surprisingly low level, not exceeding level 5. This revelation surprised Su Fang. He had not expected such lowly adversaries at the onset. Surely, this was merely the beginning, and the monsters could not all be of such inferior caliber. As the monsters drew nearer, the soldiers ensnared in traps readied their bows and unleashed a torrent of arrows upon the advancing foes, the shafts whistling through the air. The lowly monsters proved utterly incapable of withstanding the deluge of arrows, collapsing en masse. Observing the ineptitude of the monsters, Su Fang called out to Li Yuanba, instructing the soldiers to charge forward while avoiding the traps. Leading Li Yuanba and over 1,000 soldiers, Su Fang traversed the trap-laden area and engaged the monsters head-on. With no level 6 monsters among them, these creatures posed little threat. Su Fang summoned numerous soldiers. These monsters were ideal for upgrading them. As the soldiers systematically dispatched the creatures, a bounty of gold, equipment, blueprints, and skills emerged. Su Fang paid little mind to these spoils. They would not vanish and could be collected collectively after the battle concluded. The low-level monsters were numerous and unceasing, prompting Su Fang to direct all soldiers to take the initiative in hunting them down. The entire army exited the trap zone, launching a vigorous assault against the monsters beyond their territory. These seemingly endless monsters, emerging from unknown origins, were easily felled by the soldiers, who faced little resistance. Su Fang even spotted a couple of bosses, but they were no different from the smaller foes and fell swiftly. These lower-tier monsters served merely as a source of experience and equipment for Su Fang's forces. He instructed his soldiers to don any obtainable gear without needing to report back, enhancing their attributes and bolstering their strength. After an hour of relentless hunting, Su Fang noted a shift in the monsters' levels, now ranging from 6 to 10. Did a change occur every hour? If so, the subsequent hour's monsters would be level 15. Su Fang recognized this pattern. However, this posed little challenge for him. Even in the 4th hour, the monsters would merely reach level 20, which he deemed inconsequential. Casually glancing at the chat channel, he noted, the monsters' levels are so low. I expected them to be formidable. The drop rate is astonishingly high. Even a level 1 monster yielded 200 gold. This instills confidence that I can persist. An hour has passed, and the monsters have indeed become stronger, now appearing at levels 6 to 10. Are others experiencing the same? Lords across the continent are in similar straits, though the density of monsters varies. Here, the onslaught is significantly more concentrated, with Su Fang facing 5 to 6 times the numbers of other lords. As the monsters' levels increased, so too did the levels of Su Fang's soldiers, who continued to eliminate these foes. They were now able to keep the monsters at bay, rendering the traps outside the territory still useful. In confronting these low-level creatures, the use of arrows became unnecessary. They would suffice for the stronger monsters that followed. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Few lords on the continent had been eliminated. They had all endured the initial 2 hours. As the 3rd hour arrived, as anticipated, the monsters' levels escalated to 11 to 15, with some even boasting green quality. Each direction of the territory was manned by 3,000 soldiers, and after the previous 2 hours of combat, even the lowest ranking among them had reached levels in the teens. Veteran soldiers were now above level 20, and amidst the throngs of monsters, they had gained 1 or 2 additional levels. For Su Fang, whose own level was higher, the experience required for advancement was substantially greater. Thus, he found it challenging to level up quickly from these lowly monsters. Yet, even the level 10 creatures could not withstand the relentless assault of Su Fang's soldiers, who held the line effectively. Returning to his territory, Su Fang noted the time. It was now 10 o'clock, and the Hall of Souls had refreshed its summons for heroes. He could once again call forth a hero. Making his way to the Hall of Souls, he placed his hand upon the altar, having already decided which hero he wished to summon. This figure was a renowned general in Chinese history, celebrated for his military prowess and legendary feats. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a Hall hero? Yes. The light of souls coalesced into a galaxy above the altar, forming a human shape. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality Hall hero, Shui Ringgui. The figure summoned was indeed Shui Ringgui, famed for his tale of 3 arrows at Mount Tianshan. Shui Ringgui bowed before the Lord, his appearance striking and handsome, reminiscent of Zhao Yun. Both were paragons of virtue and martial skill. Follow me. Su Fang had little time for idle conversation with Shui Ringgui. and led him to the equipment vault, retrieving a set of green quality gear. This had been prepared in advance. After equipping Shui Ringgui, he took out 3 additional pieces of green quality equipment, commencing the fusion of a weapon. Shui Ringgui wielded the Fangtian Huaji, a weapon renowned for its intricate design and multifaceted capabilities, demanding immense strength and skill from its wielder. The physical prowess required to master such a weapon is considerable, and throughout the annals of Chinese history, very few have been able to do so. Among the most illustrious users of this formidable armament are Lu Bu and Shui Ringgui himself. After a fusion process, Su Fang found himself holding a Fangtian Huaji. Inspecting this weapon, he was quite pleased. It was a product of the amalgamation of 3 green-tier pieces of equipment, boasting a blue quality that surpassed the standard blue gear in strength. He named this weapon the Sky-Breaking Divine Spear. Chapter 129, The Final Hour. Equipment, Sky-Breaking Divine Spear. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirements, strength greater than 45. Attributes, strength 48, bleed 5, armor piercing 5. This equipment had specific requirements. Shui Ringui's base strength was only 40, necessitating an upgrade before he could wield it. With the multitude of monsters lurking outside the territory, it would not be long before he leveled up. Take this Sky-Breaking Divine Spear, along with a blue-quality bow, Su Fang instructed, and let a soldier escort you to Xiangyu's location to assist in fending off the monsters. After giving his orders, he sent a soldier to guide Shui Ringgui towards Xiangyu, knowing that his presence would significantly alleviate the pressure there. Meanwhile, Su Fang departed from the territory, venturing outside to continue hunting the relentless monsters. Glancing at his score, which had soared to several million, he felt no inclination to ponder the mechanics of its calculation. His singular focus was to withstand the impending onslaught of monsters over the next 2 hours. These creatures seemed inexhaustible, and the objective was not to eradicate them entirely, but merely to stave off their attacks. Given the current strength of Su Fang's soldiers, confronting these monsters posed little challenge. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the soldiers' formidable prowess allowed them to effectively keep the creatures at bay. However, the same could not be said for other lords. As the monsters launched their assault, many in the Lord's continent felt an immense burden. Despite their desperate efforts to slay the creatures, the sheer volume proved overwhelming, with territories falling one after another and crystals being shattered. By around 10:30, many lords found themselves unable to withstand the relentless barrage of monsters, their forces being systematically eliminated. As the toll of fallen soldiers mounted, the specter of elimination loomed over them. By the time 11 o'clock arrived, countless lords had been ousted from the Lord's continent. The remaining lords now faced even stronger foes, with monsters ranging from levels 16 to 20, many of which were of green quality. As these formidable creatures surged forth like a tidal wave, they inundated the lords, decimating their forces and obliterating their lands. As the chaos unfolded, countless territories were laid to waste. Observers from the Jojo star planet were struck by the brutality of the conflict. In this final hour, the monsters grew increasingly powerful, resulting in the expulsion of numerous lords who had just emerged. The monsters' levels were alarmingly high, with the lowest being level 16, surpassing the majority of the soldiers under the Lord's command. The combination of high levels and overwhelming numbers led to the rapid destruction of many territories. It remained uncertain how many lords would be eliminated that day, but it was clear that many would fall. The exact figure, however, was unknown. As the last hour approached, Su Fang too encountered the onslaught of these monsters. He commanded his soldiers to fight while retreating, aiming to prolong the confrontation and stretch the front line. The bows that had previously lain and used finally found purpose, with frontline soldiers using shields to repel the creatures, while those in the rear launched their long spears at the enemy. The soldiers at the back took up their bows, raining arrows down upon the adversaries. Su Fang, alongside Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu, proved to be the most formidable, eliminating a significant portion of the monsters, while the remaining soldiers faced little threat. Su Fang harnessed his battle aura, channeling it through his limbs to enhance his strength and speed, greatly augmenting his capabilities. Although Li Yuanba was swift in his own right, he could not match Su Fang's efficiency in slaying monsters. With the battle aura empowering him, Su Fang wielded the Silver Moon Spear, cutting a swath through the throng of monsters, dispatching several with each sweeping strike. Mao Qiu, boasting a level higher than Su Fang and equipped with green quality gear, sent monsters flying with powerful swipes, his claws piercing through them with lethal precision. With 2 capable weapons in hand, Li Yuanba's strength surged as he wielded his double hammers to annihilate monster after monster. Together, they carved out a clear area amidst the relentless tide of foes, the ground littered with the corpses of the vanquished. As the soldiers attacked and retreated, Su Fang and Li Yuanba held the rear, ensuring the monsters could not encircle them. Level increased to 31, awarded 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The sheer number of monsters fell before them, granting Su Fang an abundance of experience, resulting in yet another level increase. After allocating his attribute points, he continued to provide cover for the soldiers, allowing them to retreat safely. The high-level monsters continued to press forward, but they managed to gradually fall back into the traps laid before the territory. Soldiers without bows were the first to be withdrawn, while the archers covered their retreat, firing arrows that sent monsters tumbling into the cleverly concealed traps. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the archers could not eliminate every monster. As the creatures filled the traps, they advanced towards the territory. By the time they approached, half an hour had passed, and countless monsters had succumbed to the traps. 2 trebuchets within the territory sprang to life, launching massive stones that crushed monsters beneath their weight. The soldiers also resumed their assault, hurling bamboo spears at the advancing foes. With countless bamboo projectiles finding their marks, the frontline soldiers once again charged forward with their shields raised. With little time left before the final hour, it was clear that victory was within Su Fang's grasp. He, Li Yuanba, and Mao Qiu surged forward once more, creating a breach in the dense throng of monsters, alleviating the burden on the soldiers behind them. With the 3 of them leading the charge, the remaining soldiers faced significantly fewer adversaries, and their substantial numbers made it difficult for the creatures to breach their ranks swiftly. With a fierce roar, Mao Qiu targeted a distant foe, revealing itself to be a level 20 green boss. Mao Qiu charged forward, its claws sending the nearby monsters flying as it closed in on the boss. Delivering a powerful bite and launching a fierce assault, the boss stood no chance against Mao Qiu, swiftly being pinned to the ground and dispatched with a single lethal strike. A level 20 boss was effortlessly slain by the fluffy creature, whose level had reached 33, augmented by its golden quality, rendering the defeat of a mere level 20 green boss a trivial endeavor. Chapter 130, 20 million points. Su Fang also charged toward one of the bosses, which was another level 20, albeit of white quality. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he unleashed a tremendous force, causing monsters to fall one after another beneath its wrath, until he stood before the boss. With a single skill, he executed a devastating strike, his spear slicing through the air with a radiant glow, eliminating 6 monsters in front of him. Moments later, the surrounding monsters abruptly ceased their advance and began to retreat towards the territory's outskirts. After dispatching dozens more, Su Fang glanced at the time. It had already passed noon. When the last of the monsters vanished, the clock struck precisely 12:10. The assault had lasted a full 4 hours. Heavenly Dao announcement. Congratulations to all lords who withstood the monster attack. You have successfully earned a chance for a lucky draw. The points leaderboard has been activated. All lords may peruse it at their leisure. Reputation exchange has commenced. Lords with reputation may redeem rewards until 8 o'clock tonight. The functions of the Heavenly Dao have been further refined. Please explore them for yourself. All explanatory rights on the Lord's continent are reserved by the Heavenly Dao. The monster attack had finally concluded, and numerous lords surveyed their territories, some of which had been ravaged to the point of retaining only a few structures, while others were on the brink of losing their crystal. Throughout the Lord's continent, aside from Su Fang's territory, the stronghold of every other lord had been overrun by the monsters. The edifices painstakingly constructed by these lords lay either destroyed or damaged. The damaged structures could be repaired with a certain expenditure of gold and materials, but those annihilated by the monsters, regardless of their level, had vanished without a trace. The fruits of their labor had been rendered null and void by the monsters. Nevertheless, they had successfully repelled the assault and survived, remaining on the Lord's continent. Upon hearing the Heavenly Dao's announcement, many lords disregarded the filth beneath them and collapsed onto the ground. Not all lords were engaged in the chat channel, where they exchanged their thoughts. Finally over, what a harrowing experience. My soldiers suffered heavy losses. Over 500 are reduced to just a handful. That was close. My crystal was nearly destroyed by the monsters. My territory has but a single intact crystal building left, while the others lie in ruins. It's like returning to square one. I'm injured. Could the affluent lord stock some healing food? Though we endured, the losses are significant. Many buildings must be reconstructed, and numerous others require repairs. It's daunting. If such monsters attack again tomorrow, I shall surely be eliminated. Everyone realized their situations were akin. No one's territory remained unscathed, save for Su Fang's. He had not allowed the monsters to approach the stone barricade, primarily due to the sheer number of his soldiers, coupled with his proactive measures to keep the monsters at bay from the outset, thus preserving his territory from destruction. Subsequently, all lords began to gather their spoils. Despite the grave damage to their strongholds, many smiled upon witnessing their acquisitions. With a 200-fold drop rate, the area surrounding the territory was strewn with gold, equipment, various skill books, and blueprints. Those lords who managed to endure the onslaught were rewarded handsomely, while those who faltered had been completely eliminated. The lords turned their attention to the points leaderboard, eager to see if their names graced the list of the top 1,000. First place, Huaxia City, total points, 20, 858, 439. Second place, Tianshan Tonglao, total points, 2, 365, 148. Third place, Dugu S Sword, total points, 1, 865, 239. Fourth place, Lonely Cigarette, total points, 1, 860, 208. As they beheld the leaderboard, astonishment washed over their faces. Many could scarcely believe their eyes. The points amassed by the Lord of Huaxiao City had reached a staggering 20 million. How was this even possible? Was this score genuine? It was nearly tenfold that of the second-place holder. Such a chasm in points. Was the Lord of Huaxiao City even human? To have garnered such an extraordinary amount of points, the lords of the entire continent erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. 20 million points. I must inquire if the heavenly Tao miscalculated. I barely have over 100,000 points, not even ranking within the top 1,000. Those in the top 1,000 boast at least over 1,000,000 points. They are all prominent figures. Prominent figures, indeed, yet they pale in comparison to the first, someone lamented. I wonder what rewards await those in the top 1,000. I am most curious to know. Su Fang too was intrigued by the leaderboard, though he felt indifferent to his own 20 million points. Observing the vast disparity between himself and others felt natural. The monsters outside his territory were more than 5 or 6 times those of others. Not to mention, he commanded a force of over 14,000 soldiers. Alongside top-tier heroes like Xiang Yu and Yu Fei, was 2 million points truly excessive? Was it not entirely reasonable? His gaze shifted to the top 10 on the leaderboard, where he recognized that most were his friends. It was no surprise. They had purchased a multitude of golden provisions from him and engaged in extensive trading, resulting in mutual enhancement of their strengths. You are truly impressive. Cold Qinghue sent a message to Su Fang. He felt her compliment lacked specificity. What aspect did she find remarkable? Are you not also the second-place holder? Let me see what rewards you received. After sending his message, Su Fang claimed the rewards for being first on the leaderboard. Reputation, 2086, gold, 20, 860, 000, 1 piece of golden equipment, 1 golden building lottery, 1 golden hero summoning token. Su Fang was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. The rewards were overwhelmingly generous. In addition to reputation and gold, he had received 3 golden quality rewards. What did you receive? My rewards are reputation, 237, gold, 2, 370, 000, 1 piece of purple equipment, 1 purple building lottery, 1 purple hero summoning token. Cold Qinghue replied. Upon seeing this, Su Fang recognized that the rewards were indeed calculated based on points. He then shared his rewards with her. Over 2 million gold left Cold Qinghue in awe. Just the gold alone was substantial, not to mention the 2,000 plus reputation points and 3 golden items. This was vastly superior to the rewards of the second-place holder. Cold Qinghue promptly messaged, I'm envious. I earned this through my own strength. It was no easy feat, Su Fang replied. Cold Qinghue was well aware that each of them had attained their rewards through their own efforts. The destruction of their territories had been considerable. Many buildings lay in ruins, and the remaining structures required repairs. One could only wonder what the morrow would bring. JPG, Cold Qinghue, observing the state of her territory, casually snapped a photo and sent it to Su Fang, exclaiming her surprise at the introduction of a video call feature. Upon checking, Su Fang too discovered the new video call functionality, allowing for communication between lords to extend beyond mere messaging. Curiously, Cold Qinghue invited Su Fang to a video call, which he accepted without hesitation. Chapter 131, Not Possible. Upon opening the video, it was indeed the first formal encounter between the two individuals, although they remained oblivious to the vast distance separating them, and were uncertain if fate would allow them to meet on the Lord's continent. Both were captivated by each other's true visage. Lung Qingyue's beauty was transcendent. Her slender waist delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, and her graceful stature marked her as an unparalleled beauty, exuding an air of aloofness, seldom gracing the world with a smile. Su Fang, on the other hand, appeared as serene as the still waters of a deep lake, embodying a calm that seemed to transcend the chaos of the world, a maturity one would expect from a man in his 40s or 50s. Yet Lung Qingyue found this peculiar steadiness emanating from him. His eyes, resembling unfathomable depths, were inscrutable, leaving one unable to discern the thoughts swirling within. Indeed, those abyss-like eyes left an indelible impression on Lung Qingyue, as if they would forever linger in her memory. Hello, Lung Qingyue initiated the conversation, realizing that Su Fang had remained silent for quite some time. In her home world of the Jojo Star, her personality would never have allowed her to greet a man first. Yet, this was not the Jojo Star, and Su Fang was no ordinary man. He had singularly achieved numerous accolades on the Lord's continent. Who wouldn't he be curious about him? At the very least, Lung Qingyue was undeniably intrigued, eager to uncover the secrets behind his powerful territory. Hello, came Su Fang's response, shortly followed by a curious yowl from his pet, Mao Qiu, who seemed to wonder about the identity of the individual appearing before Su Fang. Mao Qiu, being Su Fang's companion, could see Lung Qingyue in the video, though the warriors could not. Is this your Mao Qiu? It appears even cuter than in the photographs, Lung Qingyue remarked, glancing at Mao Qiu and then at her own pet, noting the stark contrast between them. Her pet lacked any offensive capabilities but possessed supportive abilities, enhancing her attack and recovery, and providing companionship to stave off boredom. Cute? Can such a large tiger truly be deemed cute? Su Fang pondered, failing to grasp how women appreciated such things. Suddenly, Lung Qingyue caught sight of Su Fang's territory and inquired curiously, Your territory appears quite expansive and seems untouched by monsters. Monsters could not breach my defenses, Su Fang replied matter-of-factly. Monsters could not breach. Leng Qingyue exclaimed, astonished. It was hard to believe that given Su Fang's impressive score exceeding 20 million, 10 times the monsters she had slain, he had managed to keep them at bay. Such strength is remarkable. How have you accomplished this? It's quite simple. I summoned a larger number of soldiers, fed them various golden foods. And for the first 3 hours, I intercepted them at the traps surrounding my territory. In the final hour, I gradually retreated, allowing the strongest monsters to be consumed by the traps. Thus, I only needed to withstand half an hour of assault. It's not difficult, Su Fang explained succinctly, omitting the details of his siege engines and golden generals, without which it would have been far more challenging to repel the monsters. After absorbing his explanation, Leng Qingyue admired Su Fang even more. While she was aware of such tactics, they required a sufficient number of soldiers. Without relying on the stone barriers to fend off the majority of the monsters, she could never face such overwhelming numbers. How many soldiers do you currently command? She asked with genuine curiosity. Not many, just over 10,000, Su Fang replied. Leng Qingyue was left speechless. Is that what a normal person would say? Over 10,000 soldiers is not a lot. What does that make my few thousand? She could only imagine the magnitude of Su Fang's strength. After all, he sold vast quantities of golden food daily, converting those resources into the development of his territory. Moreover, he was singular in this endeavor. No one else on the Lord's continent could match his unique offerings. This monopoly allowed him to dictate prices, and the attributes of these foods were irresistible, providing enhancements that no one could refuse. Could you show me the various buildings in your territory? Leng Qingyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not possible, Su Fang immediately declined. Leng Qingyue was taken aback by the abrupt rejection. Viewers from the JoJo Star were equally stunned. How could Su Fang refuse such a stunning beauty's request? They believed the two to be perfectly matched, yet Su Fang's demeanor suggested otherwise. In the live chat, many viewers chimed in. Su Fang, let that girl go. Let me take your place. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't refuse. Come on, Su Fang is a man of great ambition. He wouldn't be distracted by a woman. Some recalled Su Fang's assertion that women merely slowed down his shooting speed, solidifying the notion that he was indeed disinterested in romantic entanglements. Su Fang is truly heartless. How could he reject such a beautiful, charming, and graceful Leng Qingyue? Rest assured, Qingyue, I support you. I will remain steadfast and loyal. You know nothing. Su Fang is simply a rational man, unperturbed by women. Unlike certain simps who are rendered immobile by a woman's presence, I stand with you, Su Fang. The discussion escalated in both Leng Qingyue's and Su Fang's live streams. After Su Fang's rejection, Leng Qingyue's fans erupted in outrage, rushing to Su Fang's stream to berate him. Most of them were men, unable to tolerate the perceived slight against their goddess, unwilling to see her suffer even a hint of indignity. These actions were met with resistance from Su Fang's fans, predominantly women who rejoiced at his refusal. They believed that a man like Su Fang was not one that ordinary women could capture. After all, without his assistance, how could Leng Qingyue have risen to second place on the leaderboard? Most of the top 100 were Su Fang's allies. Without his support, they could never have achieved such rankings. These female fans idolized Su Fang, viewing him as a paragon of virtue and the embodiment of their ideals. The exchanges in the live chat led to a flurry of activity until the Celestial Order enforced silence, as it would not tolerate such undignified discourse. Thus, with the intervention of the Celestial Order, the situation calmed, yet the thoughts of the online community could not influence the two individuals on the Lord's continent. After a brief conversation, Su Fang and Leng Qingyue concluded their video call, each burdened with numerous tasks requiring their attention. The newly introduced video call feature received accolades from many lords of the continent, who found it tremendously useful for future communications. Chapter 132, The Supreme Emperor's Cloak. Following the conclusion of his call with Leng Qingyue, other friends who had received rewards began conversing with Su Fang, some even requesting video calls, which he declined. These friends primarily expressed gratitude for the substantial quantities of golden food he had provided, acknowledging that without his support, their achievements would not have been possible. They were also curious about the rewards that Su Fang had obtained, and he shared them with his friends, which naturally elicited a wave of envy among them. These individuals were in need of Su Fang's golden food, while he, in turn, relied on the resources they possessed. Thus, their relationship was one of mutual cooperation and benefit. After concluding his conversation with these friends, Su Fang proceeded to claim the rewards from the leaderboard. Among the 3 golden quality rewards, he first selected a piece of equipment. Upon claiming it, Su Fang discovered that he could choose from an array of options. Before him appeared a series of choices. Please select the type of equipment. Options include weapon, helmet, armor, gauntlets, pants, boots, ring, necklace, cloak, or belt. Su Fang was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a plethora of choices for the reward. It was evident that each individual could only wear a maximum of 10 pieces of equipment. Having already acquired everything except for a cloak and a belt, Su Fang was certain his choice would be between the cloak or the belt. What type of equipment will you choose? The curious Qinghua inquired. I haven't decided yet, but it will likely be the cloak, Su Fang replied. When Yu Fei concluded the task scroll, he had received a white cloak, which bore attributes similar to other equipment. Moreover, upon donning it, he appeared quite dashing. After contemplating, Su Fang ultimately opted for the cloak. He swore it was simply because he found cloaks to be particularly stylish that he made that choice. This seemed quite reasonable. After all, who could possibly refuse an item that boasts both excellent attributes and an air of elegance? Su Fang clicked on the cloak option, and various colors of cloaks materialized before him: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan. To his astonishment, there were over 100 color and style options available. The heavens had been considerate, allowing them the luxury of selecting different hues and designs. He felt compelled to give this reward a 5-star rating. After reviewing the options, he was captivated by a golden cloak adorned with an embroidered golden dragon, exuding an aura of majesty. He was instantly enamored with it. Regrettably, the attributes of these pieces of equipment were not visible until they were claimed. Su Fang clicked on the cloak. Do you wish to select the Supreme Imperial Cloak? The name alone was imposing, leaving him with no reason to decline it. Yes, a flash of brilliance engulfed him, and in an instant, a cloak radiating golden light appeared in his hands. The next moment, golden light coalesced, and from the Supreme Imperial Cloak, a magnificent golden dragon soared through the heavens. This spectacle left countless viewers in the live stream awestruck. Not only was the cloak's name extraordinarily grand, but it also manifested such a mystical phenomenon, invoking both envy and astonishment among them. Bathed in golden light, Su Fang appeared both sacred and enigmatic, reminiscent of an unparalleled deity from the heavens, inspiring adoration in countless hearts. Once the golden light faded, the cloak's luminosity diminished. Su Fang inspected the cloak closely, thoroughly satisfied, and then clicked on the attributes of the Supreme Imperial Cloak. Equipment: Supreme Imperial Cloak. Quality: unique, golden. Durability: 100. Special attributes: cultivation speed 100, recovery speed 100. Attack power 100. Skill: Supreme Shield, passive skill. When receiving damage, automatically releases a defensive shield that lasts for 5 minutes. If subjected to an overwhelmingly powerful attack, it may shatter prematurely. Cooldown: 24 hours. Skill: Imperial Dragon Chi, active skill, minimum consumption of 100,000 cultivation energy. Can actively release a golden holy dragon to execute a devastating attack on a target. Cooldown: 24 hours. Equipment requirements: Level 50, luck greater than 10. Cultivation energy greater than 100,000. All attributes above 100 points. Attributes: all attributes 100, luck 50, talent 50. Description: one of the Supreme Imperial set. Collecting more Supreme Imperial equipment can unlock additional set effects. After reading the information about the Supreme Imperial Cloak, Su Fang was utterly astounded. This equipment was indeed formidable, granting a total of 500 additional attribute points, not to mention the enhancement of various cultivation effects. Furthermore, it boasted 2 skills, 1 passive skill for defense, and 1 powerful active skill requiring a minimum of 100,000 cultivation energy to unleash. The cultivation energy points presumably referred to combat energy. From this equipment, Su Fang gleaned that cultivation could encompass not only combat skills, but also magical professions. Though he had yet to acquire certification for a magical class, this equipment could be worn by both magical and warrior classes. But a level of 50 was required for donning it. As for the other requirements to equip the Supreme Imperial Cloak, Su Fang had already met them. He was merely lacking the requisite level. To don this cloak, he needed to reach level 50, and currently, at level 31, he had 19 levels to go. His next small goal was to level up to 50 so he could wear the Supreme Imperial Cloak. The viewers in Su Fang's live stream, upon witnessing this piece of equipment, were left in utter shock, particularly due to its overwhelming attributes. However, this equipment was not available for everyone to wear. Not only did it have a level restriction, but it also had various attribute requirements, rendering even Su Fang unable to equip it at present. He stored the cloak away and claimed his second golden item reward, a golden building lottery. After claiming it, 10 question-mark treasure chests appeared before him, all containing golden quality buildings. After randomly selecting one, Su Fang opened the chest. You have obtained the unique special golden building, Hall of Reincarnation. A golden glow enveloped him, revealing a peculiar structure resembling a cold and mysterious soul hall. This was a palace-type building, imbued with an ominous aura. Su Fang examined the details of this building. Chapter 133, Use the Hero Summoning Token. Building, Hall of Reincarnation. Quality, Unique Golden Special. Level, LV1. Requires 200 gold, 200 wood, 200 soul points to upgrade. Attributes, can resurrect deceased residents within the territory. Resurrected individuals will return at level 0. Soul points, 0. Residents that can be resurrected, 0. Description, currently can absorb soul points from within a 100-meter radius of the territory. Resurrecting white quality residents requires 1,000 soul points. Green quality residents require 2,000 soul points. Blue quality residents require 5,000 soul points. Purple quality residents require 10,000 soul points. And golden quality residents require 50,000 soul points. After the Lord's demise, the Hall of Reincarnation requires a minimum of 500,000 soul points to automatically resurrect. Upon seeing the attributes of this building, Su Fang was left completely astonished. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by the attributes of this building. Its capabilities were astonishing. This building could resurrect all individuals within the territory, including the Lord. It was akin to having an unfair advantage. Though reviving the Lord required 500,000 soul points, compared to the inability to resurrect at all, it effectively provided an additional chance at life. The viewers from the 9 provinces star were utterly astonished. This could certainly be considered a cheat. How could such astonishing architecture possibly exist? Who dares to claim that Su Fang is not the favored child of the heavenly path? I am not in a hurry to argue with anyone. The heavenly path seems excessively benevolent towards its own progeny, even resurrecting buildings for him. If only he were bestowed with 100 or more divine artifacts, he could effortlessly dominate the entire Lord's continent. This building is astonishingly powerful. Su Fang is my beloved. He is simply magnificent. My affection for him knows no bounds. Oh, Su Fang was acquired through a lottery, and others can win as well. One can only say that Su Fang's fortune is exceptional, while the netizens of the Dragon Soaring Nation are relatively calm, those from other countries. Upon witnessing Su Fang's acquisition of such an extraordinary edifice, are vociferously denouncing it as unfair. Alas, no matter their dissatisfaction or their curses against the perceived injustice of the heavenly path, their grievances fall on deaf ears. The authority of explanation rests solely with the heavenly path. What can they do about their discontent? The netizens of the Dragon Soaring Nation, witnessing the outcry from foreign counterparts, found themselves surprisingly elated, a swell of national pride emerging within them. Not without reason. Su Fang is the lord of the Dragon Soaring Nation, and they, being citizens of that nation, naturally feel a sense of pride in their identity, regardless of the tumult and discontent brewing across the 9 provinces. It has no bearing on Su Fang. At this moment, Su Fang discovered that 2 buildings within his territory were contending for soul value. The Hall of Souls possesses the ability to summon golden heroes. The strength of the territory is significantly tied to the heroes summoned. However, the Hall of Reincarnation is equally vital, representing a structure that grants him a second chance at life. Though it requires 500,000 soul values for resurrection, it nevertheless offers hope. Su Fang promptly constructed this building, successfully constructed the Hall of Reincarnation. True to form, the Hall of Reincarnation, like the Hall of Souls, appeared suspended above the territory upon completion. The 2 edifices resembled brothers, each endowed with formidable capabilities, one able to summon golden heroes, the other possessing the power of resurrection. The Hall of Souls can now absorb soul values within a 3-kilometer radius, while the Hall of Reincarnation is currently limited to a 100-meter range. Su Fang realized he could adjust the proportions of soul values absorbed by the 2 buildings, and thus allocated all soul values within the range of the Hall of Reincarnation to it, while the Hall of Souls would absorb the values beyond that perimeter. Su Fang understood that he must upgrade the Hall of Reincarnation swiftly to extend its reach and resurrect more soldiers. Summon Zhang San, Su Fang commanded a soldier. Lord, did you call for me? Zhang San inquired upon arrival. Continue leading the soldiers to fish and bring back the catch for slaughter in the territory, Su Fang ordered. Understood. Zhang San did not question the directive and promptly set to work. Su Fang then revealed a golden quality hero summoning token, an item he had acquired for the first time. Uncertain of its specific attributes, he examined the token's information. Item, hero summoning token. Quality, golden. Description, upon use, it can randomly summon a golden quality hero to the territory. The description was straightforward, and Su Fang was uncertain about the type of hero he might summon, as this token was not like the Hall of Souls, which allowed for the summoning of desired heroes at will. Use. Su Fang grasped the hero summoning token and commenced the invocation. The token transformed into a radiant golden light, coalescing into a humanoid form that materialized before Su Fang. A valiant man appeared before him and addressed Su Fang. Xianlong pays his respects to the Lord. Su Fang scrutinized the hero's attributes. Name, Xianlong. Talent, unawakened. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Strength, 37. Constitution, 31. Stamina, 30. Agility, 26. Spirit, 22. Magic defense, 8. Physical defense, 20. Luck, 6. Talent, 20. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. The attributes were fairly balanced, but the total was merely 146 points. 5 points less than Zhao Yun's total. Despite both being golden quality heroes, a disparity existed between them, with Xianlong significantly trailing behind Xiangyu. Su Fang inquired, "What type of weapon do you prefer?" Replying to the Lord, "I favor the spear," Xianlong responded. Su Fang produced 2 green-quality weapons and fused them into a blue-quality spear, which he then handed to Qianlong. Take this and see if it suits you. Thank you, Lord. Upon receiving the spear, Qianlong expressed great satisfaction. Su Fang then selected a set of green-quality armor for Qianlong and instructed him to don it. Subsequently, Su Fang allowed Qianlong to choose a combat skill, which he fused into a green-quality skill that Qianlong eagerly began to learn. Su Fang decided to assign Qianlong to be organized by Yu Fei, as he already had Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu by his side, making further assistance unnecessary. Finally, Su Fang had one last lucky draw remaining. After claiming the lucky draw, a fortune wheel appeared before him once more. This was not his first encounter with such rewards. He pressed the switch, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. After a short while, he pressed stop. The wheel spun for about a minute before gradually coming to a halt. The white scroll passed by, the blue equipment slipped past, and the green pet egg also moved out of reach. Chapter 134, Attack on the Lizardman Camp. Acquired Blue Technique, Thunder Technique. Su Fang gazed at the skill book within his inventory, utterly astonished to find it was a cultivation technique. He retrieved the technique and examined its details. Technique skill, Thunder Technique. Quality, Blue. Description, a technique that cultivates Thunder-type battle chi, learnable only by those who transition to a melee class. The ability to cultivate Thunder-type battle chi was remarkable. Su Fang was taken aback. This technique was indeed impressive, further enhanced by its Thunder attribute damage. Summon Xiangyu. Su Fang instructed a soldier to fetch him. A few minutes later, Xiangyu arrived before Su Fang and said, "Lord, I have come." Su Fang presented the Thunder technique to Xiangyu, stating, "You won't refuse this technique, will you?" Upon seeing it, Xiangyu was pleasantly surprised. Instantly drawn to its overwhelming destructive potential, he promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for this generous gift, my lord. Use it immediately. Begin your training early today and do not waste time," Su Fang urged. Understood. Xiangyu began to utilize the Thunder technique before departing. After cultivating the Thunder technique, Xiangyu's combat prowess would see a significant enhancement, undoubtedly making him the foremost warrior of Su Fang's territory. The soldiers of the territory commenced cooking, while the girls began their tasks as well. The tailoring shop was now capable of producing a considerable amount of armor daily, though they were merely leather armors. Given the current scarcity of protective gear, it was better than having none. Leather armor provides low physical defense but decent magical defense. However, as magical attackers are currently scarce, lords tend to prefer equipment with higher physical defense. Su Fang anticipated that after reaching level 50, magical attack-type monsters would become more prevalent, leading to a greater demand for magical resistance gear. Building, tailoring shop. Quality, green. Level, LV10. Next level requires 1200 gold, 1200 wood. Introduction, consuming gold coins allows for the purchase of various materials required for sewing, enabling the crafting of clothing and equipment, thereby accelerating the process and enhancing sewing efficiency. Currently, Su Fang commands an army of over 14,000 soldiers, yet is severely lacking in armor. The territory can produce more than 100 pieces of armor daily. But even with the additional equipment yielded from battles, there remains a significant shortfall. After all, each soldier requires 5 pieces of armor. With the exception of helmets which cannot be crafted, the 4 types of equipment that can be sewn are leather armor, trousers, gauntlets, and boots. Yu Fei approached Su Fang and said, "My lord, after we finish our meal, let a portion of our men sort through the spoils of war while the rest venture forth to level up. Today marks the final day of the 100-fold drop rate. We cannot afford to squander this opportunity. I share your thoughts. Our territory soldiers are already numerous. It would be wise to swiftly annihilate the lizardmen camp. Should we delay until tomorrow, the drop rate is unlikely to be as bountiful," Su Fang replied. With the Hall of Rebirth at his disposal, even if some soldiers were to fall, they could be resurrected. Given his command of such formidable warriors, losses should be minimal if they executed their strategies well. "You speak wisely, my lord. This afternoon, we shall advance upon the lizardmen camp." Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Although the battlefield from the previous skirmish had not been fully cleared, they had already collected a substantial amount of equipment. Su Fang instructed his soldiers to don any usable gear. Once they completed their meal, Su Fang distributed golden rations to each departing soldier and led 10,000 men towards the direction of the lizardmen camp. The spoils from annihilating a camp were exceedingly rewarding, and Su Fang was determined to eradicate it. Su Fang was blessed with many heroes: Xiangyu, Li Tsuanxiao, Li Yuanba, Yu Fei, Zhao Yun, Shui Ringgui, Ran Min, and Qianlong. With 8 golden tier heroes, coupled with the golden tier pet Mao Qiu, Su Fang's prowess was nearly equivalent to that of a single golden tier hero. Armed with such powerful allies and nearly 5,000 bows, their ranged attacks alone would suffice to vanquish numerous monsters. They pressed forward to the outskirts of the lizardmen territory, where Su Fang ordered the elimination of the lizardmen outside the camp before preparing to split into 2 groups with Yu Fei for the assault. Each would lead 5,000 soldiers and several heroes, and once the appointed time arrived, they launched their offensive. Shortly after 2:30, the battle commenced. Su Fang directed Li Yuanba, Zhao Yun, Shui Ringgui, and Mao Qiu to confront the enemies at the camp's entrance. Zhao Yun and Shui Ringgui, bows in hand, took aim at the adversaries. Their shots remarkably precise. Before they could approach the camp's gates, several lizardmen soldiers fell to their arrows. Li Yuanba wielded the drumbeat golden hammer, and with a mighty swing, shattered the wooden doors. He kicked the doors apart, splitting them asunder, and the heroes charged inside. Shui Ringgui knocked another arrow and eliminated foes atop a watchtower, while Zhao Yun did the same from another. As the enemies within the camp began to converge towards the entrance, Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu advanced vigorously, launching a fierce counterattack. The drumbeat golden hammer was not only heavy but also devastating. With each strike, the lizardmen were dispatched effortlessly. Mao Qiu, equally fierce, lunged at the enemies, each swipe claiming a lizardman's life, and the advancing soldiers were swiftly dispatched. At this juncture, Su Fang arrived at the lizardmen camp with 5,000 soldiers. Following their prearranged strategy, he commanded the troops to form battle formations and initiate their extermination efforts. After advancing a short distance, Su Fang instructed his soldiers to assume defensive positions and await the enemy's approach. Before long, Zhao Yun and the others had drawn out a sizable group of lizardmen soldiers, and as they rounded a corner, they were met by Su Fang's well-prepared forces. Loose arrows, commanded Su Fang. The air was filled with a torrent of arrows, raining down upon the enemies, causing countless lizardmen to fall lifelessly to the ground. Advance. Following the elimination of these foes, Zhao Yun and his comrades surged into the lizardmen camp, drawing more enemies into their line of fire. Given the lower levels of his soldiers and the uncertainty of enemy numbers, Su Fang opted for ranged tactics, avoiding close-quarter combat whenever possible. This strategy allowed Su Fang to systematically obliterate wave after wave of monsters, granting his soldiers ample experience and elevating their levels. Under the leadership of Su Fang and Yu Fei, the soldiers formed a pincer formation and swept through the lizardmen camp, inflicting heavy casualties upon the enemy. Within the camp, minor leaders accompanied lizardmen soldiers in a counteroffensive, but their efforts proved largely ineffective. As they continued their relentless advance, they finally encountered a level 40 boss. A white-tier creature known as the Lizardman Commander Boss. Monster, Lizardman Commander Boss. Quality white. Level 40. Skills, invisibility, sword, chi slash, cloud seizing sword technique. Description, one of the 3 commanders of the Lizardman camp, adept in swordsmanship with a commendable mastery of the blade. Chapter 135, the sword-wielding Lizardman Commander. Have you ever encountered a monster skilled in swordplay? Before them stood the Lizardman, brandishing a sword sheathed at his side, flanked by thousands of Lizardmen soldiers, exhibiting an air of arrogance. Upon spotting Su Fang and his men, he commanded the Lizardmen to charge forward, displaying a measure of skill. He did not merely rush into battle. The Lizardman commander positioned several hundred shield-bearing lizardmen at the forefront, with the remaining soldiers following closely behind, and they began their advance towards Su Fang's direction. Were it not for the fact that this lizardman was a monster, he might have appeared quite formidable. However, Su Fang issued the command to attack. A chorus of arrows flew forth. The lizardman commander, flustered, drew his weapon and deftly deflected the incoming projectiles. His movements fluid and seamless. With his sword in motion, he successfully parried numerous arrows. Despite this, many arrows found their mark, and several lizardmen perished beneath the rain of arrows, even with over 100 archers hidden behind their shield-bearers retaliating. Li Yuanba, observing the lizardmen's shields, glanced at a nearby boulder, set his weapon down, and lifted the stone with a roar, launching it towards the lizardmen. The massive rock struck the foremost shield-bearer, sending him flying, and with subsequent projectiles, the lizardmen's defensive line was shattered. With their shields gone, the remaining lizardmen were completely exposed to Su Fang's soldiers, who unleashed a barrage of arrows that transformed the once proud ranks into a chaotic scene of death. Before long, the lizardmen suffered grievous losses, with many falling, and the survivors fled in disarray. The lizardman commander cried out in despair, only to be silenced by an arrow that pierced his chest, shot by Shui Ringgui, whose archery skills were exceptional. 2 more arrows followed, incapacitating the lizardman commander, rendering him unable to rise. The unfortunate lizardman commander, despite being a level 40 boss of white quality, fell without even deploying a single skill. Such is the power of ranged attacks. As long as one maintains distance, they can effortlessly dominate their adversaries. Of course, this is also attributable to Shui Ringui's exceptional archery skills. One can only imagine the sheer impact he had when he struck the Tianshan Mountains with 3 arrows. Kill. Su Fang observed the lizardman soldiers beginning to flee and continued to lead his troops forward with relentless determination. Approaching the gravely injured lizardman commander, he brandished his silver spear, and the commander collapsed in defeat. Experience gained, 450. Reputation earned, 40. Heaven's Path notification, Huaxia City Lord, first to slay a level 40 white quality boss. Rewarded with 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, and 4 skill points. Su Fang aimed to accumulate as much reputation as possible during the afternoon, hoping to exchange it for rewards upon returning to his territory. The reputation would conclude at 8 in the evening, granting him ample time. He examined the loot dropped by the boss, a piece of green quality armor, a skill book titled Sword Chi Slash, and a white quality swordsman class certificate. Su Fang paused, taken aback by the class certificate, which was evidently distinct from the usual warrior certificate. He scrutinized it for differences. Item, swordsman class certificate. Quality white. Description, can be used to transition to the swordsman class after reaching level 10. Upon transitioning, wielding sword-type weapons grants a damage increase of 10. Can be replaced by higher quality class certificates after transition. Upon reading, Su Fang was pleasantly surprised. This class certificate was evidently superior to that of the warrior. The white quality warrior certificate only conferred damage bonuses after skill activation, while the swordsman class certificate bore no such restriction. This seemed to indicate a rare class. Currently, there were no heroes in his territory utilizing swords, as they favored guns or unconventional weapons. He decided to stow it away and pressed on into the Lizardman camp, which was extensive and teeming with foes. Su Fang ensured that his soldiers engaged the Lizardmen from a distance, utilizing archers to eliminate enemies whenever possible. Thus far, only a few had sustained injuries from the Lizardman archers, but none faced life-threatening danger. As the wounded soldiers dispatched the remaining Lizardmen, their experience points rose, and they would fully recover upon leveling up. Upon storming the Lizardman camp, the space opened up considerably. Su Fang directed Shui Ringwei and Zhao Yun to lead 500 soldiers each from different flanks, while he took the remaining 2,000 soldiers from another direction. Li Yuanba was ill-suited to lead troops, in his fervor to slay enemies. He paid little heed to his soldiers. He was a fierce warrior, not a commander adept at strategy. In contrast, Zhao Yun and Shui Ringwei were not only formidable warriors but also skilled leaders, possessing exceptional abilities in commanding troops. Li Yuanba charged ahead upon spotting the enemy, quickly disappearing into the fray, while Mao Qiu obediently drew waves of foes into the camp to meet their demise. Su Fang harbored no concerns for Li Yuanba's safety. His strength was formidable, capable of breaking through even when surrounded by thousands of monsters. As they fought their way deeper, Mao Qiu began to howl, yet there was nothing ahead. Halt! Su Fang commanded, bringing all soldiers to a stop. He scanned the area before instructing, archers, attack the front and the rooftops. He pointed out several locations. And without hesitation, the soldiers readied their bows and unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Su Fang's indicated targets. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the arrows soared, numerous invisible lizardmen fell. Their concealed forms revealed. Although these lizardmen possessed the ability to become invisible, they could not evade Mao Qiu's keen sense of smell. Moreover, Su Fang was well aware of their invisibility, rendering any attempt to deceive him futile. There were hundreds of these lizardmen, and as they fell to the arrows, they began to flee in disarray. Whenever Mao Qiu caught a whiff of their position, it would pounce to unearth them from their hidden states. The invisible lizardmen found themselves in a dire predicament. While they might pose a significant threat to others, with Mao Qiu present, they had nowhere to hide and were easily exposed. Forced to retreat. Chapter 136, Assassin Class Certificate. However, the invisible lizardmen were numerous, and several soldiers still fell victim to surprise attacks from their stealthy foes. Su Fang's disdain for these invisible lizardmen grew. He cautioned his troops to remain vigilant. They slowed their advance, aware that many lizardmen could become invisible, and with only one Mao Qiu, it was impossible to locate such a vast horde. Yet Su Fang's perceptive instincts allowed him to identify many lizardmen's locations. Each time he sensed their presence, he directed his soldiers to unleash concentrated volleys of arrows upon their hidden lairs. Many lizardmen met their end under the relentless barrage. Nearing the heart of the lizardman camp, Su Fang remained patient, intent on uncovering these elusive foes. The invisible lizardmen were still plentiful, and casualties among his soldiers began to rise. However, his soldiers fought in groups. Whenever one was attacked, the others would retaliate swiftly. With their experience against the invisible lizardmen growing, Su Fang's troops began to observe and detect subtle movements, allowing them to uncover the positions of the hidden lizardmen. Mao Qiu dashed toward one direction, revealing a cluster of lizardmen. Su Fang was astonished. He had not anticipated such a significant number concealed there. Without hesitation, he commanded, attack. A flurry of arrows rained down, instantly claiming the lives of dozens of lizardmen. The remaining lizardmen scrambled for cover, but many still fell to the onslaught. Mao Qiu pursued one of the fleeing lizardmen, who was remarkably swift. Upon closer inspection, Su Fang realized it was yet another boss. Monster, Lizardman Commander Boss. Quality, Blue. Level, 40. Skills, Invisibility, Backstab, Instant Kill, Shadow Step. Description, one of the three major commanders of the Lizardman camp, primarily leading invisible lizardmen and adept at lurking in the shadows. Extremely dangerous. This Lizardman commander wielded 2 daggers and was incredibly fast, possessing 4 skills. Once exposed from its invisible state, it quickly vanished again. Unfortunately for it, invisibility held little advantage against Mao Qiu. The creature lunged at the Lizardman commander, colliding with it and sending it crashing into a tree. Boom. The Lizardman commander was no match for Mao Qiu. Its strength was overwhelming, rendering invisibility ineffective. forcing a direct confrontation. The Lizardman commander drew its daggers and executed Shadow Step, rapidly closing in on Mauchio before unleashing a flurry of attacks. Boom. Yet, Mauchio simply raised a paw and swatted at the Lizardman commander as if striking a tennis ball, sending it crashing back to the ground. Then the furball accelerated once more, lunging towards the Lizardman commander, unleashing its skill as its claws struck fiercely at the commander. Crash! The Lizardman commander rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the furball's lethal strike. The claws of the furball carved a deep gash into the earth. Had that blow landed upon the commander, it would have surely resulted in fatal injury, if not death. The furball pursued the Lizardman commander again, who, despite his evasive maneuvers, accumulated more and more wounds. Ultimately, the furball managed to sink its teeth into the commander's arm, causing him to scream in agony and collapse onto the ground. At that moment, Su Fang arrived, addressing the furball. "Well done, furball." The furball grinned widely, displaying its teeth in sheer delight. The Lizardman commander lay in a pitiful state, covered in scars, with one of his arms gruesomely severed. Su Fang stepped forward, executing a killing blow. The Lizardman commander attempted to counter with a backstab skill using his remaining arm, but alas, Su Fang's might was beyond his capacity to withstand. Thud! The commander's arm was shattered by Su Fang's strike, yet he was not slain in that instant. However, bereft of both arms, the Lizardman commander had little defense left. Su Fang delivered the final blow, and with a flash of brilliance, the Lizardman commander dropped numerous treasures. Experience points, 1,100. Reputation, 120. Heavenly Dao notification, Huaxia City Lord. First to slay a level 40 blue quality boss. Rewards, 50 free attribute points, 50 reputation points, 5 skill points. Su Fang examined the spoils dropped by the Lizardman commander, discovering 2 blue quality items. Upon inspecting one, he was pleasantly surprised. It was yet another class certificate, and this one was of blue quality. What fortune! Su Fang reviewed the details of the class certificate. Item, Assassin Class Certificate. Quality, blue. Description, can be used to transition to the Assassin class after reaching level 10. Upon transition, wielding dagger-type weapons inflicts 30 damage. After transitioning, higher quality class certificates may be utilized. A blue quality class certificate, which grants an additional 30 damage, was indeed a commendable find. Su Fang stowed it away. Currently, the territory lacked an assassin-type hero, and as for soldiers, he opted to set them aside for the time being. Next, Su Fang turned his attention to the other blue quality item, which was a skill, the invisibility skill. Skill, invisibility. Quality, blue. Learning requirement, transition to an assassin-type class. Description, consumes energy to activate. Upon using the skill, the user becomes invisible, remaining undetectable while moving, but will be revealed upon taking damage. In addition to these 2 blue items, there were also 2 pairs of green quality boots and a green quality martial arts skill. Another martial arts skill. Su Fang was both surprised and elated, for such items are rare drops, typically only obtainable from boss encounters. Martial arts skill, breath control technique. Quality, green. Description, a technique for cultivating battle chi, learnable only by those who transition to a melee-type class. The blue quality boss not only provided ample experience, but also had a commendable drop rate. All these items were quite impressive, and Su Fang collected them all. Following the demise of the boss, the remaining invisible Lizardman soldiers ceased their concealment and began to flee deeper into the camp. Su Fang led his soldiers in relentless pursuit, eliminating numerous Lizardman soldiers along the way. These Lizardmen were particularly loathsome, especially with their cloaking abilities, which had inflicted some casualties. Had it not been for their invisibility, the losses would not have been as severe. Su Fang barreled forward, advancing steadily into the heart of the Lizardman stronghold. Meanwhile, Shui Ringgui and Zhao Yun had already dealt with the Lizardman soldiers on the periphery, now encircling the core area. As for Yu Fei's group, they too swiftly advanced towards the core of the Lizardman territory, having cleared the outer ranks and now surrounding the heart of the Lizardman encampment. Despite the significant casualties inflicted by the invisible Lizardman soldiers, they successfully arrived at the core area. Su Fang's soldiers had fully encircled the Lizardman stronghold, which resembled a traditional courtyard, indicative of their indulgent lifestyle. Within, thousands of Lizardman soldiers remained, alongside a boss. Chapter 137, The Lizardman King. This boss was of formidable quality. A purple quality boss. This marked the first purple quality monster Su Fang had encountered, and to find it as a boss was indeed astonishing. He had not anticipated the ultimate boss here would be of such high caliber. Upon his arrival, Xiang Yu dragged a half-dead creature and tossed it before Su Fang, stating, "My lord, this is the boss I encountered. It's yours to handle." Su Fang examined the attributes of the boss. Monster, Lizardman Commander Boss. Quality, green. Level, 40. Skills, charge. Starbreaker. Description, one of the 3 major commanders of the Lizardman encampment, possessing immense strength and destructive power. Observing the boss, Su Fang noted its robust physique. Though it was now battered and broken, barely clinging to life, its eyes wide with fury as it glared at the onlookers. Regardless of the boss's power, Against a beast-like figure such as Xiangyu, it was destined to kneel. Excellent. Su Fang nodded in satisfaction. These heroes understood the significant reputation rewards that defeating a boss could yield. With a single hand, he grasped the Silver Moon Spear, its tip gliding across the boss's neck. Thud. Experience points, 550. Reputation, 80. After slaying the boss, it dropped several items. The soldiers adeptly approached, collecting the boss's equipment and removing the corpse, while one soldier presented the spoils before Su Fang. In total, 4 items were recovered, 3 of which were of green quality. One was a skill, the Lizardman Commander's Starbreaker skill, perfectly suited for Li Yuanba, the only one in the territory capable of wielding hammer skills. Skill, Starbreaker. Quality, green. Learning requirement, must wield a hammer-type weapon. Description, inflicts a devastating blow on the target, dealing an additional 20 damage and has a chance to land a critical hit. Su Fang then turned his attention to another scroll-like item, which was yet another class certificate, and not just any certificate. Item, Hammer Warrior class certificate. Quality, green. Description, can be used to transition to the Hammer Warrior class after reaching level 10. Upon transition, wielding hammer-type weapons inflicts 20 damage. After transitioning, higher quality class certificates may be utilized. This class certificate was perfectly suited for Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba. Su Fang called to Li Yuanba, who was contemplating when he could charge in for a slaughter. Startled by Su Fang's summons, he quickly responded, "My lord, did you call for me?" This simpleton. Su Fang chuckled, handing him the skill book and class certificate, saying, "These are for you." Li Yuanba took the item and immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Thank you, lord." Without hesitation, he swiftly utilized the 2 items, not only acquiring an additional skill but also a new class, significantly enhancing his damage output and further augmenting his combat prowess. The 3 formidable bosses of the Lizardman camp had already been vanquished, leaving only the ultimate boss and thousands of Lizardman guards. Su Fang glanced at the attributes of the ultimate boss. Monster, Lizardman King Boss, Quality, Purple, Level, 45, Skills, Gunfighting Technique, Sweeping Across the Army, Cataclysm. Sky Strike, Description, the Sovereign of the Lizardman camp, the Supreme Ruler commanding 3 powerful Lizardman generals who lead 10,000 Lizardman soldiers. The Lizardman King possesses immense strength and exceptional leadership abilities. This Lizardman King was no ordinary foe. He wielded a blue-quality lance and donned an entire set of green-quality armor. The king emanated a potent energy wave, indicating that he too had cultivated battle aura, making him a formidable adversary. With 4 skills at his disposal, each appeared to be quite formidable. The thousands of Lizardman guards before the king wielded green-quality weapons, all at level 40, and their quality was uniformly green. This battalion of Lizardman soldiers was significantly stronger than their predecessors, albeit they found themselves encircled. With a commanding voice, Su Fang ordered fire. Arrows rained down upon the monsters from all directions. The Lizardman King let out a furious roar as the foremost Lizardman guards, shields in hand, charged forward. A barrage of arrows descended upon them. However, their shields absorbed most of the onslaught, effectively protecting them from harm. Li Yuanba hurled a massive boulder towards the Lizardman guards, the tremendous stone striking their shields and producing a thunderous sound, sending the guards flying. Xiangyu Litsunxiao, Ran Min, and others, renowned for their immense strength, joined in, hurling stones at the Lizardman guards like human catapults, crushing many in the front line. As the guards were battered by the stones, arrows rained down on the rear ranks, causing significant casualties among the Lizardman soldiers. The Lizardman guards attempted to seal off the gaps in their formation, yet Li Yuanba, Li Tsunxiao, Ran Min, and Xiangyu relentlessly continued their assault, further disrupting their ranks with stones, allowing arrows to pierce through the openings. Zhao Yun and Shui Ringgui, armed with bows, aimed at the Lizardman guards. With Shui Ringgui capable of firing 3 arrows simultaneously, each finding its mark. With every forward step the Lizardman guards took, they suffered tremendous losses. Over a distance of a few hundred meters, half of their ranks were decimated. Kill. The remaining 2,000 Lizardman soldiers charged towards Su Fang as numerous generals advanced. Weapons drawn. Xiangyu, Li Tsunxiao, Li Yuanba, Ran Min, Xianlong, Shui Ringgui, and Zhao Yun led the charge, dispatching the foremost enemies with lethal efficiency, cutting through the ranks of Lizardman guards with ease. These heroes were truly unparalleled in battle. The 2,000 Lizardman guards were no match for them, leaving only a trail of corpses in their wake as they pressed on towards the Lizardman King. Su Fang and Mao Qiu also surged forward, eliminating the remaining Lizardman guards. And under the relentless assault of these mighty heroes, the guards dwindled rapidly. The Lizardman King, brandishing his lance, unleashed a powerful golden battle aura, directing a fierce lance attack towards Xiangyu. With a swift motion, Xiangyu deflected the aura and retaliated with his own fierce strikes against the Lizardman King. The clash was intense, as the king, empowered by the battle aura, engaged in a fierce struggle against Xiangyu. At this moment, Li Yuanba descended upon the Lizardman King with a hammer strike, channeling his battle aura to envelop the drum-shaped golden hammer in a dark energy. Coupled with his skill, Mountain-crushing hammer. The hammer descended upon the Lizardman King like an impending mountain. Boom. The Lizardman King retaliated with a skill of his own, enveloping his lance in golden energy and unleashing a formidable attack against Li Yuanba's hammer. The two weapons collided violently, forcing both the Lizardman King and Li Yuanba to stagger back, leaving Li Yuanba astonished at the king's remarkable power. The boss's skills were formidable, bolstered by the powerful golden energy, enhancing the destructive capability of his attacks. Yet, the Lizardman King found himself besieged by three legendary heroes. Li Tsunxiao joined the fray, wielding his mixed iron spear and the Bai Yin Jia Tianhua, launching a series of attacks against the Lizardman King. After a brief exchange, the king was struck by Xiang Yu's spear, compelled to retreat. However, Li Yuanba relentlessly pursued, launching another star-crushing hammer attack at the Lizardman King. Thud! The king was sent crashing to the ground. Despite the boss's inherent strength, he was now at the mercy of three overwhelmingly powerful golden heroes, forced to evade their relentless onslaught. Before the Lizardman King could rise, Li Tsunxiao pressed the attack, bombarding him with a flurry of strikes, leaving marks on the ground where the king attempted to evade. Subsequently, Xiang Yu unleashed mountain-splitting slash, the Tianlong Pei Qingji bursting forth with terrifying power, delivering a devastating blow that sent the boss flying several meters away. Afterward, Li Yuanba advanced once more, delivering a series of punishing blows, followed by Li Tsunxiao, leaving the Lizardman King in despair, unable to mount any form of counterattack. Thud! The weapon in the king's grasp was sent flying by Li Tsunxiao, who then delivered a powerful kick, shattering several of the king's bones, rendering him incapable of rising again. Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba ceased their attacks, awaiting Su Fang to claim the final blow. The remaining Lizardman guards had been nearly eliminated, and Su Fang, wielding the Silver Moon Spear, approached the Lizardman King, sweeping the spear across his neck, resulting in a spray of blood. Within moments, the Lizardman King lay lifeless. Experience points, 1,000, reputation, 160, level up to level 32, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Heavenly Dao notification. The Lord of Huaxia City is the first to slay a purple quality boss, receiving 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, and 4 skill points. Heavenly Dao notification. The Lord of Huaxia City is the first to slay a level 40 purple quality boss, receiving 60 free attribute points, 60 reputation points, and 6 skill points. You have successfully eliminated a wild camp, earning 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, and 4 skill points. The lords of the Lord's continent were utterly speechless. Just after a fierce battle in the morning, Su Fang had once again slain such a formidable boss. The Lord of Huaxia City is truly remarkable. He has already commenced hunting level 40 bosses again. One wonders how much prestige the wealthy benefactor has accrued. The prestige awarded by the Heavenly Dao alone must be substantial. I envy his prowess immensely. This time, he will undoubtedly be able to exchange for numerous rewards. Regrettably, I possess merely a few dozen points of prestige, limiting my options for exchange considerably. The extent of what one can see is confined to the amount of prestige they hold, leaving one oblivious to the myriad treasures available for exchange. Su Fang received a bountiful reward, and the boss dropped numerous items. He paid little attention to the gold coins, instead focusing on a token, a blue-quality hero summoning token. Su Fang was well aware of its significance, yet for him, a blue-quality hero held limited value. He would prefer to summon a golden-quality hero instead. Next, he examined another reward, a skill book, specifically of blue-quality, gold attribute martial art. Martial art skill, sharp gold formula. Quality, blue. Description, a martial art that cultivates battle chi, learnable only by those who transition to melee professions. This martial art was practiced by the Lizardman King and would significantly enhance attack power, making it quite advantageous. Su Fang already had a suitable candidate in mind for its cultivation. He then turned his gaze to two additional skills, a green quality skill titled Heavenly Collapse and a blue quality skill named Heavenly Strike. Both skills were impressive. He had previously witnessed the Lizardman King wield them with great might. Su Fang's attention shifted to three pieces of equipment, a green quality ring, blue quality boots, and a white belt. Currently, he wore green quality boots and examined the attributes of the new pair. Equipment, Boots of the King. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Attributes, Agility 20. Stamina 20, Constitution 10. The attributes conferred by these boots were quite remarkable, far surpassing those of his current, goat boots. Upon equipping them, Su Fang's attributes saw a notable increase. As he already possessed a ring, he decided to bestow this one upon another. To Su Fang's surprise, the belt, despite its white quality, was the first belt he had encountered since arriving on the Lord's continent, an exceedingly rare and precious find. Equipment, Forest Belt. Quality, white. Durability, 100. Attributes, Stamina Recovery 10. The unique attribute of this belt was its enhancement of stamina recovery, a beneficial trait, albeit singular. Su Fang donned it. Though it merely augmented his stamina recovery, it was better than having nothing at all. Stamina recovery is indeed a vital attribute, enabling greater endurance. Li Tsunxiao. Su Fang called out. Li Tsunxiao approached and inquired, "My lord, what is the matter?" Su Fang handed him the skills Sharp Gold Formula, Heavenly Collapse, and Heavenly Strike, saying, "Take these 3 skills and learn them." Li Tsunxiao's face brightened at the sight, and he quickly replied, "Thank you for your generous gifts, my lord." As for the martial arts of the other heroes, Su Fang would have to wait to address them later. Yu Fei had already instructed the soldiers to begin collecting the spoils of war, yet the sheer volume of loot was overwhelming. Su Fang filled both his backpack and spatial ring to capacity, then said to Yu Fei, "Continue gathering the spoils. I shall return to my territory to exchange my prestige." "Rest assured, my lord, we will handle everything here," Yu Fei promptly responded. Su Fang nodded, mounted his fluffy companion, and departed towards his territory. After a considerable time, Su Fang arrived back at his domain, emptied his backpack and spatial ring, and then commenced the process of exchanging his prestige. Chapter 139, Prestige Exchange List. Before opening the prestige exchange, Su Fang first glanced at his attribute list to check his prestige. Name, Su Fang. Talent, Fusion, Unique. Profession, Green Warrior. Level, 32. Experience 134,300,000. Battle Chi Value, 1716,1716. Strength, for 3290. Constitution, for 3635. Stamina, for 3285. Agility, for 3240. Spirit, for 3330. Magic Defense, 1065. Physical Defense, 1085. Luck, 1018. Talent, 10. Prestige, 10,170. Free Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 34. Combat Skills, Golden Unique Dragon Radiance, 9 Heavens LV1. Golden Dragon Swimming Technique LV10. Green Forceful Strike LV10. Green Decapitation LV10. Green Fatal Arrow LV10. Blue Earth Shattering / LV10. Life Skills, White Gathering Technique LV1. White Taming Technique LV1. Martial Arts Skill, Blue Chi Gathering Technique LV30. With 10,170 points of prestige, one could only imagine the astonishment of other lords upon discovering this. Viewers in the JoJo Planet livestream room were equally astounded by Su Fang's impressive prestige. Wow, Su Fang's prestige has surpassed 10,000. It seemed entirely reasonable that with such bountiful rewards from the Heavenly Tao and the slaying of numerous bosses, his prestige would exceed 10,000. This was a testament to Su Fang's own strength. What was there to find unusual? Su Fang is remarkable. Who among so many lords would dare to compete with him? I am eagerly anticipating what my dear Su Fang will exchange for. Su Fang opened the prestige exchange list, which displayed equipment, skills, blueprints, items, pets, materials. There were a total of 6 categories, and he first accessed the equipment section, which further divided into weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, pants, boots, belts, cloaks, rings, necklaces, and special items. Oh, there are special items. Intrigued, Su Fang clicked on the special equipment section to examine the offerings. The livestream viewers' eyes were drawn to the same. Previously, some lords had attempted to access this special area, but their prestige was insufficient to reveal any special equipment. Upon opening, Su Fang saw 2 types of items displayed, medals and wings. What purpose does this medal serve? Out of curiosity, Su Fang clicked to view the properties of the medal. 2 types of medals appeared: Monster Medal, Merit Medal, Position Medal. Su Fang examined the information for the Monster Medal. Item, Monster Medal. Quality, White. Level, LV0. Attributes, all attributes 1. Description, collect different levels and types of monsters, and hunt a sufficient quantity to enhance the medal's level. The highest level for White quality is LV10. Prestige price, 1,000. This, Monster Medal, even at White quality, required 1,000 prestige. Green quality demanded 2,000, Blue quality 3,000, Purple quality 5,000, and Gold quality a staggering 10,000 prestige. Moreover, the potential level increase varied with quality. White could be upgraded to level 10, Green to 15, Blue to 30, and Gold to 50. Su Fang realized how trivial his 10,000 prestige was in the face of these items. He turned his attention to the attributes of the Merit Medal. Item, Merit Medal. Quality, White. Level, LV0. Attributes, all attributes 1. Introduction, hunt humanoid monsters in wilderness camps or launch assaults on other territories. Defeating enemies grants experience to elevate battle achievements. The highest White quality can be upgraded to LV10. Reputation cost, 1,000. The battle merit is not easily gained, and Su Fang believes purchasing it would serve little purpose. Only through hunting in wilderness camps or other territories can one truly elevate their level. The battle medal shares the same level restrictions as monster medals, differing only in the means of gaining experience. Su Fang then turned his gaze to the final position medal, hoping for an unexpected delight. Item, Position Medal. Quality, White. Level, LV0. Attributes, all attributes 1. Description, consuming reputation can enhance its level, and it can also be worn by soldiers of the territory. After slaying a boss, Soldiers will directly convert reputation into experience for level advancement. The highest white quality can be upgraded to LV10 after being assigned by the Lord. The name of the position medal can be modified. Reputation cost, 1,000. This item is indeed intriguing, and the heroes of the territory are plentiful. However, at a cost of 1,000 reputation each, it is rather steep. Su Fang decided to explore other items, particularly wings. Upon examining the wings, he discovered a plethora of types, yet the exchange price was staggering, at least 10,000 reputation for a single pair. Su Fang was left speechless. Such a price would make even capitalists weep. Moreover, the 10,000 reputation could only be exchanged for the lowest quality white wings, which, albeit varied, seemed excessively priced. He casually selected one wing to inspect its attributes. Wings, divine wind wings. Quality white. Special attribute, flight. Attribute, agility 10. Description, wings in the wind, soaring freely. Reputation cost, 10,000. As for the attributes these wings provide, there are those that enhance a single attribute, such as a pair that adds 10 points of strength, while others grant all attributes 2, or augment 2 or 3 attributes simultaneously. White quality wings only contribute a total of 10 points in attributes, and one can find wings catering to various attributes. However, the exorbitant exchange prices left Su Fang utterly flabbergasted. Had he not been limited to a mere 10,000 reputation, he would have eagerly acquired several pairs. The ability to fly is undeniably alluring. Alas, Su Fang resisted the urge to purchase and shifted his focus to skill-type items. Upon opening the skill section, it displayed life skills, combat skills, and martial skills as 3 main categories. Most lords at this stage opt for martial skills, with only a few choosing to exchange for occupational certifications. Su Fang currently lacked any need for life or combat skills. His attention was drawn to martial skills. He discovered that white quality martial skills could be exchanged for a minimum of 500 reputation, green for 2,000, blue for 5,000, purple for 10,000. While the golden ones were beyond his reach as he lacked sufficient reputation. This was merely the baseline price. Many skills with attributes cost double that of the ordinary ones. Skills endowed with attributes wield significantly greater power than those without, so their higher price is justifiable. Yet even so, acquiring 500 reputation necessitates slaying numerous bosses for many lords. Su Fang continued to peruse other items before making a decision, for while 10,000 reputation seems ample, it scarcely allows for substantial exchanges. Chapter 140, Bulk Exchanges. Su Fang surveyed the blueprint list, which contained numerous classifications, equipment blueprints, building blueprints, others. He initially glanced at everything, noting the impressive variety, before briefly browsing through skills, blueprints, items, pets, and the colorful lotus area, discovering an abundance of options. However, all the items he spotted fell within his exchange range, as none exceeded 10,000 reputation. After a casual exploration, he began to meticulously examine the equipment blueprints. The equipment blueprints were categorized into weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, pants, boots, belts, capes, rings, necklaces, 10 distinct types. Su Fang focused on the blueprints for belts, capes, rings, and necklaces, as he only needed to purchase white quality blueprints, given his ability to fuse them into higher grades. The exchange cost for these 4 types was a minimum of 500 reputation each. Conversely, blueprints for weapons and armor could be acquired for a mere 100 reputation. The scarcity and value of the blueprints for belts, capes, rings, and necklaces rendered their prices 4 times higher than those for weapons and armor. Furthermore, throughout the entirety of the Lord's continent, no one had dropped these types of blueprints, underscoring their rarity. These 4 blueprints were essential purchases, for they would significantly bolster Su Fang's overall strength, as enhancing the territory's capabilities far outweighs the benefits of individual improvement. Su Fang scrutinized the blueprints and selected 4 with appealing designs. Item, Sacred Spirit Belt Blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 1 silk, 10 silkworms. Reputation cost, 500. Item, Xianhuang Cape Blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 5 high-quality fabrics, 10 threads. Reputation cost, 500. Item, Triumph Ring Blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 5 bronze, or. Reputation cost, 500. Item, Guardian Necklace Blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 10 platinum, or. Reputation cost, 500. Reputation 500. Exchange for white quality Sacred Spirit Belt Blueprint. Reputation 500. Exchange for white quality Xian Huang Cape Blueprint. Reputation 500. Exchange for white quality Triumph Ring Blueprint. Reputation 500. Exchange for white quality Guardian Necklace Blueprint. Upon completing the exchanges, Su Fang utilized other blueprints to fuse these 4 into green quality. After the fusion, he entrusted the blueprints to Zhang 11 for crafting. Su Fang's reluctance to fuse them into higher qualities stemmed from the increased time and material costs involved, which would drastically reduce the output of such equipment. What he desired was mass production. Thus, green quality sufficed for now. Once he amassed a sufficient stock of equipment, he could later enhance these blueprints for superior quality creations. Su Fang then opened the weapon-type blueprints, which were further subdivided into dozens of equipment types. He meticulously searched for a blueprint capable of firing multiple arrows in succession. If such a mechanism could be developed, it would undoubtedly serve as a machine gun on the battlefield. Su Fang's aspirations were commendable, yet such a blueprint was absent. However, he did find one that could fire 3 arrows in succession, and its quality was blue. Item: repeating crossbow blueprint. Quality: blue. Description: requires 5 sturdy wood, 1 gold, or 1 beast tendon. Reputation cost: 3,000. This blueprint's price was not insignificant, amounting to 3,000 reputation. While it deviated from his expectations, the blueprint was still remarkably valuable, sure to enhance the lethality of his forces, prompting Su Fang to acquire it nonetheless. Reputation 3,000. Exchange for the blue quality crossbow blueprint. These are all equipment blueprints. Su Fang then turned his attention to the building blueprints, seeking something particularly unique. He focused solely on the white quality building blueprints. The common blueprints were all present, ranging from a minimum of 50 reputation to a maximum of 1,000. Structures such as the well and watchtower required merely 50 reputation. And Su Fang noticed that some individuals had begun purchasing and constructing them, reaping the rewards from the heavenly pathway. There are indeed clever individuals among them. Yet all of this bore no significance to Su Fang, for he had already claimed all the rewards due to him. Upon spotting one of the blueprints, he found it particularly amusing. It was a toilet blueprint, requiring only 50 reputation. This blueprint was quite commendable and reasonably priced, prompting Su Fang to purchase 4 of them, costing him a mere 200 reputation. Su Fang then perused the unfamiliar blueprints, all valued between 500 and 1,000 reputation, and all of white quality. A white quality tile house structure was worth 500 reputation, but since Su Fang already possessed a courtyard, he saw no need for such a building. He even noticed a white courtyard blueprint, which astonishingly required 1,000 reputation. It was at this moment that Su Fang realized just how formidable his fusion talent was, capable of merging into such structures. The blueprint he most desired was a wall blueprint priced at 1,000 reputation. However, he reasoned that his fence, with continuous fusion, would surely mutate into a wall, thus diminishing his desire to purchase it. Continuing to examine the remaining blueprints, Su Fang suddenly discovered a talent market blueprint and scrutinized the specifics of this building. Item: talent market blueprint. Quality: white. Description: requires 100 gold, 100 wood. Notes: randomly refreshes a certain number of people daily, with both genders included. Reputation price: 1,000. This building blueprint was exceptionally promising, capable of providing a steady influx of population to the territory, and there was even the possibility of encountering various talented individuals. Since Su Fang could merge it into a higher-tier building, he purchased it without hesitation. Reputation 1,000. Exchange for the white-quality talent market blueprint. Su Fang continued to examine the remaining blueprints, hoping to uncover more treasures, and indeed, he stumbled upon several surprising ones. Iron Mine Blueprint, Woodyard Blueprint, Soil Zone Blueprint, and Stone Quarry Blueprint. All of these were resource blueprints, each priced at 1,000 reputation. However, since Su Fang now had locations to mine these resources, he saw no need for construction and thus paid them no mind. As he perused the other blueprints, he found nothing that stirred his interest, reasoning that many buildings could be merged or mutated, leading to his decision against further purchases. Next, Su Fang glanced at the array of items, which were quite numerous, including various magical scrolls and class certificates. The white class certificates started at a minimum of 500 reputation each, but these classes were merely the most common: warrior and archer. There were also other types of class scrolls, priced at 1,000 reputation each, such as shield warrior, mage, priest, warlock, and gunner. Additionally, there were some more formidable class scrolls, like knight, summoner, elementalist, and paladin. These advanced class scrolls required no less than 5,000 reputation each, and they too were of white quality. Su Fang recalled seeing these when he previously browsed, but now, with his reputation insufficient, they were no longer visible. He also encountered quest scrolls and hero summoning tokens. However, he had little interest in the white quest scrolls, and the green ones were not even displayed, as his current reputation was too low to access such scrolls. Chapter 141, Exchange for Metals. Su Fang now had a remaining 3,970 reputation points, which was quite vexing. Had he known, he would have refrained from exchanging for an additional toilet blueprint. Ultimately, he turned his attention to the metals and began exchanging for 3 types. Reputation 1,000. Exchange for the white quality monster metal. Reputation 1,000. Exchange for the white quality merit metal. Reputation 1,000. Exchange for the white quality position metal. With 970 reputation remaining, Su Fang decided to exchange for 6 more toilet blueprints. As his territory expanded, the need for additional toilets would undoubtedly arise, especially since he had not seen anyone else acquire this particular toilet, making it an inevitable necessity. No one could predict when the next reputation exchange would occur, so Su Fang resolved to utilize all his reputation in one go. After spending 500 reputation on a archer class certificate, he was left with 170 points. Su Fang donned the 3 medals, each enhancing his attributes by 3 points. He allocated the remaining reputation to elevate the position medal. Position medal level increased to LV2. All attributes increased by an additional point. Item, position medal. Quality white. Level, LV1, 70500. Attributes, all attributes 2. Description, consuming reputation can increase its level, and it can be worn by soldiers of the territory. When territory soldiers slay a boss, their reputation will directly convert to experience for leveling up. White quality can be upgraded to a maximum of LV10. After the Lord uses it on territory soldiers, the name of the position medal can be changed. The next level required 500 reputation to continue upgrading. Su Fang prepared to use white quality equipment to fuse with this medal. Special equipment requires special equipment for fusion. Unable to fuse, as the medal was not considered conventional equipment, Su Fang did not dwell on it, deciding to address it at a later time. In an open area, Su Fang took out the talent market blueprint and began the fusion evolution process for this building. Successfully fused into a green quality talent market blueprint. Successfully fused into a blue quality talent market blueprint. Now, Su Fang could only fuse it into blue quality. Gold 100, wood 100, successfully constructed a blue quality talent market building. Building, talent market. Quality, blue. Level, LV1. Next level requires gold 200, wood 200. Description, randomly refreshes a certain number of people daily, with both genders included, and has a certain probability of producing talented individuals. The higher the level, the more talent this building would surely refresh. Su Fang commenced the upgrade process. Gold 200. Wood 200, talent market level 1, current level LV2. Gold 3000, wood 3000, talent market level 1, current level LV20. Building, talent market. Quality, blue. Level, LV20, next level requires gold 3300, wood 3300. Description, randomly refreshes a certain number of people daily, with both genders included, and has a certain probability of producing talented individuals. After completing the upgrade, Su Fang stepped into the talent market. This building resembled an ancient palace. Upon entering, he found only an altar-like structure, with nothing else surrounding it. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the altar, a woman. Intrigued, Su Fang stepped forward. The woman was strikingly beautiful, clad in an ancient-style long dress, yet nothing else seemed particularly remarkable. "You are the Lord, greetings, my lord." The woman addressed Su Fang promptly upon seeing him. Su Fang nodded and began to examine her profile. Name, Wang Ying. Talent, increased production. Quality, blue. Loyalty, 50. Level, 0. Experience 10, 100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Stamina, 8. Agility, 6. Spirit, 32. Magic defense, 18. Physical defense, 2. Luck, 7. Talent, 11. Combat skills, none. Life skills, blue planting technique. Su Fang was taken aback. Not only was Wang Ying of blue quality, but she also possessed a talent and a life skill. Upon witnessing her bounty-enhancing talent, Su Fang hastily inquired, "How much additional food can you produce?" In response to the Lord, she replied, "The amount can vary. For the most ordinary crops, I can increase the yield by 50. However, for golden crops, it might only be around 10. The higher the quality of the crops, the smaller the increase, a fact Su Fang was well aware of. Nonetheless, Wang Ying's talent was indeed impressive. Uncertain when the talent market would refresh its talents, Su Fang knew he could not linger indefinitely. So he instructed his soldiers to guard the entrance. "Follow me." He led Wang Ying to the fields, where he found Zhang Qian and said, "This is Wang Ying. She possesses a yield-enhancing talent and will be working here. You are responsible for her work arrangements from now on." "Understood, my lord." Zhang Qian was pleased to discover that Wang Ying was not only a woman but also quite attractive. Following this, Su Fang informed Wang Ying of her living arrangements, after which he began to inspect the spoils of the day. "Wow, so many spoils," Su Fang exclaimed as he surveyed the equipment warehouse. Due to limited space, much of the equipment had to be piled outside. Not only the equipment warehouse, but also a storage, was overflowing with materials. A consequence of the sheer number of monsters defeated today and the soldiers gathering various materials. Realizing the overwhelming quantity of items, Su Fang promptly commenced upgrading the equipment warehouse. Gold, 300, wood, 1, 650, stone, 1, 650, equipment warehouse level, 1, current level, LV21. Gold, 6000, wood, 3000, stone, 3000, equipment warehouse level, 1. Current level, LV30. Once the equipment warehouse was upgraded, Su Fang instructed the soldiers to store all the equipment within. Subsequently, he began upgrading the preservation warehouse, elevating this structure to LV30 as well. After completing the upgrades, he proceeded to merge the warehouse blueprints, as the variety of items within the territory was increasing, prompting Su Fang to consider a more detailed categorization. Merged into green quality warehouse blueprint. Merged into blue quality materials warehouse blueprint. Su Fang discovered he had fused a new type of warehouse blueprint, allowing surplus materials from the territory to be directly stored there. Gold, 100, wood, 50, stone, 50. Successfully constructed materials warehouse building. Building, materials warehouse. Quality, blue. Level, LV1. Next level requires gold, 200, wood, 100, stone, 100. Description, a place for storing materials, preventing them from molding, deteriorating, or being damaged, thereby extending their usability. With an abundance of materials in the territory, Su Fang began upgrading the materials warehouse. Gold, 200. Wood, 100. Stone, 100. Equipment warehouse level, 1. Current level, LV2. Gold, 6,000. Wood, 3,000. Stone, 3,000. Materials warehouse level, 1. Current level, LV30. Chapter 142, Inspecting the Spoils. The territory now boasted 4 blue quality warehouses, designated for equipment, food, materials, and miscellaneous items. After completing the construction of the materials warehouse, Su Fang proceeded to merge the toilet blueprint, transforming 10 toilet blueprints into green quality. Relying solely on one toilet could not possibly accommodate the needs of so many soldiers. Many resorted to relieving themselves outside the territory. With the introduction of the toilet, Su Fang finally resolved this pressing issue, undoubtedly enhancing the morale of the inhabitants. He scoured the territory for suitable locations to build the toilet. Gold, 50, wood, 50, successfully constructed green quality toilet building. Building, toilet. Quality, green. Level, LV1. Next level requires gold, 100, wood, 100. Description, a facility for residents to relieve themselves. This structure did not necessitate a high level, so Su Fang aimed to upgrade it to LV10, allowing 10 individuals to use it simultaneously, which would suffice. He constructed additional toilets at 3 other locations and built another next to the women's wooden cabin, upgrading it separately to LV20. This would enable 20 women to use the facility at once, significantly alleviating the issue of women's restroom access. Moreover, this toilet was exclusively for female use. Su Fang demonstrated his thoughtfulness towards women. With 5 remaining toilet blueprints, he stored them in the warehouse for future needs. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of this toilet building, it was crucial for maintaining hygiene within the territory, and Su Fang was wise to address it promptly. Once the soldiers had transported all items into the warehouse, Su Fang entered the equipment warehouse, gazing upon the neatly arranged equipment with a sense of pride. However, he noted that none of the equipment included jewelry. It appeared that jewelry did not drop from monsters. Checking the trading hall, he observed that various lords had sufficient weapons and equipment, suggesting that each lord currently possessed an adequate arsenal. At present, the lords were facing heavy casualties among their soldiers, and all were striving to restore their territory's various infrastructures. Each lord had accumulated a considerable amount of equipment, leading to a decline in sales within the trading hall, causing prices to decrease, which subsequently affected the prices of various forging materials as well. Seizing the opportunity presented by the plummeting prices of materials, Su Fang called out across the world to buy materials. Many lords sold large quantities of materials to him in exchange for a wealth of gold. Although they gained a substantial amount of gold, the golden food Su Fang was selling still required wood and stone for exchange. This compelled many lords to seek out wood and stone to purchase the golden food from Su Fang. Additionally, with the significant damage inflicted upon their buildings, they needed to rebuild, further driving up the prices of wood and stone. By now, the prices of these two materials had doubled, such as the market. Various materials fluctuate continuously in response to market demands. Upon returning to the territory, Su Fang had yet to commence selling the golden food. After inspecting the equipment within the equipment warehouse, he made his way to the preservation warehouse. Su Fang began to stock the golden quality food. The preservation warehouse had accumulated a considerable amount of cooked food, requiring only to be placed on shelves. No one could predict what tomorrow would bring. Each lord had persevered until now, unwilling to be eliminated so easily. Though the food Su Fang sold still required a substantial amount of materials for exchange, they had no choice but to engage in trade, as the uncertainty of tomorrow loomed. Should the monsters attack and they fail to withstand it, all their efforts would be in vain. Once all the food was stocked, he entered another warehouse, designated for storing various blueprints and items. This morning, I spent 4 hours vanquishing a multitude of monsters, resulting in an impressive array of loot, with a drop rate that was 200 times the norm. Su Fang began to meticulously examine the spoils. First, he turned his attention to the blueprints. Whether for construction or equipment, he had amassed several thousand. The white blueprints were the most numerous, while green ones were scarce, and blue ones even rarer, with not a single blueprint of purple quality or higher in sight. Su Fang focused on the few blue quality blueprints, among which there were over a dozen for equipment, 3 for armor, 2 for gauntlets, 1 for trousers, 5 for weapons, 1 for a helmet, and 2 for boots. He decided to set these aside, as the current market price for equipment was remarkably low, coupled with the inexpensive refining materials. Su Fang intended to have the blacksmith forge a batch of high-quality gear. He summoned a soldier to deliver the blue equipment blueprints to Zhangxi, instructing him to coordinate the forging process. Next, he examined the construction blueprints. The white building blueprints were quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable designs. However, among the green blueprints, one particularly caught his eye. Item, laundry basin blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 50 stone to construct. This blueprint was quite appealing, and he decided to take it, subsequently merging its quality into blue. Upon reviewing the blue blueprints, he discovered two exceptional ones, both identical. Item, bathhouse blueprint. Quality, blue. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood to construct. This blueprint was indeed valuable and essential for the territory, so he collected it as well. Given its blue quality, there was no need for further merging. He continued to peruse the remaining blue blueprints, noting one for a blue wooden house, a blue barracks, a blue stone fence, and a blue warehouse. These blueprints were quite suitable for merging into the territory's other structures, so he gathered them. As he inspected other items, he stumbled upon a plethora of cards. Curiously, he picked one up to examine it. Item, wood card. Quality, white. Description, upon use, grants 100 units of wood. He began to review the other cards, discovering they were all material cards. The white cards provided 100 units of materials, the green ones offered 200, and the blue ones presented 500. Though he did not encounter any purple cards, the overall quantity was substantial, totaling over 1,000. He collected all of them, marveling at how considerate the divine providence was, presenting resources dropped by monsters in card form. Su Fang meticulously examined another item and found a rather unique one. Item, group chat card. Quality, white. Description, upon use, establishes a group chat for 10 participants, with the user as the group leader, who alone can invite others into the group. He was taken aback by the existence of such an item. Indeed, the diversity of these items was astonishing. He set this card aside and shifted his gaze to other items, which included a few fire scrolls, ice scrolls, quicksand scrolls, and so forth, only 5 in total, all of white quality, with limited power. The quantity of these scrolls was excessively low, reflecting a dismal drop rate. Chapter 143, Establishing the Group. The spoils yielded thus far were limited, and Su Fang yearned to acquire task scrolls or similar items. Yet such treasures were evidently difficult to come by. Holding the group chat card, he felt the white quality's participant limit was rather low. He attempted to see if he could merge its quality. Please use a card type item for merging. It turned out that a card type item was required, which was manageable. Su Fang glanced at his numerous card items and selected a trap item, enveloping the group chat card and the trap item, with his mental energy to initiate the fusion. Merged into a green quality group chat card. Item, group chat card. Quality, green. Description, upon use, establishes a group chat for 50 participants, with the user as the group leader, who alone can invite others into the group. With the quality enhanced, the participant limit rose to 50, and Su Fang felt it could be improved further. He casually selected 2 less significant cards and merged them into another green quality card, subsequently merging it into the group chat card. Merged into a blue quality group chat card. Upon reviewing the card's details, the participant cap had increased to 200, which was more than sufficient. He clicked to use it. Please name your group chat. Su Fang, after a moment's thought, simply named it Friends Group Chat. Naming successful. You have successfully established a group. As the group leader, you may invite 200 friends to join the chat. Su Fang opened his friends list and promptly invited over 50 friends, including Tan Xiao Wusong, Xiao Hudi, Ji Mo de Shangyan, Tan San Tonglok, and Washu Nurhanzik. These friends, currently within the territory, suddenly received a notification. Your friend Hua Xiaocheng has invited you to join Friends Group Chat. Would you like to accept? They were astonished and promptly clicked to accept. Friends Group Chat. Tan Xiao Wusong joined the group. Tan San Tonglao joined the group. Woyo Yigan Bongbong Tong joined the group. Wow. Bro, where did you get this group chat? I just looked for ages and couldn't find any feature for creating groups. Tan Xiao Wusong quickly inquired. Exactly. I also searched for a long time. While the divine system has improved considerably, I didn't discover this group feature at all. Do share, Big Spender, Ji Mo did Shang Yan responded. Haha, now we have a group chat. It seems we won't be bored anymore, Xiao Hudie remarked. Hello, everyone. Tan Xiongbai seemed a bit shy. This is interesting, Tan San Tonglao chimed in. Dare to show your photo, old lady? Washer New Hanzer continued her bold and carefree demeanor. Wow, there are actually beauties here. That name is impressive. Yolen Kong Bardzig assumed Washer New Hanzer must be a woman, not questioning why, but relying on the intuition of men. Wow, you all are on the leaderboard this time. Now I understand why you all made the list. Clearly, I've been slacking. Morenli Bojitung felt disheartened upon seeing those who joined the group, as if a novice had stumbled into the presence of experts. Tuvlaran Huisho Bojitung. This group should have been called the elite group. After everyone chatted for a while and most friends had joined, the most frequently asked question was about how this group was established. Su Fang began to explain. You all must have gained quite a bit today, right? I obtained a group chat card today, and this group was created using that card. Guadu Jan, lucky you. Too bad I didn't encounter such a card. Xiao Xin My Lobby. The monster attack had a 200 times drop rate, while actively hunting outside only had 100 times. That drop rate will vanish after tomorrow. Tian Xiao Wusong. I believe everything dropped after tomorrow will see a significant reduction in drop rates. Our time for acquiring abundant resources has passed. Xiaohudia, what should we do? I'm really scared I won't be able to withstand tomorrow's monster attack. I don't want to leave the Lord's continent. Tianshan Tongla. Don't worry, there should be changes tomorrow. As for the specifics, we can only wait and see. Lonely Cigarette. I share the same premonition as the enchanting lady upstairs. After a brief exchange, everyone articulated their thoughts. And with each insight shared, the complexities surrounding the Lord's continent became increasingly lucid. Members of the group were encouraged to express their perspectives and exchange information, fostering mutual advancement. Oblivious to the vast distances that separated them and the uncertainty of ever meeting in person, many shared their photographs, referring to it as a rite of passage among newcomers. Yet their greatest anticipation lay in the hope of glimpsing Su Fang's visage. Regrettably, aside from Heavenly Mountain Maiden, none had ever witnessed Su Fang's true form. Despite their fervent requests for Su Fang to reveal himself, he remained unresponsive. Subsequently, Lonely Sword was the first to produce a commendable piece of equipment, inquiring if anyone in the group desired it. Several expressed interest, and ultimately, Little Xian selling crayons acquired the item by exchanging it for another piece of equipment. This group proved to be remarkably beneficial, enhancing communication and facilitating the exchange of vital information, particularly regarding the initial insights they grasped. Even Su Fang had not encountered some of the clues they provided. Su Fang also shared his experiences regarding wilderness camps and resource management, yielding substantial gains for many lords. As the conversation progressed, Su Fang mentioned, "The sweet potatoes have been largely reserved for you. Those who wish to purchase should act swiftly, while the remainder will be available tomorrow morning." Lonely Sword. I shall take the first opportunity. My materials have long been prepared. Little Xian selling crayons. I too desire to buy, as the prices of stone and wood have surged alarmingly, more than doubling. It is uncertain when they will return to normal. Lonely Cigarette. Wealthy merchant, please sell to me first. My materials have been ready for quite some time. These resources will undoubtedly revert to their original prices in a few days. Today's spike is merely a result of the damage inflicted upon everyone's constructions by the monsters, creating an imbalance in supply and demand. The prices of wood and stone cannot sustain this inflation indefinitely. Although these materials are the most utilized by all lords for the development of their territories, they are also the most abundant, easily sourced by nearly every lord. Of course, those situated in deserts or wastelands face a different reality, yet they possess unique and rare resources absent in other regions. Su Fang felt a particular concern for a lord residing on an island, known as Little Raindrop, a shy girl who rarely participated in group discussions. She boasted abundant marine resources, capable of producing copious amounts of sea salt, and even a material referred to as crystal. Although Su Fang had yet to discover any architectural uses for the crystal, he had amassed a considerable collection, which had allowed her territory to withstand the recent monster assaults, for which she was profoundly grateful to Su Fang. Chapter 144, The Blue Quality Bathhouse. Little Raindrop privately approached Su Fang, stating, "This afternoon, I unearthed a significant quantity of crystals. May I exchange them for sweet potatoes?" Due to environmental constraints, wood and stone had always been scarce, necessitating exchanges of food for crystals with Su Fang. Of course, take as much as you need. The pricing remains consistent with our previous arrangements, Su Fang replied. Thank you. Little Raindrop expressed her gratitude. This material was exclusively accepted by Su Fang, and with the recent price hikes in wood and stone, his decision not to raise the exchange rate left her immensely appreciative. Su Fang aimed for a long-term trading relationship. While he could potentially increase his prices, it would be unwise for a partner with whom he sought enduring collaboration. He anticipated that the availability of treasure chests would diminish, and the various resources necessary for sustenance would also significantly decline, compelling them to rely on self-production for future needs. Essentials such as food, clothing, and shelter were paramount for all lords, and Su Fang had noticed a marked decline in the discovery of clothing among the wooden crates. The significance of the tailor shop would soon become evident. The tailor shop was not limited to crafting leather armor. It also produced garments, particularly from skilled young women possessing talents in embroidery, sewing, and garment making, who created quite exquisite attire. Su Fang's foresight regarding the future of the Lord's continent was profound. He had already set these individuals to work on producing garments in bulk. With the frequency of battles in the Lord's world, the wear and tear on clothing was substantial, and the degradation of equipment was even more pronounced. Su Fang routinely recovered vast quantities of damaged gear. After liquidating all golden food items, he began merging new seeds once again. Having accumulated a noteworthy selection that day, he opted to merge cantaloupe seeds first. The result yielded a golden quality. Yet he needed to ascertain the properties of this fruit to engage in extensive cultivation. Upon completion, Su Fang entrusted Zhang Qian with the planting. With the duo of him and Wang Ying, the fruit would mature within half an hour. Subsequently, Su Fang identified a suitable location to construct the laundry basin. Cost: 100 gold coins, 50 stone. Successfully constructed a green-quality laundry basin. The laundry basin was a square pool requiring water to wash clothes. And with the territory now equipped with ample wells, Su Fang constructed an additional well adjacent to the laundry basin for convenience. The territory had a considerable quantity of clothing, prompting Su Fang to upgrade the laundry basin until it reached level 50. Building: laundry basin. Quality: green. Level: LV 50. Next upgrade requires 16,000 gold coins, 8,000 stone. Description: provides a pool for washing clothes. Upon upgrading the laundry basin to level 50, it could accommodate numerous individuals for washing, further enhancing the functionality of the territory. As for the adjacent well, Su Fang upgraded it to level 30, maintaining its green quality, with the option for future enhancements should water supply become insufficient. Once the laundry basin was established, Su Fang sought to construct the bathhouse blueprint. Having obtained 2 blueprints, he planned to situate one near the male soldier's wooden house and the other at the female wooden house. This arrangement would facilitate bathing for the territory's inhabitants, providing a welcome respite for weary soldiers after a long day. After identifying suitable locations, Su Fang began relocating various buildings within the territory. He possessed the capability to move all structures, as the entire territory would manifest before him in a 3D format. A novel feature of the Heavenly Dao that allowed lords to construct their domains more effectively. This functionality proved invaluable, enabling Su Fang to reposition any ill-placed structures and aesthetically enhance the territory, rendering it visually appealing. Su Fang intended to segment the territory into multiple zones, yet he only possessed a single blueprint. Within the Friends group chat, my mother gave birth to me for a purpose specialized in architecture and possessed exceptional insights into urban planning. He provided substantial advice to many lords, inspiring them with fresh ideas, a testament to the benefits of group discussions. Every individual in the JoJo Star realm held distinct professions and abilities, which they applied within their territories, allowing Su Fang to learn a great deal from them. Every individual possesses unique qualities from which others can learn, facilitating mutual growth and the enhancement of diverse skills. This is the merit of group chats. The netizens of the JoJo planet, upon observing the capabilities of a group chat, have found it heartening to realize the vast knowledge they can acquire. Our chat group engages in daily conversations for amusement, yet we notice that other groups discuss valuable information. They are all leaders striving to learn from each other's strengths, and we must endeavor to do the same. Although we are no longer on the Lord's continent, we still need to toil on JoJo planet. Let us all persevere. Let us strive. Onward. Su Fang remains unaware that the friend group chat he established has inspired many to work towards a brighter future. This positive energy, under the guidance of Longting Nation, is radiating throughout the entire country. The nation requires such proper guidance. Wishing for all to be as motivated and driven as Su Fang and his peers on the Lord's continent, filled with vigor and an indomitable spirit for the future. Even in the face of greater challenges and dangers tomorrow, they will not relinquish hope, continuously learning and developing, fighting until the very last moment. 100 gold, 100 wood. Successfully established a blue-quality bathhouse building. The bathhouse before him is quite impressive, as a blue-quality bathhouse is already substantial. Su Fang examined the attributes of this edifice. Building: bathhouse. Quality: blue. Level: LV1. Next level requires 200 gold, 200 wood. Description: capable of providing hot water actively, featuring comfortable private bathing and changing rooms. Upon entering the bathhouse, Su Fang discovered that the bathing areas are all private, with designated spots for clothing and bathing supplies. Most importantly, it boasts a shower switch, allowing one to select hot water, akin to modern water heaters. Regardless of how this feature was developed, the fact remains that this building possesses such functionality. After inspecting, Su Fang was thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, it is a blue-quality bathhouse. With the population of the territory now considerable, Su Fang began to upgrade the bathhouse. 200 gold, 200 food. Bathhouse level 1, current level LV2. 6,000 gold, 6,000 food. Bathhouse level 1, current level LV30. Building: bathhouse. Quality: blue. Level: LV30. Next level requires 6,400 gold, 6,400 wood. Description: capable of providing hot water actively, featuring comfortable private bathing and changing rooms. As the number of buildings in the territory increased, Su Fang noticed that the area was becoming somewhat cramped. Chapter 145, Dragonfall. Su Fang arrived at the crystal and began upgrading this structure. 700 gold. Tier 1 Crystal Core 7. Crystal Level 1, current level LV7. 800 gold. Tier 1 Crystal Core 8, Crystal Level 1, current level LV8. Building: crystal. Quality: white. Level: LV8. Next level requires 900 gold, 9 Tier 1 Crystal Cores. Durability: 100. Description: safeguard your crystal well, as it is the most vital asset for a lord. Once shattered, you will no longer be able to remain in the Lord's world. After upgrading the territory's crystal, Su Fang could also elevate the territory's level and commence the upgrade. 700 gold. Territory successfully upgraded to level 7. 800 gold. Territory successfully upgraded to level 8. Su Fang opened the friend group chat and addressed the members. If anyone temporarily does not need tier 1 crystal cores, please sell them to me. I can exchange them for golden food. Unmatched. Brother, I have 2 extra. Take them if you need. Lonely cigarette. The territory area is sufficient for now. I haven't upgraded the crystal yet. I have 6, so you can take them. Tonight's dinner. I still have 4. How does the wealthy lord wish to exchange? Everyone readily agreed, and Su Fang traded sweet potatoes for the crystal cores, 1 sweet potato for 1 core, which at the current market rate equates to several tens of thousands of gold for a single core. Everyone was quite satisfied, and Su Fang successfully acquired 32 tier 1 crystal cores. Thank you. After completing the transactions, Su Fang continued to upgrade the crystal. 900 gold, tier 1 crystal core 9. Crystal level 1, current level LV9. 1000 gold, tier 1 crystal core 10, crystal level 1, current level LV10. Heavenly Dao notification, Huaxia City Lord. The first to upgrade the crystal building to level 10. Rewards include 10,000 gold, 100 prestige points, 30 free attribute points, and a lucky draw opportunity. Following the 3 Heavenly Dao notifications, a wave of astonishment echoed within the friend group chat. Wow, there are actually Heavenly Dao rewards for this. Suddenly, a feeling of regret washed over. I ask, is it too late to regret trading the crystal cores? Well, you all have so few cores. You won't be able to upgrade the crystal to level 10 so swiftly. I inquire, who among you is willing to sell me their crystal cores? If you are, I wish to buy. Su Fang did not anticipate receiving a reward and stated in the group chat, I truly did not expect this to come with a reward. Wealthy lord, do you have any extra to trade with me? Lonely Sword inquired. I want some too, Little Butterfly added. I am the closest to Big Brother, so please return them to me, Unmatched said. I will trade with my own. Tell me your address, and I shall come over immediately. JPG I Am a Tough Girl was quite direct and even posted a photo of herself. Everyone, her photo is indeed beautiful, but her bold nature left many speechless. Many friends desire these cores, and Su Fang also wished to assist them in obtaining rewards first. Private messages flowed in. With Cold Xinhua being particularly forthright, I will trade diamonds for you. This material is exceptionally rare, as one of my soldiers can only mine 10 units a day. Diamond materials. Su Fang realized that this resource was undoubtedly extraordinary, and given that a soldier can only mine 10 units a day, it highlights the material scarcity, leading him to respond. All right, I can help you secure the reward first, but do you have any other special building blueprints you cannot construct? If so, you may give them to me for building. Everyone had obtained numerous items, and each had received some unique blueprints they were reluctant to part with, wishing to keep them for personal use. Thus, Su Fang began negotiating. Cold Xinhua pondered and said, I indeed acquired a special building called Flower Workshop Blueprint, but I have not found the materials, so I will give it to you. No problem. Subsequently, Su Fang commenced discussions on the specifics of the trade. Although he required the crystal cores to upgrade the Mount Steps building, the enticing offers from the other party were too compelling for Su Fang to refuse. After finalizing the agreement, Su Fang successfully obtained the Flower Workshop Blueprint, along with a batch of diamond materials, leaving him with 2 tier 1 crystal cores. Su Fang then arrived at the Mount Steps and began upgrading this structure, though he could only elevate it by 1 level. 200 gold, tier 1 crystal core 2. Mount Steps level 1, current level LV2. Building, Mount Steps. Quality, golden unique. Level, LV2. Next level requires 300 gold, 300 wood, 3 tier 1 crystal cores. Introduction. This is an enigmatic prairie where various mounts of different qualities refresh randomly each day. The higher the level, the greater the probability of encountering mounts of superior quality, and the greater their numbers. Note, taming skills are required to ensure these mounts obey, and the more advanced the mount, the more challenging it is to tame. Su Fang entered and observed the surroundings, discovering the presence of 2 wild horses. Astonishingly, one of the mounts was of purple quality, named the Dragon Colt, distinguished by its impressive speed and striking appearance. Su Fang examined the attributes of this Dragon Colt. Monster, Dragon Colt. Quality, purple. Level, 20. Skills, rapid charge, trample, dragon's flight. Description, a horse possessing a trace of dragon blood, exhibiting remarkable speed and combat prowess. It can be tamed, but only those of considerable strength can earn its recognition. Only the tamer may ride it. This mount, being level 20 and equipped with 3 skills, would indeed require significant effort to tame. Although Su Fang already possessed a companion, the fur ball, he recognized that other heroes could benefit from this mount. He was reluctant to expend the time required for taming and decided to delegate the task to his fellow heroes. The other mount, while merely of blue quality, was still quite commendable. After departing from the prairie, Su Fang found that Yu Fei had yet to return. However, Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun were present and addressed Su Fang, saying, My lord, General Yu Fei instructed me to inform you that they will be staying there tonight and will return tomorrow. We have brought back some items, and there are many more to collect tomorrow. With a substantial amount of goods, Xiang Yu had directed the soldiers to store them in the designated warehouse. Su Fang nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "No problem. You and Zhao Yun should make a trip to the Mounts Prairie to tame the 2 wild horses. Once tamed, they will be your mounts. One of them is particularly exceptional, so discuss amongst yourselves who will undertake the taming. That mount is not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, both men were elated and intrigued by the mount Su Fang had mentioned. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." With that, Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun eagerly made their way towards the Mounts Prairie to tame the mounts. Chapter 146, Golden Quality Flower. After upgrading the crystal, Su Fang turned his attention to upgrading the territory. He had already met all the requirements for the upgrade. Gold 900, territory successfully upgraded to level 9. Gold 1000, territory successfully upgraded to level 10. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade their territory to level 10. Rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, 3 skill points, and the title the Supreme Lord of the World. The lords of the Lord's continent were once again astounded, left speechless by the dual rewards from the Heavenly Dao. Achieving the upgrade of the crystal to level 10 so swiftly, along with the territory upgrade, was astonishing. They felt increasingly left behind. With prices for first-grade crystal cores soaring to 10,000 gold each. I offer 20,000 gold for 10 first-grade crystal cores. Who would sell such a thing for gold? Give it up. I certainly want to sell. Crystal cores could only be dropped by bosses, and currently, very few lords were willing to part with them. Even with offers reaching 20,000 gold. This demonstrated the high demand and reluctance to sell. Su Fang's friend group erupted with congratulations, as they had developed a preference for communication within the group, only resorting to private discussions for more intimate matters. Big spender. Share the attributes of the Supreme Lord of the World title with us. You've now acquired 3 titles, haven't you? The favored child of the Heavenly Dao. We should hold on to your coattails tightly. Su Fang accepted the title the Supreme Lord of the World and began to examine its attributes. Title, the Supreme Lord of the World. Quality, none. Attributes. All residents of the territory gain 10 experience points from monster kills, 10 drop rate, 1 luck, territory area 10. All territory resources 10. Description, the first lord to successfully upgrade their territory to level 10. If one becomes the first to upgrade their territory to level 20. Additional attributes will be granted to the title. Su Fang reviewed the information, feeling quite pleased. Although the benefits to the lord were modest, the overall enhancement to the territory was substantial. He also noticed that the area of his territory had increased significantly. Su Fang shared the details of the title in the group chat, allowing everyone to see its attributes. Incredible. Does all resources 10 also include monster resources? Perhaps the number of treasure chests is also 10. Regardless, the attributes of this title are exceptionally powerful. I am quite envious. May I inquire if the attributes of the 3 titles can stack? I wouldn't mind wearing one for you. Haha, neither would I. Indeed, the 3 titles could stack, as titles were not equipment and could accumulate, provided one could acquire more title equipment. Su Fang approached the wooden houses, where the female residents resided, and commenced the construction of another bathhouse. After upgrading this building to level 30, he noticed that the stone spirit had just exited the building. My lord. The stone spirit hurried towards Su Fang upon noticing him. You arrived just in time. This bathhouse has just been completed. From now on, you can enjoy bathing here. The facilities are quite convenient, and only the girls are permitted to use it. Upon seeing the stone spirit, Su Fang took the opportunity to relay some matters. Thank you, my lord. With this bathhouse, bathing will be much more convenient. We won't have to draw water into the wooden house for turns anymore. The stone spirit was indeed elated, as the wooden house had only a few bathing spots, requiring each girl to wait in line, which was quite cumbersome. Now, with the establishment of the bathhouse, they would no longer need to queue. Additionally, Su Fang had constructed a toilet nearby, which greatly facilitated their restroom needs, further enhancing their sense of belonging to the territory. After conversing with the stone spirit for a while and learning that they had no significant troubles, Su Fang took his leave. He then retrieved the flower workshop blueprint to examine the materials required for its construction. Item, flower workshop blueprint. Quality, white. Description, requires 100 gold, 100 iron ore, 100 wood, and 10 crystal to construct. Su Fang was astonished that this building required crystal for construction. He had not expected this workshop to need crystal. In addition to crystal, the materials necessary included iron ore. The crystals Su Fang had previously exchanged were finally going to be put to use. He decided to first merge the flower workshop blueprint with other blueprints to enhance its quality. Merged into green quality flower workshop blueprint. Merged into blue quality flower workshop blueprint. Gold 100, iron ore 100, wood 100, crystal 10, successfully constructed a blue quality flower workshop. Building, flower workshop. Quality, blue. Level, LV1, Next level requires 200 gold, 100 iron ore, 200 wood, 20 crystal. Description: requires crystal cores as power. After placing rice inside, flour can be produced. Su Fang stepped into the workshop, curiously observing the building, which housed an iron machine, with a designated area presumably for placing crystal cores. In the absence of electricity, the crystal core has transformed into a remarkable energy source akin to a power generator. Su Fang believes that the crystal core undoubtedly harbors even greater potential, and every lord is in dire need of it. He instructed his soldiers to retrieve some rice from the preservation chamber, and then he placed a second-tier crystal core atop the machine. As the machine whirred to life, it began to operate smoothly, producing only the faintest of sounds, which attested to its impressive capabilities. Before long, he observed flour emerging, pure, white powder made solely from rice, devoid of any additives. The flour previously acquired had long since been utilized by the chefs of the territory, and now, with this machine, they could produce as much flour as they desired. Not only could they fulfill their own needs, but they could also sell it to others. Many inhabitants of the territory, skilled in cooking, were adept at crafting various dishes such as buns, steamed bread, and noodles. With a continuous supply of flour, they could provide an array of delightful foods for the populace. Su Fang then requested soldiers to bring forth golden quality rice, eager to observe the transformation when it was milled into flour. Name: flour. Quality: gold. Description: after consumption, grants a satisfaction of 100, hunger reduction of 150, and stamina recovery of 100. What a splendid find. Su Fang was immensely pleased and promptly shared the attributes of this flour in the friends group chat. Upon seeing it, the members erupted in astonishment. Wow, golden quality flour. How is this possible? Great benefactor, you've captured my attention once more. I wish to marry you. Just provide for me. Name your price. Chapter 147, Blueprint for Stone Walls. Golden quality flour not only enhances stamina recovery, but also alleviates hunger, and crucially, it heightens flavor. Such a product is indeed highly coveted, and none could resist its allure. Su Fang added in the chat, this item is not easily produced. Each person can only provide 1 unit per day. Any more is simply unfeasible. 1 unit of flour is still quite substantial, considering there are over 50 individuals. They felt that even a small indulgence would suffice. The pricing was fair. They could exchange various materials, blueprints, and seeds for it. After producing an ample supply of flour, Su Fang commenced trading with them. Is this made from golden rice? Inquired Lonely Sword. Indeed, golden rice must be cultivated to yield a harvest, so the prerequisite for producing flour is possessing sufficient golden quality rice, Su Fang responded. What was used in the milling process? It doesn't appear to be ground by hand, but rather seems machine processed, Lonely Cigarette asked with curiosity. It was indeed machine milled. Utilizing the equipment within the flour workshop, Su Fang clarified. Upon hearing this, everyone gained insight into the existence of such a structure, which broadened their knowledge. Even Heavenly Mountain Girl was taken aback by the revelation that such machinery could be constructed. Once Su Fang managed these affairs, Zhang Qian approached with a cantaloupe in hand, announcing, "My lord, the golden quality cantaloupe has been harvested." Su Fang examined the cantaloupe, which was impressively large, roughly the size of a basin. Certainly, such a size is unprecedented in reality, at least not in Su Fang's experience. He scrutinized the attributes of the cantaloupe. Name: cantaloupe. Quality: gold. Description: upon consumption, provides a physical defense boost of 100 for the next 4 hours. Remarkably, it enhances physical defense. Su Fang was astonished. This attribute was exceedingly advantageous, significantly bolstering soldiers' defenses and reducing the likelihood of injury and mortality. He promptly instructed Zhang Qian, ensure the seeds from the cantaloupe are collected. They are of exceptional quality and will require extensive cultivation in the future. Yes, I will see to it immediately, Zhang Qian replied, promptly organizing the necessary personnel. After consuming an apple that accelerated his mental recovery tenfold, Su Fang made his way to the reincarnation hall, which now possessed nearly 3,000 soul points. He began the upgrade process for this building. Gold, 200, wood, 200, soul points, 200, reincarnation hall level 1, current level LV2. Gold, 800, wood, 800, soul points, 800. Reincarnation hall level 1, current level LV8. The reincarnation hall could now absorb souls within an 800-meter radius. Checking the time, he noted that the hero summoning period for the soul hall had not yet arrived. So he took a bath and proceeded to enhance the quality of various structures within the territory. Su Fang turned his attention to the territory's stone fence and initiated the fusion process for this building. Acquired blue quality building, stone wall. He noticed that the previous stone fence had now transformed into a solid wall, encircling the entire territory and significantly enhancing its security. The effectiveness of this stone wall far surpassed that of the stone fence. However, Su Fang was not yet satisfied and continued the fusion process. This outermost structure was of utmost importance, and he was determined to upgrade it to its highest potential. An immense amount of mental energy was consumed as Su Fang fused one high-level building after another, But during the fusion process, he unexpectedly acquired another blueprint. Acquired blue quality Sihiyuan blueprint. Su Fang tucked the Sihiyuan blueprint away, continuing to fuse with other blueprints, as he was reluctant to utilize it for the fusion of the stone wall. After fusing into a blue, wooden house, Su Fang resumed the fusion with the stone wall. Acquired purple quality building, stone wall. Yet, he did not attain the anticipated city wall. Unwilling to concede, Su Fang resolved to transform this stone wall into a city wall today and continued to fuse blueprint after blueprint. One blue blueprint after another appeared in his hands, and casually, he selected a stone fence blueprint for fusion. Acquired blue quality stone wall blueprint. Su Fang. This blueprint is quite rare, significantly superior to the stone fence. Utilizing it for fusion would be a grave waste. Thus, he placed this stone wall blueprint in the friends group chat, stating, "Those in need, please present your offers. I know you desire it." Wow, it's a stone wall blueprint. Where did you acquire this? Exclaimed the members. This is a valuable blueprint, and it's blue quality. State your price. Everyone, can we not compete for this? No, I must have it. If it were any ordinary blueprint, they might not be so fervent. But this was a stone wall, capable of enhancing territorial defense and improving their survival abilities. They would do anything to secure it. Each friend began to propose their prices, with one even offering a staggering 1 million gold coins, leaving everyone astounded. 1 million gold coins is indeed a considerable sum. Yet, upon reflection, investing 1 million to significantly enhance the territory's security, enabling them to remain on the Lord's continent, seemed worthwhile, especially given the recent monster attacks that left everyone feeling uneasy. Should they face similar or even stronger monster assaults in the future, who could guarantee their safety? These individuals were astute. And even with the price soaring to 1 million gold coins, some were willing to trade that amount plus other items. One such individual was Heavenly Mountain Girl, who appeared intent on securing this building blueprint. Su Fang reassured the others, "Do not rush. I will have more of such blueprints in due time. It merely requires patience." Upon hearing this, the entire group chat fell into a state of exasperation. How did you manage to obtain this? I am equally curious about your ability to consistently produce such blueprints. Could it be that you have pilfered from the repository of celestial schematics? While our curiosity is piqued, every individual harbors secrets, so it would be prudent not to pry further. I shall await developments in due time. Su Fang set the price at 1 million gold coins. Noting the presence of a dice function in the group chat, he promptly declared, "Let the number on the dice determine who shall make the purchase. Only 6 participants are allowed, and you may deliberate amongst yourselves to select the 6. After much discussion, they finally reached a consensus, with each participant choosing a point. 1 point for Tianshan Tonglao, 2 points for Tianxiao Wushuang, 3 points for Jima de Xiangyan, 4 points for Gudade Jian, 5 points for Weiyu Yi Jin Bang Bang Tang, and 6 points for Wujiao Nahanzi. I shall commence now. The outcome of the purchase rests upon your fortune." Su Fang announced before rolling the dice, which spun in the group chat, ultimately landing on 1. "What on earth? It's a 1. I should have chosen 1. Exclaimed Tianshan Tonglao, who was overjoyed and immediately initiated a transaction with Su Fang, offering 1 million gold coins and successfully acquiring the stone wall blueprint. The others, feeling resigned, could only hope that Su Fang would swiftly procure another stone wall blueprint. Su Fang continued to merge blueprints, eager to create another stone wall blueprint, as the potential profits were too enticing to resist. Chapter 148, Merging the City Wall. Although this stone wall blueprint held immense value, it was not guaranteed that Su Fang could succeed in merging it. The probabilities were significant. He merged 2 blue-quality stone barriers, yet failed to transform them into a stone wall, compelling him to merge the 2 stone barriers again. As his mental energy waned, the 2 blue-quality stone barriers began to dissipate and merge, merging purple-quality city wall blueprint. Su Fang was taken aback. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently merge into a city wall blueprint. While waiting for his mental energy to recover, Su Fang perused the messages in the world chat and added several individuals, purchasing a variety of useful items from them, including scrolls and cards that could be utilized for further mergers. Once his mental energy was fully restored, Su Fang commenced the merging of the purple city wall blueprint with the existing stone wall, ensuring the preservation of the city wall blueprint's design. This process demanded a considerable amount of mental energy, but fortunately, Su Fang's mental energy had soared to over 400 points, and with a decent recovery rate. After expending around 450 points, the blueprint finally vanished, merging golden quality building city wall. As Su Fang beheld the transformed structure, he noted that the entire territory was now encircled by the city wall, forming a perfectly square citadel. The soldiers on guard, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished and began to murmur among themselves. "My lord, is this the newly constructed city wall?" Zhao Yun inquired, rushing to Su Fang's side, visibly taken aback. "Indeed. With this wall, the security of our territory has significantly improved. Now we merely need to upgrade the city wall," Su Fang replied. "However, it appears that this city wall lacks a gate," Zhao Yun noted, observing that beneath the wall was merely a passageway without an entrance. Su Fang inspected the building's details. Building, incomplete city wall. Quality, golden. Level, LV35. Next upgrade requires 8,400 gold coins, 8,400 stone, and wood. Special attribute, wall defense 50. Description, this is a formidable wall. Currently, each section can accommodate 3 large gates. Note, sufficient wood resources are required to complete the building. Upon realizing that merging the city wall necessitated wood, Su Fang promptly commenced the expenditure of wood resources to complete the structure. As for the gates, one was sufficient for current needs, and there was no necessity for additional gates. With the consumption of wood, not only did a gate manifest, but a small structure also appeared atop the gate. City wall construction completed. Seeing the gate's emergence, Zhao Yun addressed Su Fang. Now that the city wall is complete, I shall proceed to arrange the city defenses. Go ahead, Su Fang responded. With Yu Fei absent, the security of the territory had been entrusted to Zhao Yun, whose capabilities Su Fang held in high regard. Yu Fei had always prioritized the safety of the territory, implementing various defenses that had proven satisfactory to Su Fang. After finalizing the city wall, Su Fang began the upgrade process, recognizing that this building was crucial for the safety of the territory and required immediate enhancement. 8,400 gold coins, 8,400 stone, 4,200 wood, city wall, level 1, current level LV36. 25,000 gold coins, 25,000 stone, 12,500 wood, city wall, level 1, current level LV60. Building, city wall. Quality, golden. Level, LV60. Next upgrade requires 27,000 gold coins, 27,000 stone, and 13,500 wood. Special attribute, wall defense 50. Description, this is a formidable wall. Currently, each section can accommodate 3 large gates. Upon completing the upgrade, Su Fang proceeded to the ambush camp, barracks to elevate the building to its maximum level. 135,000 gold coins, 135,000 wood, ambush camp level 1, current level LV94. 200,000 gold coins, 200,000 wood, ambush camp level 1, current level LV100. Once the upgrade was completed, Su Fang summoned all soldiers. 100 gold coins, summoned 1 green quality ambush camp soldier. 100 gold coins, summoned 1 purple quality ambush camp soldier. Building, ambush camp. Quality, unique, golden. Level, LV100. Special attribute, all soldier attributes 20. Description, consumes 100 gold coins to summon 1 soldier. Currently able to summon 200, 002, 0000. With a fully leveled barracks already established, Su Fang intended to merge and upgrade the second barracks. However, upon checking the time, he realized it was already time to summon generals. Arriving at the Soul Hall, Su Fang placed his hand upon the altar once more, and a formidable general appeared in his mind, renowned as the mightiest warrior under Yu Fei, exuding bravery. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. Congratulations, you have summoned the golden quality hall hero Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing emerged from the altar, his demeanor stern and valiant. Bowing to Su Fang with respect, Yang Zixing pays his respects to the Lord. This man, Yang Zixing, was a figure of great admiration. Upon his death, the Jin soldiers burned his body, which bizarrely yielded iron arrowheads exceeding 2 inches. Truly, he was an unparalleled warrior throughout the ages, and Su Fang had his reasons for summoning him. Su Fang examined Yang Zixing's basic profile. Name, Yang Zixing. Talent, unawakened. Profession, unclassed. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the Soul Hall have maximum loyalty. Level, 0. Experience 0 100. Strength, 41. Constitution, 35. Stamina, 35. Agility, 33. Spirit, 11. Magic defense, 9. Physical defense, 45. Luck, 7. Talent, 40. Combat skills, none. Cultivation skills, none. Life skills, none. The foundational physical defense of Yang Zixing astonishingly reaches 45 points. Merely 5 points shy of Li Tsuanxiao, truly deserving of the title of a formidable warrior. Excellent. Su Fang was immensely pleased as he escorted Yang Zixing out of the Soul Hall and equipped him with a set of green quality gear. What kind of weapon do you prefer to wield? Su Fang seemed to recall that Yang Zixing favored the spear. My lord, any spear will suffice, Yang Zixing replied. Since Su Fang intended to provide Yang Zixing with a weapon, he certainly would not settle for anything ordinary. He produced 2 commendably weighted weapons and commenced their fusion. As his mental energy was expended, a silvery spear materialized before Su Fang. He named this spear Majestic White Dragon Spear. This name was bestowed upon it because, in Su Fang's eyes, Yang Zixing epitomized a truly gallant general. Equipment, Majestic White Dragon Spear. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirements, strength greater than 41. Attributes, strength, 41. Stamina 5, armor penetration 5. Chapter 149, Selling Hami Melons. See if it suits you. Su Fang handed the Majestic White Dragon Spear to Yang Zixing. The weapon was perfectly suited for Yang Zixing, who inspected it and swung it a few times, producing a series of slicing sounds through the air. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Yang Zixing expressed his gratitude with great satisfaction. Su Fang then arranged for Yang Zixing to stay in the Sihiyuan. And after Yu Fei returned the following day, he would send him to seek out Yu Fei. With Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu by his side, Su Fang felt sufficiently equipped and did not require additional assistance for quite some time. Subsequently, Su Fang continued to fuse various blueprints and golden seeds until the early hours. Before he began his cultivation, a new day dawned, and scarcely had he awakened when numerous friends urged him to sell golden quality food. Su Fang did not decline and commenced trading with them. After breakfast, Su Fang turned his attention to the friends chat group, where his friends had already begun conversing. Su Fang inquired, "Have you all used your prestige to purchase cultivation skills?" "I have," they replied, "but they are exorbitantly priced, allowing only the lowest quality to be exchanged. I managed to acquire a green quality cultivation skill, but those with attributes are simply out of reach, far too costly. I exchanged for a white quality metal cultivation skill. Its effects are quite impressive. Battle Chi is a valuable asset, significantly enhancing one's attack, though unfortunately, one can only cultivate a little each day. Indeed, such cultivation skills are difficult to come by. Is the wealthy lord planning to sell any? I would be interested." Su Fang responded, "Do not hold your breath. I do not have enough for my own use, let alone share them with you. Cultivation skills are unique talents. They cannot be enhanced through the use of other skills. If they could, Su Fang would have upgraded their quality long ago. Many heroes in the territory still lack cultivation skills, so Su Fang would not carelessly fuse them. Even if he were to fuse, it would only be when he possessed a sufficient quantity of cultivation skills." Su Fang shared a golden quality Hami melon in the group, stating, "There aren't many of these. They can only be sold cut. The defensive attributes will undoubtedly be diminished, but the duration will also decrease. The entire Hami melon has a duration of 4 hours, yet once sliced, each small piece lasts only a fraction of that time." Su Fang divided it into 20 portions, with each segment lasting merely 12 minutes. His friends examined the attributes of the golden quality Hami melon. Name: Hami melon. Quality: golden. Description: upon consumption, grants 100 physical defense for the next 12 minutes. Wow, it actually increases defense. However, the duration of each small piece is only 12 minutes, which seems rather short. Better than nothing. When faced with danger, consuming a small piece not only quenches thirst, but also enhances defense. It's quite effective. Laughter erupted among the group, as the sentiment was indeed sensible. Each of them exchanged materials for a few pieces. Although not plentiful, these could potentially save their lives in critical moments. Naturally, privately, many friends wished to acquire more, and Su Fang consented. Su Fang primarily focused on cultivating golden sweet potatoes and corn. As for other foods, he truly lacked substantial means, attributed to both the seeds and the limitations of his mental energy. Su Fang had too many items to fuse and could not dedicate all his energy to seed fusion. Were it not for the tenfold recovery speed of his mental energy, Su Fang would likely struggle to keep up. Following the trading with his friends, there were already numerous individuals in the world urging Su Fang to sell golden food, with a plethora of messages flooding the shop's comments. Once Su Fang finished his busy tasks, he announced in the chat channel, "I am starting to list the items. Everyone, get ready." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly prepared to seize the opportunity, reminiscent of a rush for goods among elderly women. With a single click, Su Fang listed all the golden food, which were snatched up in mere seconds. Su Fang was momentarily taken aback. The speed exceeded his expectations. Wasn't it said that at least tens of billions of lords were eliminated yesterday? Indeed, the monster attacks had been overwhelmingly fierce, resulting in the elimination of at least half of the lords on the Lord's continent, though the precise number remained unclear to all. This information was gleaned by Su Fang from the chat channel. Good items naturally sell well. No one wished to be eliminated, so they were willing to purchase golden food, regardless of the price. In the chat channel of the Lord's continent, "Can you list some more? I missed the messages and ended up missing out. I managed to grab a sweet potato. How is everyone so quick? Have you all been single for 100 years? Not a single sweet potato for me. Just one, please. Is that a girl? If so, I would give it to you. I'll sell you the sweet potato I managed to grab." Su Fang ignored their chatter and exchanged a few words in the group chat. He soon discovered that Yu Fei had returned with the remaining supplies and reported to Su Fang, "My lord, yesterday we discovered a stone resource site and a bronze or resource site. However, the bronze or site does not yield much. It may not produce significantly in a day. Better than nothing. It refreshes daily, and we do not currently require an excessive amount of bronze or," Su Fang remarked indifferently. At present, wood and stone were the most essential resources for the territory. Wood was readily available outside the territory in abundance. However, Su Fang could not simply send all his soldiers to chop wood. They needed to focus on leveling up. The soldiers of the assault camp were too precious to be wasted as lumberjacks. They were the most vital protectors of the territory. Out of the 20,000 soldiers, apart from a few necessary personnel, the majority needed to be sent out to level up. The soldiers summoned from the other barracks could be assigned to tasks such as logging or mining. The disparity in combat power between that barracks and the assault camp was simply immense. Su Fang approached the blue barracks and initiated the fusion process. Fused into a purple quality barracks building. Still, no transformation occurred, so Su Fang continued the fusion. Fused into a golden quality barracks building. This barracks had already reached level 45. Now, the territory required more soldiers to mine resources. Su Fang decided to upgrade this barracks to its maximum level before proceeding. Gold, 13,000. Wood, 13,000. Barracks level, 1. Current level, LV 46. Gold, 45,000. Wood, 45,000. Barracks level, 1. Current level, LV 70. After the upgrade, Su Fang continued to summon soldiers. 100 gold coins, summon a soldier of blue quality. 100 gold coins, summon a soldier of golden quality. Building, barracks. Quality, golden. Level, LV 70. The lower tier requires 48,000 gold and 48,000 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold coins to summon one soldier. Currently can summon 500. Chapter 150, Market Changes. After completing the summons, the territory now boasted over 24,000 soldiers. These additional 4,000 soldiers could gather resources or serve as combatants, which was quite advantageous. After quickly equipping themselves with gear and golden rations, the soldiers were dispatched by Yu Fei to the outskirts of the territory to begin crafting traps. As the clock approached 8, Yu Fei turned to Su Fang and said, "My lord, everything has been arranged. I wonder how formidable today's monsters will be." All of the territory soldiers had already positioned themselves beyond the walls under Yu Fei's command. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Su Fang replied, "The likelihood of increased drop rates has dissipated. Based on my estimates, the monsters' attacks should not be overly potent. However, everything remains uncertain. I shall proceed to guard the city gates. With the walls in place, the monsters will find it increasingly challenging to pose a significant threat to us." Yu Fei acknowledged. As we near 8 o'clock, all will be revealed. Su Fang and Yu Fei took their positions outside the city walls, with Mao Qiu and Li Yuanba still following closely behind Su Fang. The entirety of the Lord's continent was on high alert, eager to witness the strength of the monsters' assault today. After 8 o'clock, the Heavenly Tao once again released an announcement. Heavenly Tao announcement. The Lord assessment has concluded, and the 100-fold drop rate has vanished. The Lord's continent will periodically host various activities, with timings determined by Heavenly Tao announcements. Protect the territory, for at any moment it may face peril. The leaderboard has been opened. The top 100 lords will receive ranking rewards based on their time spent on the leaderboard, with monthly settlements and specific rewards determined by Heavenly Tao. Various leaderboards will be gradually introduced in the future. A mysterious item seems to have appeared outside the territory. Lords are advised to consult and explore. Once the Heavenly Tao's announcement concluded, everyone realized that there were, astonishingly, no monster attacks today. Yet, the astute among them discerned from the Heavenly Tao's information that their safety was not assured. There were undoubtedly unknown factors awaiting them. Each individual who had persevered thus far was clever, unwilling to let their guard down due to a momentary sense of security. After contemplating, the lords promptly accessed the leaderboard. First place, Huaxia City, LV 32. Second place, Tianshan Tonglao, LV 24. Third place, Dragon God World, LV 23. Fourth place, Invincible Ninja, LV 23. Fifth place, Noble Gentleman, LV 23. Su Fang felt a swell of pride as he observed his unparalleled lead, an impressive 8 levels ahead of the second-place contender. It would be exceedingly difficult for others to surpass him. The French chat group buzzed with various comments. Qinxiao Wushuang, I can't believe I'm only ranked in the 50s. Are these people leveling up that quickly? Xiao Dai, I'm over 800. The gap between us is immense. Gudo de Jian, not making it into the top 10 is unacceptable. I must strive harder to break into the top 10. I am a tough girl. I didn't expect Tianshan Tonglao to reach such a high level. Is she secretly in a relationship with Huaxia City and getting special treatment? Tianshan Tonglao, Huaxia City's lord is a straight man. I am quite innocent and single. Su Fang added, women only impede my progress in developing the territory and diminish my leveling efficiency. You ladies should not think to sway me. The group promptly launched an attack on Su Fang, accusing him of being heartless for rejecting such valuable resources, claiming that if they were in his shoes, they would have already pursued romance. But what would pursuing lead to? With distances spanning thousands of miles, could they truly resolve their yearning through mere video calls? They were in the Lord's continent, not a safe haven for romantic escapades. While Su Fang's choice was undoubtedly the most prudent, it still evoked a sense of regret, particularly among the women in the group, who found their attempts to entice him futile, as he remained impervious to such advances. Su Fang sought out Yu Fei and said, in the future, there will likely be no monster attacks in the morning. However, we must remain vigilant. Let us arrange for some individuals to venture out and clear away any remaining monsters, while those traps must be retained. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle these matters. I will arrange for soldiers to venture out and level up, Yufei replied. He began issuing commands, ensuring they were conveyed to other commanders while also briefing the soldiers remaining in the territory. As for the internal affairs of the territory, Su Fang preferred to manage those himself, contemplating whether he should summon an internal affairs hero, thus allowing him to delegate responsibilities. Su Fang deemed it necessary to summon an internal affairs hero today, though uncertainty lingered regarding the possibility of success. He resolved to attempt the summoning after 10 o'clock. Pondering who might be summoned, he was not particularly well-versed in the most powerful figures in internal affairs, as such prominence could shift with the times. Yet he was familiar with several renowned personalities. He merely needed to select one at random from among them. After arranging various matters within the territory, Su Fang immersed himself in merging blueprints and seeds while glancing at the messages in the chat channel. Goodness, has the drop rate plummeted so drastically? My soldiers have slain over 100 monsters, yet not a single piece of equipment has dropped. Huh. A monster drops 1 or 2 gold coins. Even the level 10 monsters are no different. The disparity compared to earlier is staggering. Goodness, the prices of various materials are plummeting, and gold is now a rare commodity. Su Fang remained vigilant to the shifts occurring within the Lord's world. Previously, the prices of wood and stone had surged to 35 gold coins per unit, but now, they had swiftly declined to 25 gold coins per unit, due to the drastic decrease in gold drop rates. Even level 10 minions were yielding only 1 or 2 gold coins, a stark contrast to prior times. Gold serves as a universal currency, essential for purchasing various items and upgrading buildings, and a reduction in its availability would inevitably impact the overall market in the Lord's continent. Everything within the Lord's realm was affected. Items in the trading hall were undergoing constant fluctuations. Nevertheless, Su Fang firmly believed that prices would stabilize at some point, an inevitability that could not be altered by anyone. Seizing the opportunity presented by the market shift, Su Fang engaged in a vigorous acquisition of goods. Rather, he was recovering items, as a merchant ought to do, right? Observing the increasing inventory in the shop, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He was confident no losses would arise from these transactions. He would acquire as much as possible. Chapter 151, Dungeon Passage. After a busy morning, Su Fang finally arrived at the Hall of Souls by 10 o'clock. He had grown quite accustomed to the summoning process and placed his hand directly upon the altar. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. A new figure materialized in Su Fang's mind. This character lacked formidable martial prowess, but possessed keen intellect, adept at managing various affairs with remarkable finesse. The ethereal light within the entire palace coalesced once more towards the altar, gradually taking on the form of a man. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hall hero, Xiao He. Xiao He, a singular talent in internal affairs throughout the ages, was indispensable for Liu Bang in establishing the foundation of the Han dynasty. Without his meticulous management of logistics, such an empire would have been impossible. Su Fang felt immense satisfaction upon realizing he could summon such a remarkable figure. Xiao He bowed before the Lord. He was a gentleman of refined demeanor, unremarkable in appearance, resembling an ordinary man. Yet he possessed the extraordinary ability to oversee logistics and manage various governmental affairs. Su Fang perused Xiao He's information. Name, Xiao He. Talent, internal affairs. Occupation, unclassed. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the Soul Hall possess maximum loyalty. Level, 0. Experience, 10, 100. Strength, 9. Constitution, 12. Stamina, 12. Agility, 11. Spirit, 105. Magic defense, 30. Physical defense, 6. Luck, 7. Talent, 11. Combat skills, none. Cultivation skills, none. Life skills, none. Astonished, Su Fang gazed at Xiao He's foundational spirit attribute, which astonishingly stood at 105. How remarkably powerful. Su Fang surmised that this spirit attribute likely correlated with intelligence, and given Xiao He's notably high IQ, such a spirit attribute was indeed comprehensible. Addressing Xiao He, Su Fang declared, I shall entrust you with the governance of my territory. Do you possess the confidence for this task? Upon your command, my lord, I shall exert my utmost effort, Xiao He replied. Su Fang then took Xiao He from the territory to procure a suitable set of equipment for him, providing him with a green quality weapon. As the blue quality gear was beyond Xiao He's capacity due to its wearing requirements, Su Fang had no intention of training Xiao He as a warrior. The equipment was merely to facilitate his leveling. As it was daytime, any matters could be discussed later that evening. Su Fang arrived at the black market shop to inspect the day's offerings. There was a solitary piece of equipment, a green quality ring capable of enhancing spirit. After purchasing it, Su Fang presented the ring to Xiao He for him to wear. Li Yuanba, Mao Qiu, let us venture forth to level up, Su Fang announced, leading Xiao He and his personal guards out to hunt monsters, eager to discover the peculiar item mentioned by the Heavenly Tao earlier that morning. He had been closely monitoring the chat channel, yet had not heard any news regarding special items. It seemed that whatever it was had yet to be uncovered. Or perhaps it was elusive in nature. This time, Su Fang brought along the stone spirit, a girl endowed with the blessing talent. Although she had not yet acquired any relevant skills, her importance was undeniable, and Su Fang needed to elevate her level. As they traversed the wilderness in pursuit of monsters, Su Fang quickly reached a level 20 area, where Xiao He's level soon ascended to 8. At that moment, a soldier approached Su Fang, saying, "My lord, General Shui Ringgui has requested me to inform you that he has made a discovery. My lord, this should pertain to the matter you mentioned previously, based on my assessment. This discovery is quite advantageous for us, and we must investigate it promptly," Xiao He suggested. "You speak wisely. Let us proceed and ascertain the nature of this discovery," Su Fang replied, immediately leading the group in the direction of Shui Ringgui. Inquiring as they traveled, Su Fang asked the soldier, "What exactly is the situation? Please elaborate." "It is as follows. While accompanying General Shui on our monster hunting expedition, we encountered a cluster of level 15 green monsters. Initially, we presumed it to be a standard monster group. However, upon vanquishing them all, General Shui discovered a peculiar structure that only the Lord can unlock. He promptly dispatched several men to notify Marshal Yu Fei and Yu," the soldier recounted. Along the way, he relayed the details, and Su Fang gleaned an understanding of the events. As for the nature of the discovery, it could only be revealed once Su Fang arrived at the location. In the friends chat group, a flurry of inquiries arose regarding Su Fang. "Great Tycoon, have you discovered anything unusual? I have searched extensively without finding anything." Spicy Strips from 91. "What is this special place the Heavenly Tao mentioned? Why can't I locate it?" Lonely Cigarette. "I scoured for over 2 hours with thousands of soldiers and found nothing." Lonely Sword. "If anyone discovers anything, be sure to inform us immediately." Su Fang responded, "My soldiers have uncovered a situation, and only the Lord can access that location, so await my updates. I am on my way there." Truly the Great Tycoon. "With so many soldiers under your command, the search for such places is far more efficient. I have a lollipop," remarked. Eagerly awaiting the good news from the Great Tycoon, riding an ant to the sea chimed in, "I am quite curious. I wonder what it could be," Little Butterfly added. Everyone awaited Su Fang's report. Soon, Su Fang arrived at Shui Ringgui's location, where Shui Ringgui and several soldiers were waiting. The other soldiers had been dispatched to continue hunting monsters. "My lord, you have arrived. This is the place." Shui Ringgui indicated a specific area, stating, "We were clearing monsters in this vicinity a few days ago and did not observe this structure. It only appeared today." Su Fang examined the area, noting it resembled an altar, adorned with a massive circular structure featuring a recessed area. As Su Fang stepped onto it, a voice announced, "Dungeon passage discovered. Current dungeon level 10. One must insert a crystal core of tier 1 or above to view specific information." Su Fang was taken aback. This was indeed a dungeon passage. He was astonished, never having anticipated that the item referenced by the Heavenly Tao would be a dungeon passage. Moreover, this passage required crystal cores to activate. Crystal cores would undoubtedly become exceedingly precious in the future, since they were necessary for activating the dungeon passage. He wondered how long a single crystal core could sustain it. Had there been anyone selling them, Su Fang would have eagerly sought to acquire more. Lacking any crystal cores himself, Su Fang inquired of Shui Ringgui, "Do you have any crystal cores?" "Yes, my lord. Here are the crystal cores we obtained from previous hunts," Shui Ringgui replied, handing Su Fang a crystal core, which he placed into the recess. A radiant light enveloped the entire ring, emitting energy that ultimately formed a teleportation passage. Chapter 152, Clearing the Spider Cave. This teleportation passage was indeed peculiar, resembling a black hole in space, yet exerting no gravitational pull. With the dungeon passage now manifested, Su Fang began to examine the specifics of this dungeon. Dungeon, Spider Cave. Level, 110. Difficulty, Easy Hard. Entry conditions, open to level 0, except for wilderness. Levels exceeding 20 cannot enter. Description, each individual may enter twice daily. Parties may enter with a maximum of 5 members. Su Fang surveyed the dungeon information. Realizing he could only enter the easy difficulty dungeon at present, access to the hard mode would only be granted after he successfully cleared the easy difficulty. Consequently, Su Fang shared the dungeon details in the group chat. Tonight's chicken dinner, holy smokes. It's actually a dungeon, and a level 10 one at that. Lord of the Kingdom, my brothers, we must all strive diligently. I am confident that such dungeons will manifest outside as well. Little Butterfly, what difference does it make if we know? The crux lies in our insufficient numbers. We cannot find them. To enter the dungeon, we also require crystal cores to activate it. I am uncertain how long it can be sustained, but I shall venture inside to investigate. With that, Su Fang sent a message in the group chat and declared, Shui Ringgui, Li Yuanba, Xiao He, let us form a team and delve into this dungeon. Indeed, Su Fang established a dungeon party, inviting the 3 into the group, and together they ventured into the dungeon. Alongside them, Mao Qiu also entered the spatial realm of the dungeon. It felt akin to traversing a spatial teleportation passage, and once Li Yuanba, Shui Ringgui, and Xiao He had entered, they were immediately transported to a cavern. Su Fang surveyed the surroundings, noting the cave was ensnared with cobwebs. Is this the spider cave? It appears rather unremarkable. Li Yuanba glanced about. My lord, this dungeon has just emerged. I believe we should expedite our progress, Xiaohe suggested. Are you implying that the first to clear this dungeon will receive additional rewards? Su Fang quickly grasped Xiaohe's meaning. That is merely a conjecture, nonetheless. Clearing this dungeon the fastest poses no detriment to us, Xiaohe replied. Su Fang found this reasoning sound and urged, let us advance swiftly and conquer this dungeon. Yes. The group hastened onward, soon encountering spiders the size of basins approaching them. Su Fang casually examined the monster's details. Monster, spider. Quality white. Level 1. Skills, none. Description, creatures of the spider cave. Level 1 monsters. They could easily be crushed beneath their feet. Li Yuanba charged ahead, dispatching a spider with a single kick. Expressing his dissatisfaction, my lord, these creatures are far too weak. They lack any challenge. Kill them. This is a level 10 dungeon. What strength could we possibly expect? Shui Ringue remarked. With a firm grip on the heaven-defying divine halberd, Shui Ringue swept through the spiders, annihilating them all. Li Yuanba, wielding the cumbersome drumhammer, found it ill-suited for these diminutive foes, akin to using a sledgehammer to swat flies. Li Yuanba switched to a spear, Su Fang suggested, offering a white-quality spear. Li Yuanba nodded, relinquishing his weapon to Su Fang and grasping the spear to commence a sweeping assault on the surrounding spiders. The low-level monsters were plentiful, dropping strands of silk and coins, but they could not be harvested, vanishing shortly after their demise. Their pace of killing was rapid. Xiaohe primarily focused on collecting items from the ground, yet his speed paled in comparison to the other's slaughter. Do not mind me. Continue slaying the monsters and eliminate them as swiftly as possible, Xiaohe urged. Su Fang nodded, continuing to exterminate the monsters alongside Li Yuanba, Shui Ringue, and Mao Qiu. The spiders were easily dispatched as they ran and fought, seeking speed above all. After a few minutes, they swiftly reached the end of the cavern, where a boss awaited. Monster, Spider Queen. Quality white. Level 10. Skills, Silk Spit. Description, the boss of the spider cave. This level of boss proved no challenge. With a single thrust, Su Fang dispatched it effortlessly. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to clear the dungeon. Rewards, 50 free attribute points, 100 reputation, 5 skill points. 3 notifications appeared, affirming Xiaohe's earlier assertion that there were indeed rewards for being the first to clear the dungeon, and quite substantial ones at that. However, this notification left the lords of the entire continent in shock. A dungeon exists? Where can one enter it? Could the special item mentioned by Heavenly Dao this morning be the dungeon? I have been wandering outside my territory for half a day and have yet to encounter anything of note. I found it. Haha, everyone, work hard. I have discovered the dungeon. But, wait, it requires a first-tier crystal core to activate. Su Fang examined the loot dropped by the boss, a first-tier crystal core and 2 pieces of white-quality equipment, both of which were jewelry. Could it be that the boss of the dungeon exclusively drops jewelry? Su Fang was astonished, as he had not seen any other equipment throughout the entire dungeon. Besides silk and coins, only the boss yielded equipment. Moreover, it was jewelry, suggesting that this dungeon would become their primary source of adornments. Each participant could enter once per day. With over 20,000 people in Su Fang's territory, they could exhaust the dungeon's resources daily. However, this dungeon also had level restrictions. It was only accessible for the first time, as Su Fang's level had reached 32, far surpassing the dungeon's requirements. Su Fang was unconcerned, noting that upon clearing this dungeon, a treasure chest appeared before him. He opened it to reveal a white-quality card, which surprised him. It was an experience card for 1 hour. Item, experience card. Quality white. Description, grants 10 experience points within 1 hour upon use. My lord, a piece of white-quality armor. Li Yuanba presented a breastplate to Su Fang. And a belt. Shui Ringue added. A belt, splendid. You have none. Please take it for yourself, Su Fang replied. Thank you, my lord. Shui Ringue accepted the belt and began collecting the items scattered on the ground. Soon, Xiaohe approached from behind, handing Su Fang everything from his pouch, saying, my lord. There is also a hard difficulty dungeon we should clear soon. You speak precisely to my intentions. Su Fang nodded, clicking to exit the dungeon, and they returned to the outside world. Chapter 153, Clearing the Hard Difficulty. Upon clearing the dungeon, a flurry of inquiries erupted in the group chat. What monsters were inside? What treasures dropped? Were the dungeon monsters formidable? Su Fang replied. The dungeon contained numerous monsters easily dispatched by the current lords. You only need to locate it to clear it. Furthermore, the boss dropped jewelry-type equipment. I am uncertain if all drops are jewelry, but I received 2 pieces this time. Additionally, clearing the dungeon grants access to a treasure chest, but what it yields is entirely a matter of luck. Upon grasping this information, his friends began to search for wild dungeons, with the fortunate ones already finding and preparing to explore. Su Fang decided to bring an additional soldier for looting. And after assembling 5 members, he prepared to re-enter the Spider Cave dungeon. Your level exceeds the dungeon's requirements. You can only choose hard difficulty. Do you wish to enter? Yes. Having made his selection, he stepped into the dungeon passage, followed by the others. With a flash of light, they found themselves once again in the same cavern. There is little to be said. Xiao He and the soldiers need not lift a finger, merely standing back to reap the spoils of war. Su Fang, Shui Ringgui, and Li Yuanba, accompanied by Mao Qiu, swiftly charged towards the formidable creatures ahead. In this challenging dungeon, the monsters possessed a green quality. Yet there was nothing particularly remarkable about them. The prowess of the trio rendered their efficiency in exterminating these foes undeniable. A single blow from them was sufficient to vanquish a horde of monsters. They swept through the area, disregarding the treasures scattered on the ground. Confident that Xiao He and the soldiers would collect these items later, their primary focus remained on slaying the monsters, relentlessly advancing forward. This endeavor was completed in a remarkably brief span of approximately 3 minutes, successfully conquering the challenging dungeon. Their formidable strength and the low level of the monsters allowed them to dispatch groups with ease. Heavenly Dao notification, Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to clear the level 10 challenging dungeon, rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation, and 3 skill points. Though the reward paled in comparison to the previous one, Su Fang felt quite satisfied. After all, this Heavenly Dao reward was akin to a gift. The final boss yielded a green quality ring, its attributes quite commendable, which Su Fang entrusted to Shui Ringgui. Upon opening the treasure chest, Su Fang discovered a green quality crafting skill book, while Li Yuanba uncovered a white quality combat skill book, and Shui Ringgui found a white resource card, which was a gold one. Also a decent find. After gathering all the items from the dungeon, Su Fang departed, only to discover that the external dungeon passage had ceased its operation. To re-enter, one would now require a crystal core, but this time, it could be utilized without the Lord's intervention. A Tier 1 crystal core permitted only 2 entries. Yet every boss within the dungeon dropped one, making the endeavor appear quite profitable. Su Fang nodded. With over 20,000 soldiers at his command, this method could yield a substantial number of crystal cores daily, which he found quite promising. He turned to Shui Ringgui, instructing, "Organize the soldiers near you to engage in the dungeon, and inform me of any developments." Understood, Shui Ringgui promptly replied, setting off to gather his troops. Meanwhile, Su Fang, alongside Li Yuanba and Xiao He, continued their monster-slaying activities in the area. At last, good news appeared in the group chat. "I've located a dungeon. It was quite a challenge, well hidden and full of monsters. I'm preparing to enter now," Tianshan Tonglao announced. "How envious. I have yet to find one," Tianxiao Wushuang responded. "I, too, am searching in areas dense with monsters, but aside from monsters, I've only found a boss," Gudu Daijian added. "I am still on the hunt. The abundance of monsters outside requires time to clear. If only we had more soldiers, the efficiency of monster elimination would greatly increase," Jima de Shanyan remarked. "Everyone, keep at it. No second announcement has appeared yet, so you still have a chance," Su Fang encouraged. Wishing to ascertain the specific circumstances of the soldiers entering the dungeon, Su Fang did not venture far, but soldiers exceeding level 20 were unable to enter the dungeon. Thus only those below level 20 were assigned to participate. Heavenly Dao notification, Long Shun Tianxiao Lord, the second in the world to clear the dungeon, rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 50 reputation, and 3 skill points. Su Fang noticed that Long Shun Tianxiao had received several rewards, indicating a remarkably fortunate lord. The group chat filled with lamentations as the second place reward had been claimed, leaving others to vie for subsequent rewards. Heavenly Dao notification, Tianshan Tonglao Lord, the third in the world to clear the dungeon, rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 30 reputation, and 2 skill points. Following her success, all congratulated Tianshan Tonglao in the chat. Thank you. Without further ado, I shall attempt the challenging dungeon." She responded eagerly. Heavenly Dao notification, Long Shun Tianxiao Lord, the second in the world to clear the level 10 challenging dungeon, rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation, and 2 skill points. Su Fang chose to ignore these notifications, as they appeared with regularity. The first to discover a dungeon would secure the rewards. Heavily reliant on luck. After a considerable time, Shui Ringgui approached Su Fang, stating, "My lord, there's a matter to report. Not every boss slain by the soldiers drops a crystal core. Moreover, most treasure chests yield only gold coins. I believe our ability to obtain those items is linked to our initial exploration efforts." Shui Ringgui shared his perspective. "It seems relying on the sheer number of soldiers to gather more crystal cores is utterly unrealistic," Xiao He remarked, voicing Su Fang's own thoughts. "Although we cannot expect a bountiful yield of crystal cores, surely we should be able to retain some. 2 consecutive strokes of bad luck seem unlikely," Su Fang replied. "I've already dispatched individuals to record the frequency of dungeon entries and the probability of crystal core drops. I shall present the data to you later," Shui Ringgui stated. "Very well, delegate this task to your subordinates. Focus on leveling up, and provide me with the data by evening," Su Fang instructed before departing. "Yes, my lord." Shui Ringgui nodded in agreement. Su Fang returned to the previous leveling area with his elite guards, where the monsters were all above level 30. The elevated level and strength of these creatures meant that ordinary individuals would not dare confront them. Chapter 154, Flame Crystal. Su Fang's high level and formidable strength, alongside the powerful assistance of Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu, coupled with the presence of a healing spirit like Shiling, ensured their efficiency in slaying monsters was extraordinary. Monsters above level 30 were hardly regarded as a threat. They hunted these creatures relentlessly, even taking down 2 white-quality bosses along the way as they advanced towards the territory of level 40 monsters. In these uncharted areas, treasure chests could still be spotted, but with the drop rate diminished 100-fold, the items yielded were rather lackluster. Despite Su Fang's heightened luck, the findings were not particularly impressive. Even the equipment was scarce, let alone other items. Future equipment would need to be primarily forged within his territory. Relying on wilderness drops to arm his soldiers was simply untenable. Having collected a substantial amount of items, particularly from the trade hall where equipment was being overlooked by others, Su Fang seized the opportunity to acquire a significant haul. The recovery of old equipment continued unabated, as the territory's blacksmiths tirelessly repaired these items. Those that could not be mended were melted down for reconstruction, incurring minimal loss. Su Fang now needed to summon a multitude of blacksmiths. As for the soldiers of the territory, their numbers were sufficiently adequate for the moment. This was indeed the prime time for territorial development. Arming a formidable force of soldiers was his current priority. Upon reaching the level 40 monster zone, Su Fang noted a marked increase in the strength of these creatures. Monsters underwent a transformation every 10 levels, and the level 40 monsters were indeed significantly more powerful than their 30-level counterparts. Su Fang examined the details of the monsters before him. Monster, Flame Wolf. Quality, Green. Level, 41. Skills, Fireball, Flame Eruption. Description, a fire wolf with elemental fire attacks, known for its volatile temperament. Caution is advised regarding their flames. This must be a creature specializing in magical assaults. Monsters below level 30 rarely possess elemental attack capabilities, yet upon reaching level 40, such monsters seem to proliferate. To counter these formidable foes, archery proves to be the most effective method. Su Fang commanded his soldiers to draw their bows and aim at the blazing fire wolves before launching their assault. However, Su Fang underestimated the reaction speed of these fire wolves. Not only did they respond swiftly, but upon seeing the arrows, they unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the projectiles. Several bursts of fire surged toward the arrows, incinerating them into charred remnants. Goodness! Are these creatures truly this challenging to deal with? Su Fang pondered, observing the fire wolves, as he noticed Li Yuanba preparing to charge forward. He quickly warned, "Be cautious of the monster's flames." "Understood, my lord," Li Yuanba replied, gripping his drum-shaped golden hammer and advancing towards the fire wolves. The stone spirit, wielding her magical staff, cast several spells to enhance Li Yuanba, one to bolster his strength, another to increase his speed, and the last to amplify his magical defense. Radiant auras enveloped Li Yuanba, fortifying his might, swiftness, and magic resistance, allowing him to move with even greater agility. The stone spirit's innate abilities scale with her level, granting her the potential for further enhancements, a truly unique talent. As her level rose, she could augment physical defense or stamina as well. Now at level 21, Su Fang was determined to prioritize her advancement. The fire wolves, exhibiting remarkable agility, refrained from engaging Li Yuanba up close. Instead, as they retreated, they turned and expelled fireballs toward him. These fireballs, roughly the size of a fist, radiated scorching heat. Li Yuanba swung his hammer, striking one of the fireballs with tremendous force. Boom! Although the fireball's attack was potent, Li Yuanba's strength was formidable as well. He successfully knocked the fireball to the ground, rendering it harmless. However, if too many fireballs were deflected, even his weapon could become adversely affected by the flames. At that moment, a dark aura enveloped Li Yuanba, signaling the manifestation of his battle energy. Demonstrating great intelligence, he coated his weapon with this battle energy, forming a protective barrier that shielded it from the searing heat of the fire wolves' fireballs. The fire wolves were supremely swift, and with Li Yuanba's relatively lower level, he could not close the distance to engage them without enduring constant attacks. Yet, Li Yuanba was not alone in this battle. Su Fang would not allow him to fight solo. He drew a bow of blue quality and activated the skill-killing arrow, channeling his battle energy as he aimed at the fire wolves. After days of honing his archery skills, Su Fang's accuracy had greatly improved. Whoosh! An arrow transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling toward the distant fire wolf and striking it mid-movement. The wounded creature's speed was significantly impeded, granting Li Yuanba the opportunity to advance rapidly, swinging his hammer and unleashing a more potent surge of black battle energy while invoking the skill mountain-splitting hammer. A tremendous wave of dark energy erupted from the hammer as it descended upon the grounded fire wolf. Boom! The earth trembled as if struck by a violent force, a vortex of energy radiating outward. The two surrounding fire wolves were propelled by the shockwave, crashing into nearby trees. Li Yuanba's blow obliterated the fire wolf, leaving no chance for survival under such a powerful strike. Experience points, 350. The other two fire wolves, upon colliding with the trees, were swiftly targeted by the prepared furball, which leapt forward and sank its teeth into the neck of one, refusing to relent, while its sharp claws pinned the creature to the ground. Whoosh! Su Fang released another killing arrow, striking the remaining fire wolf, and following Li Yuanba's hammer blow to its head, the creature fell lifelessly. Experience points, 350. Li Yuanba's strength was overwhelming, and in close combat, these monsters stood no chance against his dominant strikes. Experience points, 350. The furball also dispatched the final firewolf, and thus, the trio of formidable beasts was vanquished. The royal guard moved forward to collect the spoils of battle, each member performing their designated tasks with remarkable efficiency, gathering gold, looting the monsters, opening chests, and retrieving equipment. My lord, these are flame crystals, a soldier reported, presenting 3 flame crystals to Su Fang, obtained from the 3 defeated creatures. Such items intrigue me, Su Fang mused, examining the details of the crystals. Item, flame crystal. Quality white. Description, a crystal infused with fire elements, possessing unique properties. While Su Fang remained uncertain of the crystal's specific applications, his keen intellect assured him of its significant value. He collected all gathered items and continued his search for additional monsters. Chapter 155, Proof of the Mage Profession. The number of firewolves in this area was plentiful, and as Su Fang pursued them relentlessly, he contemplated taming one, though the low success rate dissuaded him. It was more prudent to reserve his mental energy for merging with other items. The prospect of commanding such powerful mounts to form a cavalry unit was enticing, yet it remained a mere fantasy. These firewolves proved to be quite troublesome, exhibiting rapid speed, sharp reflexes, and the capability to unleash fire. The firewolves possessed 2 skills. At a distance, they would utilize fireball, and in close quarters, they unleashed flame eruption. Flame eruption was a skill that could persist for several seconds, akin to a flamethrower, and proved quite vexing. Li Yuanba had been struck by this fiery assault multiple times, leaving him in a state of disarray. Furious, Li Yuanba exclaimed, "My lord, I despise these monsters." Observing Li Yuanba's disheveled state, with even singed hair, Su Fang couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Tomorrow, I shall equip myself with gear that boasts high magic resistance. For now, let us proceed as we are." Li Yuanba unleashed his wrath upon the fire wolves, seizing any opportunity to crush them, with Su Fang and the furball providing support alongside the soldiers utilizing arrows to assist. Moreover, with the stone spirit's aid, although the fire wolves posed a threat, inflicting serious harm upon them remained an unattainable feat. The group efficiently cleared the area of fire wolves until they stumbled upon a boss. Monster, fire wolf boss. Quality, green. Level, 43. Skills, fireball, flame eruption, flame combo. Description, a fire wolf boss endowed with fire elemental attacks, known for its volatile temperament and formidable skills. Exercise caution around its flames. Surrounded by 10 lesser fire wolves, this boss guarded a bronze-quality treasure chest, a sight Su Fang had not encountered in quite some time, and one that he could not afford to overlook. Facing 10 lesser creatures simultaneously presented a challenge, yet the threat level was manageable. Furball go? With a mighty roar, the furball seized a massive rock, soaring into the air and launching it toward the distant fire wolves. Upon reaching the cluster of fire wolves, it dropped the stone and targeted one, crashing down upon it. Bang! Experience points, 550. The fluffy ball directly struck down a blazing fire wolf, landing squarely on the head of one of the creatures. Such precision was impressive enough that even Su Fang had to concede its remarkable prowess. The remaining fire wolves retaliated, launching a barrage of fireballs toward the airborne fluffy ball. However, its altitude was far beyond their reach. The fluffy ball took flight into the distance, prompting the fire wolves to pursue it. Su Fang and his companions had already taken cover behind the trees, eagerly awaiting the moment these beasts would charge into the woods. As the fire wolves burst into the forest, Su Fang, concealed beside a tree, seized the silver moon spear and thrust it into the body of one of the fire wolves, swiftly delivering a fatal blow. After the kill, Su Fang noticed another fire wolf preparing to unleash a flame attack upon him. Reacting quickly, he drew the silver moon spear and hurled it at the creature. With a thud, the spear pierced the wolf's mouth, fatally impaling it. Li Yuanba swung his hammer, crushing one fire wolf, and with another mighty blow, dispatched a second. The remaining fire wolves were overwhelmed by a rain of arrows, their bodies riddled with shafts like a beehive. In an unexpected turn of events, 10 fire wolves fell, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Once the spoils were collected, Su Fang acquired a substantial number of flame crystals, which had a mere 60% drop rate from the fire wolves. Among the loot was a white quality weapon with a fire attribute bonus. Regrettably, it was only of white quality, so Su Fang casually stowed it away. He then approached the fire wolf boss, who found itself surrounded by Su Fang and his comrades, utterly unprepared for the swift demise of its underlings. With a resounding crash, a stone plummeted from above, stunning the once mighty boss. Su Fang raised his thumb to the fluffy ball hovering in the sky and, drawing his bow, unleashed another killing arrow. The bowstring formed a perfect crescent as he released his battle energy, enveloping the arrow in a milky white aura. With a thunderous whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air like a meteor, striking the boss before it could react and knocking it to the ground once more. Li Yuanba rushed forward, channeling dark battle energy as his hammer transformed into a shadowy instrument of destruction. He unleashed the Starbreaker hammer, delivering a devastating blow to the boss. The creature was sent sprawling, landing heavily on the ground, yet it still exhibited surprising resilience. The fluffy ball descended, delivering a fatal claw strike that shattered the boss's skull, ensuring its demise. Experience points, 500. Reputation, 86. Several items erupted from the defeated boss, and a group of soldiers hastily gathered the spoils, presenting them to Su Fang. Among the loot were 2 pieces of equipment, a green headpiece designed exclusively for females, resembling a helmet, and a blue staff intended for magic users. Alongside these items were skill books, one for Fireball, one for Flame Combo, and a green quality mage class certificate. Su Fang examined the details of the skills closely. Skill, Fireball. Quality, white. Learning requirement, usable by magic classes. Description, attacks the target, dealing 10 additional spell damage. Skill, Flame Combo. Quality, green. Learning requirement, usable by magic classes. Description, executes a series of attacks on the target, dealing 20 additional spell damage. Both skills were exclusive to magic classes, and Su Fang scrutinized the class certificate. Item, Mage Class Certificate. Quality, green. Description, usable after reaching level 10 to transition into a magic class. Upon class change, all magic skills will deal 20 more damage. After class change, higher quality magic class certificates can be used for replacement. Looking at the Stone Spirit, Su Fang considered that using this certificate on her would be somewhat wasteful, as he aimed to cultivate her into a priest hero. Beyond these 5 items, there were over 400 gold coins. Such a meager sum from a high-level boss illustrated the scarcity of loot drops in the current era. After the soldiers gathered the boss's materials, they procured a 4th-tier crystal core, a valuable item, though the crystal structure required a 2nd-tier core for further upgrades. Lower-tier bosses were easily handled by other soldiers, so Su Fang need not concern himself with them. Chapter 156, The Antidote Recipe. Su Fang examined the blue-quality staff, an item he had never encountered before. Equipment, Arcane Staff. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, intelligence greater than 35. Attributes, spell attack 35, spell penetration 5. Indeed, this was a piece of equipment designed to enhance spell attack, also providing an increase in spell penetration. Truly a remarkable find. Su Fang tucked it away for now. The Stone Spirit's role would simply be to amplify beneficial states, as her innate talent was blessing, which consumed intelligence. After consuming an apple, her intelligence was quite robust. Approaching a bronze treasure chest, Su Fang reflected on how difficult it would be to locate another chest of this kind were it not for their current expedition. He had yet to encounter any higher-tier chests, and others were unlikely to have done so either. A flash of light revealed a green-quality item, the nature of which was uncertain. Upon closer inspection, Su Fang discovered it was a scroll. Checking its attributes. Item, Antidote Recipe. Quality, green. Description, requires the Alchemist class to craft, requiring honeysuckle, forsythia, dandelion, and isatis root. Su Fang was astounded. This was the alchemist recipe he had been seeking for quite some time. He glanced at the materials needed for the recipe. Upon hearing the names of these herbs, Su Fang felt overwhelmed, primarily because, even if these plants were to grow before him, he would not recognize them. He couldn't simply approach an unfamiliar plant to identify it. While that might prove effective, it would be mentally taxing. His primary purpose was to hunt monsters and gain experience, not to forage for herbs. It seemed imperative that, in the future, soldiers embarking on monster hunting expeditions should include someone knowledgeable about herbs. Su Fang sensed that these materials would undoubtedly prove valuable, so he decided to hastily procure them while no one else required them. Speaking of procurement, an idea struck Su Fang. He wondered if anyone on the Lord's continent recognized these materials. Logically, those versed in traditional medicine would certainly know them. As for Western medicine, they were mostly clueless, lacking even basic diagnostic skills, and when it came to traditional Chinese medicine, they likely recognized even fewer. Su Fang immediately set up a system in the shop to recycle various herbs, offering to buy them at the price of 1 gold coin per unit. As no one else was purchasing them, he would initiate the process. As for the types of herbs, he set no restrictions. Any herb would be accepted, as surely they would prove useful in the future. Su Fang shouted across 2 channels. Huaxia Treasure Shop is recycling all types of herbs. Regardless of whether they are traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, we require them all, with no limits on quantity. As all the companions ventured forth to slay monsters, it brought immense joy to gather herbs along the way and earn a little extra coin. After sending out his message, Su Fang began to observe his shop, curious if anyone was offering herbs for sale. He certainly did not overlook the messages in the chat channel. To his surprise, a wealthy individual had begun to buy back herbs. Was this a sign of opening an apothecary? Perhaps they were intended for alchemical concoctions? It seemed more plausible that they were for healing and medicinal purposes, given the presence of doctors and healers among the auxiliary professions. Alas, I couldn't even identify the most basic herbs. I, too, would mistake them for mere grass if they were to grow right before me. Su Fang remained vigilant, monitoring the messages while keeping an eye on his shop. However, to his dismay, not a single person was selling herbs. It appeared that most individuals did not value these materials, which was understandable, aside from a few traditional herbalists or those dedicated to the study of Chinese medicine. How many ordinary people could truly recognize these herbs? Just when Su Fang thought no one would offer herbs for sale, a comment in the shop caught his attention. The user, known as Compassionate Healer, left a message. Do you require herbs? Su Fang promptly added them as a friend. You are now friends with Compassionate Healer. He directly inquired, do you possess herbs? First, you must inform me of the intended use for these herbs. They cannot merely be for healing, Compassionate Healer curiously asked. Su Fang pondered for a moment. The recipes for potions were exceedingly rare and could only be found from level 40 bosses. Others would likely require considerable time to reach such heights to defeat monsters. However, Su Fang chose to withhold the entire truth and replied, I intend to create a healing potion. Furthermore, I believe other herbs possess beneficial properties, so I am preemptively acquiring them. Is there an issue with that? I see. I indeed recognize numerous herbs and have been collecting them. If you are in need, I can supply them for an extended period. But your buyback price is far too low. These herbs are not mere cabbages. They do not grow everywhere, and often, it takes both luck and discernment to find them. 1 gold coin per unit is utterly outrageous. Compassionate Healer articulated their reasoning. Upon hearing this, Su Fang found their argument reasonable. After all, these herbs were not as commonplace as timber, and few could identify them. Thus, Su Fang inquired, what price do you deem appropriate? I will not sell a single unit for less than 30 gold coins, Compassionate Healer stated. Su Fang felt this price was somewhat excessive and proposed. How about this? I will purchase them at 20 gold coins per unit regularly. Once the market price rises, I will ensure you do not suffer a loss. You may also gather herbs while hunting monsters to earn additional gold. You understand that the current gold drop rate is rather low. Thus, 20 gold coins should be quite reasonable. Compassionate Healer contemplated for a moment and then responded, agreed, 20 gold coins per unit. But certain herbs are indeed quite rare, and their prices must be adjusted upward. That is acceptable. As long as there are goods, prices can be negotiated, Su Fang replied. He could also ascertain which herbs were abundant and which were scarce, allowing for conditional purchasing during the acquisition process. Following this, the two engaged in a trading discussion, and Su Fang learned more about Compassionate Healer. They belonged to a lineage of traditional medicine practitioners, with 5 generations dedicated to healing, a legacy spanning centuries. However, as Western medicine gained popularity and self-proclaimed experts proliferated, traditional Chinese medicine faced growing skepticism. They even required a medical license to treat patients. But Compassionate Healer insisted that many ailments could be resolved with just a few doses of medicine, unlike Western practices that often demanded blood tests or costly imaging, wasting considerable funds. Yet, people today preferred spending vast sums at hospitals rather than trusting a time-honored tradition. Moreover, the bitter taste of traditional medicine deterred many. How many in modern society could genuinely stomach it? Su Fang sighed, recognizing this as a harsh reality. The number of true traditional healers dwindled, and the future appeared even bleaker. Could this ever change? Such matters were beyond Su Fang's influence. He was but an ordinary individual, transported to the Lord's continent, and such concerns were not his to ponder. Chapter 157, The Golden Unique Artifact Pavilion. After negotiating the specific trade prices with Compassionate Healer, Su Fang adjusted the buyback rates in his shop. He set the price to 15 gold coins for various herbs, while some rarer herbs saw an increase to 20 gold coins. The inhabitants of the Lord's continent were astonished by this price change, and many began to take notice of herbs. They readily brought their gathered herbs to Su Fang's shop, much to his satisfaction. Indeed, where there is significant monetary incentive, there will be sellers. Su Fang subsequently invited Compassionate Healer into the friend group chat. Compassionate Healer was taken aback. A group chat was quite novel, and he promptly accepted. Compassionate Healer has joined the group. Lonely cigarette. Wow, we have a newcomer. Share a photo. I have a lollipop. Are you a young man or a lady? Show us your face. Compassionate Healer. Hello everyone. I'm Male, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Feel free to ask me any questions regarding injuries. Little Butterfly. Wow, a young man who practices traditional medicine. Welcome, welcome. Unmatched in the world. Can you cure my heartache? Compassionate Healer. Heartache requires heart medicine. I'm a traditional healer, not a psychologist. The group bombarded Compassionate Healer with a flurry of quirky inquiries, evoking a sense of novelty and enjoyment in him. Having spent considerable time on the Lord's continent, he had not conversed with so many people in quite a while. It was indeed delightful. Everyone felt similarly. Having a chat group to alleviate boredom was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Su Fang continued hunting monsters, yearning to obtain a priest-class scroll for Shiling's use. Though such coveted items were not easily acquired, he discovered a new type of monster, a level 42 creature, which lacked elemental attack capabilities but possessed formidable defenses, an insignificant challenge for them. their strength attributes doubled, making it a trivial matter to confront these heavily armored foes. Heavenly Dao notifications began to appear in succession, with various lords receiving diverse Heavenly Dao rewards. As time progressed, the rewards became increasingly scarce, with only the top 10 lords receiving any. Since acquiring the potion recipes, Su Fang occasionally scanned for herbs in his vicinity, sometimes spotting a few. Though they were not abundant and could only be found sporadically, friends in the group chat also began to take notice and collect herbs, though they merely glanced while pursuing other activities and did not focus solely on herb gathering. Checking his shop, Su Fang occasionally found herbs being sold back, and he finally gathered all the materials needed for the antidote potion recipe. Upon returning to his territory, he would be able to have someone learn its crafting. As he hunted into the afternoon, Su Fang defeated a level 45 white quality boss, which dropped a warrior class scroll. Level increased to 33, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The experience cards previously acquired by Su Fang remained unused, primarily due to a lack of encounters with numerous monsters. Such experience cards are best employed during times of abundant adversaries. In addition, Su Fang possesses a plethora of magical scrolls that remain untouched. He intends to gather them for a more opportune moment to utilize. The shop continuously recycles such magical scrolls, while many white quality scrolls are readily available for sale. There is a scarcity of those of green quality or higher. Su Fang is unperturbed by this, as he is fully capable of merging these lower tier scrolls into more potent versions. The merged magical scrolls exhibit enhanced power, and when employed, they can vanquish a multitude of monsters. Such scrolls are strategic assets, often capable of saving lives, and thus must be preserved with utmost care. Upon returning to the territory, the soldiers stationed outside also made their way back, bringing with them a bounty of spoils. Had it been some time ago, the quantity of these items would have surged 100-fold. However, the present count is significantly diminished. Yet, Su Fang remains indifferent, for it is preferable to have something rather than nothing at all. Currently, he is primarily focused on resources, as these are paramount for the advancement and development of the territory. The abundance of various resources brings him great satisfaction. Xiaohe has already attained level 18, having hunted monsters exceeding level 40, which naturally accounts for his elevated status. Su Fang took Xiaohe on a tour of the territory, informing him of its various conditions. The management of future affairs within the territory will be entrusted to Xiaohe, though Su Fang is aware that it would be challenging for him to handle everything alone. He assured Xiaohe that assistance would be sought in due course. Xiaohe meticulously observed all aspects of the territory, without a comprehensive understanding. He recognized that effective management and distribution would be unattainable. Su Fang's prior methods were commendable, and Xiaohe expressed his admiration upon review. In terms of military matters, Yu Fei is more than capable of handling them. The logistics, resource management, and development issues of the territory will fall under Xiaohe's purview, while Su Fang will oversee the financial aspects of the territory's growth and construction. Thus, the three of them coordinate the entire territory, each assigned their own primary responsibilities. The military strength has become sufficiently formidable, and as the territory produces more armor, the soldiers are increasingly well equipped. Currently, Su Fang's liquid assets are consistently diminishing, as the shop acquires numerous items incessantly, demanding considerable time for him to manage. Once he has sold off all the gold quality food from the territory, he will proceed to upgrade the territory structures, beginning with the blacksmith market. After merging a purple quality architectural blueprint, Su Fang initiated the fusion of the blacksmith market. Fusion complete, gold quality blacksmith market established. Upon the completion of this fusion, Su Fang began to upgrade this structure. Cost, 25,000 gold coins, 25,000 soil. Blacksmith market level 1, current level, LV 60. With the upgrade finalized, the next step is to summon blacksmiths. Building, blacksmith market. Quality, gold. Level, LV 60. Next level requires 27,000 gold coins, 27,000 wood. Special attribute, forging efficiency 20. Description, for every 100 gold coins consumed, you can randomly summon a blacksmith with talents below gold quality. Current summoning capacity, 2,500. With the number of blacksmiths increasing, the blacksmith shop will also require an upgrade, lest it become unable to accommodate so many individuals forging equipment. However, the quality of the blacksmith shop is merely blue, and Su Fang resolved to enhance the quality of this structure first. Fusion complete, purple quality blacksmith shop established. The structure did not visibly change, and Su Fang eagerly anticipated the next fusion evolution. Fusion complete, unique gold quality artifact hall established. Su Fang was astounded to see the building transformed into a unique gold quality structure and immediately began reviewing its details. Building, artifact hall. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV 30. Next level requires 6 for 100 gold coins, 3, 200 wood, 3, 200 stone. Special attribute. All blacksmiths gain experience after forging equipment, enhancing their forging skills and even the quality of the items produced. Description, a building imbued with miraculous powers. significantly reducing material consumption and maximizing the skill enhancement of blacksmiths while providing extraordinary attribute bonuses. Chapter 158, The Emergence of the Sage Lu Ban. To think it could even elevate the experience and quality of blacksmiths, the effects are remarkably potent. After reviewing the details of this building, Su Fang was profoundly impressed. The attributes of the artifact hall are astonishing, and the potential benefits are immense. However, the tangible changes will take time to manifest. My lord, the transformation of the blacksmith shop is remarkable, Zhang Shi exclaimed upon witnessing the entire structure's metamorphosis. Indeed, I upgraded the quality of this building, and it has now become the artifact hall, hence the enhanced capabilities. The specific functionalities you shall experience for yourself, Su Fang replied, curiosity piqued as he stepped inside. The entire structure was utterly transformed, resembling a palace, with all the necessary forging equipment in abundance. Su Fang observed the blacksmiths, each brimming with excitement, expressing their delight at the improved environment. Previously, the forging area was stifling. Now, it was refreshingly cool. This indicates that the building possesses excellent heat dissipation capabilities, a hidden feature of its design. Furthermore, the efficiency of all blacksmiths and forging equipment has increased significantly. Each blacksmith now works swiftly, aided by superior heating facilities that expedite the melting of ores and more effectively remove impurities, thereby enhancing the attributes of the equipment. The overall space of the building has expanded considerably, allowing for a greater number of individuals to work on crafting equipment. Nevertheless, Su Fang aims to further elevate the level of this artifact hall. Cost: 25,000 gold coins, 12,500 wood, 12,500 stone. Artifact hall level 1. Current level, LV 60. Building, artifact hall. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV 60. Next level requires 2,700 gold coins, 13,500 wood, 13,500 stone. Special attribute. All blacksmiths gain experience after forging equipment, enhancing their forging skills and even the quality of the items produced. Description: a building imbued with miraculous powers, significantly reducing material consumption and maximizing the skill enhancement of blacksmiths while providing extraordinary attribute bonuses. As the number of blacksmiths increases, the output of equipment will also rise. Su Fang directed them to focus primarily on crafting blue-quality equipment, as he has no interest in lower-tier items. Naturally, repairing equipment remains essential, and half of the blacksmiths will be assigned to this task, while the other half will continue forging blue-quality items. Su Fang commenced the fusion of blueprints for the blacksmiths to ensure they all achieved blue-quality status. It was until 10 o'clock that Su Fang finally approached the Hall of Souls, intending to summon a formidable figure whose presence is crucial to the territory's future. Approaching the altar, Su Fang placed his hand upon it. Would you like to consume 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. The light of souls coalesced, eventually manifesting into a person. Congratulations on summoning the gold-quality hall hero, Lu Ban. The individual summoned today is none other than the legendary craftsman of Chinese history. This figure is extraordinarily powerful. Previously, the territory was not secure enough for such a summoning, but now it is in dire need of such talent. Lu Ban meets the Lord. Lu Ban is a man of integrity and honesty, appearing remarkably down-to-earth. Lacking a striking exterior, his presence inspires a deep sense of reassurance. Su Fang glanced at Lu Ban's profile. Name: Lu Ban. Talent: unique divine craftsman. Title: God of Craftsmen. All attributes 10, transformation 100, improvement 100, creation 100. Profession: divine craftsman. Quality: golden. Loyalty: 100. Heroes summoned from the Soul Palace always have maximum loyalty. Level: 0, experience 0 100. Strength: 10, constitution: 10. Stamina: 12, agility: 8, spirit: 120, magic defense: 10, physical defense: 10. Luck: 50, talent: 50. Combat skills: none. Cultivation skills: none. Life skills: mythical secret record of Lu Ban. After a brief glance, Su Fang was utterly bewildered. Had he truly summoned a living being? Observing Lu Ban before him, Su Fang was convinced that Lu Ban was indeed a tangible human. The golden unique divine craftsman talent, the God of Craftsmen title, the divine craftsman profession, and with the accompanying life skill of mythical secret record of Lu Ban. How could Su Fang not be astonished? The staggering initial spirit of 120 points. Was this something an ordinary person could possess? With luck and talent both at 50 points, he was at the pinnacle of human potential. Indeed, Lu Ban was extraordinary precisely because he was not an ordinary individual. He was the ancestral craftsman of the Huaxia people, revered as a sage-like figure. Now, he was a member of Su Fang's territory. Come, allow me to show you around the domain. Su Fang was elated. Lu Ban would undoubtedly elevate the strength of the territory to new heights. He was genuinely eager to discover the extent of Lu Ban's abilities. Lu Ban's 120 points of spirit should imply a wisdom befitting a craftsman, with his luck and talent reflecting the same. As Su Fang guided Lu Ban through the territory, He noticed a profound change in Luban's demeanor upon seeing the buildings. His eyes widened, completely disregarding Su Fang as he became lost in thought, captivated by the architecture. Throughout history, such geniuses have been known to become obsessed, be it swords, wine, literature, or craftsmanship. Subsequently, Luban began to examine other structures, even weapons and equipment, remaining engrossed for an extended period. Su Fang assigned a soldier to accompany Luban, and when the time was ripe, he led him to the Siwen to rest. Su Fang then proceeded to the artifact pavilion to continue merging blueprints for the blacksmith. He toiled until dawn before finally returning to his room to practice his cultivation techniques. Upon awakening, Su Fang checked his battle aura value, 24482448. After freshening up, he resumed merging items and consumed an apple that accelerated his spirit recovery by tenfold. Friend group chat. It was a new day, and he hoped it would be a delightful one. Good morning, everyone. Has the wealthy benefactor awakened? I wish to purchase golden quality food. His battle aura value had increased once again. He had grown stronger, albeit balder. Does anyone have shampoo? I've run out. I have a box saved. I can spare a few bottles. Thank you so much. Su Fang also sent a message. I'm awake. The golden food is ready. Come one by one. He proceeded to trade with his friends, prioritizing their needs. Once they had acquired sufficient golden food, he then made it available for others. Su Fang briefly reviewed the previous night's gains, primarily focusing on the shop's recycling status. He had recycled a significant amount of equipment, along with other resources and materials. However, he no longer possessed any blueprints. With the drop rate reduced, the prices of these blueprints had risen, and the prices of equipment were beginning to rebound. The prices of various resources had stabilized, with timber and stone returning to their previous values. Su Fang perused the messages in the shop and noticed one individual had left a lengthy message, claiming to possess a very special blueprint that he wished to sell. Su Fang added this person to his friend list, curious to see what this special blueprint entailed. After a while, the person accepted the friend request. You have become friends with Sky Rainbow. Chapter 159, Construction of the Tile Store. The wealthy benefactor has finally added me as a friend. Sky Rainbow immediately sent a message. What is this special blueprint you mentioned? Please share it with me. Su Fang cut to the chase, disliking unnecessary delays. Alright, Sky Rainbow sent the details of the blueprint to Su Fang. Upon reviewing the information, Su Fang was astounded. It was indeed a unique blueprint. Item, Tile Store Building Blueprint. Quality, Special. Attributes, can construct tiles of varying prices, categorized as 1 gold per square meter, 10 gold per square meter, 100 gold per square meter, 1,000 gold per square meter, 10,000 gold per square meter. Description, requires 100,000 gold for construction, once built. It allows for the paving of tiles on the territory's ground. Tiles of different prices possess different attributes, with lower-level tiles eligible for upgrade to higher-priced tiles later. Note, only one tile store can be constructed per territory. After reading the information about this blueprint, Su Fang was genuinely surprised and intrigued. He was curious where the other party had obtained it, yet such matters were often kept secret even if others inquired. This blueprint was indeed rare, likely the first of its kind on the Lord's continent, and each territory could only construct one. Moreover, this building could be erected without consuming other materials. But the maximum price for the tiles reached an astonishing 10,000 gold per square meter. Even Su Fang could hardly afford such an expense, and he believed this would undoubtedly become the most gold-consuming building for every territory. After pondering, Su Fang inquired, how much do you wish to sell it for? Actually, I am not keen on selling it for gold. I would prefer to exchange it for golden quality food. Sky Rainbow expressed his thoughts. But you must have a specific price, so I can determine how much food to offer in exchange, Su Fang replied. 1 million gold, Sky Rainbow stated. Su Fang fell silent for a moment. The effects of this building blueprint were still unknown, yet its special quality indicated it was no ordinary item. 1 million gold was a price Su Fang could accept, but he would never conduct such a transaction without negotiation. He countered, 50,000 gold. Sky Rainbow. Your offer is far too low. The minimum I can accept is 90,000 gold, Sky Rainbow responded. Su Fang asserted, who knows what this thing is truly worth? Besides, I am not obligated to construct this building. 60,000 gold. No way. The minimum for this building is 90,000 gold, Sky Rainbow insisted, firmly believing the blueprint warranted that price. However, no one would spend such a vast amount of gold on a building, primarily because it was excessively expensive, and even for other lords, the highest offer would barely reach 20,000 gold. Su Fang had already raised his offer to 60,000 gold, demonstrating that the blueprint held some allure for him, but he also had a point. He wasn't necessarily committed to building it. Sky Rainbow recognized that the blueprint's value would increase over time, but with the uncertainty of tomorrow, it was wiser to exchange it for something that could enhance his strength. Golden food could bolster the strength of soldiers, enabling them to level up more efficiently by defeating monsters and acquiring superior resources. Naturally, Sky Rainbow would opt for golden food in exchange. Only by becoming friends with Su Fang can one prioritize the purchase of golden food from him. Sky's Rainbow did not wish to sound too absolute. A minimum of 800,000 gold coins. I have already made considerable concessions, Sky's Rainbow declared. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fang acknowledged that the blueprint was indeed worth 800,000 and agreed. He then inquired, what type of food do you wish to exchange? Primarily golden sweet potatoes. And golden corn as well. As for other varieties of golden food, I assume you possess an assortment, perhaps items that aid in healing or bolster defense. Sky's Rainbow speculated, confident that Su Fang's stock of golden food was far more diverse than the few items he presented. Very well, Su Fang replied, and thus began negotiating the prices of his wares. Since he maintained a uniform pricing strategy for golden food, he did not intend to exploit the other party. Upon concluding the transaction, Su Fang successfully acquired the tile shop blueprint. Finding a suitable location, he commenced construction. Gold 100,000 successfully constructed the tile shop building. Su Fang examined the attributes of this edifice. Building, tile shop, quality, special, level, LV1, next level requires 2,000 gold coins. Attributes, capable of constructing tiles at varying prices, categorized as 1 gold per square meter, 10 gold per square meter, 100 gold per square meter, 1,000 gold per square meter, 10,000 gold per square meter. Description. Currently, the highest available construction is 1 gold per square meter. Every increase of 20 levels unlocks the next price tier for tiles. Upon reviewing this, Su Fang felt a sense of dismay. What a frustrating predicament. It appeared that one must upgrade the building to unlock different price points for tiles. He pondered whether this structure could even be combined for evolution. Su Fang took out a building of purple quality to attempt fusion. Fusion failed. Special quality buildings require fusion with other special quality buildings. Thus, the endeavor proved futile. Tiles at lower prices were certainly unworthy of his time, while those at higher prices were beyond his current means. At this stage, he believed his territory could accommodate tiles priced at 100 gold per square meter. Gold 2,000, tile shop level 1, current level LV2. Gold 250,000. Tile shop level 1, current level LV60. This building was indeed a significant consumer of gold. Merely upgrading it consumed a substantial portion of his resources. Fortunately, he currently possessed ample gold, or such expenditures would have been untenable. Building, tile shop, quality, special, level, LV60, next level requires 270,000 gold coins. Attributes, capable of constructing tiles at varying prices, categorized as 1 gold per square meter, 10 gold per square meter, 100 gold per square meter, 1,000 gold per square meter, 10,000 gold per square meter. Description. Currently, the highest available construction is 100 gold per square meter. Every increase of 20 levels unlocks the next price tier for tiles. Su Fang initially constructed tiles priced at 1 gold per square meter to examine their attributes. He soon discovered that he needed to select the color, pattern, shape, and material of the tiles, which were numerous and varied, leaving him somewhat dazzled. After a casual selection, he proceeded to construct a single square meter. Gold 1 successfully constructed 1 square meter of tile. Su Fang inspected the attributes of this tile. Item, ordinary tile. Description, an unremarkable tile, capable of enhancing the aesthetics of the ground. The lower-priced tiles indeed bore no significant attributes. He then progressed to construct tiles priced at 10 gold. Gold 10 successfully constructed 1 square meter of tile. Item, exquisite tile. Attributes, ground defense effect 10. Description, a tile that enhances ground defense. This appeared satisfactory, prompting Su Fang to continue with the next quality tier. This time, he meticulously selected a tile with an intricate dragon pattern, which was not only visually appealing, but also remarkably exquisite. Gold 100 successfully constructed 1 square meter of tile. Item, dragon pattern tile. Attributes, ground defense effect 20, effective against earthquakes and fissures. Description, beautifully crafted, possessing commendable attributes. After reviewing this, Su Fang deemed the overall quality of the tiles acceptable. Chapter 160, the special attributes of crystal. Next, Su Fang began to cover the entirety of his territory with these tiles. For someone with a substantial flow of gold, such expenditures were quite manageable. Gold 5, 677, 900. Successfully constructed 56, 779 square meters of tile. The area of his territory was naturally more extensive than this. However, after accounting for the space occupied by various buildings, only this much area remained available for tiling. There were numerous constructions within the territory, many of which did not necessitate the installation of tiles, significantly reducing the area required for tiling. Furthermore, should Su Fang construct additional buildings, the tiles beneath them would automatically be reclaimed, proving exceedingly convenient. As he surveyed the exterior of his territory, now entirely adorned with these tiles, it not only appeared exquisite and tidy, but also remarkably attractive. The territory increasingly resembled a city. Previously, the ground had been mere dirt, but now it had been replaced entirely, and walking upon these tiles even enhanced his speed considerably. Observers from the Jojo star planet marveled at how Su Fang had transformed his territory, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who would have thought such a tile structure existed?" Increasingly reminiscent of an ancient citadel, this was far superior to ancient fortifications. Just look at Su Fang's discerning eye, selecting such unique tile patterns. Su Fang's wealth in gold was truly staggering, one of the pivotal reasons he could develop his territory so effectively, leaving others unable to compare. His territorial development had long since outstripped that of other lords. While others could only construct wooden fences or stone barriers, Su Fang had already erected city walls. The soldiers of the territory were equally astonished, engaging in discussions about the remarkable changes. As they observed the territory flourishing with various facilities, their sense of belonging intensified. This held significant advantages for the territory. The stronger the residents' sense of belonging, the higher their loyalty and productivity. Once the tiling was complete, Su Fang visited the black market to see what wares were available that day. It was a card, item, training card, quality, green, description, upon use. It accelerates training speed by 200 for 6 hours. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Not too shabby. 10,000 gold coins were quite acceptable. And thus he decided to purchase it. Su Fang already had an abundance of items. Previously, he had also acquired a golden quality hero summoning token, which he did not intend to use immediately, but rather wished to exchange for something of greater value. Regrettably, nothing had yet captured his interest. So he chose to hold on to it, knowing its value would never diminish, and that many lords would covet it. Xiaohe had begun managing various affairs of the territory, and Su Fang felt quite satisfied upon witnessing Xiaohe taking charge. He requested the presence of Lu Ban, addressing Xiaohe, "This is Lu Ban, from now on. He will oversee all matters related to craftsmen and construction within the territory. You are to assist him." Then, turning to Lu Ban, Su Fang added, "Familiarize yourself with the various aspects of the territory quickly. Should you have any thoughts or needs, convey them directly to Xiaohe, as I am only present in the territory during the evenings. You may also inform me directly at night if you prefer. Indeed, there are numerous ideas swirling in my mind. However, I require both time and manpower. At present, I do not possess a concrete plan, but once I have formulated one, I shall inform the Lord." Over this period of time, Lu Ban has surely cultivated a plethora of innovative thoughts. Yet all of this necessitates the investment of time and resources to come to fruition. Hearing Su Fang's unwavering support brings a sense of joy to his heart. "I will have someone assist you in leveling up. Once you reach level 10 or above, you may commence your work. There is no need to rush. A higher level will bestow greater stamina and energy for your tasks." Su Fang summoned Zhao Yun. "My lord." Zhao Yun greeted Su Fang with a respectful bow. "This is Lu Ban, an individual of utmost importance. You are to personally guide him in leveling up. Once he attains level 10, escort him back to the territory." Su Fang instructed. "Understood," Zhao Yun nodded. The trust placed in him by the Lord, in entrusting such a significant individual to his care, instilled in Zhao Yun a resolute commitment to safeguard Lu Ban's well-being. Yu Fei had already dispatched soldiers to hunt monsters for experience, and the resource teams of the territory had begun to venture out in succession. Even the recently summoned blacksmiths were taken by soldiers to gain levels. These blacksmiths would be accompanied by higher-level soldiers in lower-level areas until they approached level 10, at which point they would be assigned to forge equipment. Every summoned individual must reach level 10 before work can be allocated to them, ensuring greater efficiency in various tasks. The development of the territory relies heavily on long-term discovery and resolution of myriad details. As for the arrangement of various positions within the territory, Su Fang must delegate that responsibility to the appropriate individuals. With Yu Fei in charge of the military, there is no need for concern. He is scrupulously fair and will recognize and entrust responsibilities to those who demonstrate capability. Regarding the territory, Xiaohe has already taken the reins, and should any specific talents be required, he will communicate with Su Fang, who will summon the necessary individuals. Su Fang arrived at the crystal structure, intent on enhancing its quality. As the most pivotal building of the territory, elevating the crystal to a golden quality would significantly bolster the safety of the realm. However, Su Fang harbored no small amount of uncertainty. For this, crystal was no ordinary edifice. All would hinge on practical experimentation. He proceeded to attempt a fusion, seeking out a white architectural blueprint to integrate into the crystal structure. Fusion failed. The crystal requires energy-type items for successful fusion. Upon hearing this, Su Fang pondered the implications. Did this not suggest that crystal cores or similar items could facilitate the fusion with the crystal? As he contemplated this, his thoughts turned to the fire crystal he had acquired the previous day. He wondered if the fire crystal could be fused into the crystal. Venturing to the material repository, he retrieved a fire crystal and commenced the fusion process with the crystal. As his mental energy began to deplete, the fire crystal in his hand vanished. Fusion resulted in a white-quality crystal building. Success! Su Fang felt a surge of joy as he gazed at the transformed crystal. It appeared distinctly altered. Previously, it emitted a milky white glow, but now it radiated a hint of red. This red hue bore a somewhat scorching sensation, piquing Su Fang's curiosity as he began to examine the attributes of the crystal. Building, crystal. Quality, white. Level, LV10, requires 1100 gold and 11 second-tier crystal cores for advancement. Durability, 100. Special attribute, actively releases a flicker of fire attack against hostile targets within a 1-meter radius. Description, safeguard your crystal diligently. It is the most vital asset of the Lord. Should it be shattered, you shall be unable to remain in the Lord's domain. Why then? Does it remain of white quality? Su Fang realized that a single fire crystal could not elevate the crystal's quality. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was that the crystal had gained the ability to launch fire attacks. Su Fang was indeed taken aback. The fusion of the crystal with the fire crystal had unexpectedly granted it a fire attack capability. This was beyond his expectations. Splendid. Since one fire crystal could not enhance the quality, he resolved to fuse several. Su Fang possessed a considerable number of fire crystals, having hunted numerous flame wolves the day prior. Even if not every beast yielded a fire crystal, he still had hundreds at his disposal. The crystal was of paramount importance to the territory. Thus, dedicating time to fuse it was undeniably worthwhile. Su Fang embarked on a relentless endeavor to fuse fire crystals with the crystal. Fusion resulted in a white-quality crystal building. Fusion resulted in a white-quality crystal building. Chapter 161, Golden Land. Fusion resulted in a green-quality crystal building. After a prolonged period of fusion, Su Fang successfully elevated the quality of the crystal building to green. Moving forward, he would require green-quality fire crystals for further fusion. Thus, he resolved to first enhance the remaining fire crystals to green quality. Fusion resulted in a green-quality fire crystal. Fusion resulted in a green-quality fire crystal. As Su Fang glanced at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. He decided to summon a hero next. The soul value of the soul hall, even when expending 20,000 daily, would not diminish significantly, given the multitude of monsters surrounding the territory and the soldiers' daily efforts to clear them. However, the cycle hall was the true consumer of soul values, and Su Fang intended to address the matters concerning the crystal before upgrading the cycle hall. With only Xiao He managing the territory, the burden was excessively great. It was not that Xiao He's capabilities were lacking, but could the territory solely depend on him? Without competent assistance, even the most skilled individual would struggle. Cultivating replacements would be a waste of time. It was far more prudent to summon several aides sooner rather than later. Su Fang had an excellent candidate in mind. Since he sought to summon an individual adept in internal affairs, he would undoubtedly select someone exceptional. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul value to summon a hall hero? Yes. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hall hero Guanzhong. The individual Su Fang summoned was none other than Guanzhong. His abilities were formidable, having initiated extensive reforms during his tenure, streamlining administration, selecting the virtuous, and emphasizing agricultural development, which fortified the state of Qi. Guanzhong is renowned as a politician and military strategist, hailed as a pioneer of legalism, a sage's master, and the foremost minister of Huaxia. His accolades were numerous. Such a figure was undoubtedly worthy of Su Fang's summons to serve him. Regardless of how powerful an individual may be, once summoned by Su Fang, they would be relegated to the role of subordinates, thus solidifying Su Fang's status as the most formidable among them. Greetings, my lord. Guanzhong addressed Su Fang with a respectful bow. This man appeared astute and possessed a keen intellect. Su Fang spoke to Guanzhong. Now that you have arrived, you will work alongside another individual named Xiao He to diligently manage the affairs of the territory and foster its growth. Guanzhong assuredly pledged his utmost efforts. Vowing not to disappoint the Lord, Su Fang then scrutinized Guanzhong's attributes. Name, Guanzhong. Talent, internal affairs. Title, the foremost minister of Huaxia, internal affairs spirit 50. Administrative processing 200. Occupation, unclassed. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the soul hall are at maximum loyalty. Level, 0. Experience 10100. Strength, 6. Constitution, 17. Stamina, 12. Agility, 15. Spirit, 110. Magic defense, 8. Physical defense, 4. Luck, 40. Talent, 45. Combat skills, none. Cultivation skills, none. Life skills, golden unique pipe. Indeed, Guanzhong did not disappoint him. He was yet another individual born with a title, and his life skills pertained to governance. Su Fang introduced Guanzhong to Xiao He, saying, "This is Guanzhong. He will assist you in managing territorial affairs henceforth. You both can handle arrangements together for any matters that arise." Yes, Xiao He, who had been troubled by the lack of suitable assistance, was elated to learn that the Lord had begun to assign him help. Subsequently, Su Fang instructed his personal guards to take Guanzhong out to gain experience. Once upgraded, they would return with Guanzhong to collaborate with Xiao He on state affairs. Meanwhile, Su Fang remained in the territory, continuing to integrate and elevate the crystal. After merging all the fiery crystal stones into green quality, he resumed the fusion of crystal. Fusion into green quality crystal building. With each additional green quality fiery crystal stone fused, the fire attribute of the crystal intensified, augmenting its fiery potency. As long as the crystal remained secure, so too would the territory be safeguarded. Fusion into blue quality crystal building. After an indeterminate passage of time, and through Su Fang's diligence, the quality of the crystal building finally ascended to blue. Building, crystal. Quality, blue. Level, LV10, requires 1100 gold coins, 11 second-tier crystal cores to advance. Durability, 100. Special attribute, actively unleashes powerful fire attacks on hostile targets within a 10-meter radius. Description, protect your crystal diligently. It is the most vital asset of the Lord. Should it be shattered, you will be unable to remain in the Lord's world. Su Fang was exceedingly pleased. The crystal had transformed into something extraordinary, its quality elevated to blue, and the remaining fiery crystal stones were insufficient to further enhance the crystal. He then commenced upgrading the crystal building. 1,100 gold coins, 11 second-tier crystal cores, crystal level 1, current level LV11. 1,200 gold coins, 12 second-tier crystal cores, crystal level 1, current level LV12. Su Fang could now only elevate the crystal to LV12. Next, he began upgrading the barracks, aiming to raise its level to LV80. He then summoned soldiers. As for other buildings, due to the depletion of timber, he had to forego further enhancements. Su Fang then turned his attention to inspecting the contents of the warehouse. With the increase in soldiers, the daily haul had also grown, making it impractical for Su Fang to meticulously examine every item. He no longer scrutinized equipment. His focus lay primarily on items and blueprints. However, the drop rate was disappointingly low, and the likelihood of acquiring such items was minimal. Nevertheless, with over 20,000 soldiers at his command, the cumulative yield each day would not be negligible, particularly concerning gold coins. Su Fang decided to dispatch all soldiers from the barracks to gather resources, especially timber, as the territory was currently in dire need of substantial amounts. However, those soldiers in the ambush camp who required upgrades would still need to be upgraded, as they comprised the most crucial personnel for protecting the territory. After completing his assessments, Su Fang then turned to the reincarnation hall. At this moment, a heavenly prompt appeared, which Su Fang glanced at but chose to disregard, as it bore little relevance to him. The level of the reincarnation hall was not high, yet there were ample soul points available, and the materials required for upgrading were on hand. Thus, Su Fang began the upgrade process. 800 gold coins, 800 timber, 800 soul points, reincarnation hall level 1, current level LV8. 2,000 gold coins, 2,000 timber, 2,000 soul points, reincarnation hall level 1, current level LV15. With the remaining time, Su Fang commenced the fusion of the territory's buildings. Noticing that he hadn't upgraded the Black Earth building for several days, primarily because the land was already sufficiently arable, he decided to enhance the quality of the Black Earth. As his mental energy waned, a purple blueprint began merging into the Black Earth. Fusion into golden quality Golden Earth building. Su Fang was astonished to hear that the land had mutated once more. He began examining the details of this building. Chapter 162, Mutated Food. Building, Golden Earth. Quality, Golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV45, requires 13,000 gold coins, 13,000 soil to advance. Special Attribute 1, accelerates crop maturation time, and increases crop yield. Special Attribute 2, has a chance to harvest food with special properties. Description, an exceedingly precious golden earth, possessing remarkably magical effects, capable of yielding unexpectedly delightful crops. Su Fang was utterly astonished by the attributes of the golden earth. It possessed two special attributes. He was particularly eager to discover the nature of the newly added special property food. As for the strength of its effects, Su Fang would only ascertain this after cultivating the crops. With the quality enhancement, the cultivable area had doubled. Yet Su Fang had no intention of upgrading the level of the golden earth, as it was currently sufficient for use. Following this, Su Fang arrived at the talent market, a building now of blue quality, and he aspired to elevate it to golden quality. Greetings, Lord. Upon his arrival, the soldiers responsible for this building promptly rose to greet him. How many individuals appeared yesterday? Su Fang inquired. The soldier produced a ledger and handed it to Su Fang, stating, "My lord, please have a look. The individuals and their capabilities from yesterday are all recorded here." Su Fang perused the entries, discovering that over a dozen individuals had appeared, 6 of white quality, 4 of green quality, and 3 of blue quality. He casually scanned through, noting a few with skills, though the majority lacked them. After reviewing, he returned the ledger to the soldier and began the fusion process for the building. As his mental energy depleted, the blue blueprint began to fade. Fusion into purple quality talent market building. Su Fang continued the fusion, aiming to elevate it to golden quality. Fusion into golden quality talent market building. Building, talent market. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV20, requires 3,300 gold coins, 3,300 timber to advance. Special attribute, 10 probability of high talent individuals. Description, randomly refreshes a certain number of individuals each day, with genders being random, and has a certain probability of producing talented individuals. The entire talent market had transformed into golden quality. As for whether a golden quality talent would emerge today, Su Fang could only wait and see. It was then that Su Fang realized he had yet to have the antidote formula learned by anyone. Seeking out Xiaohe, he entrusted him with the antidote formula and the alchemist vocational skill, saying, "Please find someone with this talent to learn it. This formula and skill are exceedingly rare and must be taught to a top-quality individual." After receiving the items, Xiaohe understood their value and replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I will handle this matter. As for the medicinal materials, have they been procured? A considerable amount was already acquired yesterday and is stored in the materials warehouse. In the future, I will construct a dedicated warehouse building for the medicinal materials," Su Fang responded. This formula would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, and the lord should acquire as many as possible. Through the discerning gaze of Xiaohe, the true value of this item was immediately apparent. Haha, I understand. Yet this particular item is exceedingly rare, found solely among formidable monsters. At this stage, only I possess the capability to seek it out. Other lords lack the requisite strength. Su Fang was not jesting. Only he could hunt creatures above level 40. After concluding his conversation with Xiaohe, Su Fang glanced at the time. It was getting late. Having had lunch and rested for a while, he engaged in prolonged discussions with friends in the group, before setting off with Li Yuanba, Shiling, Mao Qiao, and his personal guard towards the location they had visited the day before. Their objective today remained the hunting of the blazing fire wolves to acquire more flame crystal stones, which are invaluable materials essential for upgrading crystal buildings. Thus, Su Fang needed to hunt extensively. Throughout the afternoon, Su Fang relentlessly hunted these monsters, amassing over 300 flame crystal stones, which he began to fuse into purple quality. As for other spoils, they were significantly fewer than the previous day. Yesterday was a day of exploration with commendable rewards. However, today was not an exploration day, and the drop rates were certainly not comparable. Concerning the boss, Su Fang also did not encounter a single one today. Upon returning to his territory in the evening, the resource harvest was substantial, especially since the number of soldiers gathering resources had increased markedly. Just as he returned, Zhang Qian approached him with 4 food items, joyfully exclaiming, "My lord, these are mutated foods discovered during today as harvest. Take a look." Su Fang promptly examined the details of the 4 food items. Name, mutated sweet potato. Quality, golden. Description, grants a permanent increase of 1 to strength upon consumption. Name, mutated strawberry. Quality, golden. Description, grants a permanent increase of 1 to constitution upon consumption. Name, mutated banana. Quality, golden. Description, grants a permanent increase of 1 to agility upon consumption. Of these 4 food items, 2 were mutated sweet potatoes, each providing a permanent attribute enhancement. Su Fang was indeed astonished. He immediately thought of the effects of Golden Land. How wonderful! If cultivated over time, he could accumulate attribute points solely from these foods. Overjoyed, Su Fang addressed Zhang Qian, "Excellent work. From now on, be sure to set aside any such foods you come across." "Rest assured, my lord, I understand," Zhang Qian replied, leaving with a considerable number of seeds. Consuming mutated sweet potato grants a permanent increase of 1 to strength. Consuming mutated sweet potato grants a permanent increase of 1 to strength. After consuming all 4 golden food items, Su Fang's attributes saw a significant increase. The properties of Golden Land were quite impressive, though the probability of such occurrences was rather low. Nevertheless, even if only a few were harvested each day, the long-term accumulation of attribute points would not be negligible. Once he sold the golden food items, Su Fang resumed upgrading various buildings in his territory, starting with the walls. Gold, 27,000. Stone, 27,000. Wood, 13,500. Wall level, 1. Current level, LV 61. Gold, 45,000. Stone, 45,000. Wood, 22,500. Wall level, 1. Current level, LV 70. Building walls. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV 70. Next level requires 48,000 gold, 48,000 stone, 24,000 wood. Special attribute, wall defense 50. Description, this is a formidable wall with strong defensive capabilities. Each wall side can freely construct 3 large gates. After upgrading the walls, they became broader and taller, capable of repelling even the fiercest monsters outside their confines. The number of catapults in the territory also increased significantly. Su Fang planned to provide the soldiers manufacturing catapults with upgraded blueprints, elevating their quality to golden. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that Liu Ban was already present, busily modifying the catapults. Intrigued, Su Fang examined the blueprints Liu Ban had drawn, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 163, Selling Catapults for Research. Item, excellent catapult blueprint. Quality, purple. Description, requires 100 wood, 10 hemp ropes, and 10 copper ores. Carpentry profession required for crafting. Remarkably, before Su Fang even commenced his upgrades, Lu Ban had already sketched a purple quality catapult blueprint, and it was a modified version at that. The key was that Lu Ban could create blueprints. Such a talent was not commonplace. Only those recognized by the heavens could produce blueprints. Even among those capable of crafting blueprints, most are of low quality. To directly modify a blueprint to high quality as Lu Ban had done was truly exceptional. Su Fang quickly approached Lu Ban and inquired, "How many of these blueprints can you draw? I have not yet fully refined it. I believe this catapult has substantial room for improvement," Lu Ban replied, still unsatisfied. Su Fang understood that Lu Ban aimed to enhance this blueprint to golden quality. However, achieving a golden quality blueprint was no easy feat. "I recognize your desire for perfection. But at this stage, it would be prudent to construct a few high-level catapults for the defense of our territory. Don't you agree?" "That is acceptable," Lu Ban responded. Su Fang then continued, "You should be able to create a green quality catapult blueprint now, correct?" "Green quality? Why would the Lord want such a rudimentary blueprint?" Lu Ban queried. "Of course, to enable the craftsmen of the territory to utilize it and produce them. Once crafted, I can sell them for profit." "Only by earning money can we fund your research into what you love," Su Fang replied. "I understand. I will create a few green quality catapult blueprints now and have the carpenters begin production." Upon hearing this, Lu Ban realized Su Fang's intention to generate income. And since it was also for him, Lu Ban naturally trusted Su Fang. Since Lu Ban was capable of producing catapult blueprints, Su Fang no longer needed to merge such strategic weapons himself. Furthermore, Lu Ban indicated that he had grand ideas for the catapult, requiring more materials for development. Su Fang directly assured Lu Ban, "Whatever materials you require, the territory will prioritize meeting your needs. Just inform me of the type you require, and I will ensure they are procured." "Thank you, my lord," Lu Ban expressed with great satisfaction. The Lord was exceedingly kind and valued him greatly. How could he not be valued? Lu Ban was akin to a research scientist, and such talent was invaluable. Lu Ban could access various warehouses in the territory to seek the materials he needed. Yet he was currently still in the initial stages of developing the catapult and did not have specific material requirements as of yet. Once Lu Ban identified the materials he desired, he would inform Su Fang. After encouraging Lu Ban, Su Fang shared the details of a green quality catapult in the group. Prioritizing his friends before considering sales to others, Su Fang had no doubt that such desirable items would find eager buyers. Why not sell blueprints? If blueprints were sold, others could produce them themselves. Why would he sell the blueprints? As all his friends observed the effects of the catapult, they immediately began discussing it in the group. "Dugu's sword. Big Tycoon, are you planning to sell this catapult?" 91 into Latao. "If you're not selling, I don't see the point in you sharing it just to make us envious. I am a tough girl, envy and jealousy. If I sleep with you for a night, could you give me a few?" "Riding an ant to see the sea. What a splendid item, and its green quality." Su Fang replied, "What is released is indeed for sale to you. However, we are currently only accepting reservations, and priority will be given to those who express their interest first. It is indeed available for purchase. I am certainly interested. Let me reserve 5 units for now. However, may I inquire about the price of this catapult?" "Yes, how much does one cost?" Su Fang responded, 50,000 gold coins each, which can also be exchanged for materials. Having calculated the costs, Su Fang determined that a green quality catapult, along with the expenses of various carpenters, would roughly amount to 10,000 gold coins. Thus, selling it for 50,000 gold coins is quite reasonable. Of course, the actual costs are likely lower, but Su Fang preferred to calculate based on the highest standards, resulting in a higher price. By selling at this rate, he could accumulate a bit more profit. 50,000 gold coins. Many friends fell silent. This price was still acceptable to them. After all, it was of green quality. Had it been of white quality, they would certainly have declined. Hence, the price was set. Payment must be made up front. Those who pay first will receive their goods first, Su Fang reiterated. "You truly have a knack for business. I seriously suspect you were a merchant on the Jojo planet. I shall pay first. I want 2 units. Here are 100,000 gold coins for you." In an instant, Su Fang secured a large order for 100 catapults, amassing 500,000 gold coins. Many friends opted to trade materials with Su Fang, yet the total value remained unchanged. After deducting costs, Su Fang stood to earn 400,000 gold coins. Such commerce was remarkably straightforward. Capitalists from the Jojo planet looked on with envy and resentment. This business was exceedingly lucrative, and the key was that employees did not require wages. They too desired such a method of earning. As midnight approached, Su Fang began utilizing the training card for his cultivation. Battle energy, 183. Battle energy, 183. Upon concluding his training, Su Fang checked his battle energy, 3546. It had increased significantly, and he was swiftly approaching the target of 10,000 battle energy. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Su Fang first examined the Golden Land to see how many mutated foods had been produced overnight. The quantity was modest, with only 2 items. Name, Mutated watermelon. Quality, golden. Description, grants permanent 1 to magic defense upon consumption. Name, mutated Hami melon. Quality, golden. Description, grants permanent 1 to physical defense upon consumption. Consume mutated watermelon, 1 to magic defense permanently. Consume mutated Hami melon, 1 to physical defense permanently. Su Fang indulged in both fruits, feeling satiated, but when he noticed a soldier bringing him breakfast, he realized today's meal was quite different. My lord, these are freshly boiled eggs and milk from this morning. Do give them a try, the soldier addressed Su Fang. Oh, so the chicken coop and cow shed have finally matured? Su Fang had awaited this day for several days. The eggs were laid by the chickens yesterday. You once remarked that eggs are most nutritious when consumed in the morning, hence they were not cooked last night, the soldier replied. Are there many? Su Fang inquired. Each chicken laid 1 egg yesterday. As for the milk, I cannot say for certain, but it should suffice for several hundred people, the soldier responded. Su Fang nodded and said, eggs and milk should be prioritized for the martial generals of the territory. I will upgrade both buildings shortly to ensure everyone in the territory has access to breakfast consisting of milk and eggs. Yes, I shall arrange that immediately, the soldier departed. Su Fang began peeling the egg and savoring the taste. It was a long-awaited flavor. Truly delightful. A bite of egg followed by a sip of milk, a culinary delight. This milk bore no off flavors. It was the milk of the Lord's continent, rich and fragrant. Chapter 164, the Level 20 Dungeon. After finishing breakfast, Su Fang proceeded to the cow shed and chicken coop, initiating upgrades for both structures. Upgrading them to level 40 should adequately meet the needs of the territory. Next, he would invest gold coins to purchase chicks and calves. If the caretakers were insufficient, he would have Xiaohe arrange for more personnel. Such matters required no personal attention from Su Fang. He merely needed to issue commands. This is the advantage of having staff. As a lord, one need only steer the overall direction of the territory while delegating specific tasks to subordinates. By the time it reached 10 o'clock, Su Fang returned to the Hall of Souls to summon heroes once more. This time, he aimed to summon talents in domestic affairs. The martial generals of the territory were indeed sufficient, and with no significant battles on the horizon, the focus remained on the development of the territory. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. Congratulations, you have summoned the golden quality hall hero Zhou Gong. This summoned figure was none other than Zhou Gong, also known as Ji Dan, famously associated with the historical figure known for the Zhou Gong dreaming of butterflies. If one were to elaborate, this individual surpassed Guan Zhong in prowess, possessing an extensive array of capabilities, though records of him are somewhat scarce. Regardless of his abilities, Su Fang was aware of Zhou Gong's strong administrative skills. Zhou Gong greets the Lord. Zhou Gong had a slightly plump appearance, though he was merely rounder compared to others. All right, let us leave this place for now. Su Fang escorted Zhou Gong out of the Hall of Souls and introduced him to Xiaohe and Guan Zhong, stating, from this point forward, the three of you shall jointly govern the territory. Any issues can be discussed upon my return. Understood, they replied in unison. Su Fang assigned someone to protect Zhou Gong as he leveled up, while he led Li Yuanba, Shi Ling, Mao Qiu, and a squad of elite guards on another expedition. Their destination remained the same as the previous day, and Su Fang had prepared ample magical resistance garments, outfitting everyone accordingly, and providing each with a golden quality watermelon to double their magical resistance. Along the way to hunt down the flame wolves, Su Fang unexpectedly took down 2 boss creatures. However, the loot yielded nothing particularly extraordinary, merely typical items. After vanquishing the monsters along the route, Su Fang arrived in the territory of level 40 creatures. As he hunted these flame wolves, he simultaneously fused fire crystals. Level increased to 34, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After some time, a soldier reported to Su Fang, stating, my lord, General Yu Fei has asked me to inform you that a dungeon structure has been discovered. Oh, another dungeon has been found. Let us go and take a look. Yesterday, no dungeon structures had been identified, and there was no word of anyone discovering a second dungeon. In fact, many lords only recently discovered level 10 dungeons. The location of the dungeon was not only concealed, but also guarded by numerous monsters, making it difficult for lords with fewer soldiers to uncover. Even today, many lords remained unaware of the dungeon's existence, but Su Fang's soldiers were numerous, enabling them to clear more monster-infested areas. Thus, any dungeon appearing in these regions would inevitably be discovered. Upon arriving at Yu Fei's location, he stepped forward and said, my lord, this was just recently discovered, and the monsters have already been cleared by us. With that, several soldiers discarded a level 38 green boss onto the ground. Su Fang dispatched it with a single shot. Experience gained, 200. Reputation, 76. Su Fang approached to inspect the dungeon passage, which bore a striking resemblance to the dungeon structure discovered 2 days prior. Furthermore, this dungeon structure would always exist, as long as soldiers were of sufficient level. They could enter to engage in dungeons. Yu Fei arranged for soldiers below level 20 to enter dungeons daily. Upon inserting the crystal core, the dungeon structure began to activate. and a radiant glow enveloped the entire dungeon space. Su Fang examined the information regarding this dungeon. Dungeon, Serpent Demon Forest. Level, 10-20. Difficulty, easy hard. Entry requirements. Level 20 is necessary for entry. Excluding exploration, players above level 30 cannot enter. Introduction. Each individual may enter twice daily, and groups can form with a maximum of 5 members. The level of this dungeon has now been set to 10 and 20, with no significant changes otherwise. Su Fang declared, Yu Fei, Li Yuanba, Xian Long, Shiling, let us venture forth together. Yes, Lord, they all responded in unison. Su Fang initiated the formation of their party, inviting the 4 others into the group before they entered the dungeon. As the 5, accompanied by a pet, stepped into the dungeon's realm, they found themselves in a dense forest. Shiling radiated beams of light that cascaded down upon them. You have received a blessing of strength. Your power has increased. You have received a blessing of defense. Your magical defenses have been fortified. They proceeded forward, and soon encountered a creature with a human head and serpent body. Upon spotting Su Fang and his companions, these creatures brandished weapons and approached, their long tails trailing behind them. Monster, Serpent Demon. Quality white. Level, 10. Skill, / Description, a minor serpent demon from the Serpent Demon Forest. These serpent demons were merely level 10. Li Yuanba surged ahead, wielding his drum hammer, and sent one of the demons flying several meters away. The small monsters posed little threat, and the group swiftly dispatched them. Shiling and Xian Long lingered behind to collect the spoils, while Su Fang, Yu Fei, Li Yuanba, and Mao Qiu focused on exterminating the foes, quickly advancing further into the dungeon. In approximately 5 minutes, they reached the final boss, a female serpent demon. Just as she began to speak, Li Yuanba swung his hammer and struck her down with a resounding thud. Heavenly Dao notification, Huaxia City Lord. The first in the world to conquer the level 20 dungeon. Rewards, 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation, and 3 skill points. Friend group chat. The wealthy master has discovered the level 20 dungeon so swiftly. I only found the level 10 dungeon this morning. The gap is astonishing. If this momentum continues, will the level 30 dungeon be conquered tomorrow? There is also a challenging difficulty, and the wealthy master will surely reap a plethora of rewards. Su Fang sent a message. The level 20 dungeon is named Serpent Demon Forest. I cannot confirm whether your dungeons share this title. The level 10 dungeons in the Lord's world are not all identical, as there are several variants, though the monster levels and quantities remain consistent with minimal variation. Serpent Demon Forest is indeed filled with serpents. I am curious about what treasures the wealthy master has acquired. Do share with us. Su Fang began to open the treasure chests, where the likelihood of finding valuable items was significantly higher. A flash of white light illuminated the contents, revealing a piece of equipment, a piece of jewelry specifically intended for female wear. Equipment, lucky bracelet. Quality white. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, female. Attributes, luck 3, spirit 2. After examining it, Su Fang intended to give the bracelet to Shiling. This was his first encounter with a bracelet-type equipment, seemingly exclusive to female characters. Chapter 165, Medusa Barracks. The bracelet equipment should be classified as non-standard jewelry. Su Fang had not encountered such items in the reputation exchange previously. Lord, this is what I uncovered, Li Yuanba said, presenting a card to Su Fang. Upon inspection, Su Fang discovered the card's details. Item, acceleration card. Quality white. Description, upon use. Movement speed increases by 20 for 1 minute. This item type card held little significance for Su Fang, but it could be invaluable for others. After all, Su Fang had access to golden quality food, which far surpassed the effects of this card. He stored it away and turned to Yu Fei, who presented a ring to Su Fang, a piece of equipment. Su Fang examined the ring's attributes. Equipment, space ring. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, all attributes 2. Contains 20 cubic meters of space. A space ring. Su Fang was astonished. Such items were indeed rare. He handed it back to Yu Fei, saying, You should keep this space ring for your own use. Thank you, Lord, Yu Fei replied. The space ring was undoubtedly precious. Possessing multiple space rings would alleviate the burden on soldiers collecting loot. Alas, such rings were destined to remain scarce. Upon inspecting the loot dropped by the boss, they found a second-tier crystal core, 2 pieces of white equipment, and a white life profession scroll. The group began to gather the items scattered on the ground, and Su Fang shared the attributes of the lucky bracelet in the chat. Upon seeing the bracelet's properties, the female players in the group were filled with astonishment. Little butterfly. Female equipment. The wealthy master likely has no need for it. Perhaps sell it to me? I am a tough girl. Sell it to me. Sell it to me. This is a lucky 3 equipment. It must be quite impressive. Tianshan Tonglao. Will you sell it? The female heroes in the territory require it. So I won't sell it, Su Fang replied. This statement immediately left others in shock. Unmatched in the world. Female heroes? The wealthy master even possesses female heroes. It's truly astonishing. Lonely cigarette. Share a photo for us to see. Be the strongest lord in the world. I envy the wealthy master for having female heroes. My territory is entirely male. They have yet to obtain buildings that summon additional residents, which is why they were so surprised that Su Fang's territory featured female heroes. There are numerous buildings in the Lord's continent capable of summoning residents. You will learn more about them in due time, Su Fang responded. They had contemplated this issue but had not yet acquired similar buildings. After hearing Su Fang's words, they inquired about where to find such equipment. Su Fang informed them that he had exchanged it through the reputation system and suggested that the boss might also drop similar items. Meeting up with Shi Ling and Xian Long, Su Fang handed the lucky bracelet to Shi Ling, who eagerly replied, "Thank you, Lord. This is the scroll I just obtained." Shi Ling presented the scroll to Su Fang, who was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was a magical scroll. Item, Thunder Scroll. Quality, green. Description, upon use. A bolt of lightning strikes the target, lasting for 3 minutes. The effect lasts only 3 minutes and is a single target attack scroll, likely quite powerful. Su Fang stored it away. As for the item obtained by Xian Long, it was merely a white shield with no particularly remarkable attributes. After teleporting out of the dungeon, Yu Fei suggested, "Lord, shall we arrange for soldiers of the appropriate level to descend into the dungeon?" "Yes, the second-tier crystal core is quite essential for our territory," Su Fang affirmed. "Understood," Yu Fei replied as he went to make arrangements. Su Fang casually called a few individuals and continued with Li Yuanba and Shi Ling into the challenging difficulty dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon space once more, Su Fang, Li Yuanba, and Mao Qiu swiftly began to eliminate the monsters. In the challenging difficulty dungeon, the creatures were of green quality, but their levels were exceedingly low. As both Su Fang and Li Yuanba had surpassed level 30, the two individuals commenced a relentless assault against the monstrous serpents, systematically vanquishing each one that fell beneath their weapons. The elimination of these creatures consumed little time, and they swiftly advanced to confront the boss. This time, Mao Qiu was the first to charge at the Serpent Queen. Mao Qiu's formidable strength proved overwhelming, and within mere seconds, the boss succumbed to a single decisive strike. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to conquer the level 20 hard difficulty dungeon, rewarded with 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation, and 4 skill points. This notification from the Heavenly Dao was anticipated by all. After all, a mere level 20 dungeon was hardly a challenge for them. Su Fang collected the spoils dropped by the boss, a second-tier crystal core, a piece of green-quality leather armor, and 2 pieces of white-quality jewelry. It was time to open the treasure chests. Su Fang opened one of the chests, and a radiant light flashed, revealing a green-quality blueprint in his hands. Fortune smiled upon him, as this blueprint was for a rather unique Barak. Item, Serpent Demon Barak Blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 100 gold and 100 wood for construction. Su Fang had previously encountered various barracks, but had not favored them enough to construct any. However, this Serpent Demon Barak was distinct, as serpent demons possessed a human head atop a serpentine body. Thus, upon returning to his territory, Su Fang resolved to build it. Li Yuanba handed Su Fang a weapon, a white-quality piece of equipment that he accepted before gathering the remaining loot scattered on the ground. Upon reuniting with Shi Ling and the others, he collected all their findings, which yielded no particularly special items, only 3 green-quality pieces of equipment from Shi Ling's group. After departing from the dungeon, Su Fang, accompanied by his loyal guards, left the area. Time was still on his side, and he certainly could not simply return to his territory. Instead, he opted to continue leveling up. Meanwhile, Su Fang devoted himself to merging the Serpent Demon Barak blueprint, intending to construct a golden quality building upon his return to the territory. The required blueprints for fusion were directly retrieved from the shop, successfully fused into a blue-quality Serpent Demon Barak blueprint. As he slaughtered monsters, he awaited his mental energy to replenish. Once restored, he began expending mental energy to merge blueprints, effectively managing his time. Successfully fused into a purple-quality Serpent Demon Barak blueprint. Successfully fused into a golden-quality Medusa Barak blueprint. To his astonishment, a mutation occurred. The Serpent Demon had evolved into a Medusa. Su Fang suddenly recalled a certain anime he had watched on Earth, featuring a Medusa who, in terms of physique, appearance, and style, was quite remarkable. Yet, being an anime, it was inherently different from reality. And Su Fang felt a sense of eager anticipation. It was not until dusk that Su Fang returned to his territory. The first order of business upon his return was to construct the Medusa Barak. He was particularly curious about the appearance of this Medusa and whether the summoned entity would be male or female, as Medusa merely referred to a species, devoid of any indication of gender. Chapter 166, The Beautiful Medusa. 100 gold, 100 wood, successfully constructed the golden quality Medusa Barak. Su Fang examined the Medusa Barak, admiring its aesthetically pleasing design, which exuded an exotic charm. He then reviewed the attributes of the Medusa Barak. Building, Medusa Barak. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV1. Requires 200 gold and 200 wood for the next upgrade. Special attributes, physical and magical defense 10. Description, Consumes 100 gold to summon 1 Medusa soldier, currently able to summon 0-10. Similar to a standard Barracks. Su Fang decided to summon a soldier to assess its capabilities. 100 gold, summoned 1 blue-quality Medusa soldier. Observing the newly summoned soldier, he noted that the upper half resembled a human, while the lower half was serpentine, aligning with his previous encounters with Medusas. Indeed, this soldier was male. Su Fang continued summoning. 100 gold, summoned 1 golden-quality Medusa soldier. Fortune favored him, for this time, a female appeared. Su Fang was taken aback. The Medusa Barracks produced both male and female soldiers, a delightful surprise. Gazing upon the golden-quality Medusa, Su Fang was genuinely astonished by her beauty, as she seemed to have stepped right out of a two-dimensional realm. Little May, the Medusa he had summoned, exuded allure as she swayed her enticing form. Her enchanting visage captivating beyond compare. While Su Fang admired her beauty, he remained undistracted. He examined Little May's attributes. Name, Little May. Talent, magic. Class, unclassified. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 50. Initial loyalty is 50. A drop below 10 poses a risk of betrayal. Level, 0. Experience 0-100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 10. Stamina, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 40. Magic defense, 20. Physical defense, 4. Luck, 10. Talent, 15. Combat skills, none. Cultivation skills, none. Life skills, none. To his surprise, she possessed a magical talent. After reviewing Little May's information, Su Fang decided to bestow upon her the mage class certificate he had previously acquired, along with 2 magical skill books that had dropped from the Fire Wolf boss, now perfectly suited for her use. Little May beamed at the items presented by her lord, revealing a charming dimple as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Her voice was melodious and sweet, a delight to the ears. Su Fang continued summoning Medusa soldiers to gauge the probability of summoning female Medusas. 100 gold, summoned 1 purple-quality Medusa soldier. 100 gold, summoned 1 blue-quality Medusa soldier. After summoning 10 Medusa soldiers, he achieved a balanced outcome, 5 males and 5 females. Subsequently, Su Fang began to exchange his golden-quality food for wood. With additional wood resources arriving gradually from his territory soldiers, Su Fang was now poised to elevate the Medusa Barracks to a higher tier. 200 gold, 200 wood. Upgrading Medusa Barracks from level 1 to level 2. 25,000 gold, 25,000 wood. Upgrading Medusa Barracks from level 1 to level 60. Once the upgrades were completed, Su Fang commenced the summoning, calling forth all the Medusa soldiers. Building Medusa Barracks. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV 60, requires 27,000 gold and 27,000 wood for the next upgrade. Special attributes, physical and magical defense 10. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon 1 Medusa soldier, currently able to summon 2, 502, 500. The territory now boasted an additional 2,000 soldiers. Observing the multitude of Medusa soldiers and their serpentine tails, Su Fang felt as though he had stepped into a serpent's lair. For the time being, Su Fang appointed Xiao Mei as the general of this army. As for subsequent matters, he would discuss them with Yu Fei upon his return. Naturally, these soldiers were ill-suited to dwell alongside human troops. Hence, Su Fang constructed 2 wooden cabins to serve as their quarters, one for the male Medusa soldiers and the other for the female Medusa soldiers. As for Xiao Mei, Su Fang arranged for her to reside in the traditional courtyard. He believed that the male and female Medusa soldiers should be managed and trained separately. Perhaps he should summon a female general. Su Fang had already contemplated a particularly suitable candidate in his mind. This woman would undoubtedly stand out as one of the most exceptional and formidable leaders among her peers. Accompanied by Li Yuanba, Su Fang visited the Mount of Steeds, where Zhao Yun, Xiang Yu, and other heroes frequently came to inspect the mounts. The powerful steeds were personally trained by them, while the ordinary ones were entrusted to subordinate soldiers for taming. Li Yuanba had long desired a powerful and majestic mount, having found none in the past few days. He now accompanied Su Fang to take a look. My lord, I too wish for a mount as formidable as the furball. Li Yuanba, being a man of straightforward desires, openly expressed his wishes without any guile. The furball responded with a call, seemingly asserting its uniqueness. Rest assured, it will eventually appear. Once a suitable mount shows itself, I shall be able to transform it into a golden quality. With his fusion abilities, Su Fang indeed possessed such power. It was how the furball had been transformed into a golden quality. Upon arriving at the Mount of Steeds, Su Fang first upgraded the structure. Even though the level 10 dungeons did not guarantee the acquisition of crystal cores, the soldiers in Su Fang's territory were numerous enough to gather a considerable amount of them daily. Gold, 300. Tier 1 crystal cores, 3. Mount of Steeds level, 1. Current level, LV 3. Gold, 1000. Tier 1 crystal cores, 10. Mount of Steeds level, 1. Current level, LV 10. Building, Mount of Steeds. Quality, unique golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV 10. Next level requires 1200 gold, 1200 wood, and 11 tier 2 crystal cores. Description: this is a mysterious prairie where various qualities of mounts spawn randomly each day. The higher the level, the greater the probability for higher quality mounts, and the larger the number spawned. Note: taming skills are required to ensure these mounts obey. Higher quality mounts are increasingly difficult to tame. After the upgrade, the mount of steeds became more expansive, with the surrounding fences now higher and sturdier. Su Fang, Li Yuanba, and the Furball entered the mount of steeds to inspect the mounts within. Chapter 167. Li Yuanba captures a mount. Upon entering, Su Fang noticed that the grass was now a deeper green, resembling a vast expanse of verdant meadow. He surmised that further upgrades would necessitate an increase in the territory's level first. Each upgrade to the mount of steeds significantly expanded its area, a trend shared by many buildings. As levels increased, so too did the space required. With the current size of the territory, Su Fang felt it was becoming rather cramped, as it already housed a large population. In a territory of 10,000 square meters, accommodating tens of thousands felt quite congested. Now possessing a level 20 dungeon, he anticipated an increasing number of tier 2 crystal cores, making daily upgrades of the crystals feasible. Su Fang examined the mounts that had refreshed. There were only 5 or 6, yet one of them was not a horse but a wolf, which surprised him greatly. My lord, I want that wolf as my mount. Li Yuanba immediately set his sights on the wolf. Su Fang assessed the wolf's attributes. Creature: Gale White Wolf. Quality: purple. Level: 30. Skills: Gale Blade. White Wolf Claw. Charge. Description: a remarkably powerful white wolf with incredible speed and strong attacks. It can be tamed, but only those with significant strength can earn its recognition. Only the tamer may ride it. Su Fang nodded in satisfaction and said to Li Yuanba, whether you can tame it depends on your own strength. Fear not, my lord. I shall succeed. Li Yuanba declared as he set down his twin hammers and dashed towards the Gale White Wolf. Su Fang urged the Furball. Furball, go assist Li Yuanba. With a mighty leap, the Furball soared into the air, heading towards the distant Gale White Wolf. However, the Gale White Wolf was not easily subdued. It opened its mouth and unleashed a green blade of wind towards the Furball, a formidable attack. Lacking ranged capabilities, the Furball excelled in close combat, being a powerhouse among pets. In a melee, unless Li Yuanba wielded his formidable golden hammer, he would struggle against the Furball. The Furball possessed greater base strength than Li Yuanba. While the latter was gifted, the Furball also boasted impressive lineage power, making it a formidable combatant. If the Furball were airborne, Li Yuanba could only watch helplessly. With a swift claw, the Furball shattered the Gale Blade, rendering the attack insignificant against its might. The Gale White Wolf was driven to the side, allowing Li Yuanba to press the assault from another angle. The wolf, despite its speed, could not evade Li Yuanba's relentless pursuit, especially after utilizing its charge skill, which transformed it into a streak of blue light and allowed it to flee the scene. You cannot escape. Come back here. Li Yuanba roared as he unleashed his battle aura, enveloping himself in a shroud of black energy that markedly increased his speed as he chased after the wolf. In a short time, however, Li Yuanba struggled to catch the Gale White Wolf, whose speed was indeed remarkable. Yet, the charge skill had a duration. After several seconds, the wolf's speed began to wane. With Li Yuanba's abundant battle aura, he drew closer, and with the Furball aiding him from above, the Gale White Wolf could only retaliate with its Gale Blade. Yet, Li Yuanba's strength was equally formidable. His fist, wrapped in battle aura, struck towards the Gale Blade. Bang! The Gale Blade shattered under his might, leaving the Gale White Wolf stunned, unable to fathom why this white tiger had no fear of its attacks. Cornered by both Li Yuanba and the Furball, the Gale White Wolf bared its teeth and let out a furious growl. Come here. Li Yuanba approached, reaching for the wolf. The Gale White Wolf swiped at him with a claw, a flash of white light, but Li Yuanba, with his immense strength, seized the wolf's paw and brought it crashing down. Bang! The Gale White Wolf hit the ground, bewildered by the extraordinary strength of this human. Li Yuanba delivered a punch to the wolf's head. Bang! The Gale White Wolf howled in pain, yet Li Yuanba did not relent, continuing his barrage of punches. This is what you get for fleeing and being so arrogant. The Gale White Wolf clawed desperately at the ground, leaving deep scratches in its wake as it sought to escape, tears of sorrow glistening in its wolfish eyes. The Gale White Wolf bore a striking resemblance to countless girls, its helpless eyes brimming with despair and anguish. Ultimately, it let out a mournful howl directed at Li Yuanba, seemingly pleading, please, refrain from striking. Li Yuanba employed his taming skills on the Gale White Wolf, swiftly subduing it. Once tamed, the Gale White Wolf approached Li Yuanba obediently, though the peculiar lumps adorning its head appeared quite strange. From now on, you must be obedient. Compliance ensures you won't be harmed and will be rewarded with sustenance. Li Yuanba articulated. The mere thought of Li Yuanba's terrifying fists sent shivers down the Gale White Wolf's spine, prompting it to nod vigorously in agreement to obey. Li Yuanba mounted the Gale White Wolf's back and approached Su Fang. As a creature of purple quality, the Gale White Wolf bore Li Yuanba with ease. even when he wielded the remarkably heavy drumstone gold hammer, showing no significant strain. Su Fang glanced at the other steeds, noting that they were all green and blue wild horses, which could easily be tamed by others. The number of mounts that could spawn in the Mount Prairie varied daily, much like the talent market, reflecting a randomness that no one could predict. However, elevating the levels of these constructions ensured a minimum daily spawn count. Upon departing from the Mount Prairie, Su Fang assured Liu Yuanba that he would merge his mount into a golden one the following day, which delighted him immensely. Yu Fei also returned with his soldiers, bringing forth heaps of gold coins, while various equipment materials were stored in the corresponding warehouse. "My lord, we have captured several boss," Yu Fei announced, directing his soldiers to present the critically wounded boss before Su Fang. Only by vanquishing these boss could Su Fang reap the greatest rewards. Yu Fei had already commanded that, upon encountering a boss, they should attempt to capture it alive, resorting to lethal force only if capture proved impossible. "Excellent," Su Fang said as he dispatched the boss, acquiring a significant amount of prestige in the process. Subsequently, figures such as Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun, Shui Ringgui, Ran Min, Li Tsuanxiao, and Yang Zixing returned, each bringing back an array of treasures. Moreover, each had managed to capture several boss alive, ranging from levels 10 to over 30. After Su Fang eliminated them, he gained several hundred points of prestige. Capturing living boss was no trivial feat, requiring formidable strength, achievable only by soldiers of purple quality or higher. As this continued, Su Fang could expect to accumulate at least several hundred points of prestige daily, ensuring that over time, his prestige would not dwindle, allowing for the acquisition of numerous valuable items during the next prestige exchange. Chapter 168, The First Female War Goddess. Xiang Yu approached Su Fang, presenting a blueprint. "My lord, this was retrieved from a treasure chest." Su Fang examined it closely, discovering it to be a construction blueprint, and a rather unique one at that. Item: Arrow Tower Blueprint. Quality: white. Description: requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood. Must produce matching arrows. To his astonishment, it was an arrow tower. Su Fang was well aware of the blueprint's value, recognizing it as a structure that could enhance the safety of his territory. From which treasure chest did this come? Su Fang inquired, curiosity piqued. "It was from a bronze treasure chest," Xiang Yu replied. "A bronze chest? Those are exceedingly rare." Reliant solely on luck, Su Fang lamented, realizing that even if he wished to construct more of such buildings, he would be limited. Su Fang gathered all the gold, pleased with the day's haul, amounting to nearly 10 million coins, especially given that his territory boasted over 20,000 soldiers. Each soldier could hunt numerous monsters daily, with many engaging in battles against foes of higher levels, bolstered by the strength of high-quality soldiers and the efficiency of heroes being several times that of ordinary soldiers. 10 million coins a day would allow Su Fang to reclaim most items, as his inventory had become quite extensive, including equipment blueprints, building blueprints, medicinal herbs, damaged equipment, various tools, materials, and everyday necessities. As the number of treasure chests outside the lordly continent dwindled, the difficulty in acquiring various resources increased. Common items such as oil, salt, and soy sauce had become scarce, prompting Su Fang to collect more, for as the population of various lords grew, these essentials would undoubtedly become more expensive. With ample funds at his disposal, Su Fang could reclaim various items while others lacked the financial means and time to do so. Each day, a simple announcement in the world led to substantial reclamation of goods, though the appearance of 10 million coins seemed abundant. The reality was that it was still insufficient when put to use. All of this was a worthy endeavor, a form of early investment. When others lacked essential goods in the later stages, he would still be able to enjoy these resources, marking a distinct advantage. Su Fang took the Arrow Tower Blueprint and began to upgrade its quality. Merged into a green quality Arrow Tower Blueprint. Merged into a blue quality automatic Arrow Tower Blueprint. What a transformation! Su Fang exclaimed joyfully. An automatic arrow tower would mean it could autonomously load arrows and fire. He continued to merge the blueprint, determined to elevate it to a golden quality. Merged into a purple quality automatic Arrow Tower Blueprint. Merged into a golden quality automatic Arrow Tower Blueprint. Su Fang intended to construct it, but suddenly remembered Liu Ban, realizing he had forgotten such a crucial figure. He promptly sought out Liu Ban, who was deeply engrossed in researching siege engines. "Liu Ban," Su Fang called, "I have acquired a remarkable blueprint. Take a look." Upon receiving the automatic Arrow Tower Blueprint, Liu Ban's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a Han man beholding a beautiful woman, a splendid treasure. He praised before meticulously examining the blueprint structure. Su Fang departed, confident that entrusting the blueprint to Liu Ban would yield greater rewards. As for Su Fang, he merely needed to await the results of Liu Ban's research. Continuing his endeavors, Su Fang focused on upgrading the quality of his territory's buildings. Arriving at the tailor shop to initiate an upgrade, merged into a blue quality tailor shop building. No change occurred, prompting Su Fang to persist with the blueprints. After expending mental energy, the blue blueprint vanished from his grasp, merged into a purple quality tailor shop building. Still, there was no alteration, and he continued merged into a golden quality super tailor shop building. Super tailor shop. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV10. Next level requires 1,200 gold coins and 1,200 wood. Special attributes. Increases sewing speed by 20, with a chance of additional attributes appearing. Description. Consuming gold coins allows for the purchase of various materials needed for sewing. Facilitates the crafting of clothing and equipment, accelerates speed, enhances efficiency, and reduces stamina consumption. Su Fang began upgrading this building. Recognizing that a level 10 structure was insufficient to meet the equipment demands of his numerous soldiers, necessitating an upgrade. 1,200 gold coins, 1,200 stone, super tailor shop, level 1. Current level LV 11. 6,000 gold coins, 6,000 stone, super tailor shop, level 1, current level LV 30. Checking the time. Su Fang proceeded to the Hall of Souls to summon a hero. This time, he had already determined whom to summon. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. In Su Fang's mind, a vision of a woman emerged, one of unparalleled youthful beauty, coupled with formidable martial prowess. Not only could she quell adversaries from all directions, but she also possessed extraordinary intelligence. Achieving victory in every battle, while adeptly managing domestic affairs. She embodied the essence of a martial goddess, excelling both in the arts of war and governance. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hall hero, Fu Hao. Fu Hao, pronounced with ancient tones, was a figure from the Shang dynasty, her life a tapestry of legend. Half of the Shang territory was claimed through her conquests. During her era, she was invincible, having vanquished over 20 nations, truly an era-defining female warrior. The luminous essence of her soul swiftly coalesced into a woman of breathtaking beauty, exuding a grace that rivaled any man. Her exquisitely shaped brows were unforgettable at first glance. Fu Hao stood tall, her figure perfectly proportioned, with flowing hair that radiated an air of cold elegance and nobility, akin to that of a queen. Possessing an aura that commanded respect, Fu Hao acknowledged her lord, her voice melodious as chimes, her slender, fair fingers contrasting with her strikingly beautiful visage. Reminiscent of an ice queen, evoking immense curiosity. Su Fang perused Fu Hao's profile. Name, Fu Hao. Talent, unawakened. Title, the first female warrior. All attributes 10, luck 10. 50 damage taken. Occupation, unclassed. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the Soul Hall are at maximum value. Level, 0. Experience 0 100. Strength, 30. Constitution, 30. Stamina, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Magic defense, 25. Physical defense, 25. Luck, 50. Talent, 30. Combat skills, none. Cultivation skills, none. Life skills, golden scholar and warrior. After reviewing Fu Hao's information, Su Fang was astounded. He had never anticipated her strength and the remarkable balance in her foundational attributes. Particularly, with the addition of her title, her base attributes soared to an impressive 40 points. Most striking was her luck value, which was extraordinarily high. 50 base luck points, augmented by an additional 10 from her title, culminating in a staggering 60 points. Chapter 169, Elemental Crystal. Fu Hao, from now on, you shall serve as my personal guard, Su Fang declared, gazing at her. This woman, the legendary female warrior whose name lingered in his mind, had finally been summoned. Yes, Fu Hao responded. Regardless of past events or remarkable achievements, at this moment, they were merely members of the territory. The land was a new beginning for each hero, a place where they could forge new myths. Su Fang led Fu Hao away from the Soul Hall and into the equipment repository. He selected a set of armor for her and inquired, "What weapon do you prefer?" "Anything will suffice," Fu Hao replied. After some contemplation, Su Fang decided on a sword for her weapon. Given Fu Hao's foundational strength, wielding a heavier weapon posed no challenge. He chose 3 green quality long swords and commenced the fusion process, envisioning a sword's design in his mind. As his mental energy waned, a beautifully crafted longsword materialized before him, not only stunning in appearance, but also incredibly sharp. Su Fang had even integrated a scabbard into its design. The entire weapon was exquisite and powerful, perfectly suited for a woman. He named this sword Wushuang. Equipment, Wushuang sword. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 40. Attributes, strength 40, armor piercing 5, stamina 2. What do you think? Su Fang presented the Wushuang sword to Fu Hao. She accepted the sword, twirling it with graceful finesse. Her inherent beauty, combined with her earnest demeanor, conjured visions of her legendary battles, where she triumphed effortlessly. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord," Fu Hao expressed. Bowing respectfully, her demeanor remaining cool and devoid of smiles. It was not that she was incapable of joy, rather. Fu Hao was a woman of seriousness and respect towards her lord. Su Fang escorted Fu Hao to the courtyard, pointing to the adjoining room, stating, "You may reside here. I shall have provisions sent to you." "Thank you, my lord," she responded. After departing the courtyard, Su Fang proceeded to the crystal area. Today, he had acquired numerous flame crystals, alongside several surplus second-tier crystal cores from Yufei. Su Fang initiated an upgrade for the crystal. Gold 1600, second-tier crystal cores 13. Crystal level 1, current level LV 13. Gold 2000, second-tier crystal cores 15, crystal level 1, current level LV 15. Upon completion of the upgrade, Su Fang began the fusion process with the completed blue-quality flame crystals. As the flame crystals merged, the crystal underwent a transformation, merged into purple-quality elemental crystal structure. The crystal had mutated. It had transformed into the elemental crystal, prompting Su Fang to inspect the new attributes. Building, elemental crystal. Quality, purple. Level, LV 15. Next level requires 2,200 gold, 16 second-tier crystal cores. Durability, 100. Special attributes. Actively releases various powerful flame elemental attacks on hostile targets within a 15-meter radius. Description. The crystal has undergone mutation due to powerful elemental influences, capable of absorbing energies from different elemental crystals for varied effects. To his astonishment, it could also absorb energies from other elemental crystals. Su Fang was indeed surprised. If it could harness energies from different elemental crystals, could it not yield diverse elemental attacks? Opening the shop, Su Fang began to set prices for the various elemental crystals, establishing a rate of 50 gold per piece, a price that was already quite favorable. Any creature possessing elemental properties would have a certain probability of dropping them. Since these elemental crystals were of no use in the hands of the lord seeking profit, they would surely sell them to him. Su Fang announced in the World Channel, Huaxia Treasure Store is purchasing various elemental crystals. Friends can leave messages directly in the shop or sell. After sending the message 3 times, Su Fang observed the response. The Lord of Huaxia City is back to acquire goods again. I have a feeling he only seeks valuable items. Even if you were aware, what of it? You cannot utilize them, nor do we currently have access to the material's potential. Outside the territory, a host of water-type monsters had recently spawned, providing a perfect opportunity for profit. Surrounded by desert, there were many earth-type monsters. I had recently amassed over 1,000 earth-type crystals, ripe for sale. Su Fang surveyed the store situation, where various attribute crystals were being collected. This was the benefit of owning a shop. Once the prices were set, collection could proceed indefinitely. Su Fang's funds remained abundant. The more crystals he acquired, the better. He noticed several messages and first added the initial friend. You and Wolf Loves Sheep have become friends. Wolf Loves Sheep, greetings. Wealthy Lord, I saw your message stating your territory is in the desert, abundant with earth-type crystals. Su Fang inquired. Indeed, most are earth-type, with a few being sand-type. Likely a rare attribute. Wolf Loves Sheep replied. You don't wish to exchange for gold? Su Fang surmised the other's intentions. Although gold can be dropped by monsters, securing golden food is a different challenge altogether. You cannot fathom the struggles of competing for food daily, Wolf Loves Sheep lamented. Su Fang smiled and replied. As long as you continue to supply me with these crystal stones, I assure you that you will be able to exchange them for an ample amount of golden food. I prioritize my friends when it comes to food. This was also the reason he wished to add you as a friend. He had heard that you collected various materials. Wolf falling in love with sheep inquired. Do you have any other materials? Su Fang asked curiously. You might not believe it, but I possess oil and gold mines. Wolf falling in love with sheep responded. Incredible. Such resources exist in the desert? Su Fang was indeed astonished, but after a moment's contemplation, he recognized the utility of gold mines, while the purpose of oil eluded him. Indeed, I have oil, and I've extracted quite a bit. Initially, I purchased several barrels to store it, but it seems no one wants it, which has made me hesitant to continue extraction. Are you interested? Wolf falling in love with sheep was not entirely confident, as this was not the Jojo planet, and he had no idea if Su Fang would have any use for oil. To be honest, I am also uncertain about the utility of this substance, Su Fang replied. Alas, it seems my efforts in extracting oil may have been in vain. Discarding it is out of the question, as it is indeed oil, and its existence must imply some purpose. Wolf falling in love with sheep understood that oil must have some utility, yet the specifics remained a mystery. On the Jojo planet, given the current scarcity of resources, he could have become wealthy in no time. Chapter 170, The Spatial Materials Repository. As Wolf falling in love with sheep stated, this was the Lord's continent, not the Jojo planet, and the true potential of oil remained unclear to them. However, Su Fang resolved to make a purchase, declaring, continue your extraction. I require all manner of resources. As for the price, since the specifics are still unknown, I can only offer you the minimum. This posed no issue for Wolf falling in love with sheep, who could only extract these resources anyway. The desert lacked any wood or stone, and he had relied on gold mines to develop his territory. Most of Wolf falling in love with sheep's gold was directly sold to Su Fang's shop, and he had also purchased considerable amounts of water in the early stages, knowledge Su Fang remained unaware of. Su Fang decided to set the price for oil at 15 gold coins per unit, to which Wolf falling in love with sheep raised no objections. Since no one else desired it, Selling it for any price was already fortunate. Wolf falling in love with sheep sold the oil, while the earth and sand attribute crystal stones were exchanged for golden quality food. As netizens from the Jojo planet saw this unfold, especially the high-ranking officials from various nations, they could hardly contain their envy upon witnessing the abundant resources of the Lord's continent. The Jojo planet had experienced world wars due to resource depletion, and they continued to face the same dilemma. Unfortunately, warfare was now off the table. All that remained was the peaceful purchase of the scarce resources. Yet, a world devoid of resources plunged every nation into a challenging developmental stage. Many pondered how wonderful it would be if they could transport the resources of the Lord's continent to the Jojo planet. The abundance of resources, which refreshed daily, made them envious of the Lord's continent. However, envy was futile. Even oil was unwanted in the Lord's continent, which was not the Jojo planet. You are dreaming. Such a thing is impossible, Su Fang mused, finding Wolf falling in love with sheep quite agreeable and adding him to the group chat. Huaxia City Lord invites you to join the friend group chat. Do you accept? Wolf falling in love with sheep was taken aback and remarked, there's even a group. You receive an item, which enables creation of that, Su Fang replied. Wolf falling in love with sheep nodded. He indeed possessed many peculiar items and clicked to agree. Wolf falling in love with sheep has joined the group chat. Little Butterfly, another newcomer has joined. Welcome. Unmatched in the world. Introduce yourself. Other details are trivial, but your gender is important. Lonely Sword, welcome. Since you are invited by a wealthy patron, we shall all be friends henceforth. Wolf falling in love with sheep recognized the familiar atmosphere of the group chat and began to engage in conversation. Savoring the long-lost joy of chatting, Su Fang glanced at the shop messages and added 2 more individuals as friends. You have become friends with handsome enough to be chased. You have become friends with sitting where I fell. Wealthy patron, do you require silver ore? I have a large quantity for sale. Handsome enough to be chased inquired. I have recently discovered a resource called rhodium, or I wonder if you are interested, sitting where I fell also asked. Su Fang conversed with both for quite some time. Silver ore was undoubtedly in demand, as it was clearly useful for crafting a variety of equipment. As for the rhodium ore mentioned by sitting where I fell, it was a name Su Fang had never encountered before, but recognizing it as a resource, he knew he would need it. Following the other's description, he believed this ore must be of great use, so he instructed the other to begin extraction, promising to purchase all of it. Upon learning about this ore, those familiar with it on the Jojo planet were astonished. Rhodium was primarily used as a catalyst in rhodium alloys and for rhodium plating. Rhodium compounds also found applications in various industries, including chemistry, petroleum, glass, electronics, dentistry, jewelry, and automobiles. This was an exceedingly rare and widely useful metal, known primarily to those in relevant fields. Su Fang merely perceived its potential utility when acquiring it, unaware of when he would actually employ it. Everyone envied Su Fang for having sufficient funds to procure numerous rare mineral resources. These were indeed valuable commodities. Yet on the Lord's continent, apart from Su Fang, no one else showed interest in them. Once these items appeared on the Jojo planet, they would undoubtedly be snatched up in a frenzy, as resources there were currently alarmingly scarce. Su Fang arrived at the materials repository. With the increase in acquired resources, the current materials repository was proving insufficient. Su Fang began to fuse and evolve the materials repository building. Fused into a purple quality materials repository building. Fused into a golden quality spatial materials repository building. Su Fang was taken aback. The materials repository had once again evolved. Building, spatial materials repository. Quality, gold. Durability, 100. Level, LV 30. Next upgrade requires 6,400 gold coins, 3,200 wood, 3,200 stone. Special attribute, permanently protects material quality from any damage. Description, this is a special warehouse that, when consuming spatial stones, can expand the entire warehouse space to be infinitely large. Su Fang was astonished, as he had never anticipated that this spatial materials repository would possess such a function. However, he had never even heard of spatial stones before. For now, he could only focus on upgrading the spatial materials repository, S level. 6,400 gold coins, 3,200 wood, 3,200 stone, spatial materials repository level 1, current level LV 31. 15,000 gold coins, 7,500 wood, 7,500 stone, spatial materials repository level 1, current level LV 50. Su Fang searched for spatial stones in the trading hall, but found none. He then began adding spatial stones to the shop, setting the price at 1,000 gold coins per unit. Additionally, he inquired in the world chat about the whereabouts of spatial stones, but regrettably, no one had heard of such a material, indicating that it was evidently not available at this stage. Su Fang subsequently elevated the level of the Hall of Rebirth to 30, thereby expanding the range for soul absorption to 3 kilometers. As for the Hall of Souls, it ceased the absorption of soul value, as Su Fang now prioritized the resurrection of fallen soldiers. The population is a vital factor in the development of the territory. Hence, Su Fang conducted a thorough inspection of the entire domain to grasp its overall situation. Xiaohe, Guanzhong, and Zhou Gong also briefed Su Fang on the current state of affairs, having entirely taken over the daily operations of the territory, organizing it with remarkable efficiency, surpassing even Su Fang's own arrangements. Possessing a modern perspective and insight, Su Fang shared his thoughts with the trio, which greatly inspired them. After an extensive discussion, Su Fang made his way to the Golden Land, where he retrieved the mutated food. Upon consuming the 3 types of mutated food, Su Fang experienced a permanent increase of 2 points in mental acuity and 1 point in strength. It was not until the early hours that he returned to his chamber to commence his cultivation. Chapter 171, Proof of the Sword God Profession. Battle Chi Value, 39, 123, 912. As the number of heroes in the territory grew, so too did the demand for various techniques. However, acquiring these techniques was not a matter of mere availability. It hinged on fortune, with chests offering a certain probability of yielding them. Even the most commonplace techniques in the world have been inflated to exorbitant prices, yet none are willing to part with them. Techniques are exceedingly precious, and no one desires to sell them. Had anyone chosen to do so, Su Fang would certainly have been the first to purchase. As Su Fang pushed open the door, he fortuitously encountered Fu Hao, who was also stepping out. Clad in immaculate armor that accentuated her perfect curves, Fu Hao was already stunning in her appearance. Adorned in this suit of armor, she appeared even more resplendent. "Good morning, Lord," Fu Hao greeted politely. "I shall teach you how to brush your teeth." Su Fang led Fu Hao to the bathing area, produced a toothbrush, and squeezed out black toothpaste, instructing her to mimic his actions in brushing her teeth. This toothpaste was designed to whiten teeth and protect dental health. Recommended for use twice daily, once in the morning and once at night. Su Fang began expounding on the benefits of dental hygiene. The heroes of the territory now all practiced brushing their teeth, yet the sheer number of soldiers rendered it impossible to meet the needs of every individual. As Fu Hao observed Su Fang brushing, she learned with a sense of curiosity. After finishing, Fu Hao found the experience quite peculiar. Her mouth felt cool and refreshing. "You will gradually get used to it," Su Fang assured her. Su Fang possessed a designated dining area, typically sharing meals with Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu. But from today onward, Fu Hao and Li Yuanba's mount, the swift white wolf, would also join them. Mao Qiu transformed into a voracious eater, consuming large bowls of food daily, insisting on meat to feel satisfied. Li Yuanba, too, had a hearty appetite, relishing his morning pastime of competing with Mao Qiu to see who could eat more swiftly. This spectacle became a source of amusement for many netizens on the JoJo planet. Each time they witnessed the man and his pet competing in a feast, it brought them great joy. However, with the addition of a mount, the swift white wolf, which could also eat, Li Yuanba felt as though he had become the lesser competitor. The meals were delectable, entirely organic and free from any pesticides, ensuring both health and taste. Eggs paired with milk brought daily delight. Su Fang's life was exceedingly comfortable, eliciting envy from countless individuals. Netizens on JoJo Planet expressed their desire to partake in Su Fang's pristine, pesticide-free food, free from any concerns regarding food safety. Eggs and milk, fresh and wholesome. While other lords merely filled their stomachs, Su Fang had already begun to savor life. Many envied Su Fang, surrounded by such formidable generals and powerful female heroes. With an inclination that Su Fang held a special fondness for this female general. Who could resist such a noble and striking heroine, even if she appeared somewhat aloof? Never having been seen smiling? That was what they called an elegant allure. Indeed, I found myself captivated by Fu Hao. Su Fang commenced trading with his friends, who had prepared an array of materials and exchanged a substantial quantity of food with him. He then placed the remaining golden food on the market. While the rations for the territory soldiers had already been separately allocated by Xiaohe, the number of soldiers in the territory remained insufficient, as there were numerous buildings in need of upgrading and construction. Thus, Su Fang began the upgrade of the barracks. Gold, 79,000. Wood, 79,000. Barak level, 1. Current level, LV, 81. Gold, 115,000. Wood, 115,000. Barak level, 1. Current level, LV, 90. Upon upgrading, the next step was to summon soldiers. Building, barracks. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV 90. Next level requires 120,000 gold, 120,000 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon one soldier. Currently able to summon 115,001, 1500. The number of soldiers in Su Fang's territory increased significantly, reaching a total of 34,000. However, these soldiers were primarily designated for resource gathering or various tasks within the territory. Although the talent market refreshed daily with new individuals, they were evidently insufficient to meet the population needs of the entire territory. The true guardians of the territory still relied on the 20,000 soldiers of the Assault Corps. As for the Medusa Barracks, Su Fang had his own plans. Male soldiers would be assigned to a certain commander, while the female Medusa soldiers would naturally fall under Fu Hao's command. Furthermore, these Medusa female soldiers would serve as Su Fang's personal guard. Fu Hao's primary task was to elevate her level first. Once she achieved a higher level, Su Fang would entrust her with the command of the Medusa female soldiers. With Fu Hao's capabilities, she would undoubtedly excel in leading these female warriors. After summoning the soldiers, Su Fang entrusted their management to Yu Fei, who was capable of organizing them effectively. This exemplified the advantage of having heroes. If Su Fang were solely responsible, he would need to oversee every arrangement in the territory personally, which would consume a significant amount of his time. The lords across the Lord's continent spend considerable hours managing various affairs of their territories, leaving only Su Fang with ample time to slay monsters and level up. This was one reason why Su Fang's level surpassed that of other lords. Not only was he formidable himself, but he also had the powerful Manhwaedit aiding him in monster hunting, ensuring he accrued substantial experience daily. However, as his level increased, so too did the experience required for advancement. To elevate his level within a short period, even defeating monsters of higher levels would demand considerable time. Currently, Su Fang had yet to encounter many groups of monsters, leaving him with no opportunity to utilize the scrolls in his possession. He retrieved a proof of the swordsman profession from the warehouse and, expending a considerable amount of mental energy, began the fusion process. Fused into a green swordsman profession proof. Fused into a blue sword warrior profession proof. A mutation occurred, and Su Fang curiously examined the changes in the profession. Item: Sword warrior profession proof. Quality: blue. Description: usable after reaching level 10 to transition to the sword warrior profession. Upon transition, wielding sword-type weapons inflicts 30 damage. After transition, higher quality profession proofs may be utilized for replacement. Su Fang found this satisfactory and continued to fuse for a higher quality. Fused into a purple sword warrior profession proof. Fused into a golden unique sword god profession proof. Another evolution. Su Fang was astonished. He examined the changes in this profession proof. Item: sword god profession proof. Quality: golden unique. Introduction: only after reaching level 10 can one utilize this vocational certificate to transition into the sword deity profession. Upon transformation, all attack damage is set to 100, with an additional skill damage of 100. This is currently the highest quality vocational certificate available. What an impressive vocational certificate. Su Fang was exceedingly pleased. He handed it over to Fu Hao, saying, "Take this and proceed with your class change." Fu Hao, upon seeing the vocational certificate, was taken aback and quickly replied, "My lord, is this not too precious? I cannot accept it. Rest assured, every hero shall possess one. It is not solely for you. Take it," Su Fang reassured her. "Thank you, my lord." After Fu Hao took the vocational certificate in her hands, she began to activate it. A golden radiance enveloped her, and she resembled a divine warrior descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura of sword energy. Once Fu Hao transitioned into the singular golden profession, her strength would undoubtedly amplify. Chapter 172, Gale, Ironclad White Wolf. Su Fang arrived at the black market shop to see what intriguing items were available today. A card caught his eye, a purple one at that. Moreover, it was a resource card of purple quality. Item: stone card. Quality: purple. Description: upon use, one may acquire 100,000 units of stone. Price: 1 million gold coins. 100,000 units of stone, priced significantly lower than the market rate, was an opportunity Su Fang could not overlook. Subsequently, he set out with Li Yuanba, Fu Hao, Mao Qiu, Shiling, his original personal guard, and over 100 Medusa soldiers towards the outside. Su Fang also took the opportunity to upgrade his vocational fusion, successfully fused into blue warrior profession. Although the profession remained unchanged, Su Fang was unwilling to relent and continued the fusion process. However, his mental energy was insufficient. Thus, he hunted monsters while waiting for his mental energy to replenish. Once restored, he resumed the fusion, successfully fused into purple warrior profession. The quality had risen, yet the profession still did not mutate. Su Fang remained unconvinced that he could not achieve a stronger profession, so he pressed on with the fusion. Successfully fused into the golden unique heavenly martial god profession. A radiant light enveloped Su Fang, and he felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him. A significant enhancement compared to before. The heavenly martial god. Merely the name of this profession was impressive. Elated, Su Fang examined the details of his new profession. Profession: heavenly martial god. Quality: golden unique. Description: all attack damage 100, additional skill damage 100, all skill levels set to 5. Su Fang was astonished. He had not anticipated such strength from this profession, especially the elevation of skill levels. He felt confident that with his current abilities, he could contend with even the most formidable monsters without resorting to golden quality sweet potatoes. "My lord, you promised to enhance my mount's quality," Li Yuanba addressed Su Fang. "All right, let's begin the process of upgrading your mount's quality," Su Fang responded. "Thank you, my lord." Li Yuanba beamed with joy, like a child. Su Fang's taming skill was merely of white quality, which he found unsatisfactory. Thus he commenced enhancing it. Fused into green quality taming technique. To his surprise, An anomaly occurred immediately upon fusion. Upon reviewing the taming technique data, he noted that it had only improved the success rate. Su Fang was not content with merely a green quality taming technique. After waiting for his mental energy to recover, he continued the fusion. Fused into blue quality taming technique. Fused into purple quality taming technique. Fused into golden quality taming technique. Su Fang began to investigate the changes that occurred after the taming technique reached golden quality. Skill, taming technique. Quality, golden. Level, LV6, success rate 600. Description, consumes mental energy to tame monsters. The weaker the monster's resistance, the higher the success rate. The success rate diminishes against monsters stronger than oneself. Truly a skill of golden quality, enhanced further by his profession that increases skill levels by 5, allowing this skill to grow stronger without the need for skill points. Su Fang set out to seek a boss to tame. The more powerful the monster, the stronger his pet would become upon evolution, just as Manhwaedit had. After a considerable time, Su Fang encountered a level 30 blue boss. After incapacitating it, he began the taming process. Taming failed. Taming failed. Despite the increased success rate of 600, taming a powerful boss was not a simple endeavor. For instance, if the success rate for taming a monster was 1 in 1,000, even with the additional 600, the success rate would only reach 7 in 1,000. Su Fang surmised this, as the inherently low success rate for taming monsters was a common lament among all lords. He invested 14 skill points to elevate the taming technique to LV20, still within the limits of his current skill points. The success rate of taming technique soared to 2,000. Tame. Successfully tamed the 30-level blue boss, Ironclad Beast. At last success. Upon awakening, the Ironclad Beast called out to Su Fang, now fully under his control. Su Fang nodded in satisfaction and began the quality fusion for the Ironclad Beast, successfully elevating its quality to purple by the afternoon, while Fu Hao had reached LV12. As Su Fang began to restore his mental energy, he waited until it was fully replenished before proceeding to fuse Li Yuanba's Gale White Wolf. Hoping to elevate its quality to a satisfactory level, Su Fang initiated the fusion. As his mental energy waned, the purple quality Ironclad Beast began to dissipate, merging entirely into the body of the Gale White Wolf. Fused into golden quality Gale Ironclad White Wolf. The Gale Ironclad White Wolf had undergone a complete transformation, resembling a full evolution, now adorned with a layer of white iron armor, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Its name had now become Gale Ironclad White Wolf, appearing as though clad in a set of white armor, emanating a formidable presence. My little white wolf has changed, haha. Li Yuanba gleefully beheld his mount, which had not only become more ferocious, but also taller and more imposing than before, exuding an extraordinary aura. Su Fang, content, remarked to Li Yuanba, "Are you satisfied now?" "Absolutely satisfied, thank you, my lord," Li Yuanba replied with a goofy smile. Su Fang turned to Fu Hao and said, "Upon our return to the territory, I will take you to see if there are any suitable mounts in the Mounts Prairie." "Thank you, my lord," Fu Hao responded. She indeed envied Su Fang and Li Yuanba for possessing such powerful mounts, aware that the Mounts Prairie refreshes a variety of mounts daily. Su Fang thought the day would conclude there, but a soldier approached to report, "My lord, a dungeon structure has been discovered." "Oh, how fortuitous. A dungeon structure as well. Let us go investigate." Su Fang was pleasantly surprised and promptly made his way to the dungeon's location. Moments later, Su Fang witnessed soldiers clearing a horde of monsters over level 30, with a dungeon structure nestled nearby. Additionally, a 35-level boss, the Earth Black Bear Spirit, stood guard. Su Fang commanded, "Quickly dispatch the monsters, then we shall enter the dungeon. Rest assured, my lord, I shall handle these monsters." Li Yuanba declared as he rode his Gale Ironclad White Wolf, wielding the drum gold hammer, charging into the fray. Mao Qiao, not to be outdone, lunged at the monsters as well. Fu Hao brandished her unparalleled sword and charged toward the monstrous foes. The sheer number of these creatures, formidable black bear beasts renowned for their defensive prowess and of green quality, posed a significant challenge for the average individual. However, faced with Su Fang and his companions, these black bear monsters were swiftly overwhelmed. Su Fang, wielding the Silver Moon Spear, lunged at the colossal Earth Black Bear and, with a single thrust, sent the remarkably defensive boss hurtling through the air. A pearlescent radiance enveloped the Silver Moon Spear as it launched a fierce assault upon the Earth Black Bear elite. Chapter 173, Level 30 Dungeon. Earth Split Slash. A surge of potent battle energy propelled the Earth Black Bear elite once more into the air. Despite its formidable defense, Su Fang's assault proved even more terrifying. Under such a powerful onslaught, he dispatched the Earth Black Bear elite without hesitation. Experience points, 650. Reputation, 105. The reputation gained from slaying the boss was indeed commendable, yet while boss encounters were scarce, one might not encounter many in a single day. While venturing into uncharted territories could yield more encounters, beyond that, luck was the only guide. However, Yu Fei had already devised a plan. All heroes would strive to capture the boss alive, thereby allowing Su Fang to accumulate additional reputation rewards. Other lords, despite contemplating similar strategies for reputation accumulation, found their soldiers lacking the requisite strength to execute such plans. As Su Fang approached, he discovered that the boss had dropped a green class certification, and not just any certification. Item: Earth Knight class certification. Quality: green. Description: can be utilized to transition into the Earth Knight class after reaching level 10. Upon transition, all defenses increase by 20. Higher quality spell class certifications may be used post-transition. This class scroll was exceptionally rare and valuable. Su Fang decided to keep it for now, contemplating whether to bestow it upon the heroes of the territory based on their preferences. Next, he turned his attention to two other items. One was a shield of blue quality. He scrutinized its attributes. Equipment: Black Bear Shield. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Equipment requirement: level 30. Attributes: Strength 10, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 5. For those who favored shields, this equipment was quite commendable. Su Fang entrusted it to one of his loyal guards, who had a penchant for using shields. "Thank you, my lord," exclaimed the guard, elated, for this was a blue quality item, indeed a rarity. Finally, Su Fang examined the last item, a blue skill tome. Also of a defensive type, a rare find. Skill: Earth Shield. Quality: blue. Description: requires the release of battle energy to utilize, forming a shield to deflect attacks. The more battle energy expended, the stronger the shield's defense. This skill was impressive, and Su Fang learned it, bolstered by his class bonuses, bringing the skill level to an initial rank of 6. Skill points: 1. Earth Shield Skill Level 1, current LV 7. Skill points: 1. Earth Shield Skill Level 1, current LV 20. Reaching level 20 required a mere 14 skill points. The boss had yielded 3 valuable items along with a substantial sum of gold. With the remaining monsters nearly eradicated, Su Fang gathered the boss's spoils, obtaining a 3rd-tier crystal core. Upon placing the crystal core into the dungeon's activation slot, the entire dungeon passage erupted with a brilliant light, initiating its activation. Shortly thereafter, a teleportation portal was fully formed. Su Fang examined the details of this dungeon. Dungeon: Demon Territory. Level: 25 to 35. Difficulty: Easy Hard. Entry requirements: must be level 25 or above. Players above level 40 cannot enter unless exploring. Description: each individual may enter twice a day, and parties may enter, limited to 5 members. The level 30 dungeon offered only 2 difficulty options, with little variation beyond the level changes. Su Fang announced in the group, "I have discovered the level 30 dungeon." After sharing the dungeon's information, he noted the swift response from a wealthy player. "The tycoon is too fast. I am still searching for the location of the level 20 dungeon. Don't mention it. I must be the most unfortunate, having yet to find the level 10 dungeon. My goodness, it has been several days, and you still haven't found it. You are indeed unfortunate. The level 30 dungeon means the tycoon will have 2 more opportunities for heavenly rewards. Wasn't this to be expected? In a few days, the tycoon will set his sights on the level 40 dungeon." After assembling Shiling, Fuho, Li Yuanba, and a soldier into a team, Su Fang proceeded into the dungeon portal. Upon entering, they found themselves beneath a gloomy sky, flanked by towering peaks, with only a single path leading forward. "My lord, shall I scout ahead?" Fuho inquired, experiencing her first venture into a dungeon. "No need. A mere level 30 dungeon poses no challenge for us. We shall advance unimpeded," Su Fang replied. "Rest assured with me. Li Yuanba, by your side. No harm shall befall you, my lord," Li Yuanba proclaimed from atop his mount, exuding confidence. Mao Qiu chimed in with a few barks, seemingly asserting, "I'm here too." Li Yuanba led the charge, with Mao Qiu closely behind. In short order, both halted, roaring at the peaks on either side. In the next moment, several arrows came hurtling towards Su Fang. Li Yuanba disdainfully swatted them aside, commanding, "Little White Wolf, charge ahead." Su Fang readied his weapon, poised to deflect the incoming arrows, but Fuho was swifter, wielding her unparalleled sword to knock the arrows down. Su Fang surveyed the enemies atop the peaks, spotting 6 peculiar figures with devilish horns, crimson eyes, and bows in hand. Monster: Little Demon. Quality: white. Level: 25. Skill: shooting. Description: the lowest tier of demons in the demon territory, possessing basic shooting capabilities. Su Fang swapped his silver moon spear for a blue bow, drawing it to its full crescent shape, and unleashed an attack on the little demons above. Whoosh! The arrow swiftly traversed the sky, striking the little demon with precision. Thud! As Su Fang's prowess grew, so too did his archery skills. Targeting these minions became nearly effortless, as he dispatched 3 with 3 arrows, leaving the left trio of little demons slain. Meanwhile, on the right, Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu had also finished their foes, collecting a bounty of gold. Continuing onward, a soldier behind them quickly gathered the spoils from the 3 fallen little demons. The path was rife with more little demons launching attacks. Observing this, Fuho seized Su Fang's bow and joined the fray, showcasing her impressive marksmanship, hitting each little demon squarely in the forehead. After eliminating over 100 little demons, the gorge became increasingly desolate, revealing a cluster of demon soldiers wielding swords and knives ahead. The number of these soldiers was modest, only a dozen or so, and they were merely level 36. Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu charged ahead, swiftly dispatching the demon soldiers with ease. After collecting their spoils, they pressed forward. Chapter 174, Slaying the Demon Leader. The level 30 dungeon, in contrast to the level 20 dungeon, featured a greater number of monsters, and correspondingly, they amassed significantly more experience points. The demon soldiers surged forth in relentless waves. Initially, there were merely a dozen, but soon they escalated to over 20. Li Yuanba, mounted upon the swift and ironclad white wolf, unleashed a terrifying ferocity, charging through the ranks of enemies with his formidable steed support. Each blow of his hammer sent the demon soldiers flying, none able to withstand the might of his strike. Not even a level 30 boss could endure his onslaught, let alone these lesser foes. Furthermore, Li Yuanba's mount was no ordinary beast. It possessed the prowess of a formidable entity, coupled with remarkable speed and the ability to unleash blade-like gusts of wind in the air. With each breath, the white wolf emitted razor winds that felled demon soldiers, while adorned in gear salvaged from prior skirmishes, enhancing its already formidable capabilities. In unison with the coordination between Li Yuanba and the white wolf, alongside the support of the formidable Mao Qiu, and with Su Fang and Fu Hao expertly raining arrows from a distance, their advance was swift and unrelenting. Su Fang, undistracted by the spoils of battle scattered across the ground, even amidst equipment that could have been of use, remained focused on progressing through the dungeon. Upon encountering a battalion of demon soldiers armed with lances, Li Yuanba's assault shattered their formation effortlessly. Faced with such a powerful hero, these creatures stood no chance. Even the scant attacks that reached the white wolf bore no consequence. The creature, clad in a layer of white iron armor, fortified by its equipment, exhibited an astonishingly resilient defense, rendering most attacks ineffectual. Having breached the ranks of the lance-wielding demons, they finally approached the boss. Before them loomed a colossal demon seated upon a throne, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and its horns resembling those of a bull, dark as night. Monster, Demon Lord. Quality white. Level 35. Skills, Earth-shattering strike, Demon's Lament. Description, the boss of the demon realm, wielding formidable strength. Before the boss stood over 40 demon soldiers. Without hesitation, Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu charged forward, Li Yuanba unleashing a potent dark battle aura that enveloped his weapon in formidable energy. Strike! He commanded as he leapt from the white wolf, wielding the battle aura-imbued golden hammer, and launched a fierce assault on the demon soldiers. Mountain-crushing hammer. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled violently, fissures cracking the earth like a spider's web. The overwhelming dark energy radiated outward, sending dozens of demon soldiers hurtling away from Li Yuanba's cataclysmic strike, obliterating all minions surrounding the demon lord. With a single maneuver, he had annihilated the lesser demons, propelling himself toward the demon lord. A furious roar erupted from the demon lord as it brandished its weapon and launched an earth-shattering strike at Li Yuanba. Yet, its attack proved futile against the might of Li Yuanba, who countered with a single hammer blow that sent the creature flying. Without delay, Li Yuanba advanced, executing the skill star-shattering hammer. With a thunderous impact, the demon lord's form was shattered, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. For Li Yuanba, dispatching a boss with 2 hammer strikes was a mere commonplace feat. Heavenly Down notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to conquer the level 30 dungeon. Rewards include 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation, and 4 skill points. Before Su Fang appeared a treasure chest, signaling the opportunity to draw rewards once more. Selecting one at random, Su Fang opened it to reveal a beautifully crafted piece of jewelry. Equipment, Crescent Moon Necklace. Quality white. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, none. Attributes, Stamina 3. Constitution, 3. Contemplating its potential, Su Fang produced several other items, seeking to enhance the quality of the Crescent Moon Necklace. Merged into green quality Crescent Moon Necklace. Merged into blue quality Crescent Moon Necklace. Equipment, Crescent Moon Necklace. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, all attributes greater than 10. Attributes, all attributes 10. Having transformed it into a rather exceptional item, Su Fang presented the necklace to Fu Hao, saying, "This piece is for you." Gratefully, Fu Hao accepted, responding, "Thank you, my lord." Subsequently, she handed over her own prize to Su Fang, saying, "This is what I obtained." Upon inspection, Su Fang discovered a white quality training card. Item, training card. Quality white. Description, upon use, accelerates training speed by 100 for 6 hours. A commendable item indeed. Yet Su Fang lamented the absence of surplus training techniques to utilize it optimally. "My lord, this is mine," Stone Spirit chimed, presenting his own reward to Su Fang. Li Yuanba too contributed the spoils acquired from the boss alongside his own findings. These were mostly standard items. The boss had yielded a warrior profession certificate, but nothing particularly extraordinary beyond that. They commenced gathering the spoils strewn across the battlefield, ultimately uniting with the remaining soldiers and transferring all items to Su Fang. The haul amounted to over 10,000 gold coins and more than 50 assorted pieces of equipment, a considerable bounty, though such riches were typical in the initial foray. Subsequent soldiers venturing into the dungeon would likely reap far less. My lord. Upon receiving Su Fang's message, Yu Fei hurriedly led the soldiers to the location. Their levels ranged between 25 and 30. Prior to entering the dungeon, Su Fang had already notified Yu Fei, and upon their arrival, he remarked, "This dungeon is significantly more formidable than the previous two. Initially, small demons will emerge." Su Fang meticulously detailed the dungeon's characteristics to Yu Fei, ensuring he was well prepared. After absorbing Su Fang's insights, Yu Fei began organizing the troops, instructing them to arm themselves with bows and shields, and designating higher quality soldiers to lead the charge. Although the dungeon's monsters were indeed powerful, with proper coordination, the soldiers could undoubtedly succeed. Following his directives, Su Fang once again descended into the challenging dungeon alongside several companions. The difficulty level of this dungeon surpassed that of the simpler ones. Both the quantity and quality of the monsters were heightened. Upon entry, they were confronted by 10 green quality level 25 small demons. After dispatching these smaller foes, they encountered more in similar numbers. While these minor demons posed little threat to Su Fang, they proved to be a more significant challenge for the ordinary soldiers. With the strength of the elite soldiers bolstered by their equipment and skills, clearing such a demanding dungeon was achievable but would require considerable time. However, before delving deeper, consuming golden quality food would certainly expedite their success. Since Yu Fei sought to prevent his soldiers from becoming overly reliant on the bonuses from golden food, he refrained from distributing such provisions. Su Fang, recognizing the rationale behind Yu Fei's strategy, accepted it without question. Yet, prior to embarking on the dungeon, soldiers were permitted to partake in golden food to enhance their safety and efficiency. Su Fang and Fu Hao continued to utilize their bows to eliminate the small demons flanking them, each foe falling before their coordinated assault along the mountain peaks. The range of attack from these little demons is far from a match for the two combatants. As for Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu, they are engaged in dealing with the demons on the right. Periodically, Shiling bestows blessings upon them, enhancing their output significantly. After overcoming the initial batch of 25 level green quality demons, they encountered a group of 26 level green quality demon soldiers. Li Yuanba charged in with brute force, while Su Fang and Fu Hao followed suit, wielding their weapons to engage fiercely. Under their relentless assault, the demon soldiers fell one after another. In this challenging dungeon, the experience points doubled and the drop rate soared, resulting in a substantial amount of equipment littering the ground. They pressed onward, meeting a contingent of 27 level demon spearmen and 28 level elite demons. Though these foes were stronger, they proved unable to withstand the onslaught. With a single strike of his mountain-crushing hammer, Li Yuanba obliterated a significant number of adversaries. Su Fang, brimming with battle energy, executed a earth-splitting slash, annihilating all monsters within a radius of several meters. Their formidable prowess soon led them to the boss. Before them stood a 30-level demon sentinel, accompanied by two 33-level demon captains. The green quality demon leader was considerably more formidable than its counterpart in the easier difficulty. As the monsters charged, Li Yuanba unleashed another mountain-crushing hammer, decimating a throng of demon soldiers. Mao Qiu advanced, dispatching several demon soldiers with ease. The Gale ironclad White Wolf released a blade of wind, slaying a few more demon soldiers, while Fu Hao and Su Fang joined the fray, launching an attack on the demon sentinel. The two demon captains proved to be quite powerful. One was pierced through by Su Fang's spear, while the other was swiftly dispatched by a single strike from Su Fang. As Su Fang turned his gaze to the demon leader, it charged toward him. Clang! Su Fang blocked the demon leader's attack with his spear, the tremendous force sending it staggering back several meters. Utilizing his battle energy, the Silver Moon spear became enveloped in a milky white aura. With his slashing skill activated, the milky white spear light pierced through the demon leader, embedding itself within the boss's body. Boom! The demon leader was struck by a terrifying energy assault, its body ravaged by the battle energy, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Level increased to 35, awarded 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Su Fang leveled up and quickly allocated his attribute points. He then approached to collect 5 items from the ground, 2 pieces of green quality equipment, a pair of boots, and an axe weapon, along with 2 white combat skill books and a green warrior class certificate. Additionally, there was a 3rd-tier crystal core and several hundred gold coins. As the surrounding minor monsters were cleared away, an announcement appeared. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to clear the 30-level hard difficulty dungeon, rewarded with 50 free attribute points, 50 reputation, and 5 skill points. It was time for the treasure chest. Su Fang chose the first box and opened the treasure chest. Whoosh! A radiant light flashed, and Su Fang examined the green quality blueprint before him. Item: Ceramic Workshop Blueprint. Quality: green. Description: requires 100 gold coins, 50 wood, and 50 stone. A ceramic workshop. Su Fang felt pleased. This workshop could be quite beneficial. Ceramics serve a significant purpose, capable of holding numerous items, and there is often a demand for them in the Lord's continent, yet no one is selling. My lord, I have obtained a barracks blueprint, Fu Hao said, handing the blueprint to Su Fang. Upon inspection, Su Fang reviewed the information on the blueprint. Item, Archer Barracks Blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 100 gold coins, 100 wood. Archers. Su Fang was somewhat surprised. Although the soldiers of the territory could learn to use bows, accuracy required practice. However, this barrack soldiers evidently did not need training and could be summoned as qualified archers right away. Su Fang decided to keep it for now. There were still 2 barracks in the territory that had yet to reach maximum level, and he would construct a new barracks after upgrading those. He then initiated the fusion upgrade on the Archer Barracks Blueprint. Fused into green quality Archer Barracks Blueprint. Fused into blue quality Divine Archer Barracks Blueprint. The blueprint had mutated. Clearly stronger than the previous archers, the exact strength would only be determined upon construction. Li Yuanba and Shiling also handed over their acquired items to Su Fang. Li Yuanba obtained a piece of green armor, while Shiling received a skill, a restoration-type skill nonetheless. Skill, Rejuvenation. Quality, green. Learning requirement, usable by priest-type professions. Description, consumes mana to quickly restore the target's injuries. This skill had many requirements, needing not only a priest-type profession, but also consuming mana. Since Su Fang currently lacked any spell-type cultivation techniques, he decided to store it for now. They began gathering the items from the ground, and once everything was collected, Su Fang gained around 50,000 gold coins and over 100 pieces of equipment. This was related to their luck. With high luck, more items dropped. Upon exiting the dungeon, Su Fang noticed Yu Fei still organizing soldiers outside for the next dungeon run. Upon seeing Su Fang emerge, he spoke, "My lord, I believe we should establish a base around several dungeons. Soldiers who meet the dungeon level requirement can come to run the dungeons after dinner, while during the day, they can continue hunting monsters in the wild." Su Fang found Yu Fei's suggestion quite reasonable and immediately agreed. "Very well, we shall proceed as you recommend." Su Fang took out the stone fence, building, and began constructing it in the area of the 30-level dungeon, upgrading it to level 10. Since it was merely a temporary base, there were no significant requirements. Thus, Su Fang constructed a blue quality wooden house, a green quality well, and a green quality toilet for the soldiers' rest. Afterwards, Su Fang instructed Fu how to return to the territory with the royal guards, while he rode Mao toward the next dungeon, with Li Yuanba trailing behind on his little white wolf. Upon completing the construction of the 2 dungeons, Su Fang returned to the territory, only to find it was already 7 o'clock. Chapter 176, Selling Tiles. Upon returning to the territory, Su Fang sought out a favorable location and took out the ceramic workshop blueprint. After considerable effort and expenditure of mental energy, he successfully fused it into a golden quality blueprint. 100 gold coins, 50 wood, 50 stone, successfully constructed a golden quality ceramic workshop building. A flash of light revealed a building radiating a golden glow before Su Fang. He entered to examine the interior, which housed various tools for crafting ceramics. However, Su Fang was curious about what materials would be consumed when the workshop was in operation. He inspected the workshop's documentation. Building, ceramic workshop. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV1. Next level requires 200 gold coins, 100 wood, 100 stone. Description, place crystal cores to operate the workshop. Consumes 100 gold coins to summon 1 ceramic craftsman, currently able to summon 0 to 10. Indeed, it required crystal cores to function. The territory was increasingly accumulating buildings that consumed crystal cores, especially these workshops, which would likely become significant consumers. Fortunately, with the presence of dungeons, they could obtain more crystal cores daily. Otherwise, these workshops would be unable to operate. Su Fang began upgrading. 200 gold coins, 100 wood, 100 stone, ceramic workshop, level 1. Current level LV2. 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 wood, 1,500 stone, ceramic workshop, level 1, current level LV20. For Su Fang, temporarily upgrading the ceramic workshop to level 20 suffices. Subsequently, Su Fang commenced the summoning of ceramic artisans. 100 gold coins, summoned a blue quality ceramic artisan. 100 gold coins, summoned a purple quality ceramic artisan. Building, ceramic workshop. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV20. Next level requires 3,300 gold coins, 1,650 wood, 1,650 stone. Description, place crystal cores to operate the workshop. Consumes 100 gold coins to summon 1 ceramic artisan. Current summoning capacity is 300,300. Su Fang retained some 3rd-tier crystal cores, which should sustain this workshop for a considerable duration. With the discovery of a level 30 dungeon, as soldiers begin to venture into it, the accumulation of 3rd-tier crystal cores will commence. Among the summoned ceramic artisans, 2/3 are women, which pleasantly surprises Su Fang. The more women present in the territory, the better. as it mitigates the risk of gender imbalance. However, producing ceramics is not a trivial task. It necessitates raw materials, primarily clay. Fortunately, Su Fang had previously acquired a substantial quantity of clay, and there are ample resources outside the territory. Additionally, the firing process of ceramics also requires materials like coal. Su Fang possesses plenty of such materials. Even several buildings necessitate coal, so there is no immediate cause for concern. After instructing the soldiers to transport the raw materials, Su Fang directed these ceramic artisans to produce large water tanks. The purpose of these large water tanks is solely for storing water or oil. Although the wolf fell in love with the sheep can extract oil, suitable containers are essential. Su Fang is well positioned to address this issue and thus intends to ramp up the production of water tanks. Given the global scarcity of water tanks, Su Fang seizes the opportunity to earn a significant profit. Once the matters concerning the ceramic workshop are settled, Su Fang noticed someone calling out to him in the group chat. "Rich man, do you have tiles? I wish to build a house, but I lack tiles, and no one in the world is selling them." Lonely Sword called out to Su Fang. Upon hearing this, Su Fang replied, "Indeed, I have quite a few. How many do you require?" "Wow, you really have them. I currently need several thousand units, and I will undoubtedly need more later." Lonely Sword responded, "Rich man, many people in the world wish to buy tiles, yet I see you aren't selling any?" "I have a lollipop," inquired. Su Fang quickly replied, "I haven't noticed anyone requesting tiles." It is naturally impossible for Su Fang to monitor world messages daily. Missing numerous announcements is entirely normal. You could make quite a profit now, as up to this point, no one has been selling tiles. Many people must have acquired brick houses, which are of superior quality compared to wooden houses, so demand should be high. Lonely Smoke remarked. Thereafter, Lonely Sword began discussing the specifics of the transaction with Su Fang. After reaching an agreement, Su Fang proceeded to sell tiles to Lonely Sword. Glancing at his tile workshop, Su Fang noted that this building remained of white quality and warranted an upgrade. As mental energy was expended and blueprints vanished, the tile workshop began to continuously merge and evolve. Successfully merged into a green quality tile workshop building. Successfully merged into a golden quality tile factory building. A transformation occurred, rendering the entire structure exquisitely beautiful. Upon entering, Su Fang observed that all the tools for tile production had been rejuvenated, akin to an upgrade. Moreover, machines requiring crystal cores for operation had emerged, resembling a modern assembly line where each individual need only operate a segment to create a complete industrial chain. Su Fang was exceedingly pleased and instructed the soldiers to retrieve some crystal cores for this establishment. Since there was a demand for tiles, Su Fang was poised to ramp up production significantly. He then began the process of upgrading this building. 1,200 gold coins, 1,200 wood, 1,200 stone, ceramic workshop, level 1. Current level LV 11. 3,000 gold coins, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, ceramic workshop, level 1, current level LV 20. The entire tile factory was sufficiently spacious for now, and Su Fang decided to maintain production at this level. Should tiles remain scarce in the market, he would consider further upgrades. Next, Su Fang commenced the summoning of tile artisans. 100 gold coins, summoned a purple quality tile artisan. 100 gold coins, summoned a golden quality tile artisan. Building, tile factory. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV 20. Next level requires 3,000 gold coins, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone. Description, a factory capable of producing tiles, utilizing various materials to create different types of tiles. Each consumption of 100 gold coins allows for the summoning of one tile artisan. Current summoning capacity is 300,300. Su Fang discovered that after upgrading the quality of this building, the variety of tiles produced had significantly increased, even allowing for the creation of glazed tiles, which are far superior to ordinary tiles. Upon closer inspection, Su Fang noted the extensive variety of tiles available, with differing materials yielding distinct types, such as black tiles, green tiles, and glazed tiles. Presently, Su Fang's demands are modest, as the inhabitants of the Lord's continent primarily require standard tiles. More advanced tiles can be manufactured later. Chapter 177. The Unmatched War God Lu Bu. Previously, Su Fang had stored a considerable number of tiles, and after addressing the matters of the tile factory, he began announcing in the world. Huaxiao Treasure Shop is selling tiles. Friends in need may come to purchase. Su Fang priced his tiles reasonably, neither exorbitantly high nor excessively low, at 20 gold coins per tile. You think it's too high? I am currently the only seller, and if you don't buy, someone else will. Moreover, there is a limited quantity. Once sold out, they will be gone. Su Fang calculated the cost of a single tile, estimating it at approximately 0.5 gold coins at maximum cost. Rounded up, a cost of 1 gold coin per tile seems quite reasonable. Thus, earning a profit of 19 times is also quite fair. Su Fang began observing the sales situation in his shop, and immediately saw someone commenting, "Damn, you're selling a tile for 20 gold coins? Are you trying to rob us?" Upon hearing this, Su Fang thought, "Aren't I effectively doing just that? Moreover, you are the ones extending your hands to me. I am simply the benevolent one, never initiating action. The world echoed with complaints. Damn, this heartless scoundrel sells a tile for 20 gold coins. Truly outrageous. A friend of mine wants to know where his tiles come from. They surely cannot be obtained from treasure chests. They must be produced, stemming from a specific building S function. Without that building, knowing how to construct it is utterly futile. Everyone, refrain from purchasing. Let his tiles rot in his hands. Seeing the multitude berate him, Su Fang found it entirely normal. After all, even if he were to sell tiles at 1 gold coin, could he expect gratitude from these people? I, Su Fang, am not coercing anyone to buy. You are perfectly free to produce them yourself. The question is, do you possess the means to do so? Those who lack the ability to produce yet incessantly chatter are the epitome of jealousy. Su Fang has never allowed such trivial matters to weigh on his mind. After all, those who excel inevitably attract envy from numerous quarters. As he observed the tiles he had listed gradually being purchased, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Regardless of the commotion they created, the essentials would still need to be procured. A few messages had come in from individuals wishing to exchange materials, and Su Fang deemed this a lucrative opportunity. He promptly accepted their requests. You have become friends with paying for electricity to shine. These lords were all remarkably talented, each naming their territories with impressive titles. Dear financier, I recently discovered an aluminum mine and extracted a small quantity. Would you be interested? Paying for electricity to shine inquired eagerly. Aluminum, while its immediate applications eluded him, was still something he would acquire. How much do you currently possess? Su Fang asked. Wonderful. Just what you need. I only have about 100,000 units. Paying for electricity to shine responded. Su Fang was taken aback. Have you sent everyone to develop aluminum mines? There was certainly a purpose for aluminum, and Su Fang was wise to stockpile these materials, but he intended to negotiate the price down as much as possible. Opportunities like this would not come often. After discussing the specifics, they established a long-term cooperative agreement. Su Fang acquired over 100,000 units of aluminum, compensating with a portion of gold coins, golden food, and tiles. Next, Su Fang added a second individual, who claimed to possess mercury. Upon hearing this, Su Fang was intrigued. For mercury is a valuable substance. Though toxic, when properly utilized, it could yield significant benefits. You have become friends with strawberry-flavored fairy. Su Fang was tempted to ask, is the strawberry-flavored fairy delicious? You've added me. Dear financier JPG strawberry-flavored fairy sent a tantalizing photo, which Su Fang merely glanced at. She appeared delightful, exuding a certain charm. Let us be straightforward, Su Fang stated. Strawberry-flavored fairy. What kind of pose does my dear brother desire? I can accommodate anything. JPG. She sent another alluring photo, prompting Su Fang to rate it 4 stars, withholding the last star out of concern for her pride. How much mercury do you have? Su Fang inquired. As much as you need. I could even gift you some. Dear brother JPG strawberry-flavored fairy continued to entice him. Su Fang aimed solely for a transaction. Yet she persistently sent enigmatic photos to allure him. A resolute man, Su Fang remained steadfast, merely admiring without faltering in his resolve. Through their conversation, he learned that mercury was not only challenging to mine but also perilous. A moment's lapse could lead to poisoning. The other party had already lost several soldiers in the process. Su Fang believed her not to be lying. Mercury was indeed highly toxic. I possess antidotes. Would you be willing to trade some for a portion of them? Su Fang proposed. Upon hearing this, she eagerly replied, if my dear brother agrees, then it shall be done, whatever you desire. In that case, I shall not be modest. Send me all the materials, Su Fang asserted. Strawberry-flavored fairy. I was merely jesting. You took me seriously. Su Fang, I am indeed serious. After an hour of negotiation, Su Fang and the enchanting fairy reached a trade agreement, exchanging his antidotes, golden food, and a considerable number of tiles. Time swiftly passed to 10 o'clock, and Su Fang returned to the Soul Hall to summon heroes. With sufficient administrative talents in his territory, he now sought to summon a martial hero. Familiar with this type, Su Fang already had a suitable candidate in mind. As he placed his hands upon the altar, a surge of spiritual energy began to coalesce, forming a celestial river of souls, akin to a bridge to another realm. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hero Lu Bu. The unparalleled warrior of the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bu, stood before him. Lu Bu pays his respects to the Lord. Lu Bu, robust and imposing, radiated an air of arrogance. Regardless of Lu Bu's character, he would not betray once summoned. Su Fang examined Lu Bu's attributes and was quite satisfied, leading him out of the Soul Hall. With ample soul energy remaining, he could summon several more heroes. However, due to the reincarnation hall, much of his soul energy had been absorbed. Su Fang proceeded to the equipment vault to find a complete set of armor for Lu Bu, then began forging weapons. As his mental energy waned, several green-quality weapons fused into a polearm. Holding this weapon, Su Fang felt immense satisfaction, naming it Fang Tian Hua Ji. Equipment, Fang Tian Hua Ji. Quality, Blue. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 35. Attributes, strength 35, stamina 10, constitution 5. Give it a try? Su Fang offered the Fang Tian Huaji to Lu Bu. Both Lu Bu and Shui Ringgui wielded the same polearm, and with identical base attributes. Their combat prowess was presumed to be on par. Yet, when it came to polearm users, Xiang Yu was the mightiest, a rare powerhouse who emerged once in millennia. Lu Bu wielded the Fang Tian Huaji with ease and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord." There were 2 others in the territory who also utilized polearms. Should you find the time, perhaps you could engage them in a friendly spar. A smile crept across Su Fang's face. Lu Bu was so proud. Believing himself to be the strongest in the world, Su Fang sought to teach him that there are always greater beings. With so many heroes in the territory, it was difficult to ascertain Lu Bu's true ranking in combat prowess. "Oh, I am very eager to witness this," Lu Bu confidently declared, convinced of his invincibility. Su Fang chuckled, knowing that once he encountered other heroes, Lu Bu would realize his limitations. Even Li Yuanba, who stood by Su Fang, could easily overpower Lu Bu. Not to mention Li Yuanba, even Wu Zhao could best Lu Bu, given her title bonuses, an advantage Lu Bu lacked. The absence of titles even for Xiang Yu illustrated that such distinctions were not easily attained. They say there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. With countless heroes throughout Chinese history, determining the premier warrior is a complex matter. Su Fang arrived at the reincarnation hall to resurrect fallen soldiers. Soul Energy 1000. Resurrect 1 white quality soldier. Soul Energy 1000. Resurrect 1 white quality soldier. Soldier after soldier emerged from the soul hall. Yet all their levels had reset to 0. Having exhausted all soul energy, he still had not fully resurrected all the soldiers, who continued to await Su Fang's revival within the soul hall. Su Fang began to list golden food for sale. Although the pace was slower than in previous days, buyers were never lacking. Shortly after listing, it was all snatched up. Su Fang commenced upgrading the ordinary golden barracks. Gold coins 200,000 with 200,000, Barrack level 1. Current level LV 100. After fully upgrading the barracks, Su Fang commenced the summoning of soldiers, bringing forth all available troops. Cost, 100 gold. Summon 1 blue quality soldier. Cost, 100 gold. Summon 1 blue quality soldier. Building, barracks. Quality, golden. Durability, 100. Level, LV 100. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon 1 soldier. Currently able to summon 20,000. Su Fang had successfully upgraded 2 barracks to their maximum level, and the next one to be upgraded would be the Medusa Barracks. Although there was still an ample supply of timber, other buildings also required upgrading, compelling a postponement until tomorrow. Only after fully upgrading the Medusa Barracks would Su Fang proceed with the construction of the Divine Archer Barracks blueprint. Su Fang then approached the wooden hut to fuse and evolve its quality. Successfully fused into a purple quality wooden hut. Successfully fused into a golden quality wooden hut. After fusing 1 golden wooden hut, Su Fang began its upgrade. Once completed, he returned to his chamber, took a refreshing bath, and then lay down to commence his cultivation. Utilizing a white quality cultivation card, accelerating cultivation speed by 100 within 6 hours. Due to a class change, the blue quality martial arts technique had received an additional 5 levels, significantly increasing the cultivation of battle energy. After 6 hours, Su Fang awoke. Battle energy, 43, 384, 338. A new day had dawned. After refreshing himself, he ventured outside where Xiang Yu approached him, stating, "My lord, last night I defended the territory against a wave of monsters, but they have since been eliminated. Heroes are assigned to guard the territory daily, as arranged by Yu Fei, and it was Xiang Yu's turn yesterday." He did not report the incident to Su Fang, since it was a matter they could handle without immediate oversight. "Oh, did many monsters attack last night?" Su Fang inquired. "Approximately 10,000, and they solely targeted the southern gate of the territory, which has been dealt with," Xiang Yu replied. "Currently, monsters do not adhere to a fixed schedule for their assaults. Sometimes they strike during the day, other times at night, leaving their appearances unpredictable. Often, they do not attack at all, yet the lords must maintain their defenses." Understanding this, Su Fang instructed Xiang Yu to ensure a thorough handover. This was something Yu Fei had already foreseen and conveyed to Su Fang, keeping everything well within control. Upon seeing Fu Hao arrive for a meal, Su Fang remarked, "After you finish eating, I shall assign you some tasks." Understood. Fu Hao, though curious, refrained from asking further. Begin. Li Yuanba and Mao Qiu commenced their competition in devouring their meals. At the sound of Li Yuanba's command, man and beast swiftly consumed the delectable dishes before them, while the small white wolf watched in astonishment at their voraciousness. After their meal, Su Fang led the group to the Mount's Prairie. Having encountered no suitable mounts the previous day, they returned to explore once more. Suddenly, a magnificent white steed with wings soared through the sky, radiating a sacred light, particularly accentuated by a blue horn upon its forehead, capturing everyone's attention. This winged horse, adorned with violet lightning, was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an air of purity akin to a celestial steed. "My lord, that horse has wings. I desire it," exclaimed Li Yuanba eagerly. "You already possess a mount. Do not covet this one. In the future, I shall bestow wings upon your white wolf. Su Fang replied. Oh, Li Yuanba nodded, then asked, when will that happen? Unlike other heroes who might hesitate to voice such desires, Li Yuanba was straightforward in expressing his wants. We'll discuss it later, Su Fang answered. Given Su Fang's ability to fuse, attaching wings was certainly within the realm of possibility. Su Fang gazed at the resplendent white steed. Its snow-white coat and singular horns strikingly handsome and instantly endearing. He examined the creature's attributes. Monster, unicorn. Quality, golden rare. Level, 30. Skills, thunderbolt, sky treader, sacred light storm. Sacred light sprint, sacred radiance restoration. Description, a remarkably pure and rare unicorn. It can only be obtained by those it recognizes, and cannot be tamed by force. Su Fang was astounded. This was indeed a golden rare unicorn with 5 skills. The crucial aspect was that it could not be forcibly tamed. Only through earning its recognition could one claim it. It seemed this unicorn would not be easily acquired. Viewers in the JoJo Star Planet livestream were equally astonished upon witnessing the unicorn. Wow, what a beautiful unicorn. I absolutely adore it. If only I could own such a unicorn, I would never have to drive again, and traffic jams would no longer be a concern. What a holy unicorn. I'm utterly captivated. How can such a stunning creature exist? Chapter 179, Champion Marquis. Su Fang remarked, that unicorn requires its master to be proactive in claiming it. There is no means of taming it forcibly. It will depend on who possesses greater charm. As his words fell, the unicorn soared above them before gracefully alighting on the grass, making its way toward Fu Hao. The unicorn called out to Fu Hao a few times, seemingly quite pleased. It ignored the other two entirely, choosing to acknowledge Fu Hao as its master. Su Fang believed this was due to Fu Hao's remarkable luck. My lord, it seems to be quite fond of me, Fu Hao said, gently stroking the unicorn, clearly enamored. This confirms you are its master. You now possess a mount. Su Fang stated. In that case, I shall name you by Shui, Fu Hao declared. Cheep cheep. The unicorn appeared delighted by this name, happily fluttering its wings and playfully nuzzling Fu Hao. Roar. Mao Qiao expressed its displeasure by growling at the unicorn, as if to say, hey, this is my territory. Keep it down. The unicorn responded with a few calls, retorting, what is your problem? I will call as I please. Thus, a spirited exchange ensued between the tiger and the horse, each seemingly unable to tolerate the other, yet neither resorting to conflict. The small white wolf observed quietly, remaining as silent as a well-behaved child. With Fu Hao now possessing a mount, Su Fang led her to the Medusa Barracks, gathering all the female Medusas, and instructed, from this day forth, your commander shall be this individual beside me, known as Fu Hao. You are to heed her commands henceforth. Yes. All the Medusas turned their gazes toward the striking Fu Hao, particularly captivated by the beautiful unicorn at her side, sparking their curiosity. However, the Medusa soldiers maintained their composure, refraining from speaking. Su Fang appointed Xiao Mei to assist Fu Hao and informed the Medusas that they would now serve as his personal guard. The position of the Lord's personal guard far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, and the Medusa warriors were filled with delight and joy. After concluding his instructions, Su Fang addressed Fu Hao. These Medusa warriors are now entrusted to you. Thank you, my lord. Fu Hao will not disappoint you, she replied, surprised by Su Fang's decision to allow her to lead the female soldiers, believing she would merely serve as Su Fang's personal guard henceforth. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanba quickly interjected, my lord, I wish to be a general as well. You ought to reconsider. You are better suited as a fierce warrior. If I were to place you in command of soldiers, you would likely charge headlong into battle without a thought for strategy, Su Fang declined. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanba seemed to grasp the reasoning, breaking into a smile and choosing not to elaborate further. After selling the provisions from the territory, Su Fang acquired a substantial amount of timber, enabling him to upgrade the Medusa Barracks to level 80 and summon all his soldiers. The male Medusa warriors were entrusted to Xiang Yu, while the female soldiers would be managed by Fu Hao. Su Fang then consumed several mutated food items, resulting in an increase of 3 points in spirit and 1 point each in strength and constitution. He proceeded toward the black market, where he observed an intriguing item, a blue scroll. Upon examining its details, he discovered it was a quest scroll. Item, quest scroll. Quality, blue. Description, a band of malevolent mountain bandits attempts to slaughter a town named Yunlong. Upon activation of this scroll, one can lead 1,000 soldiers to assist in repelling the bandit assault. The bandits range in level from 40 to 60, with the leader permitted to bring soldiers between levels 30 and 70. A substantial reward awaits upon completion of the quest. Price, 300,000 gold coins. Su Fang was astounded by the existence of a blue-quality quest scroll. The undertaking was undeniably formidable, given that the highest level of the bandits reached 60. He decided to purchase the scroll, pondering the opportune moment for its use. The soldiers of the assault camp currently averaged around level 30, meeting the quest requirements perfectly. Perhaps he would venture into the quest after a while, allowing his soldiers to strengthen further, as the bandits posed a significant threat. And he remained at a mere level 35 himself. After securing the scroll, Su Fang made his way to the Hall of Souls, where he summoned a notably renowned hero. As the light of souls coalesced once more, it felt as though he had awakened a slumbering paragon from the ancient legends of Huaxia. Congratulations on summoning the Golden Quality Hall hero, Huatsubing. At just 17, this legendary figure of the Han dynasty was celebrated alongside Wei Qing as the twin arms of the Han, safeguarding the empire's borders from the Xiongnu for countless years. Huatsubing pays homage to the Lord, he declared, his handsome visage and lively demeanor reflecting an inquisitive nature as he discreetly observed Su Fang. Follow me, Su Fang instructed, leading Huatsubing away from the Hall of Souls. He equipped him with a set of armor and fused a blue sword for him, naming it Sword of the Broken Army. Thank you, my lord. Huatsubing responded gratefully. Su Fang then produced a warrior class certificate, initiating its fusion. Fusion resulted in a green quality warrior class certificate. Fusion resulted in a golden quality divine warrior class certificate. A golden divine warrior certificate. Fortune smiled upon him. As the previous day, he had also fused a class certificate, albeit a mere ordinary warrior type, which he had not allocated to Fu Hao. This certificate was retrieved from the storeroom, a spoils acquired by other heroes. He promptly handed the certificate to Huatsubing, who swiftly transitioned into this divine warrior class, significantly augmenting his prowess. Let us venture outside to gain experience together, Su Fang proposed. Understood. Huatsubing responded, following closely behind. Fu Hao, meanwhile, needed to familiarize herself with the abilities of the Medusa female soldiers and prepare them for training, thus did not accompany them. Su Fang, along with Li Yuanba, Huatsubing, Shi Ling, Mao Qiao, and hundreds of elite guards, departed the territory in pursuit of monsters to slay and level up. They first arrived at a level 30 dungeon, where they found Yu Fei still present. My lord, you've arrived, Yu Fei greeted. What is the situation? How are the gains? Su Fang inquired. Clearing the dungeon on hard difficulty requires considerable time, but overall, the rewards have been satisfactory, surpassing those from wild monsters, Yu Fei replied. There's no need to rush. Our territory is in dire need of crystal cores. We must delve into the dungeon, but you need not remain here to oversee it, Su Fang reassured him. I merely wish to assess the dungeon's conditions. I believe I have observed enough and shall take my leave, Yu Fei stated. After conversing with Yu Fei for a while, Su Fang entrusted Huatsubing to him, confident that Huatsubing could not participate in the level 30 dungeon. He would benefit from learning alongside Yu Fei. Su Fang and his companions then re-entered the dungeon. In Chapter 180, titled Ice Crystal Stone, the level 30 dungeon posed little challenge to Su Fang and his group. They completed the easy difficulty in under 10 minutes, with most of that time spent walking and collecting loot. The hard difficulty required only a few additional minutes. The monsters posed no substantial threat to Su Fang. The overall loot from the 2 dungeon runs was meager, yielding fewer than 10 pieces of equipment, a stark contrast to the previous day's bountiful spoils. However, Su Fang was pleased to receive 2 experience cards, which, upon usage, would grant an additional 10 experience points for 1 hour. Upon fusion, they transformed into golden quality cards. Item, experience card. Quality, golden. Description, upon use, grants 100 experience points within 1 hour. With 2 golden cards at his disposal, Su Fang could double his experience gains. Regrettably, he sought a monster-rich location for their use, unwilling to squander such valuable resources. Hence, he refrained from utilizing them until he could find an appropriate setting. After completing the dungeon, Su Fang and his entourage set out toward areas populated with higher-level monsters, determined not to miss the fiery wolves. As fire crystals were crucial materials for enhancing the functionality of crystals, Su Fang had also been acquiring other elemental crystals globally, but with limited quantities. He had not yet fused the crystals, and continued to merge these elemental stones instead. Suddenly, a video call from Lung Qinghua illuminated Su Fang's screen. He accepted the call, greeted by her exquisite and delicate visage. She possessed a classic oval face, skin as white as jade, and long eyelashes, all without any adornment or makeup. Beautiful one, what brings you to contact me? Su Fang inquired, knowing she would not initiate a conversation without a purpose. Were you not seeking to acquire crystals? I have encountered a type of ice element monster, called the ice bear, which is a green quality creature. Not only does it possess high defense, but it can also unleash ice energy attacks. There are quite a few of these monsters, and upon defeat, there is a substantial chance of obtaining ice crystals. If you require them, I can hunt these creatures, Lung Qinghua explained, panning the camera to reveal a distant group of monsters releasing icy energy against the backdrop of a frigid environment, starkly contrasting Su Fang's surroundings. Su Fang nodded eagerly. Ice elemental crystals are indeed necessary. However, dealing with such monsters should not be easy for you. After consuming the golden food, it's manageable, though not highly efficient. The number of these monsters is considerable, and this area is filled with ice element creatures, all appearing to be above level 30, she responded. Having just arrived in this location to level up, Lung Qinghua promptly inquired about the attributes of the monsters upon noticing them. Ice element monsters primarily utilize magical attacks. Here, I have some watermelons that boost magical defense, take them and consume them first. Su Fang traded the golden watermelon he possessed to Lung Qingyue, agreeing that the price would be settled once she collected a sufficient amount of ice crystal stones. Lung Qingyue indeed required enhancements to her magical resistance, and this golden quality watermelon would serve her well. "May I inquire what you intend to do with so many crystal stones?" she asked, observing your shop. "It appears you are continually gathering various crystal cores. Following the emergence of dungeons, the prices of these cores have plummeted, yet you persist in their acquisition. Surely, their purpose extends beyond merely upgrading crystals." Lung Qingyue, being an astute woman, sensed that Su Fang had ulterior motives behind his procurement of these various crystal cores and stones. It is worth mentioning that these items can serve as energy sources for many constructions, akin to generators. "I trust this illustrates their significance," Su Fang explained. Lung Qingyue, being shrewd herself, was already in the process of collecting these items, albeit uncertain of their exact uses. Nevertheless, she felt that gathering them would not be in vain. Upon hearing Su Fang's words, she realized her judgment was correct. The value of these crystal cores was indeed immense. Though currently they could only be stored, they would surely become scarce commodities in the future. These cores were equivalent to energy, and the importance of energy is self-evident. However, Su Fang mentioned that he was uncertain of the utility of those energy stones beyond the cores. He collected them solely out of necessity. This was no fabrication on Su Fang's part, as he possessed the unique ability to fuse crystals, a talent unparalleled by others. Despite this, Su Fang believed these stones must hold some significance, perhaps akin to that of energy, though he had yet to encounter any structures that utilized them. Lung Qingyue had her suspicions, but found herself with no immediate need for these stones. She decided to sell them to Su Fang, knowing she could return to hunt the ice monsters for more stones whenever necessary. Geographical differences resulted in varying monster attributes across regions. In Su Fang's locale, ice-type monsters would not manifest, whereas Lung Qingyue resided in a distinctly colder environment. She mentioned that her area should be abundant with ice-type monsters. As it was situated further from the sun, they lacked a comprehensive map of the Lord's world and were unaware of their exact positions. They could only infer their distances based on their environments. Su Fang's friends were scattered across diverse landscapes, some in sweltering forests, others in deserts, near the sea, on islands, or in vast plains. Each individual inhabited a unique location, and it remained uncertain whether they would ever reunite. Their relationships evolved from strangers to friends, mutually supporting, assisting, and trading items of necessity. A group chat fostered their camaraderie and friendship, and those whom Su Fang invited to the chat were individuals of commendable character and trustworthiness. He would not tolerate anyone disrupting the harmony of the group. If discovered, they would not only lose Su Fang's friendship, but also face expulsion from the chat. Conflict among them was inconceivable. They coexisted harmoniously, often becoming friends in private as well. While Su Fang and Lung Qingyue were engaged in video calls, they hunted monsters together, finding joy in their conversations. After an hour, they ended the call, and Lung Qingyue began hunting ice-type monsters to collect ice crystal stones, while Su Fang swiftly cleared the fiery wolves to obtain fire crystal stones. Each day, he amassed hundreds of fire crystal stones from these fiery wolves, as their numbers and drop rates were consistent. After concluding his hunt, Su Fang continued to explore, hoping to locate a level 40 dungeon. Such a dungeon would undoubtedly be within the realm of level 40 monsters, yet its precise location required diligent searching. Chapter 181. Utilizing the Fire Sea Scroll. The further they ventured into the wild, the broader the area they needed to explore, which would demand considerable time. Other soldiers, being of lower levels, could only engage level 30 monsters, while only the heroes of the territory could safely hunt those above level 40. Su Fang headed towards a mountain, curious if he might discover greater rewards in that direction. Soon, they encountered a group of monkey-like monsters, highly agile and bothersome, as they climbed trees with ease, making them difficult to hunt. Li Yuanba detested these monkeys, as they would hurl stones and fruits at them from various directions, indeed proving quite vexing. Monster, forest monkey, quality, white, level, 45, skills, climbing, jumping. Description, an exceptionally nimble monkey capable of navigating through intricate forests. The forest monkeys boasted a surprisingly high level of 45. Su Fang instructed his guards to switch to bows and arrows and launch an assault on the monkeys. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several monkeys were struck and fell from the trees. Li Yuanba swiftly leaped toward the towering trees, attacking the bothersome monkeys. Boom. Li Yuanba's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, capable of shattering branches with ease. Occasionally, one could observe sections of trees being brutally snapped by his strikes. The forest monkeys that were hit suffered grievously, falling victim to Li Yuanba's formidable might, and it seemed they recognized his threat, beginning to retreat. Humph. You may have escaped swiftly, but if not, I, Li Yuanba, would have exterminated all of you monkeys. Li Yuanba exclaimed in exasperation as he watched them flee. Hearing this, Su Fang burst into laughter. Li Yuanba, your statement is rather amusing. If you refer to a group of monkeys as their grandfather, does that not make you a monkey as well? Hee. Shirling chuckled, and the guards behind her joined in, finding Su Fang's remark quite insightful. Li Yuanba paused, seemingly pondering this conundrum, muttering, I am not a monkey. He clarified to Su Fang, My lord, I am not a monkey. I will no longer be the grandfather of monkeys. Laughter erupted once more. And viewers of Su Fang's livestream on the Jojo planet found Li Yuanba's words equally amusing. Although Li Yuanba was immensely powerful, expecting him to possess the mental agility of others was somewhat unfair. Noticing others laughing, Li Yuanba continued to clarify, I am truly not a monkey. I am a human. Enough, enough. I did not imply you were a monkey. I was merely jesting, Su Fang replied, well aware of Li Yuanba's earnest nature. They pressed onward and soon discovered a plethora of fruits. Shirling remarked, My lord, these wild fruits are the food of those forest monkeys. They should be non-toxic. Su Fang inspected the information and found a substantial quantity of wild fruits, all serving as sustenance for the forest monkeys. This area was evidently their territory. And upon seeing Su Fang and his companions approach, many forest monkeys charged at them once more, preparing for battle. The number of forest monkeys this time was considerable, prompting Su Fang to utilize the Golden Experience card. Using Golden Quality Experience card, gain 100 experience points within 1 hour. Su Fang and his guards readied their bows, launching a barrage of arrows at the forest monkeys. With impeccable accuracy, Su Fang struck down one monster after another. The stone spirit once again unleashed a myriad of auxiliary lights, directing them towards Su Fang, Li Yuanba, Mao Qiu, and the White Wolf, as well as the elite guards. The White Wolf and Mao Qiu charged forward towards the forest monkeys with fervor, under the blessing of the stone spirit. Both the White Wolf and Mao Qiu experienced a significant boost in their speed. The White Wolf opened its mouth, releasing a series of sharp azure wind blades that struck down the forest monkeys one after another. Mao Qiu, lacking long-range skills and finding flight cumbersome in the dense forest, resorted to soaring up into the trees before pouncing upon the unsuspecting monkeys. Mao Qiu's prowess in close combat was formidable. The forest monkeys stood little chance against it, falling victim one after another. However, the sheer number of these monkeys was staggering. Su Fang, upon surveying the multitude of creatures surrounding him, at least 10 to 18,000, was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, Have I stumbled into a monkey's den? Nevertheless, Su Fang harbored no concerns. The abundance of monsters in this locale presented an excellent opportunity for leveling up. Indeed, he had ventured into the very heart of the monkey's lair, where a relentless tide of forest monkeys surged toward him. The soldiers had already armed themselves, systematically dispatching the incoming monkeys. Amidst the soldiers stood the stone spirit, whose offensive capabilities were minimal, merely functioning as an unclassed support. Observing the chaos with a satisfied grin, Su Fang produced a scroll, the Fire Sea Scroll that he had fashioned into a blue-quality artifact. This scroll wielded the power of expansive magic, perfectly suited for confronting such a multitude of adversaries. As he cast the Fire Sea Scroll, a terrifying wave of flames erupted, transforming the surrounding area into an inferno. The ferocious fire ignited every tree within the scroll's radius, condemning them to a fate of combustion. Remarkably, any trees outside the scroll's influence remained untouched, an anomaly, for flames typically spread outward. It was as though some arcane power restrained these flames, preventing a catastrophic forest fire. Su Fang recognized this as a manifestation of the heavenly laws. Since these scrolls would not incite a forest blaze, he felt a sense of reassurance. Calling back Mao Qiu, Li Yuanba, and the White Wolf, Su Fang, now the epicenter of the inferno, hurled another Fire Sea Scroll into the surroundings. Beyond their immediate vicinity, the landscape morphed into a world engulfed in flames, reminiscent of a raging wildfire. The agonized cries of the monkeys echoed as they were consumed by the flames, all succumbing to the fiery abyss. Level increased to 36, awarding 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Su Fang's level ascended swiftly, with Mao Qiu experiencing a similar surge, especially since Su Fang had utilized an experience card, resulting in a doubling of experience points. This method of leveling was exceptionally effective. Any low-level scrolls could be fused into higher-tier versions, amplifying their potency. However, such scrolls were not abundant, and Su Fang possessed only a few hundred. Nevertheless, he could use them for a considerable duration. Level increased to 37, awarding 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Another level gained. Such rapid advancement was astonishing. It was unclear how many forest monkeys had perished in the wake of these Fire Sea Scrolls. The power of this scroll is formidable, the stone spirit remarked in awe. While indeed powerful, it could not be recklessly employed. Such scrolls were best reserved for areas teeming with monsters, and this was his first time utilizing such an artifact. Su Fang mused that if he could return daily to incinerate a horde, he would swiftly climb the ranks. With each level gained, he immediately began expending mental energy to fuse other items, unwilling to let any of it go to waste. Level increased to 38, awarding 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Chapter 182, Golden Quality Boss. The rate of leveling was astoundingly rapid. Regrettably, only Su Fang and Mao Qiu could partake in the bountiful experience, with Mao Qiao now reaching level 39, surpassing Su Fang. He even speculated whether this sequence of actions might propel him directly to level 40. Level increased to 39, awarding 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Su Fang was genuinely astonished by the sheer number of monkeys present, amplified by the double experience effect, enabling him to ascend several levels. He also discovered that he had accrued considerable prestige, indicating that among the charred remains of the fallen, there were several boss creatures. This was a delightful surprise. However, his leveling journey had reached a temporary halt, as the power of the Fire Sea Scroll had dissipated. With its influence gone, the trees around him ceased to burn, leaving them charred and blackened, reminiscent of having been scorched by intense flames. Although the trunks remained standing, their foliage had vanished, residual heat still lingering in the air. The ground was littered with the charred corpses of the forest monkeys, a savory aroma wafting through the forest. This was the decree of the heavenly laws. Had the scroll been unleashed on the Jojo planet, an entire forest would have been consumed in flames. Time to collect the spoils. Su Fang directed his soldiers to gather the spoils of war. With so many monsters defeated, the loot must be plentiful. The coins scattered on the ground felt warm to the touch, and their quantity was substantial. Each forest monkey yielded a coin value ranging from 10 to as much as 20. Numerous pieces of equipment were also uncovered. The vast number of monsters resulted in the recovery of several hundred items, including over a dozen green quality pieces and a handful of crafting and combat skill scrolls. Notably, a profession certification emerged, likely dropped by one of the unfortunate boss creatures. However, Su Fang was perplexed to find that this area contained not a single treasure chest, not even a white one, an anomaly in a newly explored locale, one he had never encountered before. He speculated that perhaps the heavenly laws had confiscated all treasure chests or deemed them unnecessary for the future. The scorched landscape took half an hour to scour for loot. The harvest was substantial. The numerous forest monkeys accounted for Su Fang's impressive level gains. Tomorrow, the area would refresh, allowing him to return for another round of experience. Continuing onward, Su Fang departed from the fire-ravaged forest. After traversing a considerable distance without encountering any monsters, he concluded that the previous inferno had likely frightened them away. It was not until they reached the foot of a mountain that they spotted the forest monkeys once more, alongside an enormous monkey king. This formidable creature towered over the others, reminiscent of King Kong from the movies, with a physique that exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance. Most notably, the Monkey King was surrounded by a congregation of hundreds of treasure chests, white, black iron, bronze, and even silver chests the likes of which Su Fang had never seen before. These chests were arranged to form a throne, upon which the Monkey King sat, embodying the essence of royalty. Su Fang immediately comprehended the situation. The monkeys had gathered all the treasure chests within their domain, explaining the absence of chests earlier. Additionally, he noticed that before the Monkey King, 2 more boss creatures stood guard. One was a level 45 green boss, while the other was a level 45 blue boss. Su Fang gazed upon the colossal Monkey King, whose prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, it exuded an impressive aura of intimidation. The crucial factor, however, was the quality of this Monkey King. Goodness! It possessed a golden quality. Su Fang was astounded, for this was the first golden quality boss he had ever encountered. He immediately examined the details of this boss. Monster, Diamond Monkey King boss. Quality, golden. Level, 50. Skills, Mighty Fist, Taishan Fist, Mountain Crushing Fist, Diamond Body, Diamond Strength. Description, the King of Monkeys. Supreme leader of the Monkey Monarchs, possessing terrifying combat prowess. Upon witnessing the attributes of this boss, Su Fang was utterly taken aback. A level 50 golden quality boss. The viewers in the JoJo Star Planet livestream were equally astonished. Wow, this boss is incredibly powerful, possessing 5 skills. Goodness, a golden quality boss is truly fearsome. Could Su Fang contend with it? There was a significant level disparity. It wouldn't be an easy foe. The Monarch of Monkeys, a veritable fighter among its kind. In addition to this boss, numerous forest monkeys surrounded the area, presumably the survivors from before, many of whom bore injuries. Su Fang even spotted a monkey whose fur had been nearly singed off, rendering it a hairless primate. Several monkeys were charred, their fur blackened. Had it not been for the flame scroll, Su Fang knew that venturing here would have been far more daunting. Chuckling to himself, Su Fang remarked, "After saving these scrolls for so long, they are finally coming into play." He produced a few more scrolls, declaring, "This is a golden quality boss. A rare encounter that must not escape. I shall utilize this Thunder Scroll." This Thunder Scroll, originally of green quality, had been fused into a blue one by Su Fang. It was a single target attack scroll, with power significantly surpassing that of area effect scrolls. However, upon observing the boss, he felt a tinge of insecurity and began expending considerable mental energy to fuse it into a purple scroll. Though he consumed a fair number of scrolls, every effort was justified in the pursuit of vanquishing that golden boss. Su Fang once again activated a golden experience card, casting forth a blue area effect scroll. This time a storm scroll, rather than a flame scroll. As the scroll was activated, torrents of violent storm energy erupted forth. The terrifying tearing force unleashed from the scroll surged forward, sweeping through the forest monkeys, tearing them apart and slaying them. The sharp storm energy relentlessly shredded the bodies of these creatures. Those caught in its path were swiftly annihilated. Against such overwhelming storm power, the creatures had no means of resistance. The storm scroll ravaged a vast area, creating a cataclysmic vortex that obliterated all monsters within its reach. The forest monkeys attempted to flee, but their speed was no match for the ferocity of the storm. The roars and howls of the monsters intermingled with the sounds of the tempest, echoing throughout the entire forest. As the monsters perished, Su Fang's experience points surged once more. With the accumulation of experience points, his level ascended yet again. Level increased to 40, gaining 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Heavenly Dao notification. The Lord of Huaxia City is the first in the world to reach level 40, rewarded with 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, and 1 building lottery chance. Chapter 183, The Valiant Diamond Monkey King. Upon hearing this, the entire Lord's continent collectively experienced a moment of bewilderment. Level 40? Is this Huaxia City Lord cheating? I just reached level 20, and he has soared to level 40 so quickly. Don't you all see the changes in the level rankings? This Huaxia City Lord surged from level 35 to level 40 in just 1 hour. How on earth did he accomplish that? The speed of his ascent is astonishing, akin to flight. I suspect he utilized some powerful scroll. However, I have never seen a scroll above blue quality. This wealthy individual must have employed a scroll of blue quality or higher to achieve such rapid advancement. There was a sudden spike in the prices of scrolls across the Lord's continent, doubling in value as demand surged. However, these items were not as common as cabbages. The availability of scrolls was limited. Even among the lords, few would part with their scrolls, preferring to keep them for survival or to tackle high-level bosses. Given the scarcity of scrolls, especially those of green quality or above, there was hardly any market supply. The sudden 5-level increase by Su Fang further illuminated the significance of scrolls to everyone. In the friend group chat, all were astounded. Wealthy Lord, your leveling speed is astonishing. Tell us honestly, did you use scrolls? From level 35 to 40 in an instant. Are you flying? Woe is me, the gap is too vast. I'm still only at level 25. Having leveled up again and received a reward from the Heavenly Dao, Su Fang efficiently allocated his attribute points. In response to the astonished voices in the chat, he replied, Indeed, I utilized scrolls, but I also employed experience cards. Otherwise, do you think I could truly soar? The combination of blue quality scrolls and golden quality experience cards made reaching level 40 quite reasonable. After level 40, the experience required for further advancement increased significantly, and the remaining monsters would not suffice for additional leveling. The 2 lower-level bosses were also caught in the onslaught of the Storm Scroll, yet they survived, after all. Such scrolls were not continuous effects, merely a singular wave. While the lesser monsters could not withstand the scroll's terrifying power, the bosses endured, albeit with diminished capacity. Now devoid of lesser threats, Su Fang addressed his loyal guards, saying, You need not intervene with this boss. It is beyond your capability. Li Yuanba, join me. Yes, my lord. Li Yuanba was undaunted, feeling exhilarated at the prospect of battling such a boss. The Monkey King, eyes blood-red with fury, glared at Su Fang. Incensed by the annihilation of all its kin, the blue-quality Storm Scroll had no impact on the Monkey King, whose defenses were formidable, akin to diamond, radiating immense resilience and explosive power. With a thunderous roar, the Monkey King unleashed its royal fury, a violent aura erupting from its form as it leapt forward, its colossal fist glowing with a golden radiance. Before Su Fang could react, it unleashed its skill. I've been waiting for you. Su Fang, recognizing the threat, swiftly activated the purple thunder scroll. The aura of this boss was overwhelmingly formidable. Defeating it would not be trivial. The purple scroll soared towards the Diamond Monkey King, rupturing to reveal a terrifying burst of purple light, emanating a wave of devastating energy. Crack! A formidable thunderous power emanated from the scroll, its violet energy coalescing into a bolt of lightning the size of an arm, hurtling fiercely towards the Diamond Monkey King. Upon witnessing this, the Diamond Monkey King's eyes widened in terror. A profound sense of impending doom washed over it, prompting an immediate eruption of its inner diamond divine power, enveloping its form in a radiant golden glow and manifesting a golden divine monkey. Roaring with fervor, the Diamond Monkey King's eyes turned blood red, and a frenzied energy surged forth, forming a crimson beam that intertwined with the golden light, resulting in a magnificent blend of gold and red. Activating 2 formidable abilities, the Diamond Monkey King entered a berserk state, effectively doubling its defenses. With its full combat prowess unleashed, the Diamond Monkey King harnessed its diamond power, ascending to a higher tier of strength before unleashing its most formidable attack, the Mount Tai Fist. With a fist reminiscent of Mount Tai itself, it contained an overwhelming energy of gold and red, striking out towards the approaching thunderbolt. The Diamond Monkey King displayed unparalleled courage, defying the purple scroll conjured by Su Fang without a hint of retreat, and instead, proactively engaging in an assault against it. All eyes were riveted on this moment. Su Fang, Li Yuanba, Shiling, Mao Qiu, and all the surrounding guards watched in tense anticipation. In the live broadcast room on the planet Jiuzhou, viewership surged to unprecedented heights as word of Su Fang's confrontation with the Golden Boss spread, drawing countless spectators. The audience remained transfixed, eager to witness whether the valiant Diamond Monkey King could withstand the formidable might of the scroll. The Diamond Monkey King's fist surged towards the violet lightning, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A blinding divine light erupted, enveloping the entire broadcast room in a resplendent purple-gold radiance, its intensity overwhelming, sending shockwaves in all directions. Even Su Fang found himself forced back a distance, seeking refuge behind a massive ancient tree. The terrifying energy radiated outward from the Diamond Monkey King, obliterating the ancient tree at its core, reducing it to mere dust. This energy was indeed too fearsome for any ordinary individual to withstand. Su Fang had greatly underestimated the golden quality boss. It was not a foe to be trifled with. This boss, akin to a king, was astonishingly powerful, capable of directly confronting the violet quality scroll. This had long surpassed Su Fang's expectations. He had presumed that this attack would suffice to eliminate the Diamond Monkey King. However, in that moment, Su Fang's confidence wavered, perhaps even severely injuring it would prove challenging. Thud! A violent tremor reverberated, and Su Fang sensed a significant disturbance, as if something had collapsed to the ground. The Diamond Monkey King had fallen, yet Su Fang did not receive any notification of experience points. The boss was still alive. Quickly, he leapt onto an ancient tree to survey the condition of the Diamond Monkey King. Chapter 184. A boss of astonishing strength. The Diamond Monkey King lay prostrate, its form still wreathed in golden red light, its fists battered and dripping with blood. This revelation left Su Fang astounded. This was a purple scroll, yet it had only managed to inflict injury upon the Diamond Monkey King. The golden quality boss was indeed formidable. Su Fang was taken aback by the stark contrast between the purple and golden quality bosses. Just then, the Diamond Monkey King opened its eyes, and a sense of foreboding gripped Su Fang. He felt ill-equipped to contend with it. Even with Li Yuanba's assistance, facing a level 50 golden boss seemed a daunting prospect. Without hesitation, Su Fang instructed his guards, "Return and inform Yu Fei to summon all the heroes of the territory." Yes, the guards promptly turned back to relay the message, leaving only Shiling and a few protective guards by his side. Su Fang turned to Li Yuanba, saying, "We must hold off this Diamond Monkey King until reinforcements arrive. My lord, let me test just how strong this Diamond Monkey King truly is. I can handle it," Li Yuanba declared, brimming with confidence. "Do not act rashly. This Diamond Monkey King is no ordinary foe," Su Fang cautioned. The fact that even a single target attack scroll of purple quality could merely wound it, rather than vanquish it, indicated that annihilating the Diamond Monkey King would not be a simple task. Roaring once more, the Diamond Monkey King rose, bared its teeth, and let out an enraged cry, pounding its chest as if challenging Su Fang. "Come on then, if you dare. My lord, this beast dares to provoke you. Allow me to teach it a lesson," Li Yuanba exclaimed, brandishing his drum hammer with fervor, a black battle aura surging from him, transforming him into a rampaging titan. "Feel my might, Starbreaker Hammer," he cried, bringing his weapon down upon the Diamond Monkey King. The black battle aura amplified the force of Li Yuanba's strike. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the Diamond Monkey King blocked Li Yuanba's violent blow with ease, a feat that left them in disbelief. The power of Li Yuanba's hammer, capable of shattering mountains and stones, was effortlessly thwarted by the Diamond Monkey King, shocking all present. Although the Diamond Monkey King felt immense pain from the impact, its resilience surpassed everyone's expectations. No one anticipated that a level 50 golden quality boss could be so fearsome. Goodness, how incredibly strong. Su Fang gasped. Just how powerful was Li Yuanba's attack? Few could withstand his ferocity within the territory, yet this Diamond Monkey King had effortlessly parried his blow, leaving Su Fang utterly astounded. In a hurry, Su Fang consumed a golden sweet potato and a cantaloupe, doubling his strength and defense. Bang! The Diamond Monkey King retaliated with another punch aimed at Li Yuanba, but the latter managed to block it with another strike. Though the sheer force of the Diamond Monkey King sent him hurtling backward, Li Yuanba was equally astonished, exclaiming, "What a terrifying Diamond Monkey King, capable of repelling me." Confident in his strength, Li Yuanba rarely encountered a monster that could withstand his punch. Yet this boss not only blocked it but also sent him flying, a testament to its formidable power. "Li Yuanba, eat this." Su Fang quickly approached, offering him a golden sweet potato and a cantaloupe. Li Yuanba seldom consumed golden quality food, having deemed it unnecessary due to his already substantial power. However, after witnessing the Diamond Monkey King's might, he unhesitatingly devoured the offerings. Shiling's supportive abilities further enhanced their strength, speed, and defense. The two swiftly evaded as a black fist descended upon their previous position. Boom. The ground shook violently, the Diamond Monkey King's fist creating a deep crater. Su Fang thrust his spear towards the Diamond Monkey King. Clang. The spear met an impenetrable barrier, as if striking solid steel, causing no damage whatsoever to the Diamond Monkey King. What formidable defense! After his strike, Su Fang swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding a sweeping palm from the Diamond Monkey King. A fierce gust of wind surged toward him, its force palpable. Yet, having already executed the dragon's dance technique, Su Fang moved with remarkable speed, evading the Diamond Monkey King's onslaught. Li Yuanba unleashed his formidable might once more, enveloping his twin hammers with a potent shroud of black battle energy, and struck fiercely at the king of the Diamond Monkeys. This assault was doubly powerful, its force amplified significantly. Boom. The king of the Diamond Monkeys was struck with immense impact, staggering backwards several paces, before turning with fury to unleash a deafening roar at Li Yuanba, raising his golden fist to strike down again. Despite the injury sustained, the resplendent golden aura surrounding the king remained unbroken, rendering its defenses extraordinarily robust and impervious to fatal harm. This layer of golden light acted as an impenetrable barrier, a testament to the formidable nature of a level 50 golden boss, which made Su Fang acutely aware of the opponent's strength. The king of the Diamond Monkeys launched a terrifying barrage, each punch raining down upon the two combatants. Su Fang and Li Yuanba evaded repeatedly, desperately avoiding the onslaught of the king's fists. The ferocity and violence of the king's attacks were overwhelming, leaving colossal impressions in the ground, each a testament to the power of the king's blows. Towering ancient trees stood before the king like fragile blades of grass, unable to withstand the sheer force of its strikes, shattering into splinters that danced through the air. Bang! Li Yuanba was once again sent flying by a single punch. The king's immense physique combined with its terrifying strength made Li Yuanba feel as though he were confronting an ancient behemoth. Fortunately, Li Yuanba's own prowess was not to be underestimated. Though he was hurled away, he sustained minimal injury, only igniting a more fearsome power within him. In contrast, the king of the Diamond Monkeys found it impossible to land a hit on Su Fang, whose speed was astonishing. With the aid of the dragon's dance technique, Su Fang moved like a phantom, appearing in various locations, leaving the king bewildered by his elusive movements. Crack! In a fit of rage, the king uprooted an ancient tree to wield as a weapon, sweeping it towards Su Fang. Bang! Su Fang was also sent flying, yet he emerged unscathed, having summoned battle energy to absorb much of the damage, landing safely on the ground. The king of the Diamond Monkeys was overwhelmingly powerful. Neither he nor Li Yuanba could contend with it effectively, nor could they inflict significant harm. Su Fang transformed into ephemeral afterimages, soaring into the air, with streams of milky white battle energy coalescing around his spear as he advanced upon the king. Earthshatter Strike. The milky white energy manifested into a formidable spear light, descending upon the king of the Diamond Monkeys. Boom. The spear light erupted upon the king's golden form, inflicting damage, yet it was hardly significant, merely inciting the king's brutality further. Roar.